The teenager simply wanted to quietly browse the internet, but he accidentally discovered a mysterious ability powerful enough to change the world. In a high-speed internet cafe in Jiangxing, Longhua, a young man was intensely focused on the monitor in front of him. His face would flush red at times, and his breathing would quicken, an unusual behavior that caused passing girls to hasten their steps while other boys looked at him with admiration. The scene did not escape the owner of the cafe. To him, such audacious behavior in broad daylight was utterly outrageous. Quietly, he approached the boy, determined to teach him a lesson. The boy's body trembled slightly, as if he was reaching some critical moment. Without hesitation, the owner lunged forward to restrain him. Caught off guard, Chen Mu was slammed to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, he was furious. "Are you out of your mind? What did I ever do to you?" His shout did nothing to calm the owner's anger. Instead, it only fueled it further. Just as the owner was about to explode, his peripheral vision caught sight of the monitor. He froze in place. Several news windows were displayed on the screen. A perpetually last-place student at Beijing No. 1 High School awakens as a hidden-class horse hunter. Ma Baoyun achieves semi-divine status after 9 awakenings. And a rising star uses his profession to climb the ranks of fame. The cafe owner was utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that reading the news could make someone so flustered? The commotion quickly drew the attention of other patrons. The cafe owner hurriedly released Chen Mu and offered an apologetic smile. "It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Please don't be upset, young man. I'll add 3,000 yuan to your account as an apology." He then handed over a pile of drinks, and the incident was finally resolved. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Mu felt uneasy, realizing that his behavior had indeed been too peculiar. 10 minutes earlier, he had just transmigrated into this world. Up until 1999, this world had been technology-driven. However, starting in 2000, individuals with extraordinary powers began to emerge. Alongside them, mysterious dungeons appeared, harboring monsters that could break through their seals at any moment. Longhua quickly began researching these professionals and, within a few years, established a comprehensive awakening system. The body Chen Mu now inhabited had awakened as a Taoist, a profession capable of living for centuries. However, due to his mediocre attributes across all 4 dimensions, he couldn't charge into battle like a warrior, move with the agility of a ranger, unleash devastating spells like a mage, or even provide decent support. As a result, no team was willing to accept him, and he remained stuck at level 1. He checked his stats panel. Name: Chen Mu. Profession: Taoist. Level: 1. Strength: 5. Stamina: 5. Speed: 5. Spirit: 5. Skill: Longevity LV1. The only skill he possessed, longevity, merely extended his lifespan, a laughable ability in a world where strength was paramount. Chen Mu refused to believe he had no golden finger, but his search yielded nothing. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly realized he could see detailed information about the cafe owner, who was preparing to leave. Name: Zhou Saiping. Profession: Warrior. Level: 15. Loot drop rates: Bronze tier items 90, Silver tier items 9.9, Gold tier items 0.1. Description: think before you act. Don't be reckless. This ability was something his predecessor definitely didn't have, and no one else seemed to possess it either. Chen Mu considered ambushing the owner, but quickly dismissed the idea his 5 strength points wouldn't even scratch him. He decided to head outside the city for a look. Now that he was in this world, he wasn't going to be a mere spectator. Outside the city, low-level monsters had appeared due to a dungeon eruption. While they weren't particularly dangerous, they were still a significant threat to someone like Chen Mu, with his below-average stats. But times had changed, and staying idle would only create mental barriers. To venture outside, he needed equipment, but as an orphan living on basic welfare, he had no spare money. Suddenly, Chen Mu remembered the cafe owner's promise to add 3,000 yuan to his account. That money was his chance, and he was determined to claim it. Waiting until the cafe owner left and the night shift attendant took over, he went straight to the counter to process his logout. The attendant didn't even look up. "What's up?" Logging out from machine 66, Chen Mu urged. "Hurry up, my mom's calling me home for dinner." The attendant hesitated for a moment. Recharging 3,000 yuan on a temporary account was indeed unusual, but eventually handed over a stack of cash. Chen Mu grabbed the money and bolted, only to bump into the returning cafe owner, who seemed to have forgotten something. "Running so fast anyone would think you just robbed my cafe," the owner muttered as he walked back inside. Moments later, the owner burst out, eyes red with anger, but Chen Mu was long gone. Half an hour later, Chen Mu briskly walked out of the city gates. His expression was solemn, as the complete fusion of his memories made him realize that the college entrance exams were only 3 days away. The current situation was far from ideal. With the increasing difficulty of leveling up, scattered monsters could no longer provide the necessary experience for daily advancement. The only way to progress quickly was through dungeon instances, but most of these were controlled by various factions. While joining a battle group or the military could grant access to resources, it came at the cost of personal freedom. In contrast, the conditions offered by the top universities were much more lenient. Particularly, the four prestigious universities controlled nearly 100 dungeon instances, making this path the most viable option for Chen Mu. The minimum requirement for the college entrance exam was level 5. While this threshold might seem low, it was actually quite challenging to achieve. Even the top performers in the exam rarely surpassed level 10. Given Chen Mu's current stats, he could only be considered the shame of monsters. Soon, Chen Mu identified a small monster gathering spot on the map. Moments later, he stumbled upon a group of slimes. These low-level monsters offered little experience and dropped ordinary items, which was precisely why they were often ignored by others. Casually, Chen Mu kicked a water slime into the air, triggering a panel to pop up. Name, Water Slime. Level, 1. Drop rate, 100 for black iron items. Description, Weakling. You're only worthy of fighting the shame of monsters. This panel confirmed Chen Mu's suspicions about the primary function of his special ability. The kicked slime, enraged, launched itself back at him, but it only caused a faint tickle. Chen Mu swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and delivered a fatal blow. With a squelch, the water slime burst apart, and the glowing particles it left behind automatically merged into Chen Mu's body. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding! You have killed a water slime and obtained 1 Chi Restoration Pill. Name, Chi Restoration Pill. Quality, Black Iron Grade. Effect, instantly restores 100 MP. Description, mass-produced alchemical pill. This discovery thrilled Chen Mu. Compared to ordinary recovery potions, the Chi Restoration Pill not only worked instantaneously but also had no usage limitations. With this in mind, he transformed into a slime-hunting maniac and began a relentless spree. 10 minutes later, Chen Mu's profession-specific backpack was stuffed with hundreds of Chi Restoration Pills. For a mage below level 5, these pills were more than sufficient, let alone for someone like him, a Taoist. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could slimes with different attributes drop different items? With this question in mind, he quickly located a group of Earth attribute slimes on the map. After a swift attack spree, the system notification chimed again. Ding! You have killed an Earth slime and obtained a skill book. Bean Soldier's Summoning. This unexpected reward left Chen Mu astonished and made him realize that his special ability might be far more powerful than he had initially imagined. Chen Mu curiously examined the items that had dropped. These objects seemed rather unique. We had never seen a Chi recovery pill before, and the skill, scattering beans to form soldiers, was completely unheard of. Could it be that my golden finger is specifically tailored to drop items related to Taoists? He speculated to himself. Eagerly, he checked the attributes of the scattering beans to form soldiers skill. Name, Scattering beans to form soldiers. Class, Taoist. Quality, Black Iron Tier. Description, consumes 50 MP to summon a soldier to assist in battle. Quantity, 0.5. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the skill. After all, the days of fighting monsters alone were becoming tiresome. The skill book transformed into a beam of light and merged into his forehead, and the knowledge of how to cast the skill flooded into his mind. Chen Mu immediately tried out the skill. He bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt, and tossed it into the air. In an instant, a soldier clad in tattered armor and wielding a spear materialized out of thin air. Though the soldier's appearance was somewhat shabby, its attributes were acceptable. Most importantly, Chen Mu no longer had to fight with his own hands. Stab it, he commanded. With the order given, the soldier dashed forward, its spear easily piercing through the slime's body. Another, scattering beans to form soldiers, skill book dropped, and Chen Mu picked it up without hesitation. After all, it was worth a solid 100 skill proficiency points. Following this pattern, Chen Mu trailed behind the summoned soldier, collecting loot as they went. Before long, they had cleared out all the earth slimes in the area, accumulating a total of 331 skill books. He immediately used all the books, rapidly leveling up the skill, level 2, level 3, until it finally stopped at level 10. The skill's attributes changed accordingly. Name, Scattering beans to form soldiers. Level, LV10. Quality, Black Iron Tier. Quantity, 150. Description, consumes 50 MP to summon 10 soldiers to fight in battle. Fantastic! Chen Mu exclaimed. With this skill, he could easily grind monsters on his own. Forming a party would only reduce his experience gain, which was not ideal at this stage. Chen Mu decided to explore other types of slimes. Guided by his map, he quickly located grasswood slimes. Defeating them yielded pills capable of restoring 200 HP. These pills would undoubtedly cause a frenzy among tank players if made public. However, since his level was still low and the source of the items would be hard to explain, he decided to keep them for his own use for now. Although he couldn't find the flame slimes that only appeared in volcanic areas, he did encounter a gold slime. Surprisingly, this type of slime had incredibly high defense, enduring 2 spear strikes before collapsing. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain a gold slime and obtained a weapon. Chen Mu acquired the blade of tetanus. As he gazed at the battered and broken long knife in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly. Opening the weapon's information, a series of data appeared before his eyes. Name: Blade of Tetanus. Quality: Black Iron Tier. Requirement: Level 1. Description: Inflicts tetanus effect upon dealing damage. At first glance, it seemed utterly unremarkable, not even possessing basic stats. However, when Chen Mu read the description of the passive skill, his pupils suddenly contracted. Tetanus effect can stack. Each stack causes 3 points of health to drop per second. This weapon's stats are trash, but that passive effect is completely overpowered. Chen Mu muttered, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He immediately gestured for one of the soldiers to come over. Use this. He handed the blade of tetanus to the soldier. The instant the soldier took the long knife, his original spear vanished. It seemed these low-level soldiers, much like other humanoid pets, were also capable of wielding weapons designed for professionals. Go kill. At Chen Mu's command, the previously lifeless soldier sprang into action. With 2 swift strikes, he effortlessly took down a gold slime. His movements fluid and precise, like a seasoned warrior. Before long, all the slimes were eradicated, and Chen Mu had collected a total of 270 blades of tetanus. He immediately equipped all his soldiers with the new weapon. With 50 soldiers attacking, the tetanus effect could stack 50 layers per hit, dealing 150 damage per second. Such devastating output was something even a boss wouldn't be able to withstand. Equipped with a large supply of recovery pills, Chen Mu decided to test his luck in a dungeon. Players below level 10 had a special privilege: they could exit the dungeon at any time using their thoughts, a safeguard designed to protect beginners. He quickly located the free dungeon on the map. The entrance was bustling with activity, as hundreds of professionals gathered to form teams. Beast Blood Warrior looking for a steady team. 36D Healer here, can do cute voices, looking for a group. Fire Mage, consistent DPS. A young man approached with a smile. Hey there, buddy. What's your class? Want to join our team? Taoist, Chen Mu replied calmly. The young man's smile froze instantly. Ahem. Sorry, our team is full. With that, he awkwardly scurried away. Chen Mu was unfazed by this reaction. He had seen it all before. To most people, Taoists were nothing more than con artists, spending their days telling fortunes on street corners. Not getting beaten up was considered an accomplishment. Seeing this interaction, other groups that had been considering inviting Chen Mu wisely backed off. Unbothered, Chen Mu strode directly to the dungeon entrance and, under everyone's watchful eyes, selected the solo challenge mode. His actions immediately caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. Is he tired of living? Chen Mu couldn't help but mock himself as he stepped into the dungeon alone. Despite awakening a hidden class as a Taoist, his combat prowess was inferior to that of ordinary combat classes. In a dungeon rife with potential ambushers, his mediocre stats meant even the slightest misstep could lead to instant death. Of course, Chen Mu was oblivious to these risks at the moment. As the dungeon activated, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically, and he found himself enveloped by a dense, shadowy forest. A system notification rang in his ears. Goblin dungeon activated. Complete the first clear within the allotted time to receive additional rewards. Simultaneously, a 20-minute countdown appeared in his field of vision. Time is tight. Come on out. At his command, 50 soldiers materialized out of thin air, quickly forming a defensive formation around him. The commotion soon attracted a group of goblins. A dozen green-skinned humanoid creatures, no taller than 1 meter, appeared in sight. Their stat panels popped up before him. Name: Small Goblin. Level 3. Drop rate: Black Iron items 60, Bronze items 40. Description: If they catch you, you'll regret it. Chen Mu's face darkened slightly at the unsettling description. Without hesitation, he commanded 40 soldiers to charge forward. Despite the goblins' agility, the significant level disparity left them no chance of survival. Soon, a series of system notifications followed. Ding. Soldier killed small goblin. Acquired Gale technique. Ding. Soldier killed small goblin. Acquired Gale technique. The attributes of the newly obtained skill appeared. Name: Gale technique. Quality: Bronze. Effect: grants a 10 speed boost to allies upon activation. Description: a basic spell technique. Chen Mu immediately chose to learn and activate the skill. With the speed boost, the remaining goblins were swiftly taken down and left as a grim warning. After the battle, the team pressed on and soon encountered another group of small goblins. With the aid of Gale technique, this skirmish ended even faster. Eventually, Chen Mu led his troops to a goblin encampment. A dozen goblins grabbed their weapons, ready to retaliate, but were effortlessly dispatched by the soldiers. Just as the battle seemed to be over, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and two soldiers were instantly blown to pieces. Looking up, Chen Mu spotted a fiery red goblin perched on a tree branch. Its stat panel appeared. Name: Flame Goblin. Level 8. Skill: Fireball. Drop rate: Black Iron items 30, Bronze items 70. Description: a goblin that plays with fire. A boss, huh? Chen Mu licked his lips, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling over 30 soldiers to charge. Boom! A fireball exploded in their midst, instantly killing one soldier. However, such attacks weren't enough to deter Chen Mu. The flame goblin launched fireball after fireball, but the brief chanting required for each spell provided Chen Mu with an opportunity. Switch to spears. Throw them at it. Chen Mu quickly adjusted his strategy. Over 30 spears flew through the air. Despite the flame goblin's best efforts to dodge, several spears struck true, causing it to tumble from the tree. As it hit the ground, a dozen soldiers armed with jagged blades swarmed in, launching a relentless assault. The goblin's nearly 1,000 health points rapidly depleted, and it succumbed to the flurry of blades, falling lifeless amidst the chaos. Ding! The system notification sound chimed, bringing an unexpected surprise to Chen Mu. After defeating a flame goblin, a faintly glowing scroll appeared before Hema Black Iron Skill Upgrade Scroll. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was exactly the treasure he needed. His Bean Soldier's skill was still at Black Iron level, and using this scroll would upgrade it to Bronze level. With this thought in mind, he eagerly chose to use it. As the skill icon flickered, the attributes of Bean Soldiers transformed instantly. Skill name: Bean Soldiers. Level: LV1. Quality: Bronze. Quantity: 0-100. Description: consumes 50 MP to summon 10 soldiers for battle. Chen Mu immediately tested the upgraded skill. With the incantation, turn day into night, summon Bean Soldiers, 10 soldiers materialized before him. They were clad in slightly worn but well-maintained armor, and their spears gleamed coldly in their hands. The system panel displayed their stats. Name: Brave Soldier. Quality: Bronze. Attributes: Strength 21, Stamina 30, Speed 17, Spirit 13. Skill: Fearless LV1. Looking at the soldiers' stat panels, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Not only had their base attributes improved significantly, but they also gained a new skill. Though the Fearless skill seemed a bit like a reckless buff, it was still a welcome addition. As he prepared to challenge another dungeon, Chen Mu noticed that a new adventure mode option had appeared on the interface. This was evidently unlocked after clearing the standard mode. Wasting no time, he summoned 100 soldiers and decisively chose adventure mode. Once the dungeon reset, Chen Mu led his army into the dense forest. It wasn't long before they encountered 30 to 40 goblins. The goblins froze in shock at the sight of the massive human army. Under Chen Mu's command, the soldiers launched a ferocious assault, turning the battle into a one-sided massacre. As they advanced, they came across 5 flame goblin elites. However, faced with overwhelming numbers, the elites were swiftly defeated. Just as Chen Mu warily scanned his surroundings, a massive figure emerged from the forest, a towering goblin king over 3 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding a spiked club. The system immediately displayed the boss information. Name: Goblin King. Quality: Bronze. Skill: Brutal Strike. Drop rate: 100 chance for bronze tier items. Description: can't win in a duel? Then swarm it. Without hesitation, Chen Mu ordered his soldiers to activate their Fearless skill. Their eyes glowed red as they gripped their poisoned spears and charged at the Goblin King. Even as one soldier was crushed instantly by the spiked club, the others pressed forward relentlessly, determined to leave their mark on the towering foe. In a flash, the hobgoblin's body was slashed with over a dozen wounds, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, four soldiers fell lifeless under the swing of its spiked club. Roar! The hobgoblin let out a deafening roar as the muscles in its right arm bulged instantly. It swung its spiked club in a wide arc. A series of dull thuds echoed as 7 or 8 soldiers were sent flying, their lives extinguished in an instant. Chen Mu reacted swiftly, employing his scatter beans to create soldiers technique, summoning 10 more soldiers to fill the ranks. By now, the hobgoblin was at the end of its rope, its body riddled with wounds, blood gushing out as its health points plummeted by over 100 per second. Sensing its dire situation, the hobgoblin made a desperate gamble. Locking onto Chen Mu's position, it let out a furious roar and launched a final charge. You think you're worthy of taking my head? Ridiculous, Chen Mu sneered. The dense formation of soldiers surrounded the hobgoblin completely. No matter how fiercely it fought to break through, it was trapped. Wounds multiplied across its body, and the tetanus effect from each cut began to stack. Though each strike only caused minor damage, The continuous damage from the tetanus effect drained 3 to 400 health points per second. Within moments, the hobgoblin finally collapsed, unwilling to accept its fate. What's the point of pretending to be a fortune teller at the bridge? This is what a real hidden class looks like. Those fortune tellers can't even get their predictions right, they just end up beating themselves. Chen Mu thought with a smirk. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain the hobgoblin and obtained a low-grade edge talisman. It was an item Chen Mu had never encountered before. Name: low-grade edge talisman. Quality: bronze. Effect: enhances weapons, increasing sharpness. Description: a low-grade talisman. Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he immediately took out a tetanus blade for enhancement. The talisman dissolved into light and merged with the weapon, granting it a new attribute edge. 5 points of damage, ignore defense. Though the effect seemed modest, it perfectly synergized with the tetanus blade's special ability. One ensured damage, while the other relied on that damage to trigger effects. Together, they were a flawless match. For the next half-day, Chen Mu tirelessly repeated dungeon runs. When he was hungry, he gnawed on compressed rations. When thirsty, he drank bottled water, all generously provided by the internet cafe owner. Upon reaching level 3, his leveling progress noticeably slowed. After some calculations, he realized he would need to run the dungeon 2 to 300 more times to level up again. Without the funds to access paid dungeons, Chen Mu couldn't help but wish for a higher difficulty setting in this dungeon. Just then, after defeating another boss, the system issued 2 consecutive notifications. You have slain the hobgoblin and obtained a low-grade edge talisman. Due to your rapid extermination of 10,000 goblins, you have provoked the goblin tribe's hatred and unlocked hidden difficulty. Chen Mu quickly checked the dungeon interface and discovered a new nightmare difficulty option, in addition to the existing normal and adventure modes. After evaluating his current combat strength, he decided to continue farming the normal mode to equip his soldiers fully. At the same time, he planned to retrain his bronze level scatterbeans to create soldiers to level 10, increasing his summon count to 200. He was determined to be fully prepared before taking on this formidable challenge. A warning echoed in the air. Nightmare-level goblin forest activated. The dungeon is extremely dangerous. Come forth, soldiers. With Chen Mu's command, 200 troops armed with rusted wound blades instantly formed ranks. The commotion immediately alerted nearby enemies, and a group of goblins emerged from the thickets. Chen Mu grabbed the horn at his waist and blew it forcefully, the sound reverberating through the forest. Soon after, 100 figures appeared among the trees. These goblins were no ordinary foes, they were well-equipped and moved with remarkable agility. The system notification displayed. Goblin infantry. Level: 8. Grade: bronze. Drop rate: 100 chance for bronze items. Description: Goblin regular army. Proceed with caution. No wonder it's a nightmare dungeon. Even the minor mobs are bronze grade, Chen Mu thought to himself, but he showed no fear. Attack, he commanded. 150 soldiers charged forward, while 50 others stayed back to guard Chen Mu, watching for potential ambushes. Thanks to their sheer numbers, the battle quickly turned in their favor. Ding! Soldier killed goblin infantry. Acquired 8 trigram stance. A second notification followed. 8 trigram stance. Grade: bronze. Description: permanently increases speed by 5 points upon mastery. Good stuff, and it's even a passive skill, Chen Mu remarked with a smile, immediately choosing to learn it while continuing to direct his troops. After breaking through the enemy formation, their kill rate skyrocketed. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the battlefield was cleared. The system chimed in. You have withstood the first wave of attacks. In 2 minutes, the goblin centurion will arrive. Chen Mu remained unfazed, focusing on gathering loot. From the 100 goblins, only 3 pieces of equipment dropped. He couldn't help but sigh. This drop rate is brutal. Good thing I've got cheats. Thinking of how hard it must be for regular players to acquire gear, he shook his head lightly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dense forest. It was a burly goblin with scarred, dark skin, wielding a sharp long sword. Goblin Centurion. Level: 10. Grade: silver. Drop rate: 10 chance for bronze items, 90 chance for silver items. Description: suggested strategy: group attack. Solo attempts are unlikely to succeed. Damn! It hit the nail on the head. Soldiers, everyone, take it down. Chen Mu ordered immediately, and hundreds of troops charged at the enemy with a roar. The goblin centurion let out a series of unintelligible sounds. Quit the gibberish and take it down, Chen Mu shouted. The goblin centurion stopped speaking and charged into battle. Its strength was formidable, each swing of its blade cleaved soldiers in two. Within a few rounds, it had already caused the deaths of over a dozen troops. Witnessing this, Chen Mu had to admit the sheer might of this silver-ranked boss. Even the upgraded bronze soldiers couldn't withstand a single strike. Against a regular team, it would likely mean total annihilation. Too bad for you. You're up against me. Chen Mu smirked coldly and activated his skill. Turn day to night, scatter beans to form soldiers. The gaps left by fallen troops were instantly filled with new reinforcements. This surreal scene caught the goblin centurion off guard, leaving it momentarily stunned. Almost simultaneously, dozens of rusted blades whistled through the air and struck down. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed one after another. Not enough. I can summon more. Let's see who gives in first. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Mu's lips, but in the eyes of the goblin centurion, it was a chilling sight. The goblin centurion frantically barked something in its incomprehensible language. I told you, I don't understand your gibberish. Save your breath. Kill it for me. Chen Mu waved dismissively, issuing the command with impatience. Amid the chaotic clash of blades, the goblin centurion soon fell, lifeless, into a pool of blood. As a glowing light entered Chen Mu's body, the system notification chimed. Ding. Soldier has slain goblin centurion. You've obtained a silver tier skill upgrade scroll. Chen Mu's heart leapt with joy. This was a rare prize indeed. Even the bronze tier seed soldier's skill was already formidable, and the silver tier version would undoubtedly be even stronger. However, he refrained from using it immediately, as the dungeon completion notification had yet to appear. Could there be a hidden boss? A spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Hidden bosses, though powerful, often dropped exceptional loot. Such opportunities were too rare to pass up. Keep advancing, he ordered his soldiers while maintaining heightened vigilance, wary of any tricks the hidden boss might pull. Suddenly, a cluster of bushes ahead rustled faintly. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Chen Mu's eyes, and he immediately commanded a dozen soldiers to surround the shrubbery. One soldier pulled the bushes aside, revealing a curled-up figure. You there, slash at once, Chen Mu ordered calmly. The figure trembled violently and scrambled to its feet. Only then did it become clear it was a goblin dressed in fine silk and adorned with rare metallic jewelry. The system promptly displayed its information. Name, Goblin Prince 522. Level, 11. Rarity, Gold Tier. Skills, Inspire, Windblade, Fireball. Drop rate, 1 for silver items, 99 for gold items. Description, strike while it's weak, take its life. No, don't kill me. The Goblin Prince stammered in broken dragon tongue, pleading for mercy. Okay. Chen Mu drew out the word deliberately, then barked sharply. Kill it. The Goblin Prince screamed in pain as dozens of blades struck it, triggering its primal fury. I will kill you, it roared, unleashing a half-meter-long wind blade that instantly cut down nearly 20 soldiers. But the torment of tetanus-like poison left it unable to cast further spells. In the end, the 522nd Goblin Prince met the same fate as the Centurion, collapsing under a flurry of blades. Ding! The familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations! You've reached level 5 and unlocked the basic skill, Divination. Immediately after, another notification followed. Ding! A soldier has slain the Goblin Prince, granting you the golden tier skill, Thunder Palm. Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled up the skill information. Thunder Palm, a golden tier skill, was described as the ability to channel the power of lightning into one's palm. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it and instantly mastered this lightning-based technique. Not bad. Finally, some decent combat power, Chen Mu murmured to himself, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Though he hadn't yet tested its power as a lightning-based skill, it was unlikely to disappoint. As for the other skill, Divination, it was the bread and butter of roadside fortune tellers. However, its pitiful success rate made one question if those accurate predictions were merely strokes of luck. No wonder no one wanted to team up with a diviner. Just then, Chen Mu noticed a book lying next to the Goblin Prince's corpse. No way. Could it be a skill book? He quickly walked over and picked it up. Sure enough, it was a skill book named Inspire, a silver tier support skill that provided a 10 boost to all attributes for allied units. The system cheekily added, Hey, little healer, come to bed. Chen Mu was already used to such playful remarks from the system. This is a jackpot, Chen Mu thought excitedly. A support skill that boosted all attributes was extremely rare. This silver tier skill book was easily worth 7 figures, perhaps even close to 8. After storing the skill book, Chen Mu shifted his focus to upgrading the Seed Soldier's skill. The system offered 2 upgrade paths, increasing the number of summons or enhancing their quality. After a brief moment of thought, he chose the latter. I choose option 2. While the idea of a massive army was tempting, when facing late-game threats capable of causing catastrophic destruction, a well-trained elite force was undoubtedly more valuable. The system notified him that the upgrade was beginning, and the surrounding soldiers vanished. 7 or 8 minutes later, the system chimed again to indicate that the upgrade was complete. Opening the skill panel, Chen Mu saw that Seed Soldiers had been upgraded to Silver Tier. It now allowed him to consume 50 MP to summon 10 battle-hardened veterans, with a maximum of 30 summons. 30. The number caught Chen Mu off guard. The number of summoned soldiers drastically decreased after the upgrade. Chen Mu silently prayed in his heart, then activated the scattering beans to form soldiers' skill. Unexpectedly, a semi-transparent information panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Please choose the type of soldier you want to summon. Option 1. Battle-hardened infantry. Option 2. Precision archers. Option 3. Heavy armored soldier. What the? Chen Mu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. The silver level, scattering beans to form soldiers, skill now allowed him to choose the soldier type, which was completely beyond his expectations. He immediately selected the battle-hardened infantry. As the soil in his hands scattered, 10 figures took shape. These soldiers were clad in finely crafted armor, armed with long swords at their waists, and exuded an intimidating aura, a stark contrast to the ordinary foot soldiers from before. Greetings, Tao Master. The 10 soldiers knelt in unison, surprising Chen Mu as he realized these warriors were no longer mindless puppets. Step aside, Chen Mu commanded, eager to proceed with the next round of summoning. Next came the precision archers, dressed in lightweight leather armor and carrying large bows on their backs. They, too, displayed signs of independent thought. Finally, the heavy armored soldiers appeared, resembling moving iron towers, clad head-to-toe in thick armor and wielding massive shields. Examining the attribute panel, Chen Mu discovered that the battle-hardened infantry had balanced stats. The precision archers specialized in strength and ranged attacks, and the heavy armored soldiers boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. Although the quantity had decreased, the combat effectiveness had improved significantly. He mused to himself that if he revisited the nightmare difficulty Goblin Forest, the Goblin Centurion would likely fall even faster this time. Glancing at the time, Chen Mu decided to return and prepare for the college entrance exam. He had extracted all the value from this dungeon. Unless special conditions were triggered, the nightmare instance would not reopen for now. Meanwhile, at a bridge in Jiangsheng, an elderly Taoist priest was shouting, fortune-telling with absolute accuracy. No charge if it's wrong. However, passers-by avoided him as if he were a plague. As the old priest lamented how difficult this hidden profession had become and prepared to pack up, 2 figures suddenly blocked the sunlight in front of him. Before he could finish his pitch, absolute accuracy in fortune-telling, whether for love or wealth, he was struck on the back of the head. As his consciousness blurred, he heard someone say, "Ha, absolute accuracy? Every Taoist we've caught so far has gone down with just one hit. Second brother, check how many are left. Just one Moria high school senior, reportedly in the plains." The old Taoist was roughly thrown into a car trunk. Strangely, despite the bustling bridge, no one seemed to notice the incident. Even as the vehicle sped away, no one realized the fortune-teller had vanished. An off-road vehicle sped across the barren wasteland, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The man in the passenger seat scanned the surroundings through binoculars, searching intently for something. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Third brother, you don't think that kid got eaten, do you? We've been searching all afternoon." The man behind the wheel said nothing, keeping his focus on driving. However, the person in the back seat couldn't hold back his complaints. The higher-ups must be out of their minds. Why are we going after these useless Taoists? All they do is fool people. What else are they good for? These words made the driver furrow his brow, and he was about to reprimand him when the man in the passenger seat suddenly shouted with excitement, "Haha, finally found the kid. He's to the south." The vehicle made a sharp turn and sped off in the southern direction. High-speed chases on the wasteland were nothing unusual, so Chen Mu hadn't paid much attention at first. That was until the vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt, blocking his path. 2 young men jumped out of the car. One of them was just about to say, "Third brother, let me activate the illusion array," when his companion smacked him on the back of the head. "People go missing on the wasteland every day. Just grab him," the man said, sizing Chen Mu up. What a good-looking young man. Though it's a shame he awakened as a Taoist, such a useless profession. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel suspicious. If they knew he was a Taoist, why were they trying to capture him? Could it be that Taoists had some hidden abilities he wasn't aware of? Before he could dwell on it, one of the men threatened him. "If you don't want to get hurt, come with us quietly." Chen Mu took a deep breath, and information about his 2 opponents immediately appeared before him. Zhang San, level 12 warrior, drop rate, bronze 50, silver 50. Li Si, level 11 illusionist, drop rate, bronze 65, silver 35. Li Si pulled a blood-stained brick out of his bag and sneered, "Kid, stop pretending. See this brick? I can knock someone like you out with just one hit." Suddenly, Chen Mu shouted, "Don't move. You're surrounded." The 2 men froze in surprise before their expressions turned dark. "Why are we wasting time talking to this kid? Knock him out and take him," one of them said. Li Si advanced with the brick in hand. But Zhang San suddenly shouted, "Seer, Watch out! Before the words had fully left his mouth, 10 rusty long blades were drawn, 2 of them pointing straight at Li Si's throat. Li Si froze in place, cold sweat dripping down his face. Zhang San stared in shock at the group that had suddenly appeared around Chen Mu archers, warriors, and even heavily armored soldiers. This isn't possible, Zhang San muttered to himself. The intel said he was just a Taoist. Chen Mu smirked coldly. Take him down. 5 soldiers charged forward, while 10 archers drew their bows, ready for battle. Zhang San quickly drew his weapon to face the enemy. The moment they clashed, his expression changed drastically. The opponent's strength was on par with his own. This made no sense. After all, he was fully equipped with bronze-grade gear. Even a summoner's battle beast shouldn't be this powerful before reaching level 10, let alone when there were 30 enemies present. Wait, we mean no harm, Zhang San said urgently. Heh, take him out, Chen Mu sneered coldly. Save that nonsense for the king of hell. Zhang San's face turned pale. He had planned to lull Chen Mu into a false sense of security and then launch a sneak attack, but the other party gave him no chance at all. Chen Mu shifted his gaze to Li Si. I'll give you one chance. Why are you here to catch me? Kid, I suggest you let us go now. Maybe there's still room for negotiation, Li Si scoffed with disdain. Chen Mu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, trying to recall if his past self had offended any powerful figures, but he came up empty. In truth, his previous self had never been in a position to provoke anyone of significance. Cut off one of his legs. Let him learn his lesson, Chen Mu said indifferently, then added, oh, and make it the middle one. The moment those words left his mouth, a chill ran down Li Si's spine. As the blade approached, he finally broke down. Brother, I really don't know. Our orders were just to capture a Taoist priest. We weren't told the reason. What organization are you with? Chen Mu asked. We're from the Celestial God sect, Li Si confessed. The name made Chen Mu pause for a moment. The Celestial God sect, he quickly recalled, it was a group of lunatics notorious for their madness, often engaging in unimaginable acts. At that moment, Zhang San could no longer hold on. His body, riddled with arrows, collapsed heavily to the ground. Brother Zhang. A cry of alarm startled Chen Mu. Glancing at the distant corpse, Chen Mu didn't hesitate. Kill him, he ordered. Li Si's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. A system prompt immediately followed. Ding, you have slain Li Si and obtained a bronze-grade longevity pill. Spare their lives? Impossible. They had made the choice to attack him. If Chen Mu were strong enough, he wouldn't stop at just them. The entire Celestial God sect would be eradicated someday. As Chen Mu rubbed his temples, pondering why the Celestial God sect had targeted him, a sound came from the back of the off-road vehicle. Instantly alert, he signaled for one of the soldiers to open the trunk. An elderly man in Taoist robes immediately covered his head and shouted, Don't hit my head. I was wrong. I won't scam people ever again. His demeanor clearly suggested he was no stranger to beatings. After a moment, seeing that no blows came, the old Taoist cautiously surveyed his surroundings. When he took in the scene, his heart sank. He hurriedly recalled his recent misdeeds. This desolate wilderness had all the signs of a place chosen for disposing of bodies. Noticing that the man was also a Taoist, Chen Mu asked, Elder, do you know why they're capturing Taoists? The old Taoist was stunned at first, then sighed in relief. So it wasn't aimed at me specifically. You scared me. But soon, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was far worse than being personally targeted. This could mean a catastrophic threat to the entire Taoist profession. The old Taoist seemed as if his soul had left his body, muttering to himself with a vacant gaze. His despondent expression made Chen Mu's heart tighten. If something could cause this often beaten charlatan to look like this, it must be something extraordinary. Senior, please focus. What on earth happened? Chen Mu couldn't help but ask. The old Taoist's eyes suddenly lit up as he scrutinized Chen Mu in surprise. After a moment's thought, he said, You haven't seen level 5 of the basic tier yet, have you? Look at it first and then we'll talk. Though puzzled, Chen Mu summoned the divination information to check. When he saw the line, consumes lifespan to greatly enhance accuracy, he froze in place, speechless for a long time. The old Taoist patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Kid, you need to be careful. From now on, Taoists are bound to become a highly sought-after profession. But, before he could finish, Chen Mu already grasped the underlying meaning. The more attention Taoists received, the more precarious their situation would become. Other professions consumed MP, but Taoists sacrificed their lifespan. Even with a long life, such consumption was unsustainable. Worse yet, some people wouldn't care about a Taoist's life or death. If those people hadn't underestimated his abilities, he might have already been abducted and turned into a tool for others to exploit. A sense of urgency surged within him. Chen Mu knew that his current strength was insignificant. To avoid being easily taken by those powerful individuals, he had to make his name known across the country. becoming a leading figure of the new generation and earning their apprehension. Since you saved me, I'll give you this Taoist robe, the old Taoist said, interrupting Chen Mu's thoughts. Chen Mu looked at the robe in confusion, and a panel immediately popped up. A golden quality universal Taoist robe, imbued with the Taoist mastery skill, capable of enhancing all Taoist skill levels. His pupils constricted. This street-side charlatan actually possessed such a treasure. If sold, it would be enough to live comfortably for the rest of one's life. As if seeing through Chen Mu's thoughts, the old Taoist explained, "This is a relic of our founder. No matter how poor, it cannot be sold." Chen Mu immediately understood the robe's sacred originate was one of those items transformed into equipment due to the mysterious factors brought about by the appearance of dungeons. You saved my life, and I don't like owing favors. The future is uncertain, so it's better to repay you now, the old Taoist said, glancing at the soldiers around them. Thank you, senior. If you ever need anything in the future, I will do my utmost to help, Chen Mu said sincerely. This piece of equipment, capable of enhancing all Taoist skills, was indeed invaluable. It's just repaying a favor. No need for such formality, the old Taoist replied, shaking his head. He looked up at the sky, and in that instant, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Mu moved to support him, but the old Taoist raised a hand to stop him. Don't bother with me. I just cast a divination for myself. Remember, you must become the brightest starinly, then might there be a glimmer of hope. Thank you for the advice, senior. The old Taoist merely shook his head. Go back now, young man. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Only after he disappeared from sight did the old Taoist's voice, faint as a mosquito's buzz, break the silence, carrying deep concern. The ominous divination of 9 deaths and 1 life left him with no choice but to pin his hopes on the Taoist robe, praying it might offer the other a slim chance of survival. Instead of heading toward the city, the old Taoist ventured deeper into the desolate wilderness. Decades of concealment had finally been exposed. The heavenly god sect had uncovered the secret, a revelation that would change everything. News spread like wildfire, and the status of Taoists transformed overnight. Major factions scrambled to recruit them with eye-popping offers. Some promised an annual salary of 30 million with additional investment in training. Others proposed a negotiable monthly salary of 5 million. One even bizarrely offered free food, lodging, and a girlfriend as perks. These offers flooded every corner, making them impossible to ignore even for Chen Mu. In the shadows, however, a grim truth was verified. Sacrificing a Taoist's life could yield 1 or more platinum-tier items. This brutal revelation was the root cause of the frenzied competition. Chen Mu's phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a deep male voice came through. Hello, this is the executive officer of the Wild Lion Group. We sincerely invite Mr. Chen Mu to join us with an annual salary of 300 million and comprehensive benefits. The offer momentarily caught Chen Mu off guard. After all, even a level 40 professional would need considerable time to earn such a figure. Not interested, Chen Mu replied bluntly and hung up. He was on his way to take the college entrance exam, but the Wild Lion Group was persistent. Soon, a text message arrived, raising the offer to a staggering 1 billion annually. Though the number was tempting, Chen Mu knew the cost of using the divination skill. It required sacrificing a life each time. This was a gamble he couldn't afford for now. Perhaps in the future, when he had more longevity pills, he might consider it. But for now, he valued his life far too much. As he walked, Chen Mu sensed someone tailing him. He muttered to himself, no wonder the elders always kept their mouths shut. Who could endure being hunted like this every day? Even if I joined a faction, it would still end in death. While there were indeed life-extending artifacts in existence, their worth far exceeded that of a platinum-tier item. For the powerful, trading a life for such an item was a bargain, which explained why Taoists had always guarded their secrets so closely. Finally, Chen Mu arrived at the school and let out a sigh of relief. It was the day of the college entrance exams, and most students had already gathered. Unlike usual, his arrival drew many curious gazes. Those who had seen the news that morning looked at him with envy, unaware of the steep price behind those astronomical salaries. Since it was still early, Chen Mu found a quiet corner to wait patiently. Chen Mu, can we talk? A lively voice sounded from behind him. Chen Mu looked up and saw a spirited girl with a single ponytail, Luo Yuyan, the acknowledged school beauty of Jiangqing First High School. Chen Mu knew very well why she had approached him. Seeing no response from him, Luo Yuyan maintained her smile and said, Chen Mu, are you interested in joining my war god group? The salary and benefits are negotiable, and I can help you get into a suitable university. Plus, I guarantee you 10 years of freedom. Her gaze was fixed intently on him. Not interested, Chen Mu replied decisively. The offer was already generous by the standards of the Taoist community, showing that the war god group still retained some humanity. Other groups often drained Taoists of every last bit of value. Luo Yuyan clearly hadn't expected such a straightforward rejection and continued to persuade him. Chen Mu, for these 10 years, All your expenses will be covered by our group. We can even arrange for your marriage and family life. I've made myself clear. Please leave. Chen Mu interrupted her. Just as Luo Yuyin was about to say more, a teenage boy strode over. Yuyin, why are you wasting time with this guy? He stepped in front of Chen Mu and said coldly, do you really think you can stay out of all this and remain untouched by the chaos? That's ridiculous. Once the college entrance exams are over, you'll disappear like every other Taoist. Right now, Gao Ming, shut up. Luo Yuyin cut him off sternly. Gao Ming sneered but didn't say another word. Chen Mu, if you change your mind, feel free to come find me. Leaving those words behind, Luo Yuyin walked away with Gao Ming. Watching the two leave, Chen Mu felt unusually calm. Gao Ming was right. The only reason he was safe now was because students were given the highest priority during the college entrance exam period. But an opportunity was at hand to dominate his peers in this exam, showcase his value, and attract the attention of those in power. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then he would stir up a storm. Time passed, and the college entrance exams finally arrived. The principal of Jiangxing First High School had somehow made his way to the podium and began the customary speech. Today is the day to leap over the dragon's gate. May you all rise like dragons. As his words ended, ripples appeared in the space behind him, and the entrance to the exam dungeon materialized. As a cornerstone of the nation, the college entrance exam dungeon was randomly selected each year, revealed only on the day of the exam. The principal approached the portal to read the information and announced, this year's exam dungeon is Orc Tribe. At this, the students' faces turned pale. Among low-level dungeons, the Orc Tribe dungeon was consistently ranked among the top 3 in difficulty. Even a team of level 20 professionals would need nearly an hour to clear it, let alone students who were at most level 10. We're so unlucky to have gotten this dungeon. Looks like more than half of us won't graduate this year. Forget it. They'll just go home and inherit the family business. Hearing the sounds from below, the principal furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of annoyance surfacing in his heart. However, his mood quickly improved at the thought of the secret weapon he had prepared. Among the students present, Chen Mu visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the instance was set in an orc tribe. He understood well that compared to high-difficulty instances, low-difficulty ones were actually harder to create a gap in scores, as simpler content often allowed more participants to achieve high marks. For true geniuses, the biggest limitation was often the ceiling of achievable points. The principal's commanding voice rang out again. The college entrance exams officially begin. Please enter the instance in order according to your team number. Team 1. Instantly, all eyes turned to the 3 students stepping forward. This was Luo Yuyin's team, consisting of a healer, a warrior, and a Majid most standard configuration. What drew even more attention was that all 3 were hidden class professions, a lineup so impressive it was unprecedented in the history of Jiangxing No. 1 High School's disaster trials. Without any hesitation, the 3 chose the nightmare difficulty instance and disappeared in a flash of light. Team 2, enter the instance. Team 3, prepare. The announcements continued as one team after another entered. Although the pace was swift, by the time it was Chen Mu's team 660 SIX's turn, nearly 2 hours had passed, during which several teams had already been eliminated. Team 666, enter the instance, called out a staff member. Chen Mu stepped out of the crowd alone, drawing puzzled looks from the military personnel overseeing the instance entrance. Where are the rest of your team? One soldier asked. I'm going solo, Chen Mu replied calmly. The soldier was momentarily stunned, but did not stop him. Every year, there were always a few who chose to attempt the challenge solo. While the requirements were lower, the risks were significantly higher. Alright, go ahead. The instant selection interface appeared. Normal, adventure, hard, nightmare. Without hesitation, Chen Mu selected the nightmare difficulty instance and vanished in a flash of white light. The soldier frowned, thinking to himself, a level 5 Taoist attempting a nightmare instance? That's practically a death wish. Still, he did not report it, as the college entrance exams inherently had a death quota, and casualties among candidates were not uncommon each year. Just then, Luo Yuyin's team was transported back. Although the 3 appeared somewhat disheveled, their faces were lit with barely concealed joy. They had successfully cleared the nightmare instance. Despite taking nearly 2 hours, their performance was certain to earn them a spot on this year's leaderboard. Gao Ming immediately checked the real-time exam rankings. First place, Beijing No. 1 High School, Team 1, Nightmare Difficulty, 75 minutes 12 seconds. Second place, Shanghai No. 1 High School, Team 1, Nightmare Difficulty, 78 minutes 32 seconds. 13th place, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Team 1, Nightmare Difficulty, 112 minutes 21 seconds. We're definitely securing a spot in the national top 15. Since schools always sent their best students in first, the rankings were unlikely to change significantly, filling Gao Ming with confidence. In a daze, Chen Mu found himself standing on a vast, open plain. In the distance, he spotted an orc encampment, home to roughly 300 orc warriors, each towering at least 2.5 meters tall, their bodies rippling with muscle. Almost immediately, the system displayed information about these orcs. Orc warrior. Level 10. Rarity bronze. Drop rate 100 bronze items. Description: a group of muscle-brain brutes. Time was of the essence, and Chen Mu quickly began devising a strategy for victory. A conventional ambush would take too long, but the chi restoration pills and rejuvenation pills he possessed were rare advantages. These pills, capable of instantly restoring stamina and health, could be the key to turning the tide. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He swiftly allocated the chi restoration pills to the 100-step archers, knowing their enchanted arrows could deal significant damage. The rejuvenation pills were handed to the heavy infantry. With the boost from his mastery of Taoist arts, his troops had all reached level 16, making even a small squad a formidable force. Attack! Chen Mu commanded. The heavy infantry and warriors charged forward, while the archers provided support from the rear. Chen Mu stayed hidden at a distance, ready to summon reinforcements as needed. Sure enough, dozens of orc warriors were drawn out of the camp. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. These brutes hadn't mobilized their entire force. Even so, there were still 70 to 80 orcs advancing toward them. The battle erupted instantly. As the heavy infantry clashed head-on with the orc warriors, the archers unleashed a barrage of enchanted arrows. Swish, swish, swish. In a matter of moments, 20 orcs fell to the ground. The orcs let out earth-shaking roars, attempting to break through the heavy infantry's defenses. But waiting for them were the razor-sharp blades of the 100 battle infantry and the deadly accuracy of the archers' arrows. The fight raged on for 5 to 6 minutes before reinforcements emerged from the orc camp. The heavy infantry launched an even fiercer assault, while the archers, continually replenishing their stamina with chi restoration pills, maintained a relentless barrage of firepower. Every enchanted arrow struck with deadly precision. Though Chen Mu's forces were taking losses, the orc numbers had dwindled to fewer than 100. Minutes later, as the last of the heavy infantry and 100 battle infantry fell, the final orc warrior was brought down by an archer's arrow. I just wonder what kind of boss it will be, Chen Mu muttered to himself. He knew the orc camp could randomly spawn one of 3 types of bosses. Wasting no time, he used his bean soldier's technique to replenish his forces and advanced toward the orc encampment. As he passed the battlefield littered with corpses, the system's notification chimes rang continuously. Ding! Defeating the orc warriors dropped a series of valuable items: high-grade rejuvenation pills, wind talisman, and thunderstrike talisman. Chen Mu was quite satisfied with the loot, especially the thunderstrike talisman. He carefully examined the attributes of the thunderstrike talisman. Name: Thunderstrike Talisman. Quality: bronze. Effect: summons a thunderbolt to deal massive damage to a designated target. Description: who gets struck by lightning? That's up to you. 21 of them should be enough. Chen Mu muttered to himself before distributing the pills among his soldiers. After making all necessary preparations, Chen Mu led his troops toward the orc camp. Before they could get close, a towering figure emerged from the tribe, a burly orc with a massive greatsword slung over his shoulder, his body covered in scars. Drinking really messes me up, the orc grumbled, shaking his groggy head in an attempt to clear his mind. The system promptly displayed the information on this boss. Name: Orc Warrior. Level: Level 20. Quality: Silver Deer. Skills: Berserk. Monster Strength. Drop rate: 90 for silver items, 10 for gold items. Description: an elite among orcs. Not my lucky day, Chen Mu said with a bitter smile. Out of the 3 possible bosses, he had drawn the toughest one. But with no way back, he had no choice but to press forward. The battle erupted in an instant. The orc warrior swung his greatsword, shattering a heavily armored soldier's shield in one blow and taking his life with the next. From a distance, the archers launched enchanted arrows to chip away at his health, while foot soldiers darted around him, harrying his movements and keeping him contained within their encirclement. You think you can stop me? Die! All of you! The orc warrior roared in fury, his greatsword whipping through the air like a storm. However, the soldiers worked in perfect coordination, gradually reducing his health to 30. At that moment, the orc warrior let out a furious bellow. They'll kill you all. His body began to emit white steam as he entered a berserk state, instantly cutting down another heavily armored soldier with a single swing. Seeing this, Chen Mu immediately pulled out a thunderstrike talisman. By the order of the heavens! Boom! A thunderbolt struck the orc warrior just as he was about to unleash a devastating attack. The archers seized the opportunity, firing a volley of enchanted arrows. The orc warrior barely managed to deflect the arrows when another thunderbolt struck him squarely. The lightning strikes came one after another. The third, fourth, fifth. The relentless storm of thunder brought the orc warrior to his knees. Unable to endure any longer, He roared his frustrations to the sky, only to be answered by the deafening crash of more thunder. After enduring a total of 12 thunderbolts, the formidable orc warrior finally collapsed, his life ended by a flurry of arrows. As the boss collapsed, Chen Mu immediately rushed forward. Before he could get close, the system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain the orc warrior and obtained the centennial peachwood sword. A new weapon appeared in Chen Mu's inventory, and he couldn't hide his excitement. A Taoist weapon, he exclaimed. In the past, Taoists had struggled because their exclusive equipment, rarely dropped in dungeons relying solely on relics, was far from enough. Eagerly, he opened his inventory, and the details of the centennial peachwood sword were displayed. Name: Centennial peachwood sword. Quality: silver deer. Skill: Taoism specialization. Requirement: level 5. Description: a magical weapon crafted from century-old peachwood. Taoism specialization: increases all skill power by 20. Not bad, not bad, Chen Mu muttered, nodding in satisfaction. This sword significantly enhanced the attributes of his summoned soldier skill. For a level 5 weapon, its stats were excellent. If it were for a more popular class, it could easily fetch 20 to 30 million on the black market. The system continued with more notifications. Ding! Your level has increased. Congratulations on reaching level 6. Ding! Dungeon challenge complete. Please collect your loot within 10 minutes. The reminder brought Chen Mu back to reality. Besides the equipment from his cheat-like ability, the dungeon itself could drop gear and resources, though the drop rate was notoriously low. The orc warrior's body had already dissipated, leaving behind 2 shimmering light points on the ground. When Chen Mu reached out to touch them, the system immediately responded. Ding! Obtained the Sword of Valor. Ding! Obtained the Armor of Valor. This unexpected haul left Chen Mu stunned. These 2 pieces of equipment formed a set, and even individually, they were incredibly powerful. Together, they rivaled 2 standalone gold-tier items. He quickly realized the reason. The dungeon had a special mechanism guaranteeing a boss drop when a record was broken. For most people, this mechanic had limited use. But for Chen Mu, it was a gamma changer. His summons could equip class-specific gear. With this in mind, he immediately summoned a veteran infantryman and equipped him with the set. The veteran infantryman's stats underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Veteran Infantryman. Quality: Silver Deer. Weapon: Sword of Valor. Armor: Armor of Valor. Strength: 150. Endurance: 230. Speed: 65. Spirit: 51. Skills: Warcry, Savage Strike. Description: a battle-hardened soldier. These stats were extraordinary, with strength and endurance rivaling a second-tier class above level 20, comparable to 3/4 of the orc warrior's power and on par with hidden classes. If all 30 of his summons were equipped with similar sets, their collective combat power would be terrifying. Chen Mu resolved to keep farming the orc tribe dungeon. With his status as the top student in the country, he was confident the principal would approve his request. Meanwhile, someone had already noticed an anomaly on the leaderboard. Hongming realized his rank had dropped by 1. Initially, he dismissed it, assuming it was the usual fluctuation during the annual college entrance exams. However, as he scrolled up the rankings, his expression grew grim. All the familiar, powerful teams had been pushed down by 1 rank. Scrolling to the bottom of the leaderboard, a top-ranked name on the cover caught everyone's attention. Hongming's pupils contracted sharply, almost unable to believe his eyes. At this very moment, the same shock was unfolding simultaneously across Longhua. Jiangxing First High School, Team 666, had astonishingly completed the nightmare-level orc tribe dungeon in just 57 minutes solo. How is this even possible? Hongming practically shouted. This achievement not only crushed all other competitors, but was even more unbelievable because it was a solo challenge at least 3 to 4 times harder than a team effort. His outburst drew the attention of those around him, who quickly pulled out their phones to check the live leaderboard. When they saw the top-ranked result, their reactions were no less dramatic than Hongming's. Is this even human? Soloing nightmare mode in 57 minutes? What kind of godlike player is this? Wait, did you notice? The top rank is from our Jiangxing First High. As this realization dawned, everyone turned their focus to the unfamiliar team name. Team 666? A collective wave of confusion seemed to ripple through the crowd. The principal was the first to snap out of it. Seeing the golden opportunity for fame, he immediately shouted, "Where's the homeroom teacher for Team 666? In the crowd, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Hua Jiangshan, finally came to his senses. He remembered that this team had been registered by Chen Mu, who, as far as he knew, shouldn't have even reached level 5 yet. Principal, I believe that's one of my students, he said hesitantly. The previously composed principal suddenly widened his eyes. What do you mean, believe? Is it or isn't it? It's from my class, Hua Jiangshan quickly confirmed. I need all the details about him. Hua Jiangshan immediately provided the information. Chen Mu, profession, Taoist. Level, at least 5. Mastery, at least 2 basic skills. Equipment status. Unknown? You've got to be kidding me, the principal nearly cursed but quickly caught himself. Clearly, this amount of information wasn't nearly sufficient. At that moment, a bright white light suddenly illuminated the dungeon's entrance. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. A strikingly handsome young man emerged from the glow. Hua Jiangshan was just about to introduce him. Principal, that's Chen. But before he could finish, the principal had already dashed to the dungeon exit in a blur, his face beaming with a wide smile. As for what gift to give, why overthink it? The top scorer's reward should obviously be something of his own choosing. Hello, Chen Mu. I'm Lu Peiqian, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Chen Mu had just stepped out of the dungeon when a middle-aged man with a beaming smile enthusiastically grabbed his hand. He instantly realized that this was like a god of wealth delivering himself. Chun, could we talk in private? Lu Peiqian asked urgently, worried that reporters might show up first. Sure. With Chen Mu's agreement, Lu Peiqian quickly led the way, walking briskly toward the principal's office. As soon as they entered, he couldn't wait to speak. Chen, I know the school has done very little to support you over the past 3 years, but when the reporters arrive, please say a few kind words about us. Chen Mu, seeing how straightforward Lu was, already had a plan forming in his mind. Just as he was about to respond, Lu interrupted him. I understand the weight of being the top scorer in the country. Whatever you want, just name it. This caught Chen Mu off guard. Could actually name his terms? Quickly, he began to assess what he needed most. Dungeon tickets were undoubtedly the most practical choice. After all, entering the nightmare difficulty of the Orc Tribe dungeon cost 500,000 per attempt, and with reset fees, the cost easily exceeded 1 million. Compared to equipment, having access to dungeons gave him confidence he could obtain more rewards. I need a large number of dungeon tickets. Lu Peiqian clearly hadn't expected this request. He had assumed Chun would ask for golden equipment or a Taoist relic. Just then, hurried footsteps and voices came from outside the door. Hurry, hurry. The top scorer is in the principal's office. Don't let anyone else get there first. Sensing the urgency, Lu gritted his teeth. Chen, for the next month, we'll cover all your dungeon tickets. Just make sure to say a few good words later. As he spoke, he handed over a universal dungeon access card. Chen Mu took the card, recognizing it as a standard-issued card for official organizations. Thank you, Principal. Just wait and see how I perform. Before the words had fully left his mouth, several reporters pushed the door open. After a brief setup, the interview began. Chen Mu, who has been the most helpful to you in achieving the top scorer position nationwide? Lu Peiqian's heart was in his throat, worried that the unprepared Chen might say something wrong. Many people have helped me, but I must mention the principal, Chen said, his eyes slightly reddening. Due to the unique nature of the Taoist profession, I wouldn't be where I am today without the principal's support over the past few years. After speaking, he solemnly bowed to Lu Peiqian. The reporter's cameras immediately captured this touching moment. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Peiqian couldn't help but think to himself, this was money well spent. In fact, he even regretted not giving more after all. This was the top scorer in the nation. Was 1 month of unlimited tickets too stingy? Chen Mu continued to speak passionately about the school. Here, people get along harmoniously, and the learning atmosphere is excellent. Without such an environment, I wouldn't be who I am today. Listening to Chen Mu's enthusiastic praise, Lu Peiqian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Wasn't this a bit too much? Chen Mu also realized at that moment that he might have gone a little overboard. Chun, what's the secret to your success? The reporter asked their second question. The question caught Chen Mu off guard. A secret to success? To be honest, should he just tell them that he was a time traveler? Of course, that was out of the question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and replied, there's no real secret. It's just the principle of a slow bird flying first. I wake up at 7 every day to exercise, study various professional materials, and often work until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. If you lack talent, you make up for it with effort. This answer left everyone in the room with metaphorical question marks floating above their heads. Chen Mu had cleverly blended the experiences of his predecessor with some motivational quotes he remembered from his previous life. What they didn't know was that his predecessor had long given up and was living a rather aimless, lazy life. The room fell silent for a few seconds before the reporter continued. Chun, do you have any advice for younger students? Without missing a beat, Chen Mu delivered a line of inspirational wisdom. There are no useless professions, only useless people. This response clearly pleased the reporter, who smiled and said, thank you for your cooperation, Chen. We won't take up any more of your time. However, just as the reporters were about to leave, another group of journalists streamed in one after another. Chen Mu sighed inwardly. This was truly seamless. Though slightly frustrated, he reminded himself that he had already accepted the money. Besides, the hefty payment covering a month's worth of nightmare dungeon runs was no small sum. So, he quickly put on his professional smile and prepared for the next round of interviews. What followed was even more intense. Reporters lined up outside the door, one after another, and it wasn't until evening that everything finally wrapped up. Chen Mu felt more drained than after completing a dungeon run. Who would have thought interviews could be this exhausting? Lu Peiqian approached him, visibly satisfied with his performance, which had exceeded all expectations. He believed that Jiangxing No. 1 High School would soon gain widespread fame, and his own career prospects would soar as a result. However, thinking about the reward he had promised Chen Mu, he felt a little guilty. After all, how many dungeons could one person clear in a month? Dozens? Maybe 100? The earnings from that seemed far too little. Chun, about the reward? Lu Peiqian started to speak, but stopped when he noticed Chen Mu narrowing his eyes and staring at him cautiously. Clearly, Chen Mu thought the principal might be going back on his word. Lu Peiqian quickly explained, Chin, I think just offering dungeon tickets as a reward is too little. I've decided to add another 10 million yuan in scholarships. While it's not a huge amount, it's the best I can do within my capacity. Initially expecting the principal to renege on his promise, Chen Mu was pleasantly surprised by the additional reward. He immediately patted his chest and assured him, Thank you, principal. Jiangxing No. 1 High School will always be my alma mater. Though 10 million wasn't much to him now, it was still a useful sum for purchasing necessities. After all, he was heading to the dungeon entrance tomorrow, and it would be at least a month before he could return. Strange, why haven't they come yet? Chen Mu glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost noon, yet there wasn't the slightest movement. This made him a little uneasy. Was he really the national top scorer? He was, of course, waiting for representatives from prestigious universities. These godfathers of fortune should have already shown up by now. But at this moment, Chen Mu had no idea that although the admissions directors of various top schools had indeed set out to recruit him, they had been intercepted before they could act and were forced to retreat. Forget it. No point waiting anymore. Chen Mu shook his head and decided to focus on his game dungeon runs instead. After all, debts on his universal card had to be repaid, and this opportunity was not to be wasted. He flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the dungeon hall. This unified dungeon space had an interesting origin initially. Dungeons were scattered across the globe. It wasn't until a mysterious powerhouse consolidated all of them into one that the current dungeon hall came to exist. The car came to a smooth stop, and the driver announced, That'll be 18 yuan. After paying, Chen Mu stepped out of the car, noticing that the driver had been sizing him up the entire time. He didn't mind after last night's events. He was practically a minor celebrity. As Chen Mu walked away, the driver's face broke into a meaningful smile as he muttered something under his breath. The moment Chen Mu entered the dungeon hall, a loud whistle rang out. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw several towering, muscular Barbie hulks throwing flirtatious glances at him. One of them, with a voice as deep as a bear's, called out coyly, Hey, little brother. Want big sis to carry you through? Chen Mu quickened his pace toward the nearest service counter. He was well aware of situations like this. His predecessor could have chosen to swallow his pride and cozy up to wealthy women for an easy life. But he shook his head to himself. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he live under someone else's thumb? Hello, sir. What kind of dungeon would you like to challenge? They'll check if there's an opening. The smiling clerk asked politely. A low-level dungeon, Nightmare Orc Tribe, Chen Mu replied. His plan was simple. The two other bosses in this dungeon had decent loot, and with his current strength, it was more efficient to focus on leveling up his troops here rather than wasting time on higher-tier dungeons. The clerk quickly checked and responded, It's available. No one is currently challenging the Nightmare Orc Tribe. If you'd like to proceed, the entrance fee is 500,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Chen Mu pulled out a card and handed it over with a flourish. Swipe it. The clerk's eyes lit up. In her line of work, she knew exactly what a universal card represented. Its private ownership was reserved for either the immensely powerful or the unimaginably wealthy. She thought to herself, not only was this man strikingly handsome, but he must also be a rich heir. The paperwork was completed swiftly, and Chen Mu was led to a small dark room. In the center stood a portal leading to the dungeon. Once the door was closed, as he approached the portal, a prompt appeared before him. Nightmare Orc Tribe. Initiate challenge? Challenge, Chen Mu declared firmly. As soon as his words fell, the familiar sensation of weightlessness swept over him. Moments later, his figure materialized in the middle of a vast, open plain. Chen Mu fixed his gaze on the distant orc tribe and decisively summoned all his troops. Among them was a warrior clad in the hero's armor. This time, with more experience under his belt, he controlled the situation with ease. Without hesitation, he began executing a strategy to lure the enemy away from their stronghold. According to the plan, after drawing out the orc warriors, Chen Mu decided to personally join the battle. Considering his own condition, he chose a position for long-range support. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a lightning talisman left from the last encounter and murmured softly, "By the order of the heavens." With a deafening crash, a bolt of lightning struck down in the midst of the orc warriors. As the dazzling light faded, 7 or 8 orcs fell to the ground. Watching this scene, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile smugly. Although he had always disliked playing a long-range damage-dealing role, the thrill of this moment was undeniably intoxicating. With the lightning talisman's support, the archer's arrows hit their marks with precision. Dozens of charging orcs were taken down before they could even get close. These simple-minded creatures were continuously drawn out, and after several rounds of this tactic, a full 100 orc warriors were completely annihilated. Chen Mu shifted his gaze toward the center of the tribe, anticipating the appearance of the boss. Before long, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall came into view. This was an orc clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive shield. An information panel appeared. Name: Shield Orc. Level 20. Quality: Silver tier. Skills: Robust physique, unified form. Drop rate: 90 silver items, 10 gold items. Description: An elite among orcs. Upon seeing this information, Chen Mu became even more certain of his assessment. The heavy armor and massive shield this boss would drop were exactly the equipment he needed. The shield orc, realizing his forces had been completely wiped out, let out an earth-shaking roar and charged forward. However, his massive size hindered his speed, making him no match for the agility of the previous orc warriors. The archers seized the opportunity, firing a barrage of glowing anti-magic arrows, but they only managed to spark harmlessly off the heavy armor. Chen Mu shook his head at the sight, knowing the archer's equipment wasn't up to par. More importantly, the shield orc's unified 4 skill provided him with exceptional defense. However, this defense wasn't entirely effective against magical attacks. Once again, Chen Mu pulled out a lightning talisman and coordinated seamlessly with the archers. Alternating between lightning strikes and arrows, they finally managed, by the 4th round, to pierce through a weak spot in the armor with an anti-magic arrow. Aim for the weak point, stake him down, Chen Mu commanded. At his order, the seasoned infantry and heavily armored soldiers charged forward, engaging the slow-moving opponent. While this type of boss boasted formidable defense, it was ultimately just a matter of time before it was defeated. As the massive figure of the shield orc collapsed to the ground, Chen Mu quickly rushed toward the scene. System notifications chimed continuously in his ears. Ding. Lightning talisman acquired. Ding. Lightning talisman acquired. Ding. High-grade rejuvenation pill acquired. In the blink of an eye, his stock of lightning talismans had replenished to 40. Yet these gains did not slow his pace in the slightest. When he was within 100 meters of the shield orc, the long-awaited notification finally sounded. Ding. Shield orc defeated. Spell acquired. Impenetrable defense. His information panel instantly appeared. Name: Impenetrable defense. Quality: Silver grade. Description: Doubles the defense of allied units upon activation. A real man needs to be tough. Not bad, not bad. Chen Mu nodded to himself with satisfaction. With this skill, the defense of the heavy armored soldiers would far surpass even those of hidden classes. The upcoming dungeon runs would be a breeze. He bent down to pick up the equipment dropped by the shield orc. It was a set of silver grade heavy armor. Name: Heavy armor set. Set details: Orc heavy armor, orc tower shield. Set effect: Increases set attributes by 30, grants 1 to unified form skill. Description: So tough. Extremely tough. With this equipment and the buffs, even orc champions would struggle to make a dent, Chen Mu thought to himself. Without hesitation, he summoned a heavy armored soldier to test the gear. The moment the soldier equipped it, their attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Heavy armored soldier. Quality: Silver. Weapons: Orc tower shield, battle armor, orc heavy armor. Attributes: Strength 100, Stamina 300, Speed 36, Spirit 60. Skills: Taunt, Unified form. Description: Other than being incredibly tough, it's useless. 300 stamina? Chen Mu's face darkened slightly, but then his eyes lit up. With impenetrable defense, that's 600 stamina, nearly 2,000 defense points. What monster below level 20 could even scratch it? After resetting the dungeon, the familiar orc village reappeared before him. This time, Chen Mu chose to observe from a distance while his soldiers charged into battle. Impenetrable defense. With the skill activated, the leading heavy-armored soldiers' defense instantly doubled as they charged to the front. The orcs froze in confusion for a moment before letting out guttural roars and rushing forward. Ding, ding, ding. The weapons struck the heavy-armored soldier, but not only did they fail to deal any damage, the impact left the orcs' arms numb. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, the sharpshooters unleashed a rain of arrows, swiftly clearing the battlefield. The remaining orcs attempted to break through, only to be held firmly in place by the soldiers' synchronized taunt skills. This time, even without Chen Mu's direct involvement, the battle progressed much faster than before. Watching the heavy-armored soldier remain completely unscathed, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. A single heavy-armored soldier with 600 stamina is already this unstoppable. If I had 10 of them, how could the enemy even fight back? But this wasn't enough. His goal was to transform all his soldiers into unstoppable warriors. In the orc tribe, a groggy orc warrior staggered out, still reeling from intoxication. Chen Mu immediately gave the order, and the heavily armored soldiers advanced swiftly, initiating close-range combat tactics. Though the orc warrior's eyes were bleary, his swings with the massive sword were anything but clumsy. Clang! A deafening metallic clash rang out, jolting the orc warrior into full awareness. He stared in disbelief at the heavily armored soldier before him, clearly not expecting such formidable defense. While he stood frozen in shock, the heavy-armored soldier closed in and activated a taunt skill. This act completely enraged the orc warrior. Roaring furiously, he swung his giant sword in a powerful slash. However, he quickly realized he had made a fatal mistake. The blade of his massive sword had begun to dull and bend, while the heavily armored soldier remained unscathed, even withstanding a flurry of enchanted arrows from all directions. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Mu shook his head. This boss was likely descending into a deep state of self-doubt, perhaps even contemplating surrender. As the leader, Chen Mu couldn't just stand idly by. He swiftly pulled out a lightning talisman enchanted by the authority of the heavens. Boom! With a thunderous roar, several enchanted arrows struck the orc warrior with pinpoint accuracy. At this critical moment, a foot soldier clad in a warrior's armor suddenly emerged behind the orc warrior and, without hesitation, drove his sword straight through the orc's chest. After completing the ambush, the soldier quickly withdrew from the fray, leaving the heavily armored troops to continue their engagement. The orc warrior looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, his frustration swelling to the breaking point. As a warrior of the tribe, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? When his health dropped to 50, he forcibly activated his berserk skill. What the heck? He's gone berserk? Chen Mu was slightly taken aback. While rare, such occurrences were not unheard of. Intelligent creatures in high-level dungeons often possessed advanced AI, with emotional triggers capable of forcing specific skill activations. This boss must have felt utterly wrong to activate berserk mode at half health. Even in his berserk state, however, the orc warrior's massive sword failed to penetrate the defense of the heavily armored soldier. Clang! Another resounding clash echoed, leaving the orc warrior utterly dumbfounded. His berserk mode deactivated on its own. The sharpshooter seized the opportunity, unleashing a relentless barrage of enchanted arrows. Thud! Thud! Arrow after arrow pierced the orc warrior's body. He appeared to lose the will to resist, allowing his life force to drain rapidly. Chen Mu observed the boss, whose fragile mental state had clearly been his undoing, and shook his head lightly. Before long, the orc warrior collapsed with a heavy thud. Even in death, his wide-open eyes reflected his unwillingness to accept his fate. After collecting the spoils of battle, Chen Mu wasted no time in initiating the next challenge. Though luck was not on his side, as he repeatedly encountered only the shielded orc and the orc warrior bosses, the continuous upgrade of the infantry and heavy-armored soldiers' gear ensured new records were set with each attempt. The consistent acquisition of said equipment created a positive feedback loop, allowing Chen Mu's strength to grow at an impressive pace. The dungeon leaderboard was being updated at a rapid pace, causing a stir in the entire hall. This mysterious team had shattered the 30-minute record. Watching the continuously refreshed leaderboard, the surrounding players were left in awe. Although most of the players present were second-tier professionals, they were well aware of the difficulty of the orc tribe dungeon. What made it even more astounding was that this team had entered the nightmare difficulty despite not even reaching the first tier yet, showcasing their extraordinary potential. Breaking the record 17 times in one day? That's insane, someone exclaimed. And every run drops a complete set of gear. This has to be deliberate, another voice analyzed. This discovery left the onlookers even more stunned. They had heard of such tactics before, but had never seen anyone actually pull it off. Please, give me their contact info. I'm willing to pay 50,000 for it, someone shouted eagerly. However, as a fundamental rule of the dungeon hall, protecting guests' privacy was paramount. Because of this, Chen Mu's identity remained hidden. At that moment, he was focused intently on the newly appeared boss in the distancia, 1.6 meter tall Orc Shaman. Orc Shaman. Level 20. Rarity Silver. Skills: Earth Spikes, Curse Magic, Summon Beast Troops. Drop rate: 90 silver items, 10 gold items. Description: the sixth brother of the orcs, adept at ambushes. The battle commenced swiftly. Just as several archers raised their bows to aim, the orc shaman began chanting incantations. Black smoke rose from its body, not only deflecting the incoming arrows, but also transforming into several massive, upright bears that charged at the soldiers. While the archers were forced to fend off the bears, the muttering orc shaman suddenly launched a sneak attack. A sharp earth spike erupted from the ground, instantly impaling one of the archers. "Don't think you're the only one who's cunning," Chen Mu sneered, swiftly pulling out a lightning talisman. As the orc shaman reveled in its success, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, interrupting its spellcasting. Its messy hair revealed a stunned expression beneath. When it tried to recall its beast troops, it realized they had already been torn apart through coordinated attacks. This realization left the sixth brother completely on the defensive. The orc shaman hastily resumed chanting, desperately attempting to summon reinforcements. However, just as it began to utter the incantation, a blazing white thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking its head with precision and abruptly interrupting its spell. This time, the orc shaman was utterly panicked. It clumsily formed seals with its hands while stumbling away in retreat. Yet, against the sharpshooter's impeccable marksmanship, its chaotic escape was futile. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of arrows rained down, riddling it with holes. Even in its final moments, the shaman failed to locate Chen Mu's hiding spot. Ding! The system notification chimed. Orc shaman defeated. You've obtained a golden item. Earth Spirit Pearl. Chen Mu frowned slightly and opened the information panel for the Earth Spirit Pearl. Name: Earth Spirit Pearl. Quality: golden. Description: contains a significant amount of Earth elemental energy, useful in many scenarios. This thing is golden quality? System, are you sure? Chen Mu questioned internally, but the information panel displayed no additional details. Uninterested in further investigation, he simply stored the Earth Spirit Pearl in his system backpack. Next, he picked up two items that had dropped on the ground. Name: Shaman Set. Class: Magic-based. Quality: Silver. Set info: Shaman Robe, Shaman Staff. Set effect: increases mental strength by 50, curse skill 1. Description: draw a circle to place a curse on your enemies. Since there were no magic-based units in his team, Chen Mu didn't bother analyzing the set's attributes. He stored it in his system space and prepared to continue resetting the dungeon. After grinding through the dungeon for some time, Chen Mu had already reached level 8. This was largely thanks to the high experience rewards from solo nightmare dungeons. If he had been running hard mode dungeons instead, he might have only reached level 7 by now. The dungeons were becoming increasingly effortless for him. As long as he didn't encounter that troublesome shaman, Chen Mu could simply wait in the rear for victory, occasionally casting a windwalk or an iron wall spell for support. 2 days passed, and all the heavy infantry and veteran foot soldiers were now equipped with full sets of gear. To be safe, Chen Mu spent an additional day farming, stockpiling dozens of extra sets for future soldiers he might summon after enhancing his skills. Glancing at his backpack, Chen Mu thought to himself, these should last for a while. It's time to move on to the next dungeon. Now that the heavy infantry and frontline units are fully outfitted, it's the sharpshooter's turn. Once all my troops are equipped with sets, they'll be ready to take on higher difficulty dungeons. He had already noticed how leveling up was becoming slower. Even in nightmare dungeons, each run only granted him about 2 experience. For other adventurers running hard mode dungeons in teams, the number of runs needed to level up must be unimaginable. Ding. Do you wish to continue challenging the nightmare level Orc Tribe dungeon? No. Chen Mu declined without hesitation. Ding. Would you like to exit the dungeon or challenge another dungeon? Chen Mu quickly selected his next target dungeon. The new dungeon primarily dropped bow and arrow equipment, including a legendary bow known as the pre-level 20 cheat bow. Because of this, the dungeon's difficulty rating was notably higher. However, for Chen Mu, this posed no issue. He now had the strength to sweep through lower-level dungeons with ease. Do you wish to start the nightmare-level dungeon? Escort mission? Start. With Chen Mu's confirmation, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The sensation of weightlessness had just subsided when a deep, resonant voice sounded nearby. Brave warrior, this old man has everything ready. Shall we set off now? The speaker was an elderly man with a weathered face. This mission was different from the usual ones. Simply put, it was an escort task. Along the way, there would be bandits attempting to rob the caravan. The mission would be deemed complete as long as all attackers were successfully repelled. I'm ready on my end. We can depart anytime. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. He then summoned his subordinates, a sight that no one present found surprising. The caravan slowly left the city, winding its way across the barren plains. Chen Mu rode on horseback, silently calculating when the bandits might appear. Although escort missions were indeed time-consuming, the allure of the rewards was simply too tempting. He had resolved to grind for at least 10 sets of equipment. Suddenly, Chen Mu pulled on the reins. It wasn't because he had spotted the bandits, but because a crucial thought had crossed his mind. This mission was divided into 2 stages. The first was fending off the attacking bandits, after which one could choose to take the payment and leave or accept a new mission to eliminate the bandits entirely. The bow he desired was located in the bandits' camp. Why wait passively? Chen Mu muttered to himself. If the goal of the mission is to stop the bandits, wouldn't it be faster to take the fight to them? Having figured this out, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He immediately turned his horse around, ready to take the initiative. The old man, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Brave warrior, what are you? Aren't you worried about a bandit attack? Chen Mu grinned. No problem. I'll take my men and deal with them now, once and for all. Before the old man could react, Chen Mu spurred his horse and galloped away, leaving the caravan members staring after him in stunned silence. As expected, the bandits had already set up an ambush along the route. Following the usual path, it would have taken at least 10 minutes to encounter them. But with his swift ride, Chen Mu located the bandit group in just 4 or 5 minutes as they were still preparing their trap. The bandit leader was enthusiastically rallying his men. Brothers, after this job, drinks are on me. We'll hit the brothel too. Long live the second boss. The lackeys shouted in unison. The leader was about to give further instructions when he spotted a lone rider racing toward them in the distance. Frowning in confusion, he suddenly heard the rider shout, "Robbery!" The shout left the bandit leader momentarily stunned. When he snapped out of it, he was furious. Damn it! Are you tired of living? Robbing me? Do you even know who I am? I'm the second boss of Erlong Mountain. Hearing this name, Chen Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the one. Chen Mu's gaze was fixed on the group of people before him, and he was certain they were the bandits planning to ambush the merchant caravan. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful there were no other hidden brigands lying in wait nearby. After all, if the caravan were robbed, not only would the mission fail, but he would also face demotion as punishment. Perfect, you're exactly who I'm looking for, Chen Mu said coldly, wasting no time as he summoned his soldiers. In an instant, 30 well-trained troops appeared, forming a neat formation. The bandit leader's eyes flashed with cold intent as he suddenly lunged forward, aiming directly for Chen Mu's head. However, he had clearly underestimated the soldiers' prowess, and seasoned warriors immediately formed a defensive stance. Instead of retreating, the bandit leader pressed on, channeling all his energy and blood into his right fist. His fist glimmered faintly with a chilling light as he roared, "Die!" and aimed a powerful strike at the nearest soldier. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a heavily armored soldier stepped forward just in time, absorbing the forceful blow with ease. The bandit leader's eyes burned even fiercer with rage as he shouted to his men, "Kill them with me!" At his command, the bandits brandished their weapons and charged. The leader, fully aware of the strategy to capture the leader to defeat the enemy, unleashed his energy in an attempt to break through the heavily armored soldiers' encirclement. "Antelope leap!" he muttered softly, leaping into the air in an effort to bypass the defense and strike at Chen Mu. But the archers, lying in wait, unleashed a storm of arrows, forcing him to dodge. The heavily armored soldiers seized the opportunity to close in on him once more. "Damn it!" the bandit leader cursed, turning to call for reinforcements, only to see his 200 men being relentlessly cut down by just 10 of Chen Mu's soldiers. "Useless. All of you are useless," he snarled through gritted teeth. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Mu couldn't help but mock. "Seriously? You're still trying to conquer the world with your fists? What, are knives too dull for you? Or do you think you're indestructible?" Judging by the situation, this scenario seemed to be set in a high fantasy world, where warriors could enhance their combat abilities by channeling their energy and blood. "Kid, I'm the second in command of Erlong Mountain. If you dare touch me, the boss himself will come for your head," the bandit leader roared in fury. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent. Even if the bandit leader's boss didn't come seeking revenge, Chen Mu already planned to visit Erlong Mountain for the hidden weapon rumored to be there. By now, the 10 seasoned infantry had already dealt with the rest of the bandits and returned, their swords dripping with blood. Unwilling to waste any more time, Chen Mu gave a decisive order. "All of you, finish him off." Sensing the dire situation, the bandit leader desperately pushed his energy and blood to the limit, attempting to break free. Yet his attacks had no effect on the heavily armored soldiers, and he was forced to spend more of his energy fending off the relentless rain of arrows. His movements grew slower and more labored. Chen Mu, well-versed in the warrior class, understood their weakness. This profession didn't rely on physical endurance, but rather on the energy and blood within their bodies. When their energy was abundant, they could cut through steel and withstand blades. However, once depleted, their combat strength would plummet dramatically. Under the coordinated assault of the 3 types of soldiers, the bandit leader's energy was nearly drained. It was only a matter of time before his demise. Ding! The system notification chimed. Defeated the second in command of Erlong Mountain. Obtained a fragment of the broken divine technique Inheritance 1. This sudden notification instantly brought Chen Mu's attention back into focus. He quickly opened his inventory and, as expected, found an icon of a broken bamboo scroll at the very bottom. The system interface displayed detailed information. Name: fragment of the broken divine technique inheritance. Quality: gold tier fragment 110. Description: collect enough fragments to randomly acquire a complete Taoist divine technique. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. Previously, he had obtained 2 longevity pills after slaying the heavenly god cultists. Now, he had acquired a divine technique fragment in this dungeon. This cheat system seemed unusually tailored to him. After all, even the legendary 72 earthly fiend techniques from folklore were considered minor divine techniques, yet each one could drastically enhance a cultivator's power. Looks like I'll need to grind this dungeon a few more times. The rewards are just too tempting, Chen Mu murmured to himself. At that moment, the dungeon system chimed again. Ding. Escort mission completed. Extended quest triggered. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Chen Mu, already familiar with the follow-up mission's content, made his decision without hesitation. If a minor boss could yield such surprises, what sort of rewards might the main bandit leader provide? With this thought in mind, he immediately mounted his horse and set off for Erlong Mountain. Erlong Mountain was notorious within a radius of several hundred miles as a bandit stronghold. Even government troops avoided it when possible, not because they lacked the strength, but because their meager salaries weren't worth risking their lives. As a result, the bandits on the mountain lived with impunity and were currently indulging in a grand feast. Suddenly, a panicked bandit rushed into the hall. His eyes immediately landed on the shiny bald head of the leader. He hurried over and whispered the news. The leader's face darkened instantly, and he slammed his fist onto the table with a loud thud. Damn it! Someone dares to mess with my Erlong Mountain? He shot to his feet and bellowed at his men, who were still drinking heavily. Stop drinking! Someone killed the second-in-command. Grab your weapons and go chop him to pieces. Grabbing a ring-handled saber from beside him, the leader stormed toward the mountain gate, leading the charge. To his surprise, they ran straight into Chen Mu, who was already making his way up the mountain. Damn it! You've got some nerve walking right into my territory. Tired of living, are you? The bandit leader roared in fury and was about to command his men to attack when Chen Mu calmly recited, "Turn night into day, sow beans to raise soldiers." As Chen Mu flung a handful of dirt into the air, 30 well-equipped soldiers materialized before him. The bandit leader's command froze in his throat, and a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. A chi refiner. His mind wavered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. So, you're the one who killed my second-in-command? Considering your youth, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I'll spare your life. This statement left the surrounding bandits in stunned silence. This was completely unlike the ruthless leader they knew. Heh, I killed your second-in-command, and you think sparing me will keep your men in line? Chen Mu sneered. He had already noticed that the bandit leader recognized the sow beans to raise soldiers technique, and it even made him wonder if this dungeon was a fragment of history from the River of Time. And these people were once real, the bandit leader said coldly, staring at Chen Mu with a cruel smirk on his lips. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Even if you can summon soldiers from scattered beans, I have 400 to 500 brothers here. If we really fight, you'll be the one to die. Seeing that Chen Mu remained unfazed, the bandit leader's expression darkened. While he didn't fear Chen Mu himself, he was wary of the powerful forces that must be backing him. After all, someone so young mastering the art of summoning soldiers from beans could only be supported by a formidable organization. In the face of the threat, Chen Mu simply chuckled lightly and pulled out a stack of talismans from his system inventory. These were lightning talismans, and after grinding through dungeons for 2 days, he had accumulated over 1,000 of them. The moment the bandit leader saw the talismans, his pupils shrank sharply. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack! Take down that pretty boy first." Gripping his curved blade tightly, he charged forward. Without hesitation, Chen Mu began chanting, "By the order of the heavens, act swiftly." In an instant, his MP was completely drained as hundreds of lightning talismans ignited simultaneously. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. This sight made the bandit leader's scalp tingle with fear. He recalled encountering a cultivator from a prominent family in the past, who carried only a dozen lightning talismans and used each one sparingly. Yet here was someone recklessly burning through hundreds of them, like they were no thing, a sheer display of extravagance. Thunder roared continuously as lightning struck down. The bandits, clustered too closely together, had nowhere to hide. In mere moments, a large number of them fell, leaving behind piles of medicinal pills scattered on the ground. Now the playing field is even, Chen Mu remarked, looking at the bandit leader, whose face had turned ashen. Do you really intend to exterminate us? The bandit leader growled through clenched teeth. You should know, I have connections with many cultivators. If you kill me, my allies will hunt you down. Before he could finish speaking, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! As a Taoist class player, you have triggered a special follow-up quest, Cultivator Advancement. It added, this is a unique class advancement. If you decline, it will not be available again in the future. Chen Mu immediately accepted the quest, and the system informed him that he needed to defeat the Bandit King of Erlong Mountain to unlock the new mission. If you're willing, I can offer you some money. The bandit leader attempted to negotiate, only to be interrupted by Chen Mu. Are you brainless? If I take you out, everything you own becomes mine. And you're trying to bribe me with my own money? Even the hardened bandit leader, who had seen the worst of human nature, was momentarily stunned by this logic. While it felt off, he couldn't find a way to refute it. Attack! Chen Mu ordered, leaving 5 heavily armored soldiers to guard the perimeter while the rest charged at the bandit leader. You're pushing me too far. Do you really think I'm destined to lose? The bandit leader roared, his blood energy surging wildly. Blood surges like a tiger. With a low roar, the bandit leader's blood energy boiled within him, and behind him, a crimson tiger's phantom took shape. Wielding a ring-hilted saber, its blade enveloped in a fiery red aura, he swung directly at the nearest soldier. Clang! A crisp clash echoed through the air. The bandit leader's hand holding the saber went numb instantly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. As a peak first-tier martial artist, he had witnessed soldiers conjured from beans and even chi cultivators capable of summoning thousands with a thought, but he had never encountered such formidable soldiers before. The archers acted swiftly, giving him no time to think. Arrows whistled through the air toward him. At the same time, 5 heavily armored soldiers raised their shields and advanced, forming an iron wall. Meanwhile, battle-hardened veterans set up a second layer of encirclement on the perimeter, preventing any chance of his escape. Die! The bandit leader roared furiously, throwing a full-force punch at a shield held by one of the armored soldiers. Yet, this ferocious strike only forced the soldier to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. Seizing the moment to break free, he found himself intercepted by the arriving veterans. Before long, he was surrounded again. Under the relentless rain of arrows from the archers and the pincer attack from the battle-hardened infantry, the bandit leader's body accumulated wound after wound. Damn it, my lord, save me, he cried out desperately, his voice filled with despair. If you save me, I will do anything you ask. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from the forest, young friend. Could you grant this old man a favor and spare his life? Chen Mu replied coldly, kill. The moment the order was given, 10 enchanted arrows were unleashed simultaneously, piercing through the bandit leader's forehead in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification immediately followed. Ding. Preceding quest complete. Please slay the evil Taoist to obtain the Chi Cultivator's Job Change Manual. Ding. Defeated the leader of Erlong Mountain Bandits. Received 2 fragments of a broken divine ability inheritance. Chen Mu was about to search for the whereabouts of the evil Taoist when a chilling voice echoed through the forest. Boy, I don't care who's backing you. Today, I'll use you to refine a corpse. As the voice resounded, the entire forest seemed to stir. Birds took flight in alarm, and wild beasts roared in agitation. In the blink of an eye, dozens of massive wolves, each over 2 meters long with glowing green eyes, emerged from the woods, charging at Chen Mu and his men. The soldiers quickly adjusted their formation. The archers shifted their aim, while the heavily armored soldiers formed the front line. Even though these creatures were half-demons, they struggled to breach the heavy armor's defense. Seeing this, the evil Taoist immediately altered his strategy. He sent forth 2 figures shrouded in ominous energy while commanding hundreds of wild beasts to launch an assault, including 2 striped ferocious tigers. Little brat, let me teach you a lesson today. No matter how strong your soldiers are, as long as I can hold them back and take you down, this battle is still mine. Chen Mu ignored the Taoist's taunts, focusing intently on the 2 rapidly moving figures. Observing the dark sheen of their skin and the armor clinging to their bodies, he instinctively recognized their origins. Chen Mu felt indifferent towards iron-armored corpses and the corpse-refining sect. He understood deeply that power itself was neither good nor evil. It all depended on the wielder. Not bad, you've got some insight, the sinister cultivator praised. Chen Mu, however, displayed a peculiar expression. Did this sinister cultivator not notice the lightning strike he had just summoned? Using malevolent beings against him was laughable. Releasing wild beasts would have been more effective. Heavenly lightning might not have a specific advantage against beasts, but it was a completely different story when it came to evil spirits. Even iron-armored corpses wouldn't withstand a few strikes of heavenly lightning. Don't be afraid. I'm very gentle. I'll make sure to refine you into a corpse puppet to carry my belongings, the sinister cultivator said with an eerie tone. Before the words even settled, 2 iron-armored corpses leapt high into the air, aiming to bypass the heavy-armored soldiers and take Chen Mu's life directly. A few sharpshooters immediately drew their bows and released enchanted arrows, but the arrows merely sparked upon impact, unable to breach the corpse's defenses. Chen Mu wasn't surprised. Based on his experience, the defensive power of these two iron-armored corpses was likely at least 1,300. Naturally, sharpshooters without upgraded equipment wouldn't be able to penetrate their defenses. Ignore them. Keep shooting those beasts, Chen Mu ordered while already pulling out a lightning talisman. This action immediately caught the sinister cultivator's attention. His brow twitched violently as he attempted to recall the iron-armored corpses, but it was too late. By the order of the heavens. As the lightning talisman burned, the sky darkened once more. This time, the heavenly lightning seemed guided, striking the two iron-armored corpses with precision. To Chen Mu's surprise and delight, about a third of the lightning bolts dispersed and struck deep into the forest. A pained scream followed, indicating the sinister cultivator had been hit while in hiding. Under the barrage of dozens of lightning strikes, the two iron-armored corpses were reduced to ashes. Chen Mu called out toward the forest with excitement. "How are you holding up in there? If that wasn't enough, I've got more." He waved another stack of lightning talismans. The sinister cultivator was clearly enraged. 5 more half-finished iron-armored corpses emerged from the forest. But before the cultivator could finish his threats, Chen Mu had already thrown the entire stack of talismans and pulled out yet another batch. This extravagant display left the sinister cultivator completely dumbfounded. Even the most privileged Taoist sect heirs wouldn't dare to squander talismans like this in the era of dwindling spiritual energy. The 5 newly emerged iron-armored corpses were instantly reduced to ashes under the heavenly lightning. Chen Mu continued flaunting his seemingly endless supply of lightning talismans. "Have any more? I've still got plenty." The sinister cultivator fell silent. What he had assumed would be a one-sided fight against a weaker opponent had turned into a nightmare against a Padoan master. As the beasts were cleared out, the sinister cultivator attempted to flee. Sensing this, Chen Mu sneered and hurled another lightning talisman. "Ha ha ha, direct hit." Chen Mu laughed triumphantly as another scream echoed from the forest. The moment Chen Mu escaped the sight of the evil cultivator, he swiftly activated his lightning talisman, precisely pinpointing the opponent's location. Repeating this tactic several times, the evil cultivator seemed to realize that continuing to flee was futile and simply stopped in place, waiting. When Chen Mu arrived, the scene before him was grim. The evil cultivator had been struck by numerous bolts of heavenly lightning, leaving his body charred and unrecognizable. "You truly deserve death," the evil cultivator snarled through gritted teeth, his voice filled with boundless resentment. The system immediately displayed the evil cultivator's information. Name: Evil Cultivator. Level: 20. Quality: Gold tier. Skills: Corpse Manipulation, Beast Control, Blood Fusion Technique. Drop rate: 100 for gold tier items. Description: a ruthless individual who turned himself into a zombie to survive. Seeing this information, Chen Mu instantly understood why the lightning automatically locked onto its target. The evil cultivator before him was essentially a zombie. However, through some mysterious method, he had retained his rationality and avoided the typical stiffness of the undead. If it weren't for the lightning strikes, one might mistake him for an ordinary person. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed the evil cultivator's lips moving slightly, as if silently chanting a spell. A sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to take cover behind a heavily armored soldier. Almost simultaneously, a blood-red beam of light shot forth, striking the soldier. The heavily armored warrior, with an impressive 1,500 defense, was instantly reduced to a pool of blood. Damn it! Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he unleashed 100 lightning talismans, scattering them as he chanted, "By the order of the heavens." Thunder roared as lightning descended, completely enveloping the evil cultivator's position. Refusing to take any chances, Chen Mu drew another 100 lightning talismans. Against such a bizarre opponent, he would rather expend more talismans than risk his soldiers' safety. Besides, lightning had a natural damage bonus against zombies. When the lightning dissipated, the evil cultivator was kneeling on one knee, his body radiating an intense aura of malice. His blood-red eyes glared fiercely, and his claws grew unnaturally long. "I will kill you," he roared. Chen Mu silently lamented the low level of his lightning talismans. Otherwise, a single one could have finished the job. "Is this the second phase?" he muttered, pulling out yet another stack of talismans. As his MP recovered, he continuously threw talismans at the enemy. "Let's see how many you can withstand." The transformed evil cultivator let out an earth-shaking roar, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Mu. But before he could make a move, another wave of heavenly lightning struck him directly. "Keep going," Chen Mu shouted, relentless in his attack. Amidst the flashes of lightning, anguished screams echoed, but the enemy was indeed formidable. Even after enduring 400 or 500 lightning talismans, he was still holding on. Finally, the system notification chimed. Ding. Quest completed. You have obtained the Chi Cultivator Job Change Scroll. Ding. You have defeated the evil cultivator and obtained the gold tier spell. Corpse Summoning. Chen Mu immediately checked the skill details. As for whether this skill was ominous, he figured it didn't matter after all. The dungeons had already descended upon the world. Why bother worrying about superstitions? Chen Mu first checked the attributes of the corpse-raising scroll. This was a level 10 golden grade item, which, when used, could control corpses within a certain range and turn them into walking dead. Although these walking dead only retained 50 of their original combat power, they still served as a decent backup option. He stored the scroll in his system backpack and then picked up another scroll, the Chi Refiner Transfer Scroll. This was a unique grade level 10 item that, when used, unlocked an exclusive dungeon. Successfully clearing the dungeon would allow him to transfer to the Chi Refiner class. Glancing at his level, he saw that he was still a few days away from reaching level 10, so he stored this scroll as well. Now, it was finally time to tally up the spoils from this round. Opening his backpack, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Various pills were arranged in an impressive array. He had collected 500 or 600 pills, including rejuvenation pills and detoxification pills. These pills, which could take effect instantly, were far superior to the standard potions available on the market. From the 7 armored corpses, he obtained 7 silver-grade armored talismans. Each talisman could enhance defense by 30 when used. However, in Chen Mu's opinion, these mass-produced items were less useful than directly controlling a few zombies. After all, zombies not only served as tanks, but also carried corpse poison. It's time to get my bow. Chen Mu headed straight to the bandit stronghold. As soon as he entered, he spotted the prized bow hanging above the leader's seat. He quickly stepped forward, took it down, and immediately appraised it. The bow, named Divine Ape Bow, was a silver-grade weapon. Though it was a standard issue weapon from a certain dynasty, its built-in armor penetration skill was incredibly powerful, ignoring 50 of the defensive monsters below level 20. Just one bow, still need 9 more. Chen Mu muttered in frustration, preparing to continue his challenges. Meanwhile, he had no idea that someone at school was losing sleep over him. Late at night, Principal Liu Peiqian received a call from Shaoli in the finance department. Principal, over the past 2 days, our school's dungeon card expenses have reached 150 million. I wanted to confirm. How much? Liu Peiqian jolted awake, his voice full of disbelief. Shaoli carefully explained, after verification, all these expenses were spent on low-level nightmare dungeons and reset fees. Liu Peiqian swallowed hard, his legs turning weak. How could he not understand? All this money had been spent by Chen Mu alone. With an annual budget of just 1 billion, spending 150 million in 2 days, he didn't even dare to imagine what the situation would look like a month from now. Damn it, we're definitely going to owe the dungeon hall at this rate. With the acquisition of the final Divine Ape Bow, all 30 of Chen Mu's soldiers had fully upgraded their equipment, bringing the team's combat effectiveness to a temporary peak. To further enhance their strength, they would need to improve skill levels or obtain higher-grade gear sets, but such advancements were not achievable in the short term. The immediate priority was to reach level 10 as quickly as possible and complete the first-class advancement to become a Chi practitioner. From prior battles, Chen Mu had deduced a pattern. Different monsters dropped different items. This realization sparked an idea to explore all the low-level nightmare dungeons to avoid missing out on potentially valuable loot. After exiting the current dungeon, Chen Mu began carefully selecting his next target. There were only 10 low-level dungeons in total, so it wouldn't take long to attempt them all. Soon, he made his decision. Challenge. Nightmare level, Spider Cavern. As the system notification chimed, the surrounding scenery shifted instantly. Chen Mu found himself in a dark, damp cavern. The air was thick with the unpleasant stench of decay, but he showed no hesitation, striding forward decisively. With his overwhelming strength, there was no need to cautiously advance anymore. After moving only a dozen meters, the faint rustling of movement echoed from the depths of the cavern. Chen Mu immediately gave the order to prepare for battle. The heavy infantry swiftly formed a defensive line. The seasoned foot soldiers surrounded him, and the sharpshooters readied their bows for attack. Sure enough, a swarm of black spiders, each the size of a millstone, surged from the depths of the cavern. Arrows whistled through the air, each one striking true and claiming a spider's life. System notifications sounded continuously, announcing the acquisition of a large quantity of premium spider silk. Chen Mu quickly inspected the properties of the bronze-grade spider silk. While it could be used as a crafting material for equipment, its value was clearly inferior to that of gear or elixirs, which dampened his excitement slightly. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the passage was cleared, yielding over 200 pieces of premium spider silk. The commotion from the earlier battle seemed to have alarmed the entire cavern's spider population, making subsequent progress unusually quiet. Before long, the team arrived at the entrance to the boss's lair, which was sealed off by thick layers of spider webs. At Chen Mu's command, 2 seasoned foot soldiers raised their swords of valor and slashed through the webs. Peering through the opening, they saw an enormous gray-brown spider, 3 to 4 meters in size, resting on the web. Sensing the presence of intruders, the giant spider let out a sharp screech. Chen Mu approached with the intention of repairing the gate, but before he could act, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the gatekeeping spider was instantly slain by a sword. Its piercing death cry echoed through the cave, awakening the slumbering giant spider. The eerie screeches reverberating in the cavern sent chills down everyone's spine. Charge in and take it down, Chen Mu commanded decisively. The soldiers immediately surged into the spider's lair. A system notification appeared. Spider Queen. Level 20. Rarity silver. Abilities: rapid reproduction, toxic injection, lethal pounce. Drop rate 100 for silver items. Description: only a fool would lose to it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Spider Queen let out an angry screech at the intruders. The lair was far more spacious than anticipated, spanning nearly 700,800 square meters with 5 different entrances scattered around. At the Queen's summons, spiders began pouring in from the other tunnels. Chen Mu signaled the soldiers to engage. This time, he left 5 warriors to guard him while the rest of the troops launched a full-scale assault. In mere moments, the lair was littered with the corpses of fallen spiders. The Spider Queen's eyes flashed with a hint of fear before it started laying eggs at a frenzied pace. Countless palm-sized spiderlings hatched one after another, each carrying lethal venom. The heavily armored soldiers were unfazed by the tiny spiders, but for the archers, a single bite could prove fatal. At that moment, Chen Mu recalled a skill he had acquired earlier. He surveyed the battlefield, his gaze falling on the lifeless spider corpses scattered around. Arise, spirits of the fallen, and serve me. As the incantation was spoken, the dead spider corpses began to twitch unnaturally. The spiders struck down by arrows remained largely intact, while severed limbs and broken bodies wriggled and crawled toward the queen, slaughtering swarms of young spiders along the way. The Spider Queen let out a terrified screech, watching in disbelief as its own forces turned against it. In desperation, it grabbed a zombie spider and injected venom into it, but to no avail. The animated corpse instead sank its fangs into the queen's exoskeleton. More zombie spiders swarmed over, dragging the queen to the ground in a frenzy of bites. 3 or 4 minutes later, the system notification rang out. Ding! Spider Queen defeated. Acquired. Fragment of the Broken Divine Legacy 1. This was the 4th fragment Chen Mu had obtained, and he knew that only by defeating new bosses could he collect more. He casually dismissed the zombie spiders, as these low-tier forces were far less practical than temporary subjugation. Where the Spider Queen had disappeared, a faint glimmer of light caught his eye. Chen Mu stepped forward quickly and picked up the loot. The scan revealed: Ring of the Spider Queen. Rarity: silver. Skill: Summon Spider Swarm. Requirement: Level 15. Description: selling this to a beast master could fetch a decent price. For Chen Mu, the item wasn't particularly useful, so he stashed it in his backpack, planning to sell it later along with other gear. Ding! You have slain the Gale Wolf King and obtained a fragment of Broken Divine Ability 1. Chen Mu stored the fragment and shook his head lightly. This was already the 9th fragment of the Divine Ability Inheritance. He was just one piece away from unlocking a new ability. As for the other items dropped by monsters, Chen Mu could only helplessly stash those useless, junk items in his system inventory. His gaze fell on the final low-level nightmare dungeon. The name Tree Spirit Forest stood out distinctly. Difficulty: Nightmare level. Description: a mysterious energy has caused the trees to undergo strange mutations. This dungeon had a notorious reputation and was widely recognized as the hardest among all low-level dungeons. Not because the monsters were overwhelmingly strong, but because of the prevalence of sneaky ambushers, tree spirits adept at disguising themselves. A single misstep could lead to an unexpected defeat. Challenge: Chen Mu made the decision without hesitation and entered the dungeon. The scene before him shifted, and after the sensation of weightlessness faded, Chen Mu found himself in a dim, primeval forest. He commanded a heavily armored soldier to scout ahead. The soldier had only taken a dozen steps when twisted faces suddenly emerged from the tree trunks on both sides, and several thick, thorn-covered vines lashed out at him. Clang, clang, clang. The vine attacks were completely blocked by the heavily armored soldier's gear. The forest of ambushers. Chen Mu muttered under his breath. This was the most frustrating aspect of this dungeon. You could never tell which tree around you was a hidden enemy. With a swift whoosh, 2 arrows from the sharpshooter struck the disguised tree spirits with pinpoint accuracy. Ding! You have slain a disguised tree spirit and obtained plant essence. Ding! You have slain a disguised tree spirit and obtained plant essence. Checking item details. Name: Plant essence. Quality: Bronze tier. Description: Consuming this item slightly increases experience gained for 10 minutes. Chen Mu immediately took out a thumb-sized piece of vibrant green essence and consumed it, feeling a warm sensation spread through his abdomen. He continued directing the heavily armored soldier to move forward and draw enemy attacks. As expected, dozens of vines couldn't resist lashing out, only to be thwarted by the soldier's sturdy equipment. The sharpshooters seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of arrows to swiftly eliminate the exposed tree spirits. Chen Mu monitored the experience points. 880, 880, 880. The experience gain had increased by about 10. While the boost wasn't massive, considering there were approximately 100 tree spirits in the dungeon, this meant he could potentially gather 100 pieces of plant essence, making the effort worthwhile. With this in mind, Chen Mu deployed additional heavily armored soldiers to expand the battlefield, prompting the sharpshooters to accelerate their attacks. Before long, Chen Mu opened his backpack and found an unexpected surprise: over 100 portions of plant essence. Heh, finally something useful, he chuckled, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He had heard of experience potions before, but even the cheapest ones cost millions, with the pricier ones exceeding billions. Plus, they only lasted for an hour or two, making them far less practical than this plant essence. I'll set a small goal for myself: collect 2,000 portions of plant essence. That should be enough, Chen Mu calculated to himself. Now that experience-boosting items have appeared, there will definitely be higher-level ones in the future. The camouflage treants in the area had already been cleared out. It was time to deal with the treant king. Unlike the other treants, the treant king was massive and couldn't blend into ordinary trees, making it easier to spot. After walking a short distance, a towering tree, standing over 50 meters tall with lush branches and leaves, appeared in his line of sight. Without hesitation, Chen Mu released an arrow. The arrow struck true, and the treant king immediately shed its disguise. The system displayed: name, treant king, level, 20, quality, silver grade, skills, vitality surge, vine lash, absorption. You guys, go cut off the treant king's 4 main roots. Chen Mu quickly assigned tasks. The 100 battle infantry will focus on attacking the roots, while the 6 heavy armored soldiers handle defense. The battle commenced instantly. The treant king lashed out with dozens of vines, but the heavy armored soldiers held their ground firmly. Chen Mu knew all too well that the treant king's vitality was immense, and it could rapidly recover by drawing nutrients from the earth. Unless its main roots were severed, any damage dealt would be negated by its regeneration. Under the relentless assault of the soldiers, the treant king was soon forced into close combat. Chen Mu raised his hero's sword and launched a fierce attack. Once a few main roots were severed, the treant king's absorption skill was rendered useless, though its health bar barely budged. Attack! Chen Mu commanded. 10 sharpshooters unleashed a volley of arrows while the 100 battle infantry hacked away at the tree's trunk. Even so, the treant king's health dropped at a frustratingly slow pace. No wonder they call it the tank of low-level dungeons, Chen Mu thought to himself. Even with his equipment, it would take over 10 minutes to bring it down. Ordinary adventurers would need 2 to 3 hours to wear it out, which explained why so few were willing to take on this challenge. As its injuries worsened, the treant king thrashed about wildly, lashing out with its vines, but it couldn't fend off Chen Mu's relentless assault. After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, the treant king finally collapsed, its trunk splitting as it fell. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have defeated the treant king and obtained 1 fragment of a broken divine skill inheritance. Ding! You have also received 1 portion of century-old plant essence. Ignoring the plant essence for the moment, Chen Mu immediately opened his backpack to check the skill fragment. With a light tap, an option popped up. Would you like to consume 10 fragments of a broken divine skill inheritance to gain a random divine skill? Confirm. The colorful glow of clouds gathered before his eyes, and the floating diagram gradually solidified into a complete, ancient scroll. Ding! A notification sounded at just the right moment. You have obtained the body freeze technique, one of the 72 minor earthly powers. Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. He was all too familiar with the name of this technicite, was the very same power the Monkey King used to immobilize the 7 fairies. However, among the many powerful divine abilities, acquiring something like the body freeze technique felt a bit underwhelming, leaving him slightly disappointed. He opened the skill information to check the details. Name: body freeze technique. Quality gold, tier low level. Effect: immobilizes the enemy. Notes: effectiveness depends on the enemy's strength. Description: even think about freezing a celestial maiden. Bullying weaker opponents is more realistic. Upgrade requirements: 100 fragments of broken divine technique inheritance. Faced with such a cheeky description from the system, Chen Mu could only chuckle wryly. Since he had obtained a new skill, he naturally had to test its effectiveness in battle. He decided to re-enter a dungeon and use the monsters as test subjects for this divine ability. Entering the forest of Old Six, Chen Mu wasted no time engaging with the camouflage tree spirits. He knew these creatures couldn't break through his defenses, so he sent out his heavy-armored soldiers to draw their attention. When one of the tree spirits began to move, Chen Mu acted immediately. Freeze! With this single, forceful command, the tree spirit was instantly immobilized, its vines frozen midair. Chen Mu quickly signaled his soldiers to stop attacking, wanted to observe how long the immobilization effect would last. Roughly 30 seconds later, the tree spirit slowly regained its ability to move. Chen Mu was fairly satisfied with this outcome. After analyzing the results, he estimated that even against higher-level opponents, the technique could likely immobilize them for at least 5 or 6 seconds. Against first-tier professionals, this amount of time would be sufficient for his soldiers to focus their attacks and take them down. Additionally, since the skill required no casting time, it could serve as a great life-saving tool in critical moments. Over the next 2 days, Chen Mu relentlessly swept through the forest of Old Six, accumulating enough plant essence to prepare for more advanced dungeons. Finally, he successfully reached level 10. It was time to venture out and complete his first-tier advancement. He figured that representatives from prestigious academies were probably already waiting for him, eager to compete for his favor. This competition would only work to his advantage, allowing him to reap the greatest benefits. Exiting the dungeon space, he returned to the familiar confines of his small, dark room. For the past few days, he had been sleeping only 5 hours each night, dedicating the rest of his time to grinding dungeons. Even with his significantly enhanced stats, Chen Mu still felt a wave of exhaustion and was about to catch up on sleep. Just as he opened the door to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Instinctively, Chen Mu stepped back several paces, ready to unleash the body freeze technique at any moment. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a weary expression. It was none other than his school principal. "Principal, what brings you here?" Chen Mu asked, his tone tinged with suspicion. The principal opened his mouth as if struggling to find the right words. Chen Mu immediately understood his intent. Over the past few days, he had calculated that he had likely spent 300 to 400 million in dungeon entry fees. Even with the financial support allocated for a national champion, at this rate, he could bankrupt the school within a month. Ahem. Principal Liu Peiqian cleared his throat, looking a bit embarrassed. "Chin, my boy, can we, discuss the rewards a little? For example, how about we reward you with a set of gold-tier equipment and an additional 500 million in entry fees? What do you think?" Bitterness filled his heart. At this rate of exploitation, even if the school didn't care about the money, it was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. No one expected it when Chen Mu, without a word, immediately started butchering the sheep. Faced with Chen Mu's bold spending, Principal Liu Peiqian felt a twinge of anxiety at this rate. There might not be enough funds for students to enter the dungeon next year. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he said wearily, "All right, but I have one condition." Chen Mu glanced at the principal, whose panda-like dark circles betrayed how many days he must have been waiting here. Now that Chen Mu was awake and had enough funds from selling his equipment to cover the dungeon fees, he decided not to make things too difficult for the man. "Go ahead, Chun, tell me. I'll do my best to meet your request. I want a golden set, and I need to pick it myself," Chen Mu said bluntly. Liu Peiqian hesitated for a moment. Knowing he was in the wrong to begin with, he gritted his teeth and agreed. All right. After all, at worst, he could subsidize it a bit. As a third transition professional, he could still afford this much. "I need the Dragon Slayer set." "Oh?" Liu Peiqian froze. As the principal, he was well aware of the value of that set. It was the strongest set for first transition warriors, with each piece priced at a staggering 200 million, and the complete 5-piece set was nearly impossible to acquire. "All right, no problem." The principal agreed so readily that even Chen Mu was caught off guard. In truth, Liu Peiqian saw Chen Mu's potential. Someone who could speedrun a nightmare dungeon was destined for greatness. This investment was worth it. Besides, going back on his word would damage his reputation, so he simply agreed outright. "Thank you, principal. No problem. Since you asked, I'll do my best to fulfill your request." Liu Peiqian planned to use the school's budget to cover the cost of the set, while he himself would personally cover the 500 million dungeon entry fee. He had already checked this year. Jiangxing First High School's budget had increased to 4 billion, leaving over 2 billion for daily expenses, which was more than sufficient. With a thought, Chen Mu summoned a soldier clad in a Braveheart set. "So that's why you wanted a warrior set. Your summoned units can wear equipment," Liu Peiqian said, suddenly understanding. Chen Mu displayed the soldier's attribute panel and asked, "Pretty impressive, huh?" "Very impressive. I have 10 more like this one." Liu Peiqian looked up sharply, his eyes filled with shock. The stats on this panel were already beyond those of ordinary first transition warriors. Without considering skills, these units could even rival hidden class professionals. Suddenly, an idea lit up in his mind. Pulling out his phone, he said eagerly, "Chun, have you thought about getting a girlfriend? I know someone third year at Capital University, Chi Master, 175 centimeters tall, 110 pounds. Let me find her photo for you. Chen Mu was dumbfounded as the principal continued enthusiastically. Her parents are both alive and well, both are government employees. Her father is the principal of Jiangxing First High School and is due for a promotion soon. Her mother. Wait. Chen Mu interrupted quickly. No matchmaking, please. Are you sure this isn't your daughter? Ahem. The principal coughed awkwardly. Principal, I'm feeling a bit tired. I have to take the first transition exam tomorrow, so I'll head out now. Chen Mu made a hasty exit, thinking to himself that such an enthusiastic father-in-law was too much to handle. Besides, women would only slow down his leveling. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mu took out the job transfer scroll, and a prompt box immediately popped up. Detected that you are of the Taoist class and have reached level 10. Would you like to transfer to the Qi refining class? Yes, no. Taking a deep breath, he chose yes. A familiar sensation of weightlessness instantly enveloped him. After a few moments, his vision gradually cleared. Chen Mu found himself sitting on a massive green stone, with a task notification displayed before him. Task name, Chaos of the Demon Fox. Task objective, eliminate the demon fox wreaking havoc in the human world. Task reward, Qi refining technique 1. Demon fox? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, and an image of a fox spirit from the classic Strange Tales from a Chinese studio surfaced in his mind. As he pondered the whereabouts of the demon fox, the scene ahead suddenly blurred, and an materialized out of nowhere in the desolate wilderness. Well, that saves me the trouble of searching, Chen Mu murmured to himself, striding toward the inn. Before he reached the entrance, he spotted a figure gazing into the distance. As he approached, Chen Mu froze. Standing before him was a young girl dressed in a black silk JK uniform. The sight of such a modern outfit against the backdrop of the ancient style and struck a jarring note in his mind. Excuse me, young master. Are you here for a meal or a room? The girl walked gracefully toward him, her sweet voice breaking Chen Mu's train of thought. Examining this stylish fox spirit, Chen Mu deliberately asked, do you offer any special services? Special services? What might that be, young master? The fox spirit tilted her head in confusion, but soon a sly smile spread across her face. Young master, please come upstairs. We have everything you could desire. She even winked playfully as she spoke. Suddenly, the windows on the second floor flew open, and women dressed in a variety of styles leaned out, peering down. Chen Mu scanned the scene, his expression darkening as a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Their outfits were unmistakably stolen from his memories of his past life. Young master, your gaze is so frightening, the fox spirit said, feigning a pitiful expression in an attempt to elicit sympathy. Binding spell. Summon soldiers. Chen Mu acted without hesitation. The fox spirit was instantly immobilized, and 30 soldiers materialized out of thin air. Without wasting a moment, he pulled out a stack of thunder talisman seals and ignited them. By the order of heaven, strike now. Boom. Thunder roared as lightning struck. The fox spirit let out a piercing scream, her body twisting and swelling. Within moments, she grew to a towering height of 3 to 4 meters, revealing her true form, a massive fox with fiery red fur. Chen Mu looked at the boss information displayed before him and couldn't help but feel speechless. Name, Crimson Fox Demon. Level, 25. Rarity, Gold. Skills, Fox Charm, 1000 transformations, Foxfire. Drop rate, 100 for gold items. Description. Subdue her, and she'll give you whatever you desire? I intended to let you die happy, but you forced this fox spirit to get rough, the Crimson Fox Demon rasped. Children, come with me and take down this little Taoist. As her voice fell, the figures at the second floor window, who had been striking seductive poses, suddenly revealed their true forms, transforming into large foxes and leaping down one after another. Fire at will. With the command, the 100-step archers immediately drew their bows and released arrows. The weaker fox demons were struck down on the spot, which caused the Crimson Fox Demon's eyes to narrow slightly. While she was momentarily distracted, several streaks of green fox fire flew toward her, only to be blocked by the heavy-armored soldiers. Seeing her attacks fail, the Crimson Fox Demon adjusted her strategy, directing the smaller foxes to harass relentlessly. Thunder Talisman. By the decree of heaven, Chen Mu cast the spell. While it had limited effect on the Crimson Fox Demon, it was more than enough to deal with the smaller foxes. Thunderbolts rained down, killing the foxes one after another. Watching her subordinates suffer heavy losses, the Crimson Fox Demon grew anxious. These minions had taken her considerable effort to nurture, and now her foundation was crumbling. With a leap, she closed in on a heavy-armored soldier, sweeping him away with her tail and causing blue flames to surge around her. Binding spell. Heavy-armored soldiers, suppress her together. I'll handle the small ones, Chen Mu commanded while continuing to use thunder talismans to clear out the remaining foxes. Despite the well-equipped team, suppressing the Crimson Fox Demon remained a daunting challenge. Minutes later, the Crimson Fox Demon smashed a massive shield with one swipe of her claws, but her body was already covered in wounds. Chen Mu carefully avoided making eye contact with her. One heavy-armored soldier had turned traitor after locking eyes with her. Fortunately, Chen Mu reacted swiftly, unsummoning the soldier and casting another binding spell to prevent her from breaking through. As Chen Mu finished off the remaining foxes, the Crimson Fox Demon's situation grew increasingly dire. She began to plead. This servant is willing to surrender. Please, spare my life. Seeing no response from Chen Mu, she switched to a sweeter, more seductive tone. Master, I can give you anything you desire, better than anyone else could. Chen Mu remained unmoved. He was well aware of the fox demon's deceptive nature. Trusting her honeyed words was far less reliable than focusing on his path to becoming a powerful qi cultivator. Kill her. Chen Mu's command was decisive, and panic flashed across the Crimson Fox Demon's face. You can't kill me. I'm the concubine of the Demon King. If you dare. Before she could finish, several arrows pierced through her head, silencing her for good. Chen Mu shook his head lightly, feeling a bit exasperated. Demon King's concubine? That Demon King must be wearing a crown of lush green fields on his head. Ding! The system notification chimed 3 times in quick succession, each sound bringing exhilarating news. Completing the curse of the Demon Fox rewarded him with the Qi cultivation technique. Slaying the Red Fox Demon granted him the Thousand Faces ability, and finishing the first transformation quest made him the sole Qi cultivator. Chen Mu eagerly opened his personal panel, and the information immediately displayed before him. Name: Chen Mu. Class: Qi cultivator. First transformation. Level: 10. Attributes: Strength 55, Stamina 78, Speed 57, Spirit 150. Skills: Health Nourishment, Divination, Bean Soldier Summoning, Corpse Animation, Wind Riding Technique, Impenetrable Defense, Qi Cultivation Technique. Equipment: Century-Old Peachwood Sword, Robe of 10,000 Techniques. After scanning the panel, Chen Mu frowned slightly. Aside from his spirit stat doubling, the other attributes showed little improvement. A Qi cultivator, and this is it? Feels kind of underwhelming, he muttered to himself. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he pulled up the details of the Qi cultivation technique. Name: Qi cultivation technique. Quality: unique. Description: enhances physical constitution and improves all 4 main attributes when in use. The seemingly unimpressive description left Chen Mu a little disappointed, but he decided to give it a try anyway. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Just as he was about to give up in the 5th minute, the system suddenly notified him. Ding! Constitution improved, 1 to all attributes. He immediately checked his panel again, and sure enough, each of his 4 main attributes had increased by 1 point. So it's a growth-type skill, Chen Mu realized. Slow progress, but at least it works passively without requiring much effort. Next, he examined the skill he had obtained from the Red Fox Demon. Name: Thousand Faces. Class: Universal. Quality: Gold. Description: consumes MP to alter appearance and physical traits. This skill instantly caught Chen Mu's attention. As the national top scorer, he was often in the spotlight, but he couldn't exactly stay hidden forever. This skill was the perfect solution to his problem. With the dungeon complete, Chen Mu was transported back to the real world. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. As the national top scorer, shouldn't he have been flooded with offers from prestigious universities by now? Why had it been so eerily quiet? Just then, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Chen Mu called out, but there was no response. Growing wary, he immediately activated Thousand Faces, transforming his appearance into that of an ordinary young man. Before he even reached the door, he saw it being effortlessly removed from its frame. Standing in the doorway were 2 individuals. A towering man over 2 meters tall, wearing a simple, friendly smile, and a sleepy-looking teenager, his eyes half closed as if he had just woken up. The moment Chen Mu got a clear look at their faces, his pupils contracted. The young boy frowned slightly, looking up at the door number with a hint of confusion. 222, no mistake. But the person who opened the door was a stranger. Who are you? Where is Chen Mu? The boy asked. Standing at the doorway, Chen Mu quickly realized these 2 were here for him. Jiang Cheng and Pangu Yin. Chen Mu moved out a long time ago, he replied, feigning calmness. Moved out? The boy looked skeptical. Do you know where he lives now? Chen Mu shook his head repeatedly, then asked, why are you looking for Chen Mu? That guy still owes me 500 bucks. Since you know him, could you pay it back for him? Also, he glanced at the burly man gripping the doorframe with one hand. Who's going to compensate me for my door? The boy immediately looked embarrassed and turned to the big guy. Mute. I told you to just ring the doorbell. Why do you break the door? Pay up. Abba Abba. The burly man patted his empty pockets, signaling he didn't have any money on him. You're unbelievable. The boy shook his head helplessly. Breaking someone's door without bringing money. He turned back to Chen Mu. How much? Can you provide a receipt? At the mention of a receipt, Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. Could they be officials? But he maintained his composure and said, 3,500. I'm not running a business, so no receipts. The boy didn't argue further. He simply pulled a piece of equipment out of his backpack. I didn't bring cash. This should cover it. Chen Mu accepted the item and scanned it, only to freeze in shock. It was a charm ring, silverware quality, with a charm ability, requiring level 20 to equip. A quick calculation suggested the item was worth at least 1,000,000. 3,500 in damages, and you're giving me something this valuable? The boy was already turning to leave, but noticed the mute still staring intently at Chen Mu. Mute, what are you doing? Abba Abba. The boy wore a peculiar expression. Mute says you're handsome. He patted the burly man on the shoulder. That's not part of our mission. After the two left, Chen Mu exhaled deeply. This was no ordinary group. The mute alone gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. They were at least first-tier professionals. He couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to find a place with better security. As he began packing his belongings, the mute suddenly gestured to the boy from downstairs. You're saying that guy is strong, about the same level as us, and he made you feel a sense of danger? The boy stopped in his tracks. Abba Abba. The mute nodded vigorously. You idiot, why didn't you say so earlier? The boy immediately bolted back upstairs, with the mute close behind. After tidying up, Chen Mu was about to head out when he found the doorway blocked by someone. This sudden situation instantly put him on alert. The mute man stepped aside to make way, and a young boy emerged. Using hand gestures, the mute signaled, you have good potential. Since we're all here, don't let us leave empty-handed. Come with us. What the? Chen Mu cursed internally. He had thought his identity was exposed, but it turned out they just didn't want their efforts to go to waste. Turn day into night, scatter beans to create soldiers. Chen Mu immediately activated his skill. A group of soldiers materialized out of thin air, but due to the confined space, he was unable to summon his full force. Seeing this, the mute man grew excited, waving his hands and making incoherent, abob sounds. The boy next to him sighed in exasperation. I get it, stop talking already. How can a mute have so much to say? He muttered, pulling a pillow out of his backpack. Chen Mu immediately used his scanning skill. Zhang damn it. Class, Dream Master. Level, 15. Skills. Description. Just wants to sleep peacefully. Family. Class, Behemoth Warrior. Level, 15. Skills. Description. Abba Bababa. Before Chen Mu could make a move, the surroundings suddenly changed. The tables, chairs, and the entire room vanished, leaving the three of them in a pure white space. A wisp of white mist floated out from the sleeping boy and instantly formed into a humanoid figure. You can fight freely here without affecting the outside world, the boy explained. Chen Mu frowned and looked at the two of them. What exactly do you want? The boy smiled mysteriously. Defeat the mute and I'll tell you. Chen Mu, unwilling to waste words, took advantage of the expanded space to summon the rest of his soldiers. The boy warned, Mute, be careful. Those soldiers aren't ordinary. The mute man nodded vigorously and launched a fierce charge. Chen Mu quickly commanded, Heavy infantry, hold the line. Infantry, flank him. Archers, wait for an opening. 10 heavily armored soldiers raised their shields to intercept. With a roar, the mute's shirt ripped apart as he punched the nearest giant shield. With a thunderous crash, the heavy infantry staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Mu observed the battle, choosing to hold back for now while focusing his attention on the boy. Meanwhile, the mute man charged like a human tank, each punch carrying immense force, forcing the heavy infantry to retreat step by step. When arrows from the archers rained down, the mute didn't even flinch. With a loud shout of Abba, his body glowed with golden light, deflecting all the arrows and concentrating the light into his fists. With one powerful punch, he shattered a giant shield and sent the heavy infantry flying. Sensing the situation turning dire, Chen Mu heard the boy's timely reminder. You'd better give it your all. This is your only chance. Fortified defense. Chen Mu immediately cast a buff on his soldiers. This time, when the mute struck again, the reinforced giant shield successfully absorbed the blow. The battle-hardened infantry seized the opportunity to inflict multiple wounds on the mute. Abba! A furious roar echoed through the surroundings. In an instant, Mute's body erupted with thick fur, his frame expanding to over 3 meters tall, resembling a raging beast. The young man, witnessing this transformation, was about to comment when he suddenly heard a single word. Freeze! At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The young man found himself completely unable to move, his body frozen, while everything around him was locked in place. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mu appeared beside him, a gleaming dagger in his hand, though it was unclear when he had drawn it. As soon as the immobilization effect wore off, the young man shouted, "Wait, we mean no harm." But Chen Mu's dagger was already pressed against his throat, the cold blade forcing him to stay perfectly still. "No harm? Are you joking? Killing one today wouldn't be a loss," Chen Mu said coldly. A chill ran down the young man's spine as sweat broke out on his back. The misty humanoid figure beside him quickly interjected, "We are from a national agency. We're here specifically to recruit you. Surely you've noticed despite being a top scholar, no prestigious school has reached out to you. That's because we've been working behind the scenes." "Proof," the young man demanded urgently. "In my right pocket, there's my identification." Chen Mu didn't lower his guard. Instead, he summoned two battle-hardened soldiers, their swords pointed at the young man's chest and throat. Shortly after, a red identification card was retrieved. Clearly written on it were the following details. Name, Zhang Daming. Occupation, Dream Master. Affiliation, Hongming Academy. ID number, 192. Brother, just inject a bit of energy, and you'll activate the national emblem on the back of the ID. "I'm not lying," Zhang Daming said anxiously. Chen Mu cautiously injected a trace of energy into the card. Immediately, the sound of a dragon's roar filled the air, and a golden five-clawed dragon appeared on the ID. Confirming its authenticity, Chen Mu slowly withdrew his dagger. "Your approach is far too reckless. If you'd encountered someone with a short temper, you'd already be dead," Chen Mu said with a frown. Zhang Daming nodded repeatedly. "You're absolutely right. We'll change it. We'll definitely change it. That really scared me just now." Both sides eased their stances, and the tension dissipated. Zhang Daming introduced himself. "I'm Zhang Daming, and this here is family, though you can also call him Mute." Mute gave a simple, honest smile. Though his clothes were tattered, his injuries had completely healed. "Let's get to the point. What benefits would I gain by joining Hongming Academy, and what responsibilities would I have to take on?" Chen Mu asked directly. Zhang Daming laughed heartily. "All right, let me give you a proper introduction to Hongming Academy, what we offer, the benefits you'll enjoy, and of course, the responsibilities you'll need to fulfill." Hongming Academy, as the first academy for professionals, was established even before the era of Dungeon's arrival. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This academy, which has produced multiple demigods, is a true testament to the nation's immense power. "If it weren't for being approached today, I wouldn't have known about Hongming Academy at all," Zhang Daming said with a smile as he began introducing the benefits. "The conditions at Hongming Academy are straightforward. Access to public dungeons is free, special dungeons are open to you, and you even get priority access." He paused to observe Chen Mu's reaction, but to his surprise, Chen Mu remained calm, showing none of the expected astonishment. "What do I have to give in return?" Chen Mu cut straight to the point. For someone like him, who had a golden finger, not joining any faction would at most slow down his growth. However, if it came at the cost of his freedom, the trade wouldn't be worth it. "Right to the point," Zhang Daming said, his expression showing approval. "We only require you to complete one task per month. Completing tasks earns you credits, which can be exchanged for most resources. The rest of the time is entirely yours to do as you please." Chen Mu fell into deep thought. These terms were similar to those of other prestigious academies, and in some ways, even more flexible. Although he was well aware that the tasks would likely be dangerous, the benefits offered made the trade-off acceptable. "All right, I'll join. Welcome to Hongming Academy." Zhang Daming immediately took out a brand new ID card and handed it over. Seeing how prepared Zhang Daming was, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, few would be able to refuse such favorable conditions. The information on the ID was clear at a glance. Name, Chen Mu. Class, Taoist. Affiliation, Hongming Academy. ID number, 266. "Where is Hongming Academy? How do we get there?" Chen Mu asked as he put the ID away. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Daming took out his own ID and infused it with energy. The ID floated in midair. "Student 192 requests to return." As his words fell, golden energy rippled out from the ID, and a mechanical synthesized voice responded, "Identity verified. Welcome back." A golden portal materialized out of thin air in the room. Zhang Daming didn't step through immediately but instead explained. "Hongming Academy is located in a small dimension created by a supreme expert. This ID serves as our pass. As long as you're not in a spatially chaotic zone, you can summon the Academy's gate anywhere." Chen Mu was deeply impressed. In just a few years, the Dragon Nation had already cultivated individuals capable of casually creating spatial dimensions of feat that would place them among the top-tier beings even in the world of immortals and deities. This realization brought him a sense of reassurance. As the old saying goes, with giants to shield him, he could focus entirely on his cultivation. "Now that our task is complete, we'll be heading back. You can visit Hongming Academy to learn more about the details," Zhang Daming said calmly, glancing at his watch. Chen Mu gave a slight nod of gratitude and stepped through the golden portal. Right after, the mute took out his identification from the system's inventory, opened the passage with practiced ease, gesturing Abba, Abba with his hands, and followed suit. Watching the two disappear into the distance, Chen Mu was pondering whether he should go and take a look when the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Chun, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, he saw Principal Lu Peiqian smiling warmly at him. Principal, what brings you here? Chen Mu asked, feeling a bit uneasy. This was the man who had been intent on marrying off his daughter to him. A relationship? He really wasn't in the mood to think about that right now. Don't be so formal, just call me Uncle Lu, Lu Peiqian said enthusiastically. Didn't you ask me to help you find the Dragon Slayer set? It's ready now, and since I had some free time, I thought I'd bring it to you. Chen Mu was taken aback. The Dragon Slayer set was an incredibly rare collection of equipment, with every appearance sparking fierce competition. Assembling the entire set was no small feat for Lu Peiqian to secure it overnight. He must have pulled a lot of strings. The principal retrieved 5 pieces of equipment from his bag: the complete Dragon Slayer set. Helmet, necklace, shoulder guards, armor, and boots. The Golden Tier set boasted immensely powerful attributes, 200 to all 4 stats, wearable at level 20, and the activated Dragon Force provided a 70 boost to all stats for 300 seconds. Thank you, Principal. If you ever need anything, just let me know, Chen Mu said sincerely. Lu Peiqian's eyes lit up. Xiao Chun, that's great to hear. Actually, there's just one thing: my 21-year-old daughter is still single. As he spoke, he kept sizing Chen Mu up. Principal, Chen Mu interrupted decisively. As a leader of the new generation, I shouldn't be distracted by matters of the heart. My pursuit is strength and the path to godhood. Please, let's not bring this up again. Surprisingly, Lu Peiqian didn't seem too disappointed. He knew very well that many powerful individuals remained single, even some demigods. Those who pursued ultimate strength often had no time for romance. All right, Xiao Chun, Lu Peiqian sighed lightly. If there's anything else you need, just let me know while I'm still the principal of Jiangqing No. 1 High School. If possible, could you refund the remaining dungeon fees? Chen Mu asked. Now that he was a member of Hongming Academy, using that money to purchase better equipment seemed more worthwhile. Wait, Lu Peiqian's expression changed abruptly. His breathing quickened, and his eyes turned red. Did you join Hongming Academy? His voice trembled slightly. Yes. Haha, well done, kid. Lu Peiqian laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll process the refund right away and transfer the money to your account. Focus on your training from now on. He clearly understood the unique nature of Hongming Academy and refrained from asking further questions. Staying in Jiangqing no longer held any meaning for Chen Mu, so he decided to head to Hongming Academy without delay. Retrieving his identification from his storage space, he infused it with energy. In an instant, the 5-clawed golden dragon on the document seemed to come to life, radiating a dazzling golden light. Student 266, requesting return, he called out. A golden portal appeared out of thin air in response. Identity verification successful. Welcome back, a mechanical synthesized voice announced. Chen Mu strode into the portal, immediately hit by a strong sense of weightlessness. Before he could adjust, a crisp voice greeted him. Hello, Master. Intelligent Butler 266 is at your service. Opening his eyes, he saw a sleek, white, rounded robot standing in front of him. Noticing Chen Mu's curious gaze, the robot promptly began explaining its functions. The Intelligent Butler is equipped with features such as answering queries, smart navigation, household management, and basic medical assistance. What assistance does Master require at the moment? Chen Mu was quite surprised. Had the technological advancements of Longhua already reached this level? This was undoubtedly true artificial intelligence. His curiosity about Hongming Academy grew even stronger. Show me around the environment, he instructed. Leading the way, the robot explained in detail. This is Villa 266, your exclusive residence. The villa is fully equipped with all living facilities, and I will manage your daily needs. Through the Intelligent Butler's explanations, Chen Mu gradually learned that the benefits provided by Hongming Academy were unparalleled in Longhua. Students could focus entirely on enhancing their abilities, while the Intelligent Butler handled all trivial matters of daily life. I want to challenge a dungeon. Where should I go? Chen Mu asked, staying focused on his purpose for being there. Dungeons are categorized into ordinary and special types. Ordinary dungeons can be accessed directly from your villa, while special dungeons require a trip to the Academy's dungeon hall and the payment of Academy credits. Credits can be earned through completing tasks and dungeon achievements. Following the Intelligent Butler, Chen Mu arrived at the villa's basement, where a dimly glowing portal stood. Just as he was about to enter, a thought struck him. By the way, can you change your name? Of course, Master, the robot replied. Then let's call you Dabai. Intelligent Butler doesn't sound very comfortable. Understood, Master. Dabai is at your service. Prepare some food for me. They'll be back shortly, Chen Mu said as he touched the portal. Instantly, dozens of dungeon options appeared before him. Most of them were familiar, but a few were completely new, likely recently discovered ordinary dungeons. One particular dungeon caught his attention. Name: Slime's Domain. Level 10. Description: a king has emerged among a group of slimes. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for slimes. If not for this creature often ridiculed as the shame of monsters, his early progress would have been much harder. A question suddenly crossed his mind. Would the quality of loot differ based on the level of the same type of creature? Rather than overthinking, why not experience it firsthand? After all, it wouldn't take much time. Chen Mu directly chose Nightmare difficulty, and the system immediately prompted, "Do you wish to challenge the Nightmare level land of slimes?" As soon as he confirmed, the scene before him shifted instantly. On a vast grassy field, dozens of water slimes were leisurely squirming about. Before these sticky creatures could react, the burly warriors summoned by Chen Mu charged onto the battlefield. Splat! Splat! Blades cut through, and the slimes burst one after another. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding! Water slime defeated. Obtained high-tier mana recovery pill. Ding! Water slime defeated. Obtained high-tier mana recovery pill. Chen Mu quickly checked the information on the high-tier mana recovery pill. Name: high-tier mana recovery pill. Quality: bronze grade. Effect: instantly restores 300 MP. Description: a superior replacement for regular mana recovery pills. His eyes lit up since the high-tier mana recovery pill was bronze grade. Then the Bean Soldier Summoning Skill Book obtained from defeating Earth Slimes should also be of bronze quality. Currently, his Bean Soldier Summoning skill, even with the added bonus from his Taoist robe, was only at level 8, 5 levels short of max. If he could obtain a bronze grade skill book, his leveling speed would be significantly boosted. With this in mind, Chen Mu immediately set a goal. Today, he would max out Bean Soldier Summoning. Once maxed, the soldiers would reach level 26, and his elite infantry could equip the Dragon Slayer set. The archers swiftly cleared out the water slimes. Soon after, earth slimes began emerging from the ground. The warriors, already prepared, struck them down the moment they surfaced. Ding! Earth slime defeated. Obtained bronze grade Bean Soldier Summoning. The system notifications continued to ring. Chen Mu immediately opened his inventory and converted all the skill books into proficiency. Though this method was resource intensive, it was incredibly efficient. What would normally take 2 days to level up could now be achieved in a single dungeon run. Just as he was contemplating whether to restart the dungeon, a sudden blaze erupted across the grassy field ahead. From the flames, a group of fiery, burning slimes emerged from underground. These were a new species Chen Mu had never encountered before. Attack! Chen Mu commanded decisively, launching the assault without hesitation. Ding! The system notification chimed. You have slain a flame slime and obtained a flame crystal. Chen Mu glanced at the bronze quality crafting material imbued with fire elements and immediately lost interest. For him, gear and potions were useful for personal use, but these materials were either space-consuming or could only be sold. Better focus on maxing out my skill levels first, Chen Mu thought to himself. This dungeon wasn't particularly impressive, but most of the loot was at least somewhat useful. After defeating several metal and wood slimes, a massive slime suddenly appeared before him. The system identified it as a level 21 silver quality king slime, equipped with skills such as Savage Charge, Heavy Pressure, King's Aura, and Self-Healing, with a guaranteed silver teardrop. Well, it's a boss at least. Let's hope the loot doesn't disappoint, Chen Mu muttered as he commanded his troops to attack. The king slime charged forward but was effortlessly intercepted by heavily armored soldiers. Enchanted arrows pierced through its body repeatedly. Despite being hailed as the king of its kind, it was far inferior to other bosses. In less than 30 seconds, the king slime fell under the barrage of arrows. Ding! You have slain the king slime and obtained a 5 elements crystal. Chen Mu's smile froze instantly. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed, but he begrudgingly chose to challenge the dungeon again. As long as this dungeon had a chance of dropping the Bean Soldier Summoning skill book, he had to keep grinding. For the next hour, he focused on clearing the dungeon until the Bean Soldier Summoning skill reached its max level. Once he was done, he exited the dungeon and returned to the basement, where Dabai was already waiting for him. Master, the meal is ready. Shall I serve it now? Dabai asked. Take me there. After finishing his meal, Chen Mu began planning his next steps. Now that the Bean Soldier Summoning skill was maxed out, it was time to consider upgrading it to gold tier. This core skill was essential to his survival and needed to be prioritized, but he lacked a gold skill upgrade scroll. As he watched Dabai clearing the dishes, an idea struck him. Dabai, do you know where I can get a gold skill upgrade scroll? A screen immediately appeared on Dabai's abdomen, displaying the information. Master, according to Dabai's search, gold tier bosses have a 0.1 chance of dropping a gold skill upgrade scroll. Alternatively, It can be exchanged for 500 academic credits. Chen Mu frowned, deep in thought. Killing 1,000 gold-tier bosses for a single chance was a ridiculously low probability. It seemed like exchanging for credits was his only viable option. To buy, how many credits do I currently have? Master, you have 100 initial credits. Hearing this, Chen Mu fell into contemplation. Still 400 credits short. Chen Mu stared at the number in front of him, frowning as he pondered. To buy, analyze this for me. What's the fastest way to earn these 400 credits? The intelligent assistant, Dabai, didn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, it spoke. Master, based on the analysis, the optimal approach is to break dungeon records. Each record-breaking run can earn 100 credits, with a maximum of 300 credits per dungeon. Additionally, there are credit missions available, which reward several hundred credits each, but they typically take an average of 4 days to complete. Hearing this detailed analysis, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. This intelligent assistant was indeed reliable, capable of handling everything with precision. No wonder Hongming Academy provided one for every student. Got it. Chen Mu was about to head to the basement when the doorbell suddenly rang. Master, the visitors are number 192 Zhang Daming and number 195 Fanli. Dabai promptly reported. Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the door. As soon as it opened, Zhang Daming got straight to the point. Hey, want to team up for a dungeon run? We're planning to challenge the Hell-level Ghoul Cemetery. Sorry, I have something else to take care of. Chen Mu declined without hesitation. He knew very well that with his cheat ability, it was better to go solo to avoid exposing his strength. Before joining the academy, he had already decided to walk the lone wolf path. With his scattering beans to form soldiers ability paired with his cheat, clearing dungeons was no problem. Even if he encountered difficulties, it would just be a matter of upgrading his equipment. As long as his soldiers were well equipped, even gods with health bars wouldn't stand a chance. All right then, we won't bother you, Zhang Daming said with a smile and left. His mute companion gestured with his hands. After the two walked away, the mute made a series of hand signs. Zhang Daming's face lit up with understanding. I get what you're saying, but that guy's as stubborn as they come. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. He has no idea how tough hell-level dungeons are. Give it a few days. Once he suffers some setbacks, he'll come looking for us to team up. Most new students preferred solo runs to quickly gain experience. However, once they encountered hell-level dungeons, even those with powerful hidden classes couldn't handle it alone and eventually had to seek out teammates. The mute nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had already returned to the basement and was carefully reviewing the dungeon interface. Not all record-breaking dungeons awarded credits. Low-level ones like the slime dungeon didn't count. Only high-difficulty dungeons offered credit rewards. Getting 1,800 credits is no easy task. Chen Mu chuckled bitterly. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, but he knew he had to adapt to the situation. Hongming Academy was a gathering place for prodigies, and he doubted he was the only one with a unique class. There were bound to be some truly monstrous talents hidden here. Still, with his current strength, earning 400 credits shouldn't be too difficult. As long as he used the golden skill upgrade scroll to enhance his skills, his soldiers' attributes would significantly improve, and breaking records would be well within reach. Scanning the 6 dungeon options, Chen Mu muttered, "All right, this one will do." He selected a dungeon with relatively moderate record requirements. The mission to subdue the Mountain Lord has begun. As the system notification echoed, Chen Mu immediately summoned all his soldiers. This was a straightforward extermination task. Eliminate all the monsters to complete it. You there, take down the surrounding trees. Chen Mu ordered a group of experienced infantrymen. Without hesitation, the soldiers swung their weapons, bringing down tree after tree with thunderous crashes that reverberated throughout the forest. Just as Chen Mu anticipated, the Mountain Lord, ruler of the forest, wouldn't stand idly by while its territory was desecrated. Soon, hulking beasts emerged from the woods, each more ferocious than the last. Clearly the Mountain Lord's minions. They roared deafeningly and charged madly down the mountain. Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. To a master archer like him, these charging beasts were nothing more than moving targets. Drawing his bow, he loosed enchanted arrows one after another. Each arrow flew with precision, imbued with powerful armor-piercing effects. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the vital points of every beast with deadly accuracy. Whether it was wild boars, wolves, or black bears, none could withstand the combined effects, falling instantly with a single strike. The system notifications followed. You have slain a mighty wild boar and obtained a demon core. You have slain a rampaging wolf and obtained a demon core. You have slain a black mountain bear and obtained a demon core. Chen Mu checked the details of the demon cores. Bronze grade, suitable for accelerating the growth of pets and mounts. Perfect. He had been considering acquiring a mount or pet recently. Once he reached level 10, he could form a contract, and with these demon cores, he wouldn't need to spend extra money on growth packages. With the soldier's assistance, The low-intelligence beasts were swiftly cleared out, leaving Chen Mu with a haul of several hundred demon cores. Mountain beast, come out and meet your end. Chen Mu suddenly bellowed. Sure enough, a deep, resonant tiger's roar echoed from the forest. Moments later, a dark shadow leaped from the woods, landing firmly in front of Chen Mu. It was a majestic tiger with a jet-black coat adorned with white stripes, and a striking pale golden king character on its forehead. Chen Mu studied the imposing tiger with interest, completely unfazed by its threatening presence. His calm demeanor only served to enrage the Mountain Lord, which let out an earth-shaking roar. The system displayed the Mountain Lord's stats. Level 22, Gold Grade Boss. Skills, Roar of the Forest, Tiger's Might, Iron Body, King of Beasts. Drop Rate, Silver Grade 1, Gold Grade 99. What a shame the boss can't be used as a mount, Chen Mu muttered softly, taking a deliberate step backward. Attack. As the command echoed, the heavily armored soldiers, who had been lying in wait, immediately launched their charge. The Mountain Lord had initially targeted Chen Mu's life directly, but the enchanted arrows from the sharpshooter forced it to change tactics, shifting its focus to the surrounding iron boxes. Its tiger claws came crashing down but unexpectedly broke two of its claws against the soldier's heavy armor. Roaring in fury, the Mountain Lord let out a deafening howl, shattering the enchanted arrows midair. Then, with a powerful leap, it aimed to escape into the forest. Running away? Dream on. Chen Mu's eyes sharpened. Jia Yi, assist the other soldiers and block that creature. From behind Chen Mu emerged Jia Yi, clad in the Dragon Slayer set. As Chen Mu's most formidable warrior, Jia Yi's attributes far surpassed those of any other soldier. With his skills activated, his defense even exceeded that of the heavily armored troops. He typically served as Chen Mu's personal guard. In just a few breaths, Jia Yi had already cut off the Mountain Lord's escape route. Sensing the threat of death, the Mountain Lord's eyes glowed blood-red as it lunged at Jia Yi in a frenzy. Yet, Jia Yi stood unmoving, exuding the composure of a true master. Wow, didn't expect him to be such a show-off, Chen Mu muttered to himself. But he knew full well that if even the heavily armored soldiers couldn't take down the Mountain Lord, there was no way it could defeat Jia Yi. As the Mountain Lord's claws closed in, Jia Yi activated his Dragon's Might. The dragon head on his armor seemed to come alive as he gripped his sword and began executing the most fundamental slashes. The tiger claws were nearly severed, forcing the Mountain Lord to retreat hastily, though blood still splattered in its wake. Watching Jia Yi's fighting style, Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect. Wearing the top-tier Dragon Slayer set, yet only using basic sword slashes, it felt like such a waste. If only the soldiers could learn warrior skills, he thought. Then it struck him these soldiers, seemingly imbued with independent souls, should be capable of learning such techniques. Chen Mu resolved to purchase basic warrior skills in the future, or perhaps collect ancient swordsmanship manuals for them to practice. As long as they survived, these skills should remain with them. The battle had reached its climax. The Mountain Lord, now drenched in blood, was at the end of its strength. With one final roar, it summoned a pack of ferocious beasts for reinforcements. But before the backup could arrive, Jia Yi had already severed the Mountain Lord's head with a single stroke of his sword. Ding! The system notification chimed. You have slain the Mountain Lord and obtained condensed Mountain Lord bloodline. Chen Mu frowned slightly as he checked the reward from his golden finger. Lately, the system had been spitting out some rather bizarre items. Condensed Mountain Lord bloodline. Quality. Gold. Description. Can be applied to tiger-type mounts, perfectly inheriting the Mountain Lord's aptitude and bloodline. Wow! Chen Mu exclaimed in awe. This golden finger was getting better at reading his mind. He had just thought about it, and the next second, it became reality. As for finding a tiger-type mount, that would be easy. As he contentedly closed the information panel, another notification popped up. Congratulations! You have set a new record for the Mountain Lord Raid Dungeon and earned 100 academic credits. Without hesitation, Chen Mu chose to challenge the dungeon again. Once more, he caused a commotion in the Mountain Lord's territory, quickly dispatching the minions sent his way. When the Mountain Lord appeared, Chen Mu ordered Jia Yi to lead the soldiers in a direct charge. Moments later, with an anguished tiger's roar, the Mountain Lord dissolved into experience points. However, this time, when Chen Mu tried to challenge the dungeon again, the system remained unresponsive. There was no notification sound, and no options appeared. What's going on? Could Blue Star OL actually crash? As he looked around in confusion, the system suddenly alerted him. Ding! Hidden storyline triggered. Behind him, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed. Chen Mu turned to see hundreds of soldiers marching toward him, led by a commander on a chestnut-red horse. Scan results. Name: Infantry Captain. Level: 25. Quality: Gold. Skills: Swift Slash, Battle Aura, One-Man Army, Bravery. Description: a minor leader among infantry forces. The infantry captain led his troops closer and, upon seeing Chen Mu, frowned. I've heard there's a tiger spirit in this mountain. Do you know its whereabouts? An observant soldier pointed toward the forest. Captain, look over there, it seems to be the tiger spirit's corpse. The captain's face darkened instantly. I intended to tame that tiger spirit and present it to General Pingxi as a mount. And now you've killed it. Arrest these scoundrels and send them to the frontier as battle slaves. Chen Mu had had enough. In a dungeon, he certainly wasn't going to tolerate such nonsense. After a heated exchange, the captain was stunned but quickly flew into a rage, ordering his soldiers to attack. Though the enemy had the advantage in numbers, their quality was abysmal. The enchanted arrows of the 100-step sharpshooters could pierce through 3 soldiers at once. Combined with the coordination of the heavy infantry and battle-hardened foot soldiers, the battle quickly turned in Chen Mu's favor. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the captain attempted to flee. Chen Mu smirked coldly. How could he let a golden quality boss slip away? Without hesitation, he pulled out 100 Thunderstrike talismans. The attack wasn't particularly powerful, but it successfully knocked the opponent's mount to the ground. Chen Mu let out a sharp command. By the decree of heaven, instantly, thunder roared across the sky, and several bolts of lightning struck down. Boom! The chestnut warhorse collapsed on the spot, and the captain fell heavily to the ground in a disheveled state. However, as a golden tier boss-level opponent, such an impact was hardly enough to injure him. Chen Mu thought to himself that opponents like the Goblin Prince, who were essentially free loot, were a rare find. By now, the surrounding enemy foot soldiers had been completely cleared out. The captain got up unhurriedly and asked, "Do you know who my father is?" This unexpected attitude caught Chen Mu off guard. Was there someone pulling strings in this dungeon? He sneered. Even if your old man is Zhong'er, you're still dead. Then he gave the order. Take him down. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the captain suddenly accelerated, sword in hand, and aimed directly for Chen Mu's vital points. In the nick of time, Jia stepped forward and intercepted the deadly strike. The captain hadn't anticipated such a skilled fighter would be at Chen Mu's side. Just as he attempted to retreat, he found himself surrounded by heavily armored soldiers. Jia, keep him occupied. Everyone else, look for an opening to strike. Chen Mu commanded sternly. A bunch of nobodies think they can stop me? Battle aura. The captain roared, and streams of energy flared around him, making his movements even more agile. If not for Jia's presence, he might have broken through their encirclement. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Mu sighed inwardly at his own lack of strength. If only his sewing soldiers' skill had reached gold tier, and if his 10 battle-hardened infantrymen were equipped with Dragon Slayer gear, this captain would have been as insignificant as an ant. Whirlwind slash, the captain suddenly shouted, unleashing a streak of green sword energy that sliced through a heavy soldier's massive shield, leaving a crack in the armor. If the heavy soldier hadn't had such high defense, that strike could have been fatal. Realizing escape was impossible, the captain's expression finally betrayed fear. I am a captain of the great Yin Empire. Killing me will bring certain death upon you. Spare me now, and ill consider this incident forgotten. This statement gave Chen Mu pause. The great Yin Empire? He combed through his memories of this live's history, but found no mention of it. Suddenly, a chilling thought surfaced. Could all these dungeons be interconnected parts of a larger, complete world? If that were true, and considering the experts' theories about the dungeons merging with Blue Star, it could mean numerous real-world dimensions were converging with Blue Star. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He realized he needed to strengthen himself quickly. When the worlds fully merged, it would likely ignite a cataclysmic war, where demigods roamed freely, and true gods would become commonplace. A few minutes later, the captain could no longer hold out and was slain by Jia's sword, leaving behind a gleaming long sword on the ground. The system notification chimed in. Ding! You have slain a great Yin Empire captain and obtained the skill book. Whirlwind slash. Ding! Hidden storyline completed. The system notification sounded as Chen Mu quickly approached the fallen body of the officer. The equipment on the ground immediately caught his attention, and its details appeared before his eyes. Windhawk sword. Class, warrior. Quality, gold. Skill, soul of the gale. Requirement, level 25. Description, crafted by a master blacksmith, infused with the beast soul of the storm hawk. Soul of the gale when activated. All attacks deal wind elemental damage. Chen Mu found this skill intriguing and wanted to see it in action. Come here, he called to Jia, gesturing at him. Use this sword and show me the skill's effect. Jia stepped forward silently, gripping the sword tightly. In a deep voice, he shouted, Soul of the gale. In an instant, the Windhawk sword emitted a sharp cry, like the screech of an eagle, as dense wind elements gathered around its blade. Jia swung it in a single slash, carving a deep trench into the ground with a greenish-blue slash of wind. That's it. Chen Mu shook his head, slightly disappointed. Before he could finish his thought, the Windhawk sword suddenly erupted in a dazzling green light. With a light swing, Jia Yi effortlessly severed a massive tree several meters away, its trunk as thick as two people hugging it. Now that's interesting. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. While not overwhelmingly powerful, the sword's ability to extend its attack range was certainly impressive. Opening his system inventory, Chen Mu examined a newly acquired skill book. Gale Slash. Quality. Gold. Class. Warrior. Learning level. 20. Description. Harnesses wind elements to propel the body, significantly increasing slash damage. Chen Mu immediately instructed Jia Yi to learn the skill. The system promptly displayed two notifications. Ding. Your summoned creature wants to learn Gale Slash. Do you agree? Ding. Due to the unique nature of the summoned creature, all learned skills will be forgotten upon its death. This limitation was acceptable to Chen Mu. Agree. With his confirmation, Gale Slash appeared on Jia Yi's attribute panel. Chen Mu quickly decided to re-enter the dungeon to test Jia Yi's full capabilities. Soon, a horde of ferocious beasts surged down the mountain. Like a whirlwind, Jia Yi charged into the beast pack, activating Soul of the Gale. A 3-meter-long green blade of wind swept in all directions, reducing dozens of beasts to scattered fragments in an instant. The clearing speed was significantly faster than before. By the time the mountain lord descended, Jia Yi had already eliminated all the smaller creatures. Enveloped in a protective armor of wind, his speed surged as he delivered a flurry of precise strikes, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on the mountain lord. With one final, calculated slash, the mountain lord's head fell cleanly to the ground. Ding. Dungeon record updated. You have earned 100 academic credits. Watching all this, Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his current strength, he was confident he could dominate most first-tier dungeons and break records with ease. At this moment, Chen Mu felt a surge of desire how he wished he could get 9 more sets of the Dragon Slayer gear, ideally paired with the Wind Eagle Sword and Gale Slash. Unfortunately, hidden quests were rare opportunities. Muttering to himself, he decided to go back and search for alternatives. Without delay, he started the challenge again. Although his second attempt didn't set a new record due to the time spent on the hidden quest, with Jia Yi's assistance, he easily surpassed his previous score and earned 100 credits. After completing this instance, Chen Mu immediately returned to the instant selection screen and chose the next credit-earning challenge to continue. Meanwhile, on the artificial lake at Hongming Academy, a lounge chair swayed gently with the ripples. Upon closer inspection, an elderly man holding a fishing rod lay on the chair. Suddenly, the fishing line went taut, and the man, previously drowsy, snapped awake, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The fish in the lake was incredibly strong, dragging the lounge chair across the water at high speed. Strangely, none of the passers-by on the shore seemed to notice. This one's got some fight, must be a big catch, the old man mused, a wide grin spreading across his face. After more than an hour of a tug-of-war struggle, the chair finally came to a stop. A series of bubbles rose to the surface, and a bizarre fish, 3 to 4 meters long, emerged from the lake. Principal, you really know how to enjoy yourself. You had to stock the lake with fish just so you could fish for fun. A voice filled with exasperation suddenly called out. The old man's grin froze, and he retorted irritably, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Don't waste an old man's precious fishing time. The freshmen have all arrived. Would you like to give a speech? No time. Principal, you've been floating on this lake for half a month now, and you can't spare even half an hour? Skillfully unhooking the fish, the principal baited the hook with his specially prepared lure. While casting his line again, he replied, I do as I please. If they've got the guts, tell them to fire me. Then I'll just go fishing on the open sea. The visitor fell silent for a long moment before sighing and asking, what about this year's entrance exam arrangements? Sort it out yourselves. Don't bother me with trivial matters. The principal waved dismissively, clearly impatient. The visitor seemed about to say more, but the principal cut him off. I can't leave this place, so what's wrong with me fishing? Fine, forget the speech. But you'll need to show up for the entrance exam awards ceremony just 5 minutes. If I have time, I'll go. That response chilled. The visitor had heard the same line last time. Yet the principal never showed, even after the students had gone to bed. At Hongming Academy, the principal's reputation for slacking off was legendary. Despite enjoying the highest privileges, he rarely made public appearances, and some students even graduated after 4 years without ever seeing him. Principal. The visitor tried again, only to be cut off by a sharp warning. Keep nagging, and I'll use you as bait. Before the words had fully landed, the visitor had already bolted out of sight. Knew better than to test the principal's threats, especially after hearing about a predecessor who had learned the hard way what being used as bait felt like. Ding. Dungeon record refreshed. You've earned 100 credits. The system notification chimed as Chen Mu exited the instance. Without hesitation, he decided it was time to improve his skill quality, something he had been eagerly anticipating. Back in the villa's basement, the voice of his AI butler, Dabai, sounded at just the right moment. Master, do you need any assistance? I've saved up 500 credits. Where should I go to purchase items? Chen Mu asked. Master, I can place the order for you, and the items will be delivered by a staff member, Dabai immediately replied. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel. This truly was a paradise for the lazy. Even online shopping came with door-to-door delivery. All right, I want to buy a golden skill upgrade scroll. Master, the order has been placed. The item will arrive in 5 to 10 minutes, Dabai confirmed. Waving his hand dismissively, Chen Mu said, you can go about your tasks now. I'll call you if I need anything. With that, he returned to his bedroom to wait. Before long, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Chen Mu was greeted by a sleek, silver delivery robot. Dear user, here is your package. Wishing you a pleasant day, it said politely before turning and leaving. Eagerly, Chen Mu carried the package to the living room, tore it open, and revealed a scroll glowing with a golden light. Name Golden Skill Upgrade Scroll. Quality Golden. Description upgrades a silver tier skill to golden quality. After confirming it was the correct item, Chen Mu immediately chose to use it. The system's voice rang out once more. Ding. The skill, Seed Soldiers from Beans, has 2 upgrade paths. Please make a selection. Option 1. Enhance the quantity of summon units, significantly increasing the number of summon soldiers. Option 2. Enhance the quality of summon units, significantly boosting individual combat capabilities. Without hesitation, Chen Mu selected the second option. A burst of radiant, multicolored light flashed, and the skill icon transformed into a pale golden hue. Ding! Congratulations! Your Seed Soldiers from Beans skill has advanced to golden quality. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Mu immediately summoned Jia Yi. A figure radiating an intimidating aura appeared before him, exuding a palpable sense of unapproachability. Name Ironblood Infantry. Level 26. Quality Golden. Skills Gale Slash, Wind Fury Spirit, Unyielding Blood War. Attribute Strength 450, Stamina 520, Speed 330, Spirit 380. Equipment Dragon Slayer Set. Windhawk Sword. Medium Ordinary Soil. Description Elite among Elites. Holy crap! Chen Mu exclaimed, stunned by the massive boost in stats. Such attributes were difficult to match, even for hidden classes above level 20. His eyes then caught a new entry on the panel, Medium, which was listed as Ordinary Soil. After a moment of reflection, Chen Mu had an epiphany. Every time he summoned soldiers, he had casually grabbed some dirt and scattered it into the air. That must be the Ordinary Soil mentioned. This realization sparked a glint of fervor in his eyes. He began to wonder, what would happen if he used different materials as the medium? With this question lingering in his mind, Chen Mu opened his system inventory. Chen Mu lowered his head to examine the items in his possession, his face clouded with disappointment. Aside from some basic materials like spider silk, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special that could serve as a medium. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a few glimmering crystals dropped earlier from defeating slimes. His inventory was stocked with a large number of flame crystals and a dozen higher quality 5-star crystals. Let's try the flame crystal first, he muttered softly, pulling out a fiery red crystal. Turn day into night. Summon soldiers from seeds. As the incantation echoed, Chen Mu tossed the crystal into the air. The system immediately prompted him with options. Please select a unit from the following. 1. Ironblood Infantry. 2. Heavy Armored Tiger Soldiers. 3. Hawkeye Sharpshooters. 4. Giant Axe Warrior. Option 4. Chen Mu eagerly chose the new unit, only to receive a system message. This unit cannot use flame crystals as a medium. Fine. Option 1. This unit cannot use flame crystals as a medium. Option 2. This unit cannot use flame crystals as a medium. Chen Mu's expression darkened immediately. In the end, the system automatically selected the third option and began summoning Hawkeye Sharpshooters. The flame crystal burst into a dazzling red glow, and a muscular sharpshooter materialized out of thin air. Checking the info panel. Name, Hawkeye Sharpshooter. Level, 26. Quality, Gold. Skills, Hawkeye, Powerful Flame Arrow. Stats, Strength 210, Stamina 120, Speed 190, Spirit 98. Equipment, None. Medium, Flame Crystal. Description, enhances fire attribute attacks. The 2 skills included Hawkeye, which increased the range and damage of arrows, and Powerful Flame Arrow, capable of dealing high fire damage. Chen Mu pondered for a moment. This gold quality unit likely had even more untapped potential. He then tried using a 5-star crystal, only to discover that none of the units could be summoned with it. It seems I haven't unlocked enough units yet, he sighed. though he was still quite satisfied with the improvement in his abilities. He could now summon up to 40 soldiers. While the giant axe warriors were temporarily unavailable due to equipment limitations, switching his entire squad to Hawkeye sharpshooters had already significantly boosted his team's combat strength. After making these adjustments, Chen Mu returned to grinding through the slime dungeon. With the quality of summoned soldiers from seeds upgraded, the level cap for his soldiers had also increased by 10. In just half a day, Chen Mu successfully maxed out that sprinkling beans to form soldiers, skill using experience from skill books. Compared to the months or even years of training it would take an average person, this speed was like exploiting a glitch. Of course, replicating this method required one crucial element: having enough skill books. Just as he was preparing to start a new dungeon challenge, an urgent notification interrupted his plans. Attention, all freshmen. The entrance exam will begin in 30 minutes. Those who fail will be expelled. First place will receive a professional skill book as a reward. This reward made Chen Mu's eyes light up. For someone like him with a unique profession, a professional skill book was like an intriguing mystery box. It could grant abilities like Samadhi True Fire, 3 heads and 6 arms, or Heaven and Earth Transformation. While there was a chance it might turn out to be something mundane, for a chi refiner like him, it likely wouldn't disappoint. Just as he was about to ask Dabai about the test location, the doorbell rang. Outside stood the inseparable duo, Zhang Daming and the mute. Brother Chen, want to head to the test together? Zhang Daming said enthusiastically, then quickly added a serious reminder: don't hold back during this test. Last year, someone tried to hide their strength and ended up getting expelled on the spot. Noticing Chen Mu's surprise at his knowledge, Zhang Daming explained, to be honest, Hongming Academy recruits students in 2 ways. One is sudden appearances of powerful professionals like you, and the other is those who show talent from a young age. I was recruited back in my 2nd year of high school. What's the test about? A dungeon? Chen Mu asked. As per tradition, it's a unique first transition dungeon with nightmare difficulty, Zhang Daming replied. The term, unique dungeon, reminded Chen Mu of his Dragon Slayer set, which he had also obtained from such a dungeon. However, since this was a test for freshmen, the difficulty shouldn't be too overwhelming. The 3 arrived at an oval-shaped building, where many students were already waiting in small groups. Chen Mu kept a low profile and refrained from inspecting others' information to avoid unnecessary trouble. The atmosphere in the waiting area was calm, with no one causing any issues. After about 10 minutes, the doors of the building opened, and the freshmen began to enter one by one. Once the last person was inside, the doors shut tightly. While everyone was still wondering what would happen next, a young man approached. Upon seeing him, Zhang Daming's expression grew serious, and he lowered his voice to offer a warning. Bro, I think we're in trouble this time, a young man said with a helpless expression. I never thought it would be him in charge of the test. Before Chen Mu could ask anything, the young man introduced himself proactively. My name is Luo Hao, and I'm the one responsible for this test. But don't worry, I'm pretty easygoing. Just pick a simple dungeon to get through it. I am just a worker here, after all. The group sighed in relief, but Chen Mu frowned. His intuition told him that this seemingly friendly test officer was far from harmless. Sure enough, Luo Hao continued, for the first-tier special dungeons, there are only 7 or 8 options. I think the Dwarf King dungeon is quite a good choice. Damn it. Zhang Daming couldn't help but curse. Judging by his grim expression, this dungeon was clearly a nightmare. However, Luo Hao maintained his innocent smile, even earning grateful looks from some of the students. This dungeon is worth the effort. The drop rate for gear is high, and there are several sets you can get. Hearing this, Chen Mu began calculating in his mind. If he could acquire enough gear that suited him, spending the credits he earned here might actually be worth it. Once Luo Hao finished his explanation and the dungeon entered its final debugging phase, the students finally had some time to talk among themselves. I knew it. The moment he showed up, I knew we were doomed. Zhang Daming sighed. Is the Dwarf King dungeon really that hard? Chen Mu asked, unfamiliar with the special dungeons. Zhang Daming gave a bitter smile and explained. Hard? It's the toughest one in the first tier. But the gear is excellent, and the drop rates are higher than other dungeons. The dwarf's forging skills are top-notch. The monsters in the dungeon are mostly equipped with silver gear, and the Dwarf King himself has golden weapons and armor. Instead of being discouraged, Chen Mu grew excited. What kind of gear does it drop? Mostly warrior gear, followed by archer gear, and some heavy armor, Zhang Daming said after a moment's thought. The Dwarf King wields the Ruthless Battle Axe and wears the Ruthless Blood Armor, a golden set. If a Berserker class player gets it, they'd not only secure first place among their peers, but probably rank in the top 5 overall. But completing the full set depends on luck. This information was like an adrenaline shot for Chen Mu. Berserker class? Battle Axe? It was as if this dungeon was tailor-made for his Great Axe Warrior build. He silently resolved to max out his credits after the test and focus entirely on the Dwarf King dungeon. At that moment, Luo Hao reappeared. Alright, students. The dungeon debugging is complete. Please enter in order according to your assigned numbers. Under his direction, the students began entering the dungeon one by one. When it was Chen Mu's turn, he silently prayed, "Dream dungeon, don't let me down." The dwarves have a natural affinity for living in caves, with some of their forge-obsessed can even choosing to reside near volcanic craters. While this particular dungeon wasn't within a volcano, it was still located in the depths of a shadowy cavern. Chen Mu swiftly cast the Bean Soldier's spell, summoning 40 soldiers who instantly formed ranks. Considering the narrow passageways, he opted for a cautious tactical formation. Heavily armored tiger soldiers at the front, infantry guarding the rear, while sharpshooters stood beside him, tasked with providing ranged support and protection. Fully aware that the other challengers were no ordinary opponents, Chen Mu immediately ordered his troops to maintain their formation and advance quickly into the cave's depths. Before they could reach a more open area, a rhythmic clanging sound echoed through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp ringing of hammer strikes was unrelenting. Known for their unparalleled smithing skills, the dwarves' craftsmanship was legendary across countless tales. As Chen Mu recalled these stories, his troops had already charged into a spacious cavern. The sight before them was striking. Dozens of dwarves, each barely 1.2 meters tall, were working in groups, their muscular forms focused on hammering glowing steel. The dwarves were visibly caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of strangers. "Firestorm arrows, volley," Chen Mu decisively commanded. In an instant, a rain of fiery arrows descended, leaving blazing trails in their wake. Some dwarves were struck down instantly, their heads pierced by the deadly projectiles, while others, quick to react, used their forging hammers to deflect the incoming arrows. Just as Chen Mu thought the battle would end swiftly, a thunderous roar shook the cavern. A dwarf, standing noticeably taller at around 1.6 meters, raised a massive forging hammer. His appearance immediately calmed the panicked dwarves, who began regrouping in an orderly manner. "The Dwarf King?" Chen Mu murmured in doubt and quickly used a scanning skill to assess the figure's details. Name: Dwarven Forge Master. Level: 25. Rarity: Gold. Skills: Weapon Mastery, Brute Strength, Forging, Durable Skin. Drop Rate: 100 chance for gold rate items. Description: a master among dwarves, known for crafting exceptional equipment. It turned out to be a forge master rather than the Dwarf King. Chen Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. Still, as a gold-tier boss in a special dungeon, this opponent was not to be underestimated. "Jia Yi, lead the charge," Chen Mu ordered, his true goal being the yet unseen Dwarf King. However, before Jia Yi and his troops could advance, the dwarves, wielding their forging hammers, launched their own counterattack. "Reckless fools," Chen Mu muttered to himself. He had expected the Forge Master's leadership to make this fight more challenging, but their impulsiveness suggested otherwise. Another volley of arrows rained down, felling another group of dwarves. Unable to hold back any longer, the Forge Master roared and charged forward, his massive hammer swinging to deflect the flaming arrows. Are they all just muscleheads? Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed fitting for humanoid creatures like these, who pursued raw strength above all else. Unlike humans, who could produce strategic minds like Sun Tzu, these beings resolved conflicts through sheer combat, where victory was determined by whoever remained standing. Pitiful. Allow me to teach you a lesson, Chen Mu thought to himself. The Forge Master let out another furious roar, using his hammer to swat away incoming fire arrows. Yet the other dwarves weren't as fortunate. Many fell in the relentless assault, even if they didn't die outright. As the Master Blacksmith charged toward the soldiers, only 7 or 8 heavily wounded dwarves remained by his side. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "You all are truly brave." The Master Blacksmith furrowed his brows and gripped his forging hammer tightly, preparing to rush at Chen Mu. However, Jia Yi, who had been on guard, intercepted his attack immediately. At that very moment, the last few dwarves collapsed to the ground. The Master Blacksmith looked at his fallen companions, his eyes blazing with fury. "All we did was forge iron. Who did we offend?" he roared, swinging his forging hammer with rage. The heavy blows echoed loudly. Bang! 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 The ferocity of his attacks forced even Jia Yi to dodge cautiously. After all, weapons and armor had durability limits, and the opponent's forging skills were a natural bane to equipment. Heavy armored tiger troopers, surround him, Chen Mu ordered. If the orc shields get destroyed, so be it. Redo for replacement anyway. As soon as the heavy armored tiger troopers closed in, the Master Blacksmith targeted one of them with a powerful strike. Enhanced by his forging skills, the orc shield was quickly deformed. A charged heavy blow followed, reducing the unfortunate soldier to a pile of yellow dust. This scene did not surprise Chen Mu. As a level 25 gold-tier boss, it wasn't unusual for the Master Blacksmith to one-shot a heavy armored soldier. However, such bursts of power were unsustainable. Sure enough, After unleashing his skill set, the master blacksmith showed signs of exhaustion. His speed and strength significantly diminished. Attack with everything you've got. Take him down during this weakened state. Chen Mu seized the opportunity and gave the order. Jia Yi immediately charged into the fray, taking on the brunt of the aggro, while the other soldiers launched continuous sneak attacks. Frustrated by the relentless harassment, the master blacksmith roared furiously, cursing incessantly in the dwarven tongue. Fortunately, Chen Mu couldn't understand him. Otherwise, he might have turned red from the insults. Stop struggling, Chen Mu said with a smirk. Just accept your fate and become my experience points. If you could drop a set of gold-tier equipment for me, I'd even thank your ancestors for 8 generations. This taunt enraged the master blacksmith even further. He howled madly but was unable to break free from Jia Yi's suppression, his health steadily depleting. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained at the rear, calmly cultivating his chi refinement technique. Days of training had already elevated his attributes beyond the level of a weakling. Dealing with small mobs was no longer an issue, and even bosses were within his capability. However, unless absolutely necessary, Chen Mu preferred not to reveal his full strength. After all, there was always the possibility that the dungeon was being monitored, and it was wise to keep some cards up his sleeve. Most importantly, with a powerful skill like scattering beans to form soldiers, there was no need to expose more of his abilities. He planned to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment. When his enemies assumed he was just a summoner, he would unleash Heavenly Transformation and 5 Thunders Mastery, catching them completely off guard. Thinking of this, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just imagining the scene filled him with satisfaction. Ding! Dwarf slain. Obtained the demon-breaking arrow. The system notification rang repeatedly as Chen Mu quickly approached the fallen dwarf's corpse. He swiftly opened the item info panel, and an unusual item caught his eye. Named demon-breaking arrow. Type consumable. Quality bronze. Description: increases damage against various energy shields by 200, including internal energy, battle energy, and magic power. Holy crap! Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This demon-breaking arrow was practically the bane of shield-based classes. Mages who relied on magical shields for protection would be turned into pincushions if caught off guard by a barrage of these arrows. And it wasn't just Magician class dependent on shields would face a deadly threat. While Chen Mu was calculating its potential uses, the forging master in the distance finally succumbed to exhaustion, and his head was severed with a single sword strike by Jia Yi. Ding! Dwarf forging master slain. Obtained a golden tier artifact. Lotus Cloud Boots. Name: Lotus Cloud Boots. Class: Taoist Spirit Cultivator. Quality: gold. Skill: cloudwalking technique. Required: level 15. Description: a mystical artifact refined over a century by a Taoist master. Allows the wearer to step on clouds and ascend to the heavens. Cloudwalking technique consumes MP to enable aerial flight. Damn it! Chen Mu cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected the level restriction to prevent him from using such an incredible item. At only level 12, he was already growing dissatisfied with the 10 experience boost provided by the essence of flora and fauna. He figured he needed to find a better alternative soon. Based on his knowledge of his cheat-like system, those forest sprites might drop even higher tier natural treasures. After gathering the scattered loot, Chen Mu ventured deeper into the cave. He hadn't gone far when a squad of heavily armored dwarf warriors appeared before him. Unlike the forging artisans he encountered earlier, these dwarves were clad in exquisite battle armor, their weapons gleaming with a silvery glow. As expected of a race with maxed out forging talent, every single one of them is equipped with silver-tier gear, Chen Mu thought, his eyes sparkling with interest. He even entertained the idea of capturing a few dwarves to craft equipment for him. While the notion was tempting, he knew executing such a plan would be incredibly challenging. Despite their superior equipment, the dwarves remained as combative as ever. Roar! With a deafening battle cry, dozens of dwarves simultaneously activated their shields and charged forward. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed there were some clever individuals among the dwarvescents. They couldn't suppress their race's natural urge to charge. They had focused on enhancing their survivability. For most players, encountering a group of opponents as strong as elite monsters would likely result in a tactical retreat. After all, facing such formidable enemies hidden was nearly impossible for any class at this level. Chen Mu looked at the dwarf warriors before him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. It's a pity you ran into me. Without hesitation, he distributed the newly acquired magic-breaking arrows to each of the Hawkeye sharpshooters, 5 arrows per person. He then gave the command, magic-breaking arrows and explosive flame arrows, first volley fire. The arrows tore through the air, their fiery tails tracing brilliant arcs across the sky. The charging dwarves, still roaring in battle cries, had no inkling of the impending danger until the arrows struck their prized shields. In an instant, those seemingly indestructible shields were shredded like paper, and the arrows plunged straight through. Boom! Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted as fire elements raged and arrows pierced through skulls. One Silverdeer elite enemy fell dead on the spot, followed by a second, then a third. In the blink of an eye, one-third of the Silverdeer dwarves lay lifeless in pools of blood. Magic-breaking arrows truly live up to their name, such devastating power. Chen Mu thought to himself with relief. Without the help of these arrows, even the most skilled adventurers would have struggled to achieve such a decisive victory. Magic-breaking arrows and explosive flame arrows, second volley fire. With the dwarves now in disarray, Chen Mu showed no mercy. Another rain of arrows descended, completely breaking the enemy's morale. Dozens of elite enemies were slain before they could even attempt to flee. When the battle was over, Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he noticed the silver-white glimmers scattered around the corpses. System notifications began to chime. Acquired. Executor's chainmail. Acquired. Executor's star axe. Acquired. Executor's blood-stained gauntlets. 60 elite enemies had dropped 11 pieces of Silverdeer equipment, a drop rate that left Chen Mu pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to inspect the item's attributes, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the passage ahead, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Emerging from the tunnel was a massive black bear, 3 to 4 meters in length, with a dwarf warrior clad in jet black armor seated on its back. The dwarf wielded an enormous axe that seemed disproportionate to his size. As the bear prepared to charge, the dwarf abruptly pulled on the reins. Human, the dwarf growled, his dark red eyes glaring at Chen Mu through the slit of his helmet. Scanning information displayed. Name, Dwarven King. Level, 30. Quality, Gold. Skills, Ruthless Reaping, King's Presence, Barbarian God's Protection, Barbarian God's Strength. Drop rate, 100 for gold tier items, 10 for special items. Description. Infused with the bloodline of the Barbarian God, capable of slaying dragons. Chen Mu's expression turned serious. As expected of the Dwarven King, this level of strength is no joke. He knew that even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room somewhere, staff members were closely observing the events unfolding in the dungeon. Doesn't seem like there's anyone particularly outstanding among this year's newcomers, one staff member remarked. What the hell? What kind of class is this? How did they reach the Dwarven King so quickly? Another suddenly exclaimed. The outburst drew everyone's attention, including Luo Hao, who was smoking nearby. They all turned to the screen, intrigued, and began watching the scene with growing interest. Humans, I will offer your head as a tribute to the fallen heroes of my kin. The Dwarf King's chilling voice echoed across the battlefield, as a blood-red mist began to rise around him. With a slight exertion of his legs, the black bear beneath him charged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Heavy armored tiger troops, hold the line. Chen Mu commanded sharply. The soldiers immediately raised their massive shields and charged forward. At the same time, he issued another order with precision. Anti-magic arrows, explosive flame arrows, fire in unison. A rain of anti-magic arrows shot toward the Dwarf King, but the seemingly ordinary black bear slammed its front paws onto the ground. Instantly, a wall of rock rose to block all the incoming arrows. To everyone's astonishment, the black bear then shattered the rock wall in a single burst and continued its charge. What the hell? Is this supposed to be an entry-level test? Chen Mu cursed under his breath. On closer inspection, not only was the Dwarf King a gold-tier boss, but even the black bear was of gold-tier quality. The battle escalated into a fierce clash in an instant. The Dwarf King collided with the heavy-armored tiger troops, his massive axe cleaving through a shield with a single blow. The black bear followed closely, raising its front paw and stomping down with such force that it wiped out the heavily armored soldiers in its path. Two bosses are bad enough, but their teamwork is insane. Chen Mu muttered, feeling numb. Is the threshold for entry into Hongming Academy really this high? Despite his doubts, Chen Mu remained composed and gave his next orders. Squad A1, assist. The infantry should find opportunities to harass, and the heavy-armored troops, hold the line. As he spoke, he quickly replenished the fallen soldiers. In the instant's monitoring room, the staff exchanged uneasy glances, clearly startled by the mutated form of the Dwarf King. Luo Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and explained, the instance has been affected and mutated. The odds of this happening are 1 in 10,000. But if he manages to take down this boss, he'll definitely get something good. Though some believe that even a second-tier class might struggle against such a boss, Luo Hao, observing Chen Mu's calm and strategic command on the battlefield, remarked, he might not take first place, but this boss won't stop him. Back on the battlefield, Chen Mu watched the unnervingly agile black bear and gritted his teeth as he issued a new order. Change targets. Focus all attacks on the black bear. Without taking it down, dragging out the Dwarf King is nearly impossible. However, he quickly realized that the coordination between the Dwarf King and the black bear was almost seamless. Damn it, this entry-level test is completely absurd, Chen Mu muttered, shaking his head in frustration. He pondered that even a second-tier professional team would likely struggle against such a combination, let alone someone fighting solo. If I can't secure the professional skill scroll today, I doubt I'll sleep peacefully in the future, Chen Mu thought to himself, realizing it was time to act. Get ready. Attack together and take down the black bear. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black bear rose onto its hind legs, and the dwarf king swung his massive axe. Freeze. With a soft command from Chen Mu, the dwarf king's figure froze instantly, along with the giant axe suspended midair. Although the immobilization spell could only last a little over 2 seconds due to the level difference, that brief moment was enough to be fatal. A barrage of powerful flaming arrows, prepared in advance, shot forth. Jia Yi's sword traced a blue arc, and the other soldiers launched a relentless assault. The black bear's body was quickly drenched in blood. Finally, with Jia Yi's decisive strike, the massive head fell to the ground. As Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, the dwarf king, now free to move, noticed the grim fate of his mount. With a thunderous roar, his intent to kill became palpable, sending a chill down Chen Mu's spine. The pitch-black armor of the dwarf king turned blood-red, and with a swing of his axe, a heavily armored tiger soldier and their shield were cleaved cleanly in two. Surround him. Chen Mu's expression grew grim. He understood that the dwarf king had activated an amplification skill, leaving them no choice but to use the soldiers as a barricade. You must die. The dwarf king charged directly at Chen Mu, cutting down every heavily armored tiger soldier in his path. As Chen Mu retreated, he kept consuming potions and summoning new tiger soldiers, thinking to himself that if the black bear hadn't been dealt with first, he would likely have to abandon the dungeon altogether. The grueling battle dragged on for 5 minutes, and the dwarf king finally exited his berserk state, no longer able to kill the tiger soldiers in a single strike. Seeing this, Chen Mu smirked and gave the order, Jai, go. Realizing the tide had turned, the dwarf king activated his shield and attempted to flee toward the cave. However, Chen Mu's anti-magic arrows shattered the shield, forcing the dwarf king to cough up blood repeatedly. Under the overwhelming onslaught, the dwarf king's health plummeted. Before his death, the dwarf king let out a final, defiant roar. It won't be long before my warriors return to this land. You will be torn apart by them. Before he could finish, Jia Yi's sword sliced through his neck, severing his head. Ding! You have slain the dwarf king and obtained a special artifact, the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. This system notification made Chen Mu question if he was hearing things. The Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger? How could such an overpowered artifact exist in this high martial world? Full of doubt, he immediately opened the information panel. Name: Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. Quality: Gold upgradable. Equipping level: None. Skill: Turnaround Treasure. Spirit energy value: 0. Description: A weakened version of the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. Can be upgraded in quality and eventually evolve into the Primal Chaos version of the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. The information left Chen Mu utterly speechless. Even if it was just a weakened version, it was still the legendary Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. This meant his golden finger not only produced high martial world items, but could also include treasures from mythological legends. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately took out a blood-red gourd and softly chanted, "Turn around, treasure." No response. "Turn around, treasure." He tried a few more times, but still, nothing happened. Could it be, "Treasure, please turn around"? Just as he was about to try rephrasing it, there was a soft pop, and the red gourd suddenly opened. A thumb-sized little figure floated above the gourd, looking annoyed. "You're so annoying. Without spirit energy, how am I supposed to activate the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger and drain you dry?" The sudden complaint left Chen Mu speechless. The tiny figure puffed out its chest and introduced itself proudly. "I am the artifact spirit of the Immortal Slayer Flying Dagger. I need spirit energy to restore my power. The higher the spirit energy value, the more devastating my attacks will be." It then yawned and continued, "I'm going back to sleep. Hurry up and collect spirit energy." With that, it turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared back into the red gourd. Chen Mu shook his head helplessly and checked how to acquire spirit energite could be obtained through killing. Conveniently, he could gather it while clearing dungeons. Once he calmed down, he remembered to check the other items dropped by the dwarf king. Ding! You have obtained the Ruthless Battle Axe. Ding! You have obtained the Ruthless Blood Armor. Ding! You have obtained the Ring of Kings. The final item, the Ring of Kings, was particularly eye-catching. Name: Ring of Kings. Quality: Platinum. Skill: Fortune's Favor. Equipping level: None. Description: A low-level luck-enhancing artifact. When he saw its skill attribute, Chen Mu was once again stunned. Fortune's Favor. Hidden attribute luck 10. The quality of these items was clearly far beyond what should be found in a first-tier dungeon. Even without obtaining a class skill scroll, these rewards alone were enough to leave anyone satisfied. Finally, he checked the attributes of the Ruthless set. Name, Ruthless set. Quality, Gold. Skill, Ruthless set effect weapon armor. Attributes, 240 to all 4 main stats. Equipping level, 30. Description, Blood-soaked ruthlessness. Special effect, sacrifices 50 of defense to greatly enhance attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. However, at this point, Chen Mu was already so overwhelmed by the earlier treasures that he felt somewhat indifferent toward this top-tier equipment. Without much thought, he chose to exit the dungeon. Soon, Chen Mu returned to Hongming Academy. To his surprise, he was the first student to complete the test. Realizing that he had secured the professional skill scroll, a sense of joy surged within him. At that moment, Luo Hao approached, staring intently at Chen Mu without saying a word. The intense gaze made Chen Mu feel uneasy. If it had been a beautiful woman, it might have been tolerable, but being stared at by a man like this sent a chill down his spine. As time passed, Luo Hao's eyes grew even more fervent. Finally, Chen Mu couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Teacher Luo, you're making me nervous by looking at me like that. If you have something to say, please just say it. I want to take you in, Luo Hao said with a slight smile. Chen Mu's heart raced wildly at those words. For a moment, he regretted not obtaining the immortal slaying flying dagger earlier. If Luo Hao had inappropriate intentions, Chen Mu wouldn't even have the ability to resist. But this was a line he couldn't allow to be crossed. He quickly stepped back several paces and refused on the spot. No way. Not in this lifetime. Luo Hao was clearly caught off guard by the rejection. After a brief pause, he let out a chuckle, said no more, and turned his attention to waiting for the other students to return. If the others had witnessed this exchange, it would surely have caused an uproar. About 10 minutes later, the other students gradually exited the instance, all successfully completing the test. Zhang Daming, looking exhausted, murmured to Chen Mu, "How did you do, brother? Honestly, this year's test was a bit over the top, so it's okay if your results weren't great." Before Chen Mu could respond, Luo Hao directly announced, "First place in the test. Student number 266, Chen Mu." "Brother, looks like I was the first one to finish," Chen Mu said to Zhang Daming with an awkward smile. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Mu walked to the front. Luo Hao casually tossed him a scroll. "This is yours." "Thank you, teacher." Chen Mu quickly expressed his gratitude. "It has nothing to do with me." "You earned it," Luo Hao replied indifferently before turning and leaving a puzzled Chen Mu behind. Later, the other students returned to the dormitory. Zhang Daming approached again to congratulate him. "Congratulations, brother Chen. Just lucky, just lucky." Chen Mu replied modestly. Zhang Daming felt speechless. As someone who used the same mass unit deployment strategy, it had taken him over 30 minutes to complete the test, yet Chen Mu had shattered the record. "Brother, come on, no need to be so modest. You broke the leaderboard record, and you're still pretending to stay low-key." Chen Mu thought to himself, "To spare your fragile egos? Besides, this score isn't worth bragging about. In a few days, you'll know what true despair feels like." Seeing that Chen Mu remained silent, Zhang Daming changed the subject. "By the way, since we've completed the entrance test, we'll need to start earning academic credits. Dumbass and I recently found a group task. Want to join us? I want to focus on improving my strength for now, so I don't have time." Chen Mu politely declined. He felt that he was still too weak, couldn't even withstand the berserk state of a dwarf king, which was unacceptable to him. Of course, he didn't realize that a normal dwarf king wasn't supposed to be nearly that strong. "All right, let me know when you're free to team up," Zhang Daming said, not pressing the issue further. "Sure." The three of them then parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Chen Mu took out the professional skill scroll he had just obtained and silently prayed. "Three pure ones above, bless me with an insanely powerful skill." Detecting the host as a chi refining practitioner, a skill is being randomly granted, and the technique 5 Thunderstrike has been acquired. Chen Mu froze for a moment, then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The system panel immediately displayed. Name, 5 Thunderstrike. Class, Chi Refining Practitioner. Quality, Gold Upgradable. Description, summons divine thunder of the 5 elements to annihilate enemies. He eagerly chose to learn the skill, fearing that if he delayed even a second, the technique might vanish. As the skill was instantly mastered, his understanding of it deepened. Each of the 5 elemental thunders had unique characteristics and impressive power, making it a versatile and formidable lightning technique. "I'm no longer that weakling," Chen Mu thought to himself. With this technique, his strength could now rival that of hidden classes. With the aid of elixirs, he could even overpower more than 90 of hidden class practitioners. As for the remaining 10, he decided to proceed cautiously. This had always been his style. Speak humbly, act decisively. Soon, Chen Mu threw himself into farming dungeons to earn credits. First-tier dungeons were no longer a challenge for him. Even when facing special bosses like the mutated Dwarf King, he no longer found himself in a sorry state. He swept through dungeons effortlessly, continually breaking records. For other trainees, surpassing the records he set became nearly impossible, and frustrated cries of dismay echoed from many villas. However, the academy never intervened in such competition. Failing to break records only highlighted a lack of strength. Hongming Academy had no place for mediocrity. Many new students had no choice but to turn to other credit-earning tasks. The next morning, Chen Mu arrived at the special dungeon hall with 1,300 credits and re-entered the Dwarf King dungeon. With a cost of 50 credits per attempt, he hoped he had enough to complete the full set of gear. The familiar sound of forging echoed from within the cave. Chen Mu gave a simple command. Clear the small mobs, leave the mini-boss for me. He then retreated to the rear to quietly practice his chi refining technique. Moments later, the blacksmith master appeared, his eyes bloodshot, already driven to madness. Chen Mu patted the shoulder of the giant axe soldier beside him, who was clad in the merciless set. It's your time to shine. Don't let me down. The battle erupted instantly. The giant axe soldier activated the merciless skill, and both his armor and axe became shrouded in a blood-red mist. Just as the crazed blacksmith master was about to swing his forging hammer, he was brutally struck by the giant axe soldier's relentless critical attacks. If not for his status as a gold-tier boss, he would have been dead on the spot. When the blacksmith master attempted to fight back, an overwhelming force pinned him firmly to the ground. A flash of blood-red light marked the end. The head was instantly severed with a single swing of the axe. The abrupt end to the battle took even Chen Mu by surprise. He stood there stunned for a moment before regaining his composure, silently assessing, the ruthless skill is indeed powerful, but its duration is too short, and activating it significantly reduces defense. Even so, during its active period, not even Jia Yi's attack power can compare to that of the giant axe soldier. The final fatal blow came from the monster's innate decapitation skill, triggered when the boss's health dropped below a certain threshold. This execution threshold varies depending on the monster's quality and level. This time, perhaps influenced by the King's Cataclysm event, the forging master dropped a golden grade item 100 forged meteoric iron. This material could be used to forge weapons and equipment. Slightly disappointed, Chen Mu stored it in his backpack and continued deeper into the cave. Soon, another group of elite dwarves charged forward. Chen Mu scanned them briefly and immediately noticed something unusual. Why are there only 30 of them? There should be 60. Though puzzled, his soldiers charged without hesitation, cutting down every last dwarf. This anomaly forced Chen Mu to stay alert. The Dwarf King won't be easy to deal with. One misstep and we could be in trouble. He watched the passage leading to the Dwarf King's appearance with anticipation. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed. A figure emerged from the passage clad in the ruthless armor, wielding the ruthless axe, but notably without a mount. Where's your bear? Chen Mu blurted out. This was vastly different from the scene he had encountered last time. The Dwarf King, about to erupt in fury, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected question. What bear? This response confirmed Chen Mu's suspicion the dungeon from yesterday was indeed flawed. What do you mean by this, human? The Dwarf King demanded coldly. Chen Mu, now completely uninterested, waved dismissively. Without the bear, you're not even qualified to speak to me. Take him down. His soldiers surged forward. The Dwarf King's eyes instantly turned blood-red. Human, you'll pay for your arrogance. I will sever your head and offer it to the savage god. With that, he charged. Chen Mu merely watched with a look of disdain. Half a minute later, the Dwarf King's pitiful cries for mercy echoed throughout the cave. I was wrong. Please, spare my people. Get that cursed axe away from me. Soon, the Dwarf King dissolved into experience points. Chen Mu acquired another set of the ruthless armor and promptly chose to challenge the dungeon again. With repeated attempts, new story elements gradually emerged. While the overall difficulty didn't increase significantly, the second wave of elite dwarves began to feature new units like archers and heavily armored dwarves. In response, Chen Mu's soldiers upgraded to various new equipment, elevating their combat power to new heights. The gear was finally complete. Chen Mu had spent all his credits to assemble a full set of equipment. This achievement was largely thanks to the luck bonus brought by the Ring of Kings. Otherwise, the outcome might have been entirely different. Just as he was about to search for a level 13 mountain spirit dungeon, his ID suddenly emitted a notification sound. Student Chen Mu, the month is nearing its end. Please ensure you complete your monthly task before the deadline. Failure to do so will result in a deduction of 300 credits. Those with insufficient credits will be expelled from Hongming Academy. The urgency startled Chen Mu. No wonder Zhang Daming had been so anxious. The plan to seek out the mountain spirit dungeon would have to wait. After enjoying the Academy's generous resources, he had no intention of being dismissed so easily. The ID hovered in midair, projecting a virtual interface displaying 3 tasks. Task 1. Collect snow goo flowers in the Snow Mountain Dungeon. Reward: 100 credits. Task 2. Capture 3 red foxes in the Volcano Dungeon. Reward: 130 credits. Task 3. Eliminate the wanted criminal Ijuan in Star City. Reward: 1,000 credits. The first 2 tasks were relatively safe but offered low rewards, barely enough to cover the cost of a few dungeon runs. Chen Mu immediately inquired about the details of the third task. A synthesized mechanical voice responded, "Upon accepting the task, you will receive information about the criminal's profession and a locator." Fortune favors the bold, Chen Mu thought, his eyes flashing with determination. He was no longer the same as before. Even against a second-tier team, he might not lose. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Half an hour later, a robot delivered the information and a locator. The file detailed: wanted criminal, Wei Qiuling, level 27 Beast Blood Warrior. Skills: Beast Transformation, Savage Charge, Arm Strength Enhancement, Shadow Step, Hardened Skin. Wanted for repeated attacks on lone professionals, affiliation with the Celestial Church. Characteristics: skilled in evasion, highly adept in combat, avoid close-range engagements. Soon, the portal to Star City opened, and Chen Mu strode through it. As his figure disappeared, a middle-aged man silently followed. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory in Star City, a youth with a sharp, delicate face was tending to a wound on his abdomen. This was the wanted criminal Wei Qiuling. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Half a year of being hunted, and they still won't give up. At this rate, I'll be worn out sooner or later." The sharp motion tugged at his wound, causing Wei Qiuling to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. He hesitated for a moment before pulling out the last recovery potion from his tattered backpack. "Damn it, the potions are almost gone," he cursed under his breath. Recently, his status as a wanted man had left him with no room to maneuver, making even basic resupply a luxury. He had been surviving by looting from others, but luck had not been on his side lately. Hadn't encountered a lone adventurer in quite some time. He downed the HP potion in one gulp, and the wound on his abdomen began to heal slowly. Just then, Wei Qiuling suddenly became alert. His body underwent a rapid transformation, muscles swelling, skin roughening until he shifted into a half-beast form. "Die!" he roared, throwing a punch at the wall behind him. A hole instantly burst through the wall, but his fist was caught firmly by a hand. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't free himself. The grip tightened, forcing him completely against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall gave way and collapsed. Wei Qiuling looked up to see a mysterious figure wearing a demonic mask, staring down at him. "What do you want?" he demanded, his mind racing to recall any enemies he might have made, but the figure before him was entirely unfamiliar. The masked figure released him, only to deliver a palm strike to Wei Qiuling's back. With a deafening impact, Wei Qiuling was smashed into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Second advancement, the figure rasped, their voice hoarse. "You're too weak. This won't do." Before Wei Qiuling could react, a syringe was plunged into his neck. As the unknown serum flooded his artery, his heartbeat accelerated violently. The wound on his abdomen healed at an astonishing speed, and a surge of power coursed through his body like a tidal wave. His heartbeat thundered in his ears like a war drum. The masked figure spoke coldly. "Someone will come to kill you soon. Capture them alive for me. The next time we meet, it'll help you achieve your second advancement." Under the influence of the serum, Wei Qiuling's eyes turned blood red, and his desire for slaughter nearly consumed him. Seeing this, the masked figure's gaze turned icy, and with another palm strike, Wei Qiuling's entire skeleton shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. "I won't say it a third time," the figure said, their tone even colder. The excruciating pain barely kept Wei Qiuling conscious. He hastily begged, "I swear, my lord, I'll do as you command. I won't harm them." Satisfied with the response, the masked figure turned and left. Under the serum's influence, Wei Qiuling's wounds healed visibly, his broken bones reconnecting. The sensation was intoxicating. He quickly assessed his condition and realized he was nearing the strength of a second advancement. At that moment, the sound of the decrepit door creaking open reached his beast-like ears. A glint of savagery flashed in Wei Qiuling's eyes as the desire to kill surged once more. Dropping to all fours, he charged toward the door with feral speed. Chen Mu watched the rapidly approaching figure with a hint of doubt in his heart. Shouldn't a fugitive be skulking in the shadows? Yet this one came at him heeding, activating a beast transformation skill without hesitation. Why overthink it? Taking him down quickly means getting back sooner. Chen Mu shook his head slightly and raised his hand with a wave. As the chant turned day into night, "Scatter beans to form soldiers" echoed. Dozens of fully armored soldiers materialized around Chen Mu. Their golden and silver armor shimmered brilliantly, creating a dazzling display. Wei Qiuling, seeing this overwhelming scene, abruptly halted in his tracks, a trace of clarity returning to his eyes. A hardcore spinner. The glow of high-tier equipment radiated from every soldier, making Wei instantly realize he had picked the wrong fight. Attack! Chen Mu commanded. Except for Jia Yi, who remained behind to guard him, the rest of the soldiers charged toward Wei Qiuling. Wei initially planned to bypass the soldiers and go straight for Chen Mu, but a powerful axe strike quickly shattered that notion. Under the relentless assault of the axemen, he was forced to retreat, barely holding on thanks to his impressive regeneration abilities. He's tougher than the Dwarf King, Chen Mu calmly remarked from the sidelines. Suddenly, a flaming arrow whistled through the air, piercing Wei Qiuling's knee with precision. Immobilized, he was quickly surrounded by the axemen. A clean, decisive strike from one of them severed his head. The system notification promptly appeared. Wei Qiuling slain. Reward. 10-year longevity pill. As Chen Mu prepared to regroup and leave, a raspy voice suddenly sounded nearby. Not bad. You might be worth more than just a disposable pawn. Before the words had fully landed, Jia Yi activated Gale Spirit, his Windhawk sword slashing out ferociously. Yet the opponent effortlessly caught the blade mid-strike. The system immediately displayed the stranger's information. Name, Ghost Envoy. Class, Spectral Emissary. Level, 42. Skills. Drop rate, 95 gold items, 5 platinum items. Description. A special class with extraordinary speed and strength. Without hesitation, Chen Mu darted backward, his agility so remarkable that even the mysterious figure seemed taken aback. You intrigue me more and more. I won't treat you as expendable, the stranger said with a cryptic tone. Hearing this, Chen Mu instantly understood the figure's intentions. The consumables he mentioned must be other Taoist priests. Don't be curious about me, I am just a legend. For a profession like this, it's either a one-hit kill or don't provoke at all, Chen Mu said, his tone calm and composed. The mysterious man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pfft. Ha ha ha, kid. You've got quite the sense of humor. At that moment, a red gourd quietly appeared in Chen Mu's hand. Thanks to the spiritual energy he'd accumulated from previous dungeon runs, he had a chance. Without the use of the immortal slaying blade, today's outcome would have been uncertain. Sensing something unusual, the mysterious man began chanting in a low voice. In an instant, countless ghostly hands emerged from beneath Jia Yi's feet, firmly restraining him. Simultaneously, the mysterious man transformed into a blur, lunging straight at Chen Mu. Chen Mu swiftly placed the red gourd on the ground, bowed respectfully, and shouted, "Please, my treasure, turn around." With a soft pop, the gourd opened, releasing a wisp of white mist that quickly vanished without a trace. What the hell? Damn it, don't fail me at a critical moment, Chen Mu thought, his heart sinking. Seeing this, the mysterious man let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was some devastating weapon, but it turns out to be just a bluff. I advise you not to resist, or I won't hesitate to break your limbs. His tone grew colder as he prepared to end the fight quickly. After all, even Wei Qiuling, despite using enhancements, had failed to subdue Chen Mu, leaving him no choice but to intervene personally. Form up. Chen Mu took a deep breath, summoning his soldiers to prepare for a formation charge. Suddenly, the mysterious man's body stiffened, as if struck by an invisible force. He instinctively reached for his neck, his expression twisting in discomfort. As his hand touched his throat, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure before losing consciousness. It all happened so fast that even Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. It took him a while to realize what had occurred. The immortal slaying blade had moved too quickly for the naked eye to follow. The moment the man made a move, his head was already severed. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! You have slain the ghost envoy and obtained a special item. Eternal Evergreen Ginseng. Chen Mu glanced at the item's details, swallowing hard. Item name: Eternal Evergreen Ginseng. Quality: Platinum. Effect: gain 5x experience for 48 hours upon use. The system's rewards seemed to tempt him toward a path of carnage. The items dropped by slain practitioners were always this unique. But Chen Mu couldn't bring himself to harm the innocent. He resolved to take on more wanted criminal missions in the future. After collecting the equipment dropped by the ghost envoy, Chen Mu turned and left, trusting that the Hongming Academy would handle the aftermath. Once he was gone, a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere, sighing in amazement. These young folks nowadays so ruthless. Taking down a second-rank ghost envoy at just level 13, with a wave of his hand, he ignited the two bodies, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. The ashes scattered with the wind, and the man vanished just as suddenly as he had appeared. After returning to Hongming Academy, Chen Mu handed in the task but couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He had encountered a second-tier professional, yet he could only claim the rewards for a standard mission. Definitely a loss in this deal. However, on second thought, If given another chance, he would still unhesitatingly use the immortal-slaying flying dagger. Against such a swift opponent, it was either a decisive strike or nothing at all. If he failed to kill the target on the spot, the other party would undoubtedly escape at full speed, and with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Although the mission reward was underwhelming, the Millennium Evergreen Ginseng he obtained was more than enough to make up for it. Chen Mu only lamented that there wasn't more of it. He couldn't help but think to himself, if he could eat it like munching on carrots, he'd surely ascend to demigod status within 5 years. Quickly pulling himself together, Chen Mu resolved to maximize the ginseng's effects. He planned to treat the dungeon as his personal training ground for the next 2 days, refusing to leave until the medicinal effects had completely worn off. Dubai. How do I unlock hell difficulty? Ordinary and nightmare difficulty dungeons no longer interested him. If he was going to grind, it had to be for the highest experience possible. Master, hell difficulty dungeons are also known as abyss dungeons. The monsters within have been assimilated by the abyss will, significantly enhancing their attributes. There's also a chance for an abyss boss to spawn. Unlocking it requires your authorization. Shall I enable it now? Go ahead and unlock it for me. Following Chen Mu's command, Dabai paused momentarily before replying, the abyss dungeon has been unlocked. Due to its unique nature, you'll need to clear levels sequentially. Additionally, abyss dungeons drop abyss crystals, which can be exchanged for academic credits. A single option appeared before him. The dungeon, ghoul burial ground. The description read, invaded by the will of the abyss, the dormant corpses have been awakened. Dabai, prepare some rations for me. I'll come back for them. Chen Mu decided to first test the difficulty before considering whether to use the Millennium Evergreen Ginseng. The scene shifted instantly. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky as Chen Mu stood at the entrance to an eerie cemetery. Apart from the occasional circling of crows, the entire graveyard was unsettlingly quiet. If this setting existed in my previous life, they could definitely sell tickets for it, he quipped to himself. As soon as he stepped into the graveyard, a chilling wind swept past, and pale hands began emerging from the surrounding mounds of earth. See? This is what happens when you don't cremate bodies. Now they've turned into zombies. If not cremation, at least seal them with reinforced concrete, he muttered. Before his words had fully left his lips, emaciated figures crawled out from the graves. Their faces were withered, but their grotesque mouths were unnervingly large. The system displayed. Name, Ghoul. Grade, Silverdeer. Level, Level 27. Skills, Feast, Acidic Breath. Drop rate, 100 for Silverdeer items. Description. A low-level abyss monster, cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Level 27 Silverdeer monsters. Chen Mu suddenly understood why Zhang Daming had sought teammates. With this level and grade, combined with nearly 100 of them, even a hidden class player would struggle to survive such an onslaught. Roars echoed through the graveyard. Countless pairs of glowing green eyes locked onto Chen Mu. A horde of ghouls charged toward Chen Mu, their sheer numbers enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Even 3 hidden class warriors would have no choice but to adopt Hitandran tactics to gradually whittle down such an overwhelming force. But Chen Mu simply smiled, raising his hand with a casual wave. Come on out. In an instant, 40 soldiers, each as powerful as a hidden class warrior, materialized out of thin air. This time, it wasn't Chen Mu who needed to flee, it was the ghouls. Flaming arrows, fire at will, he commanded. A storm of arrows whistled through the air, breaking the ghouls' formation in moments. Elite infantry, excellent time to harvest. Charge. The soldiers surged forward like a pack of wolves, initiating a one-sided massacre. The system notifications rang out in rapid succession. Ding. Ghoul slain. Obtained Thunderfire Talisman. Ding. Ghoul slain. Obtained Thunderfire Talisman. Chen Mu efficiently checked the item descriptions, but suddenly wore a peculiar expression. Does this count as hurting my own kind? He muttered. Thunderfire Talisman. Quality, silver. Effect, deals thunder and fire damage within an area of effect. Description, particularly effective against abyssal creatures. He casually tossed one of the talismans into the air and chanted, by the binding decree, strike now. Instantly, a surge of lightning and fire erupted, reducing several ghouls to charred remains in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Definitely stronger than the Thunder Talisman, he remarked, quickly stashing the remaining talismans. He thought to himself that these throwable talismans could be a reliable trump card. A single one might not deal devastating damage, but throwing out 100 at once could undoubtedly change the tide of battle. Under the relentless assault of his elite soldiers, the ghoul horde was soon reduced to nothing but experience points. As this was a hell difficulty dungeon, the experience gained was triple that of a normal dungeon. Watching his experience bar rise rapidly, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. At that moment, a soldier approached, holding a crystal the size of an egg. My lord, this was dropped by one of the monsters. Chen Mu took the crystal and immediately used his scanning ability. Name: Abyssal Crystal. Quality: Silver. Description: a crystal formed from concentrated abyssal energy, suitable for forging. As he was about to store the crystal in his system inventory, a sudden thought occurred to him: could this crystal also serve as a medium for summoning soldiers? Driven by curiosity, Chen Mu first unsummoned one of his eagle-eye archers, then began chanting, "Turn day to night, scatter seeds to raise armies." The system interface promptly appeared. Ding. Please select the soldier type you wish to summon from the following options. 1. Ironblood Infantry. 2. Heavy Armored Tiger Guards. 3. Eagle-eye Archer. 4. Giant Axeman. This unexpected discovery brought a glimmer of excitement to Chen Mu's eyes. Soldiers summoned with a silver quality medium were sure to be more powerful than those summoned with flame crystals. I choose 1. Ding. This soldier type cannot be summoned with an abyssal crystal. Fine, then he'll choose 2. Though he worried for a moment about a repeat of his past failures, luck was on his side this time. His second choice succeeded. The abyssal crystal began to melt, transforming into streams of energy that flowed seamlessly into the summoning process. A more imposing heavy-armored tiger soldier appeared before Chen Mu, his body covered with intricate and deep magical patterns, standing in stark contrast to the other soldiers. Through the system's information, Chen Mu discovered that the abyss version of the soldiers had attributes approximately 20 higher than the standard ones, along with an exclusive skill: magical patterns. When activated, magical patterns doubled the soldier's base stamina for 3 minutes and added an abyssal invasion effect to their attacks. This prompted Chen Mu to silently praise, "Impressive." Although the magical pattern skill couldn't stack with the fortified defense skill, the combined effects of the two resulted in a staggering 200 increase in base stamina. If all soldiers were upgraded to this version, even the bear-riding Dwarf King would struggle to take them down instantly. Without hesitation, Chen Mu decided to convert the remaining heavy-armored tiger soldiers to the abyss version. Leading this newly enhanced unit, he advanced deeper into the cemetery. At the very core of the burial grounds, a grand and imposing tomb caught Chen Mu's attention. A sly smirk appeared on his lips as he murmured, "Let me knock on your door gently." With that, he summoned 2 Thunderfire talismans and hurled them forward. The moment the talismans collided with the tomb, a surge of violent energy tore off its roof, revealing a pitch-black coffin wrapped in numerous red threads. Many of the threads had snapped due to the previous impact. If other players had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly dumbfounded, as this event had never appeared in their dungeon challenges. Suddenly, the ground in front of the tomb rose, forming a massive mound. A decayed face emerged from the earth, preparing to unleash a deafening roar, but it abruptly choked upon seeing the exposed black coffin. It began coughing violently, its expression one of utter disbelief as it stared at Chen Mu, seemingly asking, "Did you dig up that coffin?" After a brief exchange of glances, Chen Mu suddenly realized this was an accidental trigger of a hidden boss. The massive ghoul before him was clearly the regular boss, while the entity sleeping within the coffin must be the hidden boss. Chen Mu quickly used his scanning skill. Name: Flying Jiangshi, heavily injured. Level: 33. Quality: Platinum. Skills: Corpse Poison, Indestructible Body, Flight, Brute Strength. Drop rate: 50 platinum items, 50 special items. Description: a powerful being severely injured and sealed, inexplicably dragged into the abyss. It was none other than the legendary Flying Jiangshi. Although it was a high-level zombie, its current injured state, combined with Chen Mu's lightning-based skills, presented a feasible opportunity to defeat it. The most awkward figure in this scenario was undoubtedly the Ghoul King. It kept glancing nervously between Chen Mu and the Flying Jiangshi's coffin, hesitant to act, clearly fearing the entity inside the coffin. Let's clear out the small fry first. Chen Mu decided to help the conflicted boss make up its mind. Tiger 1, lead the charge and take it down as quickly as possible. We've got a bigger fight coming up. With the command issued, Chen Mu led his soldiers into battle. The Ghoul King's eyes gleamed with ferocity, but continued to dart warily toward the black coffin. It let out a low growl, and countless smaller ghouls began emerging from the surrounding graves. To counter the disadvantage on the battlefield, Chen Mu made a decisive move to launch a counterattack. Thunderfire talismans rained down like a storm, instantly reducing the small ghouls that had just poked their heads out to ashes. Squad 1, finish it quickly. At Chen Mu's command, the heavily armored tiger soldiers swiftly surrounded the Ghoul King. Dense volleys of arrows blanketed the enemy like a net, causing the Ghoul King's health to plummet rapidly. Just as the giant axe soldiers were about to unleash their merciless skill to finish off the boss, the situation took an unexpected turn. The Ghoul King's strength suddenly surged, but instead of attacking Chen Mu, it charged directly toward the black coffin. Isn't that thing supposed to be terrified of flying corpses? Chen Mu muttered in confusion. Almost as he was pondering this, the Ghoul King crashed violently into the black coffin. Several taut red threads snapped on impact, and a thick black mist immediately poured out of the seemingly ordinary coffin, obscuring Chen Mu's vision. Everyone, fall back. To prevent any unforeseen danger, Chen Mu quickly recalled all his troops. A dull thud echoed from within the black smoke, and a pitch-black coffin lid was sent flying. Chen Mu's excitement surged had long coveted this special artifact. If it weren't for the dense fog and the risk of being ambushed, he would have already led his soldiers in to deal with the flying corpse. Another loud crash followed as the Ghoul King's body was flung out like a broken kite, slamming into a crooked tree nearby. Its bones were completely shattered, and it clung to life with sheer willpower. Put 2 arrows into it and send it off. With precise shots from the eagle-eyed sharpshooters, the Ghoul King's last sliver of health was wiped out. The system notification promptly sounded, announcing the spoils of war. Ghoul King slain. Acquired the artifact. Soul Calming Bell. Name: Soul Calming Bell. Rarity: Gold. Skill: Soul Calm. Equip level: 10. Description: Captivate spirits, with bonuses against abyssal creatures. Even betrayal like this? You must really despise your own kind to the point of self-destruction, Chen Mu remarked, shaking his head. Though he suspected this might be the work of some hidden cheat, he had no way to confirm it. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the black mist. Chen Mu immediately became alert it was a flying corpse. One level further would make it an unyielding skeleton, and beyond that, a drought demon. If it hadn't been severely injured, its strength would be at least 3rd tier, possibly even 4th tier. To his surprise, apart from its pale complexion, the flying corpse looked no different from an ordinary human. Of course, that was just its appearance. At its core, it was still a zombie and could be restrained by thunder-based techniques. What dynasty is it now? The flying corpse asked in a calm tone. Chen Mu froze for a moment. He had anticipated all sorts of questions, but not this one. It's the people's era now, he replied earnestly. The flying corpse seemed thoughtful at his words, then said, I have taken a liking to you. From now on, serve by my side as my chief eunuch. I promise you a life of glory and wealth. Chen Mu immediately erupted in fury. To hell with you. Take this thing down. His troops swiftly entered combat mode. While a chief eunuch held immense power, the price of losing the simplest of joys as a man was unacceptable. Heh, being chosen by me is an honor. I'll give you one more chance. The flying corpse's words were cut off by Chen Mu's enraged roar. No need. Save that chance for your father, and let him serve as your chief eunuch. Flaming arrows, fire. Fiery arrows streaked through the air, each finding its mark on the flying Jiangshi. Yet, it stood motionless like an iron tower, the arrows merely eliciting dull thuds as they struck its body. This outcome was within Chen Mu's expectations after all, even in its injured state. A platinum-tier boss's defense far exceeded that of ordinary beings. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. You have no chance, the Jiangshi spoke coldly, its nails instantly extending to over 10 centimeters as it prepared to attack. At that moment, Chen Mu swiftly formed hand seals. One hand pinched a gesture while the other pointed skyward, and he chanted loudly, Supreme Jade Purity King, Sovereign of the 36 heavens, Universal Purifier of the 9 skies, summon the thunder. The sky darkened abruptly, and a blinding bolt of lightning descended with a deafening roar. Boom! There was no suspense. The heavenly lightning struck the Jiangshi with precision. Its pure, overwhelming energy engulfed the creature, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. The Jiangshi let out a blood-curdling scream as black smoke billowed from its body. Its pale face shriveled visibly before their eyes. Damn, this smell is something else, Chen Mu muttered, covering his nose as he stepped back a couple of paces. He didn't forget to issue another command. Second round of flaming arrows, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With its defenses now weakened, several arrows pierced the Jiangshi's once impenetrable body. If not for its quick reflexes in dodging a few arrows aimed at its head, it might have been killed on the spot. As the lightning dissipated, the Jiangshi stood disheveled, its eyes blazing with fury. Through gritted teeth, it spat out 2 words. Lightning magic. Not bad, you even recognize lightning magic, Chen Mu teased with a grin. Let me tell you something, you're looking at a real Taoist priest. Inviting a priest to be your lackey? That's like an old man eating arsenic. You've clearly had enough of life. Excellent. The blood of a Taoist priest will greatly nourish me. The Jiangshi sneered instead of raging. In its mind, Chen Mu was just a low-level priest. A spell of this caliber would have drained his energy completely. As a Jiangshi, unless utterly destroyed, even severed limbs could regenerate. Condense, the Jiangshi commanded in a low voice, causing the surrounding malevolent energy to surge toward it like a tidal wave. The energy quickly formed a protective barrier around its body. Seeing this, Chen Mu immediately shouted, switched to demon-breaking arrows. As the Jiangshi began advancing to engage in close combat, Chen Mu decisively ordered, demon-breaking arrows, fire. Simultaneously, he swallowed several pills to replenish his energy. In his estimation, the 2,000 or 3,000 demon-breaking arrows he'd accumulated from raiding dungeons should be more than enough to deal with this juncture. Boom, boom, boom. The demon-breaking arrows collided with the malevolent energy, creating violent explosions. A single volley reduced the juncture's protective barrier by more than half. Demon-breaking arrows. Second round, fire. Another round of explosions followed, this time shattering the juncture's defenses completely, forcing it to cough up foul black blood. Damn it, who is this kid? And where did he get so many enchanted weapons? The juncture cursed inwardly. Chen Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly relieved that he had chosen this cemetery as the battleground. Not only were ghouls roaming here, but the place was also filled with malevolent energy, providing him with an endless supply of resources for the fight. Anywhere else, summoning such energy to fend off an enemy would have been nearly impossible. The flying juncture began to gather the malevolent energy, assuming an attacking stance. Chen Mu remained calm, signaling the eagle-eyed archers to prepare their enchanted arrows and wait for the right moment. This was a battle of attrition. The flying juncture sought to drain his strength, while he was biding time for the cooldown of his thunderclap spell. The battle fell into a strange rhythm. Each time the flying juncture gathered energy to charge, the enchanted arrows would strike, forcing it to retreat. This repeated 6 or 7 times, leaving even the seasoned, perpetually hunted juncture bewildered. Little Taoist, it seems neither of us can gain the upper hand. How about we each take a step back and part ways? The flying juncture finally spoke, testing the waters. Chen Mu sneered. You've been lying in that coffin so long it's rotted your brain. I'm waiting for my cooldown. Are you just waiting to die? The juncture couldn't quite grasp the meaning of cooldown, but before it could ponder further, a familiar incantation echoed once more. Supreme Yuqing King, Master of the 36 Heavens, Universal Purifier of the 9 Skies, Thunder, descend. In that moment, the juncture understood the true meaning behind Chen Mu's earlier words and cursed in fury, you scoundrel. It finally realized that the relentless attacks from the eagle-eyed archers were merely a stalling tactic to give Chen Mu time to restore his energy. Boom. The second wave of thunderclap was even more ferocious than the first. The Jiangxi's body began to rot, pus and blood oozing everywhere, yet it still did not fall, displaying an incredible vitality. As Chen Mu downed a restorative pill, he couldn't help but marvel at the creature's resilience. 2 strikes of thunderclap had failed to bring it down completely. If it were at full strength, such attacks might have felt like mere tickles. Let's see if you can handle a third round, he muttered. The eagle-eyed archers, without needing further instruction, had already drawn their bows. Enchanted arrows pierced through the Jiangxi's body repeatedly, yet it remained motionless, as if it were already dead. Chen Mu smirked coldly. Such a feigned death wouldn't fool him. The juncture seemed to realize this as well. Slowly, it stood up, its body in an utterly wretched state. Little Taoist, it rasped, let's make a deal. Spare me, and I'll tell you the location of my treasure trove. The wealth inside is enough to grant you a lifetime of luxury. Among the treasures, there's even half of the Sky Thunder manual. Chen Mu dismissed the offer outright. Treasure troves and manuals without evidence, they were nothing but empty promises. Besides, he would never let a juncture walk away alive. Even if such a treasure trove existed, today, the creature would be reduced to ashes. The flying juncture, severely injured, tried to escape, but Chen Mu relentlessly held it back, preventing its retreat. The once menacing creature had lost all the power and ferocity it had when it first emerged from the coffin. If it had been at full strength, Chen Mu might have struggled to stop it. But now, all it could do was struggle in vain. At that moment, the cooldown for the 5 Thunder Strike technique had ended. Chen Mu immediately began chanting the incantation. Sovereign of the supreme jade purity, ruler of the 36 heavens, herald of the 9 heavens, summon the thunder. The flying juncture finally showed fear, its voice trembling as it begged, don't kill me. I am willing to sign a master-servant pact with you. Seeing that Chen Mu's expression remained unmoved, it even resorted to offering, I'll even sell my body. But Chen Mu's mind was made up. The thought of keeping a centuries-old zombie by his side filled him with unease. The heavenly thunder struck with a deafening roar, and the flying juncture's body disintegrated rapidly under the blinding light, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke before vanishing completely. The lingering malevolent energy that had accumulated above the cemetery was also cleansed entirely by the successive bolts of divine lightning. A system notification sounded immediately. Ding! You have slain the flying juncture and obtained a special item. The human book of life and death. Chen Mu was momentarily stunned by the announcement, a thought flashing through his mind. The book of life and death? Could it be that legendary one? Opening his inventory to examine the treasures, he indeed found a new black book. On its cover, Three bold characters spelled out, Book of Life and Death. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. The rewards from his golden finger were becoming increasingly outrageous. Shouldn't an artifact of this caliber be reserved for the late game? He carefully examined the attributes of the Book of Life and Death. Name: Book of Life and Death. Quality: Platinum upgradable. Skill: Sever Life and Death. Requirement: None. Description: one of the three books of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, the Human Book. Clicking on the skill details, Chen Mu frowned. Due to his low level, the only available ability required him to consume his own lifespan to alter someone else's. Yet another life-draining artifact. Deciding to test its functionality, Chen Mu opened the Book of Life and Death. At the top of the page, it displayed, Chen Mu, lifespan: 18,134 years. This surprised him. 134 years of life was likely a benefit of his health-preserving skills. While it was a decent lifespan for an ordinary person, it felt insufficient for someone in a profession that consumed lifespan as a resource. He decided to experiment by writing down the name of his high school homeroom teacher, Hua Jiangshan. A prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to consume 5 years of your lifespan to reduce Hua Jiangshan's lifespan by 10 years? After some thought, Chen Mu declined. After all, the teacher had taught him for 3 years. Next, he tried increasing lifespan. Would you like to consume 10 years of your lifespan to extend Hua Jiangshan's lifespan by 5 years? Again, he chose no. After these tests, Chen Mu deduced the rules. Reducing someone else's lifespan required only half the cost, while increasing it demanded double. This meant that in a life-or-death battle, as long as his opponent's lifespan didn't exceed 200 years, he could instantly cause their demise. Compared to the legendary immortal slaying flying blade, the Book of Life and Death was undoubtedly far more powerful. Closing the book, Chen Mu noticed that the soldiers had already finished clearing the battlefield. Luck was on his side this time. They had managed to collect 3 abyss crystals. Chen Mu did not hesitate and immediately converted the abyss crystal into heavy armored tiger soldiers. After completing the troop replenishment, he temporarily exited the dungeon to prepare for the next 2 days of cultivation. After stocking up on enough provisions, Chen Mu enjoyed a hearty meal and had a restful sleep. Once fully recharged, he packed his gear, reopened the abyss dungeon interface, and directly selected the challenge, Ghoul Burial Ground. The moment he entered the dungeon, Chen Mu took out the Millennium Evergreen Ginseng and bit into it without hesitation, as though it were just an ordinary carrot. The effects were immediate. A surge of warmth spread throughout his body. When he activated his Qi refinement technique, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his attribute growth rate had significantly accelerated. Though briefly startled by this unexpected discovery, he quickly set aside his doubts and focused on his current objective. 5 times the experience, let's go, Chen Mu commanded, and with high morale, his troops quickly formed ranks and advanced toward the ghoul cemetery. As the ghouls emerged from the ground, they were immediately met with a dense rain of arrows, each shot striking their heads with precision. The few that escaped the initial volley were swiftly dealt with by the giant axe soldiers. The army advanced rapidly, giving the ghouls no chance to gather in numbers. Any stragglers were easily picked off. Before long, Chen Mu reached the center of the cemetery once again. This time, instead of a grand tomb, he was greeted by a massive burial mound. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 thunder fire talismans, blasting the mound wide open. The Ghoul King barely had time to react before 30 soldiers charged forward and struck it down on the spot. Not bad at all. Reaching level 20 shouldn't be a problem at this rate, Chen Mu muttered with satisfaction as he glanced at his nearly full experience bar and continued the challenge. Over the next 2 days, Chen Mu alternated between commanding his troops to sweep through the dungeon and focusing on cultivating his Qi refinement technique. As his level steadily rose, system notifications followed. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 14. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 15. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 16. The Qi refinement technique had nearly doubled Chen Mu's attributes, granting him the power to unleash the devastating 5 Thunder Strike, capable of forcibly defeating even Tier A opponents. This comprehensive boost to his abilities made him comparable to a super soldier. However, his record-breaking progress in repeatedly clearing the ghoul burial ground began to attract attention. In the director's office, an elderly man frowned as he reviewed the data. This year's records are absurd, 5 times faster than previous years. Even the most gifted students in the Academy's history couldn't achieve this in teams. At this rate, how are other students supposed to earn credits? After some thought, the elder made a decision. Give this kid a chance. Assign him to explore the newly discovered low-level dungeon. If he succeeds, grant him higher clearance and reward him with 10,000 credits. Once his subordinates left, the elder murmured to himself, whether he's a dragon or a worm, we'll find out soon enough. Ding! With the sound of the system notification, Chen Mu finally reached level 21. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he glanced at the now useless Millennium Evergreen Ginseng. For the past 2 days, he hadn't dared to close his eyes, determined to make the most of the precious 5x experience boost. It was this relentless effort that enabled him to level up so quickly. During this time, he also awakened a new basic skill. Name, object control, quality, bronze level. Effect, manipulate objects using mental power. Description, a foundational skill for Qi practitioners. This skill was somewhat different from what he remembered. However, he quickly realized the reason it was because he was now a Qi practitioner, and the skills he awakened naturally aligned with that path. While inside a dungeon, he had specifically tested it out. With his extraordinary mental strength, the skill demonstrated impressive power. Enough grinding, time to sleep. Chen Mu yawned as he exited the dungeon. Returning to his villa, he didn't even bother with the assignments from his teacher. He collapsed onto his bed and slept straight through to noon the next day. Master, lunch is ready. Dabei's voice promptly reminded him as it detected Chen Mu waking up. After a quick wash, Chen Mu sat down to eat. Once he finished his meal, Dabai spoke again. Master, the academy issued a special mission a day ago. Would you like to review it? This caught Chen Mu off guard. He distinctly remembered completing a mission not long ago. Although puzzled, he nodded and said, "Show it to me." The base screen immediately displayed the mission details. Mission. Exploration. Objective. Clear the newly emerged dungeon. Details. A newly derived dungeon realm, difficulty ranging between Stage 1 and Stage 2. Rewards, 10,000 Academy credits, access level upgrade. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the 10,000 credit reward. Such a high reward indicated that the dungeon's difficulty would be anything but simple. His attention shifted to the second reward, and he asked, Dabai, what does an access level upgrade mean? Dabai explained in detail that Hongming Academy's access levels were divided into 4 tiers. A, B, C, and D. The highest, a level access, was granted to only 7 students. Those with a level access could request resources directly from the government, which would prioritize their needs, even dispatching personnel to acquire special materials. Level access allowed free use of all dungeons and provided discounts on exchanges. Level access granted discounts on special dungeons and access to a unique item exchange marketplace. Currently, Chen Mu was at the lowest level access. Chen Mu realized that what he was enjoying was merely discounted privileges. Leaning back in his chair, he pondered the possible items available in the special item exchange store: relics, unique equipment, high-quality pet beasts, high-quality mounts. These seemed like very likely options. He was well aware that Long Kingdom must possess a considerable number of relics. Even with gaps in history, during the early stages of the dungeon appearances, some ancient artifacts would exhibit anomalies and be secretly collected, much like the myriad laws robe he had obtained from the old Taoist. "They'll take the mission," Chen Mu said softly. From every angle he analyzed, this deal was not a loss for him, leaving no reason to hesitate. As for the dungeon, with the support of the Qi refining technique, his 4-dimensional attributes had already surpassed those of any soldier. Were it not for his limited attack methods, he could have likely swept through the entire field alone. The system notification promptly followed. Master, the mission has been successfully accepted. Please complete it within 2 days. All right, got it. Chen Mu nodded, lying back on the sofa as he opened his information panel. Name, Chen Mu. Class, Qi Refiner. Level, 21 First Advancement. Strength, 630. Endurance, 630. Speed, 630. Spirit, 630. Skills, Health Cultivation, Divination, Bean Soldier Summoning, Corpse Animation, Wind Riding Technique, Impenetrable Defense, Qi Refining Technique, Thunderclap, Palm Lightning, Object Manipulation. Weapon, Century-Old Peachwood Sword. Robe, Myriad Laws Robe. Treasures, Immortal Slaying Flying Dagger, Life and Death Register, Soul Calming Bell. Unfortunately, the Qi Refining Technique had hit a bottleneck and could not progress further. Reaching this bottleneck so quickly was largely thanks to the Millennium Evergreen Ginseng, which had significantly shortened his cultivation time. This sparked Chen Mu's idea of hunting wanted criminals, planning to take on more related missions when he had the chance. Before long, Chen Mu began to feel restless. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged battles in dungeons that made him unable to stay idle. He abruptly stood up. Damn it, comfort is for the dead. Let's finish this mission first, then see if there's anything useful in the Academy's treasure vault. He had a strong premonition that major events were bound to occur in the coming years, with the fusion of countless dungeon worlds looming. Before that day arrived, he needed to ensure he had enough power to protect himself. With that thought, Chen Mu immediately instructed Dabai to prepare provisions, ready to set out and complete the mission. Thanks to the teleportation function of Hongming Academy, he saved a significant amount of time. After Chen Mu left, a middle-aged man let out a helpless sigh. Ah, youth so full of energy. He then followed after him. To Hongming Academy, every student was a valuable asset. While they allowed students to face death due to insufficient strength in dungeons, they absolutely did not tolerate strong individuals oppressing others. For this reason, every team was assigned a ranger, and he was the one responsible for ensuring Chen Mu's safety. With the credentials from Hongming Academy in hand, Chen Mu easily passed the inspection conducted by the station troops. Stepping into this newly formed blank dungeon, everything seemed unknown and mysterious. No name, no description, as if anything could happen. As points of light flickered, Chen Mu's figure appeared in a dim alleyway. Just as he raised his head to survey his surroundings, voices from the other side of the wall caught his attention. Brother, have you heard? A pureblood Pishio has appeared in the Wan Duan mountain range, and the Empire is sending people to search for it with all their might. That news is old. I heard the barbarians and some halforcs have already infiltrated the area. Are they insane? They're practically provoking the great Yen Iron Cavalry. This brief exchange immediately provided Chen Mu with a key piece of information: a pureblood Pishio, a legendary mythical beast, undoubtedly of divine quality. At that moment, a dungeon quest suddenly appeared. Quest: capture or eliminate the Pishio. Location: Wan Duan mountain range. Objective: prevent any faction from obtaining the Pishio. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of questions. Was this quest not way too difficult? Whether it was the Pishio, a divine beast of heaven and earth, or the ambitious great Yen Empire, the barbarians, or the halforcs, none of them were easy adversaries to deal with. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to trick that Pishio, Chen Mu murmured, rubbing his temples. If that doesn't work, they'll test if my celestial blade can take it down in one strike. When he opened the system map, Chen Mu almost cursed out loud. Countless red markers, numbering in the tens of thousands. This meant he was up against an army numbering in the tens of thousands. After confirming that the two speakers from earlier weren't within the marked range, Chen Mu took a deep breath. Now this is what you call a challenge. Leaving the small town behind, Chen Mu set off toward the Wan Duan mountain range. Before long, he encountered his first army, over 10,000 fully armed elite soldiers, led by a general mounted on a heavily armored green lion. Scan results. Name: Marquis of 10,000 households. Level: 65. Skills: Strength: 3rd tier. I definitely need to settle the score with the academy, Chen Mu grumbled to himself. They promised me a 1st or 2nd tier dungeon, and now I'm up against a 3rd tier powerhouse leading an army. What he didn't know was that 2 hours ago, this dungeon had indeed been 1st tier. However, its difficulty had since been upgraded to 3rd tier, and he had unknowingly entered due to outdated information. Fighting Hedon is clearly unwise. My only hope is that the various factions will cancel each other out, Chen Mu thought as he quickly withdrew from the crowd, planning to infiltrate the Wan Duan mountain range before the armies could surround it. He was well aware that his greatest advantage lay in staying hidden while the factions were busy guarding against one another. They wouldn't even notice a small fry like him. It was this mindset that led Chen Mu to decide to take the risk after all. It was a pure-blood Pishio, a divine beast of legend. Chen Mu noticed a moving pale yellow on the map of the dungeon, clearly located within the mountain range. That must be the Pishio. Without hesitation, he decided to act alone and ventured into the mountains. The target was too conspicuous, making it easier to expose himself. Summoning his troops could wait until the right moment. He moved at full speed toward the pale yellow dot. Judging from the map, this seemed to be a juvenile Pishio, possibly even a newborn. If it were an adult, capturing it would be out of the question. No one would dare provoke the dominant ruler of these mountains. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air caught his attention. Chen Mu dodged swiftly, and a green figure darted past him. It was a half-meter-long venomous green snake, hissing and preparing to strike again. Thunder Palm. With a soft command, lightning surged from Chen Mu's palm, instantly killing the lunging snake. As he was about to continue forward, shadows began to emerge among the surrounding trees. They weren't human, but rather a variety of demonic beasts. A thought crossed Chen Mu's mind: could this Pishio be the king of this mountain range? A silver bear demon let out a low, menacing growl, clearly warning Chen Mu to leave. You really don't need to stop me, Chen Mu said with a helpless tone. You'd be better off blocking others. With my strength, if I meet your king, it'll probably be me who ends up as its meal. The silver bear demon hesitated, seemingly weighing Chen Mu's power against that of its king. After a moment, it growled again, and the surrounding beasts began dispersing. Chen Mu let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had been ready to fight, but hadn't expected the beasts to retreat so easily. Clearly, they were aware of the external forces encroaching on their territory and didn't want to suffer unnecessary losses at this time. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mu quickened his pace toward the Pixius location. The silver bear demon glanced at him but didn't intervene, instead turning and vanishing into the forest. The next moment, a muffled sound echoed. The bear demon's massive paw had crushed a half-beast man. A furious roar reverberated through the mountains, as if declaring war on the intruders. In an instant, Chaos erupted across the mountain range as the beasts launched a counterattack against the beastmen and barbarians. At that very moment, deafening war drums resounded from outside the Wan Duan mountain range. Great Yan's formation-breaking army. Attack! 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 Under the command of the Marquis of 10,000 households, a 10th Sandstrong army advanced steadily into the mountains. The battle came to an abrupt halt as the barbarians and half-beast men exchanged regretful glances. This was not their stronghold, and facing the Great Yin Empire's army Hedon would mean certain annihilation. They realized their ambush had failed and were forced to retreat, preparing to search for another opportunity. The battle was so intense that the passing beasts completely ignored Chen Mu, treating him like a mere small fry. This suited him perfectly. The fiercer the fight, the greater his opportunity. After checking the map, Chen Mu discovered that his target, the Pishio, was only 2 li away. As the distance gradually shortened, an inexplicable sense of comfort welled up in his heart. Is this the power of a celestial beast? He murmured to himself. Just being near it can extend one's life. Truly extraordinary. Before long, a round, chubby yellow figure appeared in his line of sight. Chen Mu immediately activated his scanner. Name, Pishio. Level, 30. Quality, mythical. Skills. Description. A celestial beast that enhances fortune for its conqueror. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing such attributes still made Chen Mu's heart race. It took him a while to calm down before he cautiously approached. Surprisingly, the Pishio showed no signs of vigilance. It continued to snore away, occasionally blowing bubbles in its sleep. Just as Chen Mu found the situation a little odd, the Pixie's ears twitched, and it groggily opened its eyes. Before Chen Mu could retreat, a furry body collided with him, followed by a wet, slobbering tongue that began enthusiastically licking him. The sudden display of affection left Chen Mu completely stunned. This wasn't behaving like a mythical beast at all. It was more like a giant, overly affectionate dog. Wait a second. Chen Mu raised his hand to block the Pixie's head. Strangely enough, the Pishio immediately stopped. Testing the waters, Chen Mu began issuing commands. Lie down, roll over, take a few steps, and do a backflip. To his astonishment, the Pishio obeyed every command without hesitation, behaving more obediently than a well-trained pet dog. This uncharacteristic submissiveness left Chen Mu deep in thought. It was far from what one would expect of a mythical beast. Recalling his mission requirements, Chen Mu decided to seize the opportunity. From now on, stick with me. I'll make sure you live the good life, feasting, drinking, and sleeping with the most beautiful Pishio out there. How about it? The Pishio tilted its head, contemplating for a moment, then nodded enthusiastically. Wasting no time, Chen Mu pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood, and a contract formation appeared beneath his feet. I hereby form an equal contract with the Pishio, witnessed by the god of contracts. The moment the contract was sealed, the Pishio let out an excited cry. A woo. Oh? That's a wolf's howl. Chen Mu couldn't help but complain. Were you raised by wolves or something? Meanwhile, at the outermost edge of the Wan Duan mountain range, countless beasts were fending off humans attempting to penetrate the area. If Chen Mu had been there, he would have been grateful for choosing a different path. On the hillside behind the ferocious beasts, a massive silver bear stood intently watching the battlefield. Beside it was a creature resembling a husky, a celestial wolf. Old bear, aren't you playing it a bit too big? That's our young master you're talking about giving away just like that? The celestial wolf turned to look at the endless mountain range behind them, its tone tinged with helplessness. The silver bear remained silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. We can't hold on. We're only buying time, but sooner or later, the young master will be taken. Instead of that, it's better to find him a reliable protector. That guy doesn't even seem stronger than the young master. Are you sure he's a protector? The celestial wolf was clearly skeptical of this decision. Only temporarily, the bear replied, its gaze deep. He's a descender, and he carries several powers that make my heart tremble. I suspect his situation is similar to our young master's. You mean, another second-generation god experiencing life? The celestial wolf interrupted. The silver bear didn't answer, its attention fixed on the distant battlefield. Though the ferocious beasts had the advantage in numbers, the disciplined soldiers of the Dai Yin Empire's formation-breaking army were like a terrifying meat grinder, easily crushing the disorganized beasts. It's time to act, the silver bear said as it slowly stood, its form towering over 20 meters tall in an instant. We can't let the young ones keep depleting themselves. It's destroying the foundation of the Wan Duan Mountains. The celestial wolf nodded in agreement, its 3 tails suddenly entwined with energies of wind, fire, and lightning. In the next instant, the 2 figures descended onto the battlefield. Boom! The impact of the silver bear's landing instantly turned hundreds of soldiers into a mist of blood. Marquis of 10,000 households, come out and face your death. The bear's thunderous roar shook the heavens. The marquis of 10,000 households, seated on a green lion, sneered. How bold! Not hiding in your mountains and daring to come out? Today, I not only claim the young Pichio but also take your life as an offering for my banner. For soldiers appeared, carrying two massive purple gold hammers. The marquis gripped the hammer handles tightly as his green lion charged into the fray. Boom! The bear's paw collided with the purple gold hammers, sending shockwaves that left nearby soldiers struggling to stand and the beasts trembling on the ground. Follow my orders. Charge into the Wanduan Mountains. Whoever captures the young Pichio will be rewarded with the title of 1,000 households and a golden glass armor. The Marquis's command ignited the spirits of the formation-breaking army, whose formation began pushing relentlessly toward the mountains. Just as the celestial wolf prepared to unleash its fury, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. Looking up, it saw a fiery red bird appear in the sky, its back carrying a general clad in purple gold armor. Beasts! Today I, the Marquis, will slay you. 2 marquises? The Da Yin Empire really spared no expense. The celestial wolf sneered, spreading its wings and soaring into the clouds. From a distance, Chen Mu, using the divine power of his lotus silk cloud boots, observed everything clearly. Oh my goodness, lucky I didn't fight to the death. Otherwise, this time next year would be the anniversary of my demise. He had thought dealing with one third transformation expert was trouble enough, but now it was a battle between third transformation powerhouses. With his first transformation strength, even the aftermath of their fight could easily kill him. As he prepared to leave, the Pichio bit his clothes, motioning for him to go deeper into the mountains. Are you hiding some treasure? Afraid we're leaving, so you want to go pack it up and take it along? The Pichio nodded repeatedly, its eyes gleaming with a sly sparkle. Chen Mu followed the Pichio deeper into the mountain range. Ever since forming the contract, the divine beast not only allowed him to ride on its back, but also trotted along cheerfully. Along the way, any other beasts they encountered, regardless of their strength, immediately prostrated themselves in reverence upon seeing the Pichio. Even some formidable beasts comparable to second-rank cultivators were no exception. Wow, I didn't realize your status was this impressive, Chen Mu said with a smile. Hearing this, the Pichio let out a proud snort, its demeanor resembling a child showing off. Chen Mu shook his head helplessly and patted its back, signaling it to speed up. All right, pack up your treasures. Let's get out of here quickly. There are still a few third-rank battles raging outside the mountain range. The Pichio nodded solemnly and quickened its pace. Although its back was covered in scales, Chen Mu found sitting on it surprisingly comfortable. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Without hesitation, the Pichio darted inside. Inside the cave, Chen Mu soon noticed clusters of grape-like fruits hanging from the walls. Scanning them revealed the following information. Name: Spirit Grapes. Quality: Gold. Effect: grants a profession user double experience for 30 minutes and reduces the growth cycle of pet mounts. Description: a relatively common spiritual fruit. Good stuff. Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he carefully began harvesting the grapes. Although these spirit grapes were not as rare as the millennial evergreen ginseng, their abundance made up for either were roughly 100 or 2 of them. After storing the grapes, the impatient Pichio started urging him forward, signaling that there were even greater treasures ahead. As they ventured deeper, they discovered more precious items, such as the 7-leaf tricolor flower. With each stop, Chen Mu managed to gather a significant number of spiritual herbs and fruits, thanks to the Pixie's keen instincts. This is incredible. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel. He realized that as the Pichio's dwelling, the deeper parts of this place must hold even more valuable treasures. After about an hour of exploring, they finally reached the deepest part of the cave. To Chen Mu's shock, a colossal coffin over 100 feet tall loomed before them. Startled, he froze, his mind racing with questions. The Pichio, noticing his daze, grabbed the hem of his clothing with its teeth and tugged forcefully, letting out an insistent cry, "A woo! A woo!" This snapped Chen Mu out of his thoughts. He had never expected this cave to be a grand tomb. Gazing at the massive coffin, he respectfully bowed and said, "This junior comes from humble means. If there is any offense, I ask for forgiveness." Then, he followed the Pichio to gather the surrounding resources, which were clearly far more valuable than those found in the passage. While collecting rare treasures, Chen Mu discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The closer he got to the mysterious coffin, the higher the quality of the spiritual items. As he gathered precious 1,000-year-old Lingji, he couldn't help but speculate. What kind of powerful being could be lying in this coffin, capable of influencing the surrounding environment even after death? The tomb chamber was not large, so within 10 minutes, all the rare treasures had been collected. Just as he was about to leave with the Pichio, the little creature suddenly leapt onto the coffin lid and landed steadily. "Stop messing around. Get down." Chen Mu's heart tightened. Before his words had fully left his mouth, The Pichio let out a series of sorrowful, mournful cries. Observing its familiarity with the place and its heartbroken demeanor, a realization struck Chen Mu. Could this coffin contain its father? You filial creature, bringing an outsider to dig up your own ancestral grave. Chen Mu muttered to himself. However, the Pichio's cries only grew more heartrending. Realizing that he might never return here again after leaving, he decided to stand quietly to the side, allowing the Pichio to vent its emotions. But in the next moment, Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine. The filial child had pushed open the coffin lid and was now half inside. You ungrateful brat, what are you doing? He exclaimed, already envisioning a future where this creature brought others to visit his own grave after his death. As he second-guessed whether he should return the Pichio, the creature emerged from the coffin holding a glowing, otherworldly lotus in its mouth. It was a platinum-grade eternal tranquility lotus, capable of granting a 5-fold time acceleration for 72 hours and significantly reducing the growth period of mounts and pet beasts. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice suddenly echoed. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find that Pichio cub for this marquee. Chen Mu's heart sank. He quickly activated the dungeon exit and gestured for the Pichio to hurry. A powerful divine sense swept across the area, accompanied by a hazy voice saying, "I've found you." Moving swiftly, Chen Mu and the Pichio disappeared without a trace just as the pursuer arrived outside the cave. The intruder was none other than the Marquis Chen Mu had encountered outside the small town. However, the Marquis was now missing an arm, his battle armor shattered, evidence of a fierce encounter with the silver giant bear. Staring at the empty tomb chamber, the Marquis's eyes burned with rage. Damn descender. One day, he'll grind you to dust. With a furious punch, he struck the mountain wall, causing the entire peak to collapse, burying him beneath the rubble. Unaware of this, Chen Mu had already fled far, leaving the chaos behind. Idiot. Do you have any idea what kind of talent the country is losing because of your mistake? Chen Mu's forest ranger roared furiously at the officer in front of him. I swear I feel like beating you to death right now. The officer stood there like a frightened quail, head lowered, not daring to utter a word. If he's not out in 3 days, every single person responsible for this incident is going to face a military tribunal. The ranger continued to berate them. Although he gave a 3-day deadline, everyone present knew the grim reality of a first-rank combatant accidentally entering a high-level dungeon. The best-case scenario would be an instant death. More often, it meant being captured and tortured to death. Just as the ranger was suppressing his rage, a soldier rushed in to report, "Captain, that young man is out." Zhou Zhengwu's anger, which was about to erupt, froze instantly. He blurted out in disbelief, "Impossible." A third-rank dungeon was dangerous enough that even he might not make it out unscathed. A chilling thought crossed his mind, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Could he have been parasitized by something? In an instant, Zhou Zhengwu dashed out of the command tent and headed for the dungeon's entrance. A group of resting soldiers had already gathered around to watch the figure emerging from the entrance. Zhou Zhengwu immediately used his spiritual sense to scan Chen Mu, only to find all his stats normal. He let out a sigh of relief but was soon captivated by the creature standing next to Chen Mu Pichio, far more terrifying than any lizard dragon. At that moment, Chen Mu sensed a familiar presence and turned to look at Zhou Zhengwu. Unlike his first mission, his mental strength had grown significantly this time, and he had already noticed the other's presence. Seeing that Zhou Zhengwu could freely enter and exit the camp, Chen Mu deduced that he must be from the academy. Suddenly, Chen Mu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Zhengwu froze in surprise. His earlier scan had shown Chen Mu's body to be perfectly fine. How could he suddenly be coughing up blood? He quickly stepped forward. "Chen Mu, are you feeling unwell? I'm a teacher from the academy. I'll take you back for treatment right now." As he spoke, he pulled out his credentials. After confirming Zhou Zhengwu's identity, Chen Mu forced out a few tears. "This academy is ridiculous. I can't stay there anymore. I'm quitting." The first mission was supposed to be a first-rank challenge, but a second-rank combatant showed UPI let that slide. But this time, even worse. A first-rank mission with a group of third-rank combatants? If I hadn't been clever, you'd all be visiting my grave this time next year. Zhou Zhengwu, having witnessed the entire ordeal, found himself at a loss for words. Chen Mu continued his rant. "This academy is a scam. They can't even predict mission difficulty accurately. They got it wrong once, fine. But twice in a row? I'm out." All right, just tell me what you want," Zhou Zhengwu said with a hint of helplessness. "I'll help you report it. After years as a forest ranger, this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless." Zhou Zhengwu cursed inwardly. But at this moment, the academy was indeed in the wrong. Even though he knew Chen Mu was putting on an act, he could only swallow his anger. Seeing Zhou relent, Chen Mu immediately jumped up from the ground with a grin plastered across his face. "Come on, let me choose myself." I don't even know what's in the treasure vault of the Hongming Academy. This scene made Zhou Xing's eye twitch with frustration, and he nearly marched over to teach Chen Mu a lesson. In the end, he simply let out a heavy snort and turned away, leaving the others standing there, exchanging awkward glances. Chen Mu, however, wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he cheerfully greeted the surrounding soldiers. To him, giving up a little face was nothing compared to the benefits. Besides, only he knew how fruitful this dungeon expedition had been apart from the Picio. The hundreds of rare herbs alone were enough to help him reach level 30 and undergo a second-class change. At that moment, a man in charge approached him, looking somewhat uneasy. Young man, this time it was my oversight. Here, this is a Silverdeer skill upgrade scroll we managed to gather for you. As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Chen Mu. Chen Mu was about to decline when the man quickly added, if you hadn't come out today, we'd all be facing a military tribunal. And frankly, this was indeed our mistake. Please just take it. Thank you, brothers. Chen Mu no longer refused and accepted the scroll. Seeing him take it, the few men in charge visibly relaxed, knowing this incident might finally blow over. By the way, young man, your mount is incredible. I should get one like that someday, one of the men said, reaching out to touch the Picio. But before he could, the creature suddenly lashed out, sending the man flying with a single blow. He hit the ground hard, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Easy, they mean no harm. Chen Mu quickly calmed the Picio and apologized to the man. The man struggled to his feet, one hand clutching his side, the other waving dismissively. Cough, cough, it's fine. Just a little organ displacement. Though he said this lightly, his heart was racing with fear. As a second-class profession holder, he could clearly sense that the Picio hadn't even used its full strength. If it had been serious, the thought sent chills down his spine, and he cursed himself for being so nosy. Brothers, I need to head back and submit my mission report. I'll treat you all to drinks another day. Chen Mu clasped his hands in farewell and left quickly with the Picio trailing behind. Without a beast control bracelet, the Picio could only follow him directly. But he was confident that once he returned, the Academy would provide a satisfactory resolution. Take care, brother. The men called after him as Chen Mu set off on his journey back to Hongming Academy. As soon as Chen Mu returned to the villa, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Zhou Zhengwu standing outside. Teacher, is there something you need? Zhou Zhengwu didn't answer and stepped straight into the villa. There's something I need to discuss with you. Chen Mu's eyes lit up, assuming it was about compensation. Teacher, you didn't need to come in person for this. I could have sorted it out myself. Zhou Zhengwu paused for a moment, then looked at Chen Mu with a hint of helplessness. I'm not here for compensation. That's a minor issue. I came for something else. Chen Mu's heart tightened. His previous unpleasant experiences made him instinctively nervous. Zhou Zhengwu walked into the living room, placed a file on the coffee table, and glanced at the sleeping Picio nearby. Take a look yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Chen Mu picked up the document, and the title on the first line made his brows furrow slightly, the Hongming Project. As he read further, his expression grew darker. The document detailed the current situation. 67 different types of worlds were in the process of merging with Blue Star, including High Martial, Fantasy, Eerie, and Western Fantasy worlds. Blue Star had become a world hub, and these merging worlds would inevitably aim to conquer Blue Star first, using it as a stepping stone to attack other worlds. The Hongming Project, also known as the God Creation Plan, was centered around forming raiding squads to counter-invade these worlds and plunder their resources to train Longwa warriors before the full-scale invasion began. How much time do we have until the complete fusion? Chen Mu asked. 5 to 10 years, Zhou Zhengwu replied calmly. That's good, plenty of time. As Chen Mu said this, he was already planning how to ascend to godhood within this time frame. Zhou Zhengwu shook his head. Level 100 might dominate in a low martial world, but in a fantasy world, beings of that level could easily annihilate an entire low martial world with a flick of their fingers. The highest level entities we've detected are around level 500, and even they might not be the strongest. Seeing Chen Mu's shock, Zhou Zhengwu added, our advantage lies in the fact that we can repeatedly enter dungeons, allowing us to progress much faster than other worlds. The unique properties of the dungeons provide us with abundant resources. Now, I'm inviting you to join the Hongming Project. Zhou Zhengwa's tone turned serious. By joining, you'll gain access to hidden dungeons and the ability to enter permanent dungeons. All right, I'll join. Before Chen Mu's words had fully landed, a contract appeared on the coffee table. Without hesitation, he signed his name, and the contract dissolved immediately. The moment the contract was sealed, Zhou Zhengwu took out an intricate brooch from his pocket and handed it to Chen Mu. With this, you'll no longer be bound by the restrictions of the instance missions. After explaining a few essential matters, he hurriedly left. Chen Mu picked up the brooch and immediately scanned it using the system. Name proof of the world. Quality special item. Effect wearing this prevents rejection by the world. allowing prolonged stays in other worlds and the ability to return to the original world at any time. Description: a product of world consciousness. No wonder he dared to go all out, Chen Mu thought to himself. With this, even if I can't win, I can forcibly exit the instance. It really does significantly reduce the risk of casualties. Without hesitation, he chose to use the brooch. After summoning Dabai, Chen Mu checked the compensation provided by the Academy. One platinum-grade item of his choice and an additional 30,000 academic credits. Just as he was about to start selecting equipment, his brows furrowed. Dabai, hide all equipment and only show special items. Understood, master. From the filtered list, one item immediately caught his attention. Name: substitute doll. Quality platinum. Effect: transfers lethal damage to the doll instead. Description: a product of the witchcraft clan. Price: 55,000 academic credits. As he continued browsing, another special item caught his eye. Name: restrictor, also known as BUG device. Quality platinum. Effect: allows the wearer to forcibly equip or learn skills from other professions. Price: 10,000 academic credits. After weighing his options, Chen Mu decided to purchase the restrictor with credits and use the free platinum-grade item slot to get the most expensive substitute doll. It's time to create a stronger warrior. Seeing that Jia Yi's combat strength was now inferior to his own, Chen Mu resolved to use the remaining credits to purchase high-quality mediums and create a super bodyguard. An array of crystals was displayed before him. Holy crystals, void crystals, swordsmanship crystals, martial arts crystals, but their staggering prices left him speechless. Chen Mu browsed through the special crystals in the store, his brows furrowed. The 5-digit price tags made him gasp, with some special crystals even costing more than equipment of the same quality. In comparison, attribute crystals were much cheaper. Platinum-grade ones ranged from 2,000 to 3,000 credits. But for Chen Mu, who was preparing to summon a personal bodyguard, this wasn't the time to be frugal. His gaze eventually settled on a blood-red crystal. Dragon blood crystal. Quality: platinum. Effect: can be used to forge dragon blood equipment. Enhances the purity of dragon bloodline professions. Description: contains the essence of a dragon. Go big or go home, Chen Mu muttered through gritted teeth as he placed the order. Even with a discount, the crystal still cost him 16,000 credits. So expensive. If only I could farm it myself. Though this purchase nearly drained his savings, Chen Mu knew it was a worthwhile investment. If he could summon dragon-blooded soldiers, the cost would be more than justified. A system notification soon popped up. Order successful. Your item will be delivered in 10 minutes. Chen Mu left himself with 1,000 credits as a backup and spent the rest on gold-grade attribute crystals. He planned to take this chance to study the relationship between soldiers and attribute compatibility. Thanks to the internal logistics system of Hongming Academy, a delivery robot rang his doorbell within just 2 minutes. Your package has arrived. Have a nice day. Chen Mu rushed back to the living room, eagerly unboxing the package to retrieve the dragon blood crystal. The system immediately presented 2 options: turn night into day or scatter beans to form soldiers. Without hesitation, he chose the iron-blooded infantry option. As the crystal began to dissolve, a figure started materializing before him. At the same time, the system confirmed summoning successful. A warrior clad in dark red armor and wielding a long blade appeared. Chen Mu quickly activated a scan. Iron Blood Infantry Dragon Blood. Level: 36. Quality: gold. Skills: endless blood battle, dragon form. Attributes: strength 650, stamina 900, speed 450, spirit 420. Equipment: none. Medium: dragon blood crystal. Description: contains dragon blood and can transform into a dragon-like form for combat. Holy crap! Chen Mu exclaimed repeatedly. This was the base stat sheet, without any equipment or skill bonuses, and it already surpassed most second-tier professionals. With the addition of solid buffs, even an ordinary second-tier boss would struggle to challenge it. What shocked him even more was the dragon form skill. When activated, all 4 attributes increased by 100 for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of just 30 minutes. It was practically a cheat-level ability. Looks like I'll need to find a way to get more rare crystals, Chen Mu thought to himself. If I can assemble an entire team of dragon-blooded soldiers and equip them properly, they could hold their ground against third-tier professionals long enough for me to open a teleportation portal. However, the thought of outfitting this team with dragonblood-specific gear gave Chen Mu a headache. There were only 2 ways to obtain it: purchase from the Academy's treasury or hunt dragons. The road ahead was undeniably long and arduous. The lizard dragon typically only appears in second-tier dungeons. Even in a first-tier dungeon, encountering one is limited to rare hidden quests. This meant that Chen Mu had no choice but to purchase equipment from the treasure vault. With some effort, I can earn enough for a full set, he muttered to himself, opening the dungeon selection interface to check out the dragon blood set. The interface displayed various dragon blood sets: black dragon, white dragon, red dragon, and so on, each with unique effects. After a careful comparison, He locked onto his target gear. Black Dragon set. Quality. Gold. Skill. Robust dragon body. Set pieces. Blade helmet shoulders armor boots. Attributes. 500 to all 4 stats. Required level. 30. Description. A set forged from the remains of an infamous black dragon, slain by a brave warrior. Set price. 12,000. Special effect. Increases strength by 300 when HP is above 50. Increases vitality by 500 when HP is below 50. After calculating the discounted price, he still needed almost 10,000 credits. With only 1,000 credits left, it seemed he'd have to grind abyssal dungeons to earn crystals. A silver-grade abyss crystal could be sold for 150 credits each, and at that rate, he estimated he could gather the necessary funds in 4 or 5 days. Such a tiresome life back to grinding, Chen Mu joked to himself. Though he was the host, he had to tirelessly work for his soldiers' equipment. Of course, it was just a passing complaint. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly upgrade all his soldiers into Dragonblood warriors equipped with Dragonblood gear. Just imagining the scene was enough to excite him. He reached into a box and pulled out a crudely made rag doll button eyes, a stitched mouth, and loose threads all over, making it look like a worn-out toy. Following the instructions, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the doll. The moment the blood made contact, the doll's facial features began to contort and reshape, eventually transforming into Chen Mu's likeness. After completing the contract, he tossed the doppelganger doll into his system inventory. It would only activate in the event of a fatal injury, after all. Next, he turned his attention to other attribute crystals. Since they were relatively inexpensive, he bought 4 of every type available in the treasure vault, intending to test them one by one. Starting with the gold attribute crystal, he was surprised to find it was a versatile option that could summon all 4 types of soldiers. Its attribute boosting effects were impressive, particularly for enhancing the attack power of axemen. He then proceeded to test the other crystals. Wood attribute crystal, increased maximum HP for heavy armored tiger soldiers. Water attribute crystal, granted recovery abilities. Earth attribute crystal, primarily boosted defense. Thunder attribute crystal, infused weapons with lightning. Frost attribute crystal, provided crowd control capabilities. Through these experiments, Chen Mu gradually mastered a new approach to his being soldier summoning technique. Different energy crystals could grant unique traits to the same type of soldier, significantly enhancing the diversity of his tactical options. Under the crimson moon, a shadowy figure quietly emerged through the teleportation array. Chen Mu scanned his surroundings, his thoughts wandering to the idea of succubi. In the novels he'd read in his previous life, these overly friendly demons were often indispensable companions for the protagonist. This time, the dungeon wasn't about battling ghouls but confronting hordes of demons, giving him the perfect opportunity to verify whether succubi truly existed. In the distance, a village built from rough stone blocks came into view. A subtle, meaningful smile played on Chen Mu's lips as he gestured for his soldiers to advance. They made no effort to conceal their movements and were quickly noticed by the demons in the village. Roar! With an ear-splitting howl, grotesque figures burst out of the stone houses. When Chen Mu got a clear look at the approaching demonic horde, his brow furrowed slightly. They were all goat demons, covered in coarse gray fur with curled horns atop their heads. There wasn't a single succubus among them, much to his disappointment. The scan revealed. Name, Goat Demon. Level, 29. Grade, Silver. Skills, Mental Shock, Frenzy. Drop rate, 100 chance for silver-tier items. Description, the lowest tier demons. Since there were no succubi, Chen Mu didn't hesitate further. A blazing sun arrow soared through the air, piercing through the skulls of a third of the goat demons with precision. The remaining demons' eyes glowed red with bloodlust as they dug their hooves into the ground, accelerating rapidly. The melee soldiers quickly formed ranks, colliding head-on with the frenzied goat demons. Axes swung in arcs, bringing down one demon after another. However, these low-level demons, born into lives of constant peril, only grew more frenzied as their numbers dwindled. Amid the unrelenting roars, the battle soon came to an end, with all the goat demons lying slain. Chen Mu inspected the spoils of war. Name, Calm Mind Talisman. Grade, Silver. Effect, adds 30 extra mental power to a helmet. Description, a low-grade talisman. As the soldiers cleared the battlefield, they presented 2 abyss crystals to Chen Mu. Leading his team deeper into the village, he prepared for the upcoming boss fight. Suddenly, a clumsy voice speaking in the dragon tongue echoed from within the village. Naimin, damn it. To Chen Mu's surprise, what emerged wasn't the towering and ferocious demon he had imagined, but a hunched and scrawny little demon. The interface appeared, and a soul devourer radiating a sinister aura materialized before Chen Mu. Name, Soul Devourer. Level, 32. Quality, Gold. Skills, Soul Devouring Curse, Mental Storm, Abyssal Assault. Trait: 100 soul absorption drop rate. This mid-ear demon was far stronger than average. Before Chen Mu could make a move, the soul devourer spread its arms wide, chanting an incantation. From the corpse of a goat demon lying on the ground, streams of red light emerged, shooting toward the soul devourer like meteors. As it absorbed these souls, its level instantly rose to 35. So that's how it works, absorbing souls to grow stronger. No wonder it's classified as a mid-tier demon, Chen Mu remarked calmly. This statement completely enraged the soul devourer. To it, all living beings, save for soulless creatures, were prey. It chanted another spell, and a streak of dark light shot forward like lightning. Without hesitation, a heavily armored tiger soldier stepped in to shield the attack, his expression twisting in pain. Chen Mu immediately dismissed the summoned soldier. A skill that directly targets the soul, quite unique, he analyzed quickly. Just as he was about to command the soldiers to charge, his gaze fell upon the goat demon's corpse on the ground. Ah, of course, the corpse-raising skill. Rise, noble spirits, and heed my command. Chen Mu's voice carried an almost supernatural power as the corpses on the ground began to writhe and stand. The soul devourer was visibly horrified. Impossible. Necromancy. You're a lich. Fear overtook it, and it turned to flee. The reanimated goat demon corpses roared and charged after it, with Chen Mu following closely behind. The soul devourer quickly abandoned its escape attempt and knelt trembling in surrender. Great Lich, I submit to your power. Please, grant me mercy. Chen Mu asked coldly, do you know where I can find a succubus? 100 miles from here lies a demon castle. There should be succubi there. The soul devourer stammered hastily. The strongest being in the castle is a mid-ear four-armed serpent demon, slightly stronger than me. If you spare me, I'll assist you in taking the castle. Chen Mu responded with chilling indifference. Finish it? The soul devourer tried to plead further, but Chen Mu spoke calmly, almost mockingly, you've misunderstood. Inhuman. Chen Mu approached the area of the dungeon's transformation and gently swept his hand forward. Instantly, an almost imperceptible barrier revealed itself. So this is the legendary invisible wall, he muttered under his breath. The hidden artifact on his chest suddenly emitted a brilliant white light. Tentatively, he reached out again, and his hand passed easily through the barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mu stepped inside. This must be the real abyss, he said, but before he could finish his thought, a sharp claw lunged straight for his face. Reacting instantly, Chen Mu unleashed a palm thunder strike. With a deafening crack, the claw shattered into pieces. As he prepared to dodge, two abyssal demons leapt at him from either side, snarling ferociously. Chen Mu let out a cold snort and activated his telekinesis ability. The two demons were immediately lifted into the air and slammed into each other with a heavy crash. Well, the abyss sure lives up to its name. Demons here are practically worthless, he remarked with a smirk. After subduing the three demons, Chen Mu finally had a moment to survey his surroundings, only to find the situation far more dire than he had anticipated. The commotion from crossing the barrier had attracted nearly 100 abyssal demons, with even more rushing in from the distance. But to Chen Mu, these goat demons were nothing more than walking loot. At this rate, getting the black dragon set won't take long, he thought to himself as he eyed the growing horde. Without delay, he summoned all his soldiers. Squad 1, take the lead and charge. At his command, all melee soldiers except for the dragon-blood warriors surged forward. Meanwhile, Chen Mu retrieved a soul-infused grape, using the opportunity to boost his level. The battle was fierce. Though the goat demons had the advantage in numbers, they were no match in strength or skill against Chen Mu soldiers. In just 3 minutes, over 100 goat demons lay defeated. However, the tide of demons showed no sign of stopping. Thousands more were pouring in from all directions. Good grief, the number of demons here is equivalent to running 20 dungeons, Chen Mu muttered in disbelief. The fight raged on for nearly an hour. Piles of demon corpses surrounded the melee soldiers, yet the remaining demons continued their relentless assault. A few attempted to bypass the soldiers and target Chen Mu directly, only to be effortlessly dealt with by the dragon-blood warriors. As the number of surrounding demons finally began to dwindle, a new wave appeared on the distant hill city, an even larger, darker mass of demons than before. You've got to be kidding me. Are they trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers? Chen Mu said, exasperated. He ordered his soldiers to start clearing the battlefield. Taking a step forward, he faced the mountain of demon corpses and shouted with commanding authority, "Arise, noble souls, and serve under my command." As his words echoed, shadowy figures began to rise slowly from the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie goat demons stood motionless, awaiting Chen Mu's command. Attack. With a single order from Chen Mu, the horde of undead surged forward, charging at their own kind. The living goat demons that had come to assist froze in place, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Although the zombies lacked the strength and attributes they had when alive, their overwhelming numbers gave them the advantage. More importantly, these tireless, pain-insensitive undead struck fear into many of the goat demons, causing some to hesitate. With the soldiers' coordination, the reinforcements were quickly decimated, leaving the battlefield littered with corpses in no time. Awaken your heroic souls and serve me. Chen Mu's incantation echoed through the air. The corpses of fallen enemies suddenly sprang to life, launching surprise attacks. This unexpected development further shattered the morale of the already disoriented goat demons after fighting for so long. They hadn't even seen their true enemy, only to be torn apart by their own kind. Within just an hour, with the help of the undead, every living demon on the battlefield was eradicated. Chen Mu immediately ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Without hesitation, he cast his spell on the newly fallen goat demon corpses. Awaken your heroic souls and serve me. In no time, an additional 4,000 zombies stood before him. When the soldiers presented the spoils of war they had collected, Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, so many?" 153. 2 battles had yielded over 100 abyss crystals, far exceeding his expectations. Exiting the instance now would allow him to exchange these crystals for more than 20,000 academic credits, but Chen Mu decided to press on. No rush. Let's keep going and aim for 100,000 credits before heading back. After waiting for about 10 minutes and seeing no more enemies approaching, Chen Mu led his undead army over the hill, advancing in the direction indicated by the Soul Devourer. What lay beyond the hill left Chen Mu stunned. A vast swamp stretched for miles, teeming with countless half-meter-long white worms. These worms, equipped with sharp mandibles and rows of razor-like teeth, were devouring one another. As they gorged themselves, their white, elastic skin stretched and distorted until it burst open, revealing newly formed goat demons. The efficiency of this hatchery was astounding. It seemed to produce tens of thousands of goat demons daily. New white worms continuously emerged in the swamp, joining this grotesque feast of consumption and evolution. Chen Mu realized that this species' ability to reproduce so rapidly posed a dire threat to humanity, far surpassing the dangers of conventional cultivation methods. Roar! The freshly evolved goat demons, as if equipped with radar, swiftly gathered and began charging toward Chen Mu's position in a massive wave. Chen Mu thought to himself, "It must be my aura. These demons can sense the difference." Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Destroy the demon hatchery. Do you accept the quest? The system notification suddenly rang out, halting Chen Mu, who was about to lead his troops away. He fixed his gaze on the information panel that had appeared before him and carefully examined the quest details. Destroy the core of the demon hatchery and receive a random platinum-grade item upon completion. The quest description revealed that this was the energy source of the demon race and must be eradicated. The allure of platinum equipment was undeniable for Chen Mu. Even if he couldn't use it himself, equipping his subordinates would still be a great advantage. With this thought in mind, he immediately issued the attack command. The previously motionless horde of undead erupted into action, surging like a tidal wave toward the swampy hatchery. Although the numerous white worms were abundant in number, their strength was equivalent to bronze grade at best and posed no threat to the undead. The sounds of slicing and squelching filled the air as the white worms were slaughtered one after another. Yet no system notifications appeared. At first, Chen Mu thought it might be due to the distance, but even after moving closer, the situation remained unchanged. These worms, so weak that even ordinary humans could easily kill them, didn't provide any drops, not even the most basic ones. With the undead clearing the path, Chen Mu soon reached the core of the hatchery. At his command, the undead began frantically digging. This action enraged the hatchery, and countless white worms emerged from the ground, attempting to halt Chen Mu's progress. However, the layers of undead held them back with ease. When the core was finally unearthed, Chen Mu couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the bottom of the pit lay the corpse of a high-ranking demon, radiating a dense abyssal aura. It was a complete ecological cycle. The high-ranking demon's corpse served as nourishment for the white worms, which in turn gave rise to new demons. Just as Chen Mu prepared to use the Five Thunder technique to destroy the corpse, a nauseating crunching sound reached his ears. A grotesquely bloated white worm was devouring the blood and flesh of the high-ranking demon. Chen Mu's eyes turned cold as he swiftly pulled out 10 Thunderfire talismans. By the decree of the heavens! With a deafening roar, thunder and fire erupted, and the air was filled with the acrid stench of burning. However, something unexpected happened. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and a demon engulfed in flames slowly rose to its feet. The system immediately displayed the information of this newly born demon. Name: Flame Demon. Level: 32. Grade: Platinum. Skills: Ring of Flame, Armor of Flame, Flame Greatsword, Flame Breath, Flame Mark. Guarantee drop: Platinum grade item upon defeat. It dawned on Chen Mu that his thunderfire attack had not only failed to destroy the target, but had instead helped it surpass its life limit, evolving into an even stronger demon. Still, the outcome wasn't entirely unfavorable. Another piece of platinum equipment was now within reach. Chen Mu began calculating in his mind. If more opportunities like this arose, he might be able to stockpile a considerable amount of platinum gear. Thinking of this, Chen Mu decided to find an opportunity to conduct an experiment in the future. However, the most important thing right now was to complete the current mission. His gaze locked onto the towering flame demon, standing over 3 meters tall. Flame demon, a type of high-tier demon, Chen Mu muttered under his breath. At this moment, a horde of ghouls recklessly charged toward the flame demon, attempting to tear its flesh apart. The flame demon reacted with astonishing speed, its body engulfed in flames that surged explosively. With a sweep of its arms, 2 streams of deep crimson fire erupted, instantly reducing the advancing ghouls to ashes. Then, its arms transformed into fiery whips, clearing out the surrounding ghouls in just a few swift swings. Your turn. Let's see what you've got, Chen Mu said, turning his gaze to the Dragonblood soldier and giving a slight nod. The Dragonblood soldier dashed forward like a blur, and Chen Mu immediately cast Iron Fortress, doubling its health and defense. Sensing the approaching threat, the flame demon brought its arms together and unleashed a wave of scorching flames. Under Chen Mu's watchful eyes, the Dragonblood soldier activated its draconic form. Blooded scales emerged on its body, its claws sharpened like blades, and a thick dragon tail extended from its back. With a thunderous roar, its speed surged as it lunged at the flame demon. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike shaking the earth. Wow, this guy's a beast, even without full gear. Once fully equipped, ITLL probably one-shot a platinum-tier boss, Chen Mu thought in amazement, realizing the Dragonblood soldier's strength far exceeded his expectations. It was single-handedly overpowering the flame demon. The enraged flame demon let out a furious roar, causing massive pillars of fire to erupt from the ground. Yet, the Dragonblood soldier showed no signs of retreat, its razor-sharp claws relentlessly targeting the demon's energy core, which soon began to crack. Driven into a frenzy, the flame demon unleashed its skills in a desperate counterattack. However, the Dragonblood soldier, standing amidst the flames, remained unscathed. Chen Mu checked the status bar and suddenly understood once the Fearless Resolve skill was activated. The Dragonblood soldier's defense became so absurdly high that it was virtually impenetrable until its draconic form ended. After half a minute, the flames on the flame demon's body visibly weakened, and the crystal core in its chest dimmed significantly. With a resounding crack, the flames receded entirely, leaving behind a charred, lifeless husk. The Dragonblood soldier delivered a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in the demon's chest and instantly depleting its remaining health. Ding! The system notification sounded as Chen Mu successfully slew the flame demon, obtaining a flame heart. This was a platinum-grade energy core material, resembling a fiery crystal heart and brimming with intense fire elements. As the energy source of the flame demon, it could be used for forging, equipment embedding, and significantly enhancing fire-based skills. Chen Mu held it in his hand and carefully examined it, a bold idea forming in his mind. He immediately cast Turn Day into Night, Scatter Beans into Soldiers, first dismissing a summoned Hawkeye sharpshooter. Then, using the flame heart as a medium, he began a new summoning process. As the incantation was recited, the flame heart gradually melted. It seems any high-quality energy medium will work, Chen Mu muttered to himself. Soon, a Hawkeye sharpshooter with fiery red skin appeared before him. Chen Mu quickly checked its information panel. Name, Hawkeye Sharpshooter Flameheart. Level, 36. Quality, Gold. Skills, Hawkeye, Flameheart. Attributes, Strength 900, Stamina 270, Speed 400, Spirit 430. Medium, Flameheart. Traits, a burning heart hidden within. All attacks converted to fire-based. Effects, fire-based attacks deal an additional 200 damage and have 100 area effect. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Chen Mu exclaimed repeatedly, stunned by the incredible 900 strength points. Then, he broke into a triumphant grin. Heh, I've hit the jackpot. Even a regular platinum-grade fire crystal can't compare to the Flame Heart. Eager to test Flameheart's power, Chen Mu barely had the thought when Flameheart already knocked an arrow. Concentrated fire elements gathered at the arrowhead, and with a sharp whoosh, a fiery arrow tore through the air. Boom! A firestorm with a diameter of over 10 meters erupted hundreds of meters away. An unlucky white insect was instantly reduced to ash, and even the swamp dried up in an instant, leaving cracked terrain in its wake. Good heavens, Chen Mu gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. With this kind of amplification, should I be hunting more flame demons? And this is just its base form. Just as he was about to hand over the ancestral divine ape bow to Flameheart, the system chimed with 2 consecutive notifications. Ding. Dragonblood has destroyed the hatchery core. Quest complete. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Flame Demon Bow. Chen Mu froze, quickly opening his inventory to inspect the newly acquired item. Name: Flame Demon Bow. Quality: Platinum. Skill: Flame Affinity increases fire-based attack power by 50. Required level: 35. Attributes: 300 strength. Description: a bow forged with the power of the Flame Demon. Chen Mu fell silent for a moment. This was nothing short of a divine stroke of luck, first acquiring a perfectly compatible medium, and now a platinum-grade bow. This pushed Flameheart's strength past the 1000 point mark. Bring me a boss already. I need to test Flameheart's true power. Chen Mu was itching for action but quickly realized that with the hatchery destroyed, there wouldn't be any high-level demons nearby, not even cannon fodder goat demons. Resolving to press forward, Chen Mu decided to continue his journey. According to the soul-devouring demon's account, he was planning to stir up trouble at the demon castle. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was focused on expanding his cannon fodder army. After the recent battle, the number of his minions had dropped to just over 3,000, and he was also eager to test the limits of his corpse-controlling ability. Opening the system map, he quickly locked onto an ideal target location teeming with 2,000 to 3,000 demons, perfect for replenishing his forces. Without hesitation, he led his troops toward the target. At the same time, in an ancient and rustic castle, a 4-armed serpent demon was leisurely enjoying its lunch. Suddenly, a sharp gwagwa sound shattered the tranquility. The serpent demon's expression darkened as its wary gaze fell on a toad-like creature in the corner. Before it could approach, the speaking frog emitted a chillingly cold voice. "Are you dead?" This simple sentence sent shivers down the serpent demon's spine. It immediately dropped to its knees, bowing repeatedly. "Master, I am here. I am here." The voice on the other end grew increasingly enraged. "If you're still alive, then cut off your own head, put it in a fancy gift box, and send it to me." Cold sweat poured from the serpent demon as it desperately tried to recall how it could have offended its master. Yet no matter how hard it thought, it couldn't pinpoint the reason. "Master, please grant me one more chance. I swear I will resolve this." "Fool, the hatching grounds are gone, so why should I keep you alive?" The voice roared with fury. The serpent demon felt as though it had been struck by lightning. To it, the demon castle was a recruitment center, the lifeblood of every demon lord's army. With the source of new soldiers destroyed, its position as the head recruiter was now precarious, to say the least. After an extended bout of pleading and kowtowing, the voice from the speaking frog finally snapped impatiently, "Shut up." The serpent demon immediately fell silent. "Take your subordinates and find out who dared to disrupt my rear lines. If you can't even handle this, go back and get rebuilt." Clinging to this sliver of hope, the serpent demon scrambled out of the castle, issuing a horn call to rally its forces. The sleeping demons stirred, and a massive assembly of goat demons quickly gathered. Within just 10 minutes, nearly 10,000 goat demons and dozens of mid-tier demons had formed ranks beneath the castle. Standing atop the castle's highest point, the 4-armed serpent demon shouted its command to the crowd below. "Our home has been trampled upon, and the hatching grounds have been destroyed. Whoever captures the culprit will be made the second-in-command of the demon castle." With a resounding cry of "Kill!" the 10th the Sandstrong army of abyssal demons roared in unison, surging toward the hatching grounds. The 4-armed serpent demon, accompanied by a dozen mid-tier demons and a trusted height-ear demon, hurriedly set off for the site of the destruction. The expansion plan was progressing smoothly, and the number of undead under Chen Mu's command had reached an impressive 5,000. This figure had already pushed the limits of his control. While the quantity was considerable, the quality left much to be desired. These undead were no match for his elite soldiers, though clearing them out would take more time. Of course, if he chose to use the nearly 10,000 Thunderfire talismans at his disposal without reservation, these undead wouldn't last even 10 minutes. That should be enough. "It's time to deal with that demon castle," Chen Mu muttered to himself. He had long grown weary of this cursed place and was eager to end things swiftly. However, just as he was about to organize his forces, an unexpected event occurred. A flying demon suddenly appeared in midair and, upon spotting Chen Mu, began blowing a horn hanging around its neck. "Yanqin, take that thing down for me," Chen Mu ordered immediately. Before his words had fully landed, a blazing arrow streaked through the air, piercing the demon's skull with precision. Suddenly, clouds of dust erupted in all directions as a horde of goat demons charged toward them from every side. Under the forced conscription of a 4-armed snake demon, this demon army had grown from its original 10,000 to a massive force of 20,000. "Damn it, I was wondering why no demons were ambushing us. Turns out they're all gathered here to surround me," Chen Mu muttered helplessly, ordering all the undead to counterattack. preparing to pit cannon fodder against cannon fodder. As the battle commenced, Yin Xin, a platinum-ranked soldier, suddenly spoke up. Master, I see powerful demons stationed behind the enemy lines. There are about dozens of minor bosses, and one of them is even stronger than a flame demon. Her exceptional eagle-eye ability allowed her to discern the situation clearly from 4 to 5 miles away. Chen Mu immediately understood his destruction of the hatching grounds had clearly enraged the high-level demons. Dozens of minor bosses, and one high-level demon among them. This lineup could obliterate a second-tier team in an instant. The battle raged on for half an hour, and the number of combat-capable undead dwindled rapidly. It seemed inevitable that they would be overwhelmed by the demon horde. At that critical moment, Chen Mu's voice rang out with a commanding tone. Rise, fallen souls, and serve my will. As soon as he spoke, the fallen goat demons suddenly sprang back to life, launching frenzied attacks on their former comrades. The enemy's formation was thrown into utter chaos. From a distance, the four-armed snake demon watched this unfold with a dark expression. Impossible. How could there be a lich here? Aren't those old monsters supposed to exist only in the higher layers of the abyss? It hesitated, contemplating whether to contact its master for reinforcements, muttering internally, I'm just a bronze-level demon, and they're throwing me into a high-level fight? How am I supposed to deal with this? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside it. That guy isn't a lich. His soul power is far too weak. The devourer demon suddenly spoke up. As the top lieutenant of the four-armed snake demon, it analyzed sharply. If he were a true lich in this form, he would be a being who has reignited the spark of life. With just a single thought, we would all be turned into his undead army. This one seems more like a human who has used certain spells. The four-armed snake demon was momentarily stunned, but then broke into a look of ecstatic joy. A human? Are you sure? There shouldn't be any mistake. The devourer demon nodded affirmatively. Ha ha ha. The four-armed snake demon spun around in excitement. I'm saved. If I capture him and present him to the demon king, not only can I atone for my mistakes, but I might even get promoted. The other demons stood silently, awaiting the final battle. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had no idea he was being regarded as a gift for the demon king. He was fully focused on casting his skill. Come, noble spirits of the past, heed my call. His chant echoed across the battlefield 3 times. The tide of the battle, initially 20,000 against 5,000, began to shift under Chen Mu's relentless summoning. The goat demons, once confident, now found themselves surrounded and, one by one, fell under the onslaught. Seeing this, the mid-tier demons charged forward, lunging aggressively toward Chen Mu. Yin Xian, Chen Mu called out. Take a few of them down to ease the pressure. Yin Xian nodded, pulling out an anti-demon arrow and aiming at a green-skinned demon at the forefront. The arrow tore through the air. Sensing the danger, the green-skinned demon swung its fist to intercept. With a deafening explosion, the demon was engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes within moments. The four-armed snake demon remained unfazed by the sight. A mere mid-tier demon was no match for its devourer demon, let alone with over 50 allies by its side. After losing 4 mid-tier demons, it retreated to the rear of the group and began to shout, Human, I'll give you a chance. Come with me to meet the demon king. The master will surely value you, reshape your body, and elevate you to a super-tier demon. The demon king? Chen Mu mused aloud. Could it be a succubus? The four-armed snake demon froze, shocked that the human knew the true identity of its master. Yes, the master, in the form of a succubus, has ascended to become one of the 7 demon kings, known as the King of Lust. Damn, it really is a succubus, Chen Mu muttered in surprise, followed by a tinge of regret. A demon king level being would be at least near or above level 100. Facing such a foe would be nothing short of suicide at his current strength. The four-armed snake demon continued its temptation. What do you say? If you agree to come with me, the master will surely help you reshape your body and make you a super-tier demon. Chen Mu didn't believe a single word the other party said. Trusting a demon? That would be outright foolish. Yin Xian, shut up, he said impatiently. Yin Xian didn't argue further and silently drew out the demon-breaking arrow. This scene naturally caught the attention of the four-armed snake demon, causing it to take 2 steps back. Attack. Capture them alive. The four-armed snake demon commanded. Chen Mu's lips twitched in disdain. This had to be the most cowardly demon he had ever encountered. Even so, he began assigning tactics. Long Shui, you handle that height-ear demon. The rest of you, follow me and clear out the small fry first. As his voice fell, a golden Pishio beast appeared, letting out a fierce howl. The situation didn't escape the watchful eyes of the four-armed snake demon. What kind of creature is this? Such a strong bloodline power. It stared at the Pishio under Chen Mu, its expression twitching. But soon, its face lit up with glee. A rare creature like a Pichio would make an excellent pet for its master. If it could deliver this prize, it was certain to earn high praise. Just as it was contemplating whether to join the fray, it suddenly saw Chen Mu, riding the Pichio, slowly hovering into the air. His eyes flashed with lightning. Supreme Jade Purity King, ruler of the 36 heavens, in the universal purification thunder, descend. As his voice echoed, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down, instantly reducing a mid-tier demon to ash. It didn't stop there. The Pichio beneath him accelerated abruptly, ramming into another demon with brutal force. Although the demon didn't die outright, it was gravely injured. Yan Xin's performance was even more terrifying. Almost every arrow he loosed claimed the life of a mid-tier demon. In just moments, 6 or 7 demons had been wiped out on their side. These weren't mere cannon fodder. They were elite demons that had clawed their way up from among tens of thousands. Yet now, they were being slaughtered like weeds. The 4-armed snake demon broke out in a cold sweat, its mind racing. Damn it, who are these people? How are they this powerful? Without hesitation, it pulled out a communication frog to call for reinforcements. By this time, Chen Mu was already in full god mode. Even the mid-tier demons, who had initially been stunned by the onslaught, began to recover and attempt to counterattack. But before they could act, Chen Mu spoke again. Yan Xian, follow my lead. They'll use immobilization, and you finish them off. Yan Xian gave a slight nod. Just then, a wolf demon seized the opportunity to charge into the ranks, attempting to ambush Chen Mu. But before its claws could strike, a single word rang out, freeze. The wolf demon felt its body bound by an invisible force, unable to move. In the next instant, a searing arrow pierced through its skull. It died with an expression of utter disbelief. Nice, let's keep this up, Chen Mu said. The combination of his immobilization spell and Yan Xin's precision was perfect. As long as they didn't target the same enemy repeatedly and had sufficient MP, Chen Mu could cast the spell continuously. Meanwhile, Yan Xian relied solely on basic attacks to kill, with no cooldown whatsoever. Together, they were like boss-level slayers. Any enemy caught by Chen Mu's immobilization spell faced only one outcome: instant death. Ding. You have slain a Fong demon. Acquired. Fragment of Broken Divine Ability 1. Ding. You have slain a bloodthirsty demon. Acquired. Fragment of Broken Divine Ability 1. Ding. You have slain a stone demon. Acquired. Fragment of Broken Divine Ability 1. Hearing the system notifications ringing in his ears, Chen Mu couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Haha, awesome. Chen Mu was thrilled. The results of the battle before him filled him with excitement. He calculated that if he could maintain this level of loot, he could gather at least 30 to 40 fragments of divine abilities after defeating these mid-tier demons. That would be enough to unlock several random divine skills, which were far superior to ordinary skills. However, reality quickly shattered his dream. After obtaining the 10th fragment of a broken divine ability inheritance, the monsters stopped dropping such items. He sighed softly, realizing it made sense. If these items dropped consistently, wouldn't he be able to collect all 72 earthly fiend minor divine abilities within the dungeon? That would make him unstoppable. Though a bit disappointed, Chun continued working with Yan Xian to clear the mid-tier demons. The subsequent loot consisted only of spirit charms, talismans, and pills, not a single magical artifact in sight. Guess my luck's just bad, he muttered to himself with a wry smile. His gaze shifted to another part of the battlefield, where Long Shui was holding off a peculiar demon. This demon's body resembled a mass of mud, and Long Shui's attacks were completely ineffective, as if hitting a wad of cotton. Chen Mu had noticed this earlier but had been too preoccupied to intervene. He examined the demon's attributes panel. Name: Devourer Demon. Level: 38. Rarity: Platinum. Skills: Devour, Assimilate. Drop rate: 50 for platinum items, 50 for special items. Description: a highly unique demon capable of devouring and assimilating other demons. Chen Mu was surprised to see that this platinum-grade demon had only 2 skills. Without hesitation, he instructed the regular soldiers to clean up the battlefield while he and Yan Xian rushed over to assist Long Shui. Master, this thing is so annoying, Long Shui complained. Not because the enemy was exceptionally strong, but because it was impossible to deal effective damage. On top of that, he had to constantly avoid being dragged into the demon's body and assimilated. Yan Xian, it's your time to shine, Chen Mu said, concluding that physical attacks were ineffective and deciding to test elemental attacks. The Devourer demon seemed to sense the danger and immediately tried to flee. Yan Xian unleashed her flames, which pierced through the demon's body, leaving a gaping hole. However, the wound quickly healed. Taking advantage of the moment, the Devourer demon reached a nearby mid-tier demon's corpse, extending its tentacles to pull the body inside. To Chen Mu's astonishment, the demon's abdomen sprouted a black demonic arm, and its attribute panel now displayed a new skill. Demon's Hand? Yan Xian, go all out. The last attack wasn't strong enough. Chen Mu commanded decisively. Under Yinxin's control, the arrow exploded violently before even touching the devourer demon, engulfing it in a raging inferno. The demon let out a pained howl as the viscous liquid on its body began to show signs of solidifying. As I thought, the earlier flames weren't strong enough. Yinxin, push harder. Chen Mu urged immediately. Hearing this, a trace of malice flickered in the devourer demon's eyes, but it didn't slow down, quickly charging towards the fallen mid-tier demon corpses. Awaken, noble souls, and serve my command. Chen Mu chanted. In response, the corpses of the mid-tier demons began rising from the ground. Run, Chen Mu ordered, and the newly animated demon corpses bolted in all directions. The scene left the devourer demon momentarily stunned. Its gaze toward Chen filled with disbelief, as if to say, "You're too cunning." Chen Mu smirked with satisfaction. This devourer demon was different from other demons. Using the animated corpses to wear it down was too risky, as even a small mistake could lead to the creation of a super boss. Flames struck the devourer demon one after another with precision, and the liquid on its body solidified rapidly. Sensing the opportunity, Chen Mu turned to Longxue beside him. Go. Pay it back for all the grievances just now. Without hesitation, Longxue, who had been ready to act, transformed into his dragon hybrid form. In a few powerful strides, he closed the distance to the devourer demon and delivered a crushing punch. Cracks spread across the demon's surface as fear appeared in its eyes. Glancing around, it realized that the animated demon corpses it could devour had vanished without a trace, leaving it with no chance to recover its strength. Longxue showed no mercy, pouring his full strength into every blow. The devourer demon, already ill-suited for direct combat, was forced to retreat repeatedly. A swipe of Longxue's claws tore off half of its face. As Chen Mu had predicted, without the protective liquid, the devourer demon's combat ability was no better than that of a regular flame demon. A system notification chimed. Ding! Devourer demon slain. Special item acquired. Crimson gold gourd. Chen Mu looked puzzled, feeling as though Head had a peculiar streak of luck with gourds recently. He examined the item's details. Name, Crimson gold gourd. Quality, platinum growth potential. Skill, call your name. Description. Sun Wukong, dare you answer when I call your name? After reading the description, Chen Mu immediately recognized it as the treasure used by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Kings in Journey to the West. If someone responded to its call, they would be sucked into the gourd and dissolved into liquid. It was indeed a formidable weapon when used wisely, though it couldn't quite compare to the Celestial Slayer Blade. Speaking of the Celestial Slayer Blade, he was just over 200 spirit fragments away from upgrading it. However, collecting spirit fragments was no easy task sometimes, even killing thousands of monsters wouldn't yield a single fragment. Don't underestimate it just because it's of golden quality. Once activated, it could probably kill even a third-tier professional. Chen Mu glanced down at the weapon in his hand, then raised his head to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, something occurred to him. By the way, where's that cowardly leader? The battlefield was already devoid of any trace of the four-armed serpent demon. That coward! What a disgrace to demons, running away like that. Chen Mu couldn't help but mock. At that moment, the soldiers responsible for cleaning up the battlefield began to return one after another. The haul was substantial, with a significant increase in the number of abyssal crystals, along with 3 skill books and dozens of pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, most of it wasn't particularly useful. Master, a powerful presence is approaching us, came the simultaneous voices of Yan Xian and Long Shui, their faces filled with caution. What level? A height-tier demon? Chen Mu asked immediately. Both shook their heads. It seems to be approaching the level of a super-tier demon. Whether it has reached that level, we can't tell from this distance. Our senses are too weak. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mu prepared to retreat. Use his trump cards to deal with the enemy? What a joke. If you use your trump cards too often, they're no longer trump cards, they're your lifelines. Thankfully, the battlefield cleanup was already complete. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken to leave. Let's move, move, move. We can't stay in this cursed place. Chen Mu urged the Pishio beneath him to start running. To escape, they had to return to the dungeons area, where the teleportation portal could be activated. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. At full speed, they could make it. The soldiers followed closely behind, and the group quickly retreated. Before long, a black speck rapidly approached the battlefield. It was a black-winged demon resembling a fallen angel. Surveying the devastated battlefield, the demon frowned deeply. Forearms, get out here. A furious roar echoed, and the four-armed serpent demon emerged from underground, shrinking back at the sight of the newcomer. You idiot! Not only did you fail the queen's orders, but you also lost so many demons, the black-winged demon berated. The four-armed serpent demon hurriedly defended itself. My lord, the opponents were humans, and they were incredibly powerful. There were several combatants on par with height ear demons. Even the devourer demon was killed in an instant. The black-winged demon furrowed its brow, quickly noticing the corpse of the devourer demon. Where did they go? Lead me to them. If they escape, you won't live either. Right this way, my lord. I'll guide you. The four-armed serpent demon didn't dare delay, and immediately led the way. Fortunately, it had been cautious earlier and remembered the direction Chen Mu had fled. The black-winged demon turned into a streak of black shadow, flying rapidly through the air. Soon, it spotted Chen Mu's group retreating. Enraged, the demon bellowed, "Stop right there!" A terrifying aura erupted, and the four-armed serpent demon, held in its grasp, was instantly knocked unconscious and tossed to the ground. The black-winged demon accelerated its pursuit. Hearing the shout from behind, Chen Mu cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I gave you a chance to live, and this is what you do." With no way to outrun the pursuer, he had no choice but to use his trump card. The Book of Life and Death wasn't suitable, and the purple gold gourd hadn't been tested yet. That left only the immortal slaying flying blade. But that would suffice. With nearly full spiritual energy, even if it couldn't kill a third-tier enemy, it could seriously injure them. At that point, the pursuer wouldn't dare continue the chase, no matter how bold they were. "Stop. Let's wait for that guy to come over. No point in running any more. One can outrun someone with wings. Sooner or later, we'll get caught, so why bother?" Chen Mu said calmly. "Oomph. You actually dare to stop." The winged demon sneered as it approached, its black wings casting a shadow in the air. Chen Mu didn't even raise an eyebrow, his tone icy. "I suggest you leave while you still can. Soon, I'll be too late. Ha ha ha. A bunch of nobodies, and you think you can kill me?" The winged demon burst into laughter, its confidence bolstered by its third-stage power. Swirling black mist emerged around it, and in an instant, it transformed into a dark shadow, lunging toward Chen Mu. Chen Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." As he spoke, a gourd appeared in his hand. Although the winged demon was a third-stage fiend, it sensed a deadly threat and immediately tried to retreat. But it was too late. Chen Mu respectfully addressed the gourd. "Please, my treasure, do your work." With a soft pop, the mouth of the gourd opened, releasing an eerie mist. The winged demon, now terrified, turned to flee, a deep fear welling up in its heart. How could he have such a terrifying artifact? Damn it! Before it could finish its thought, the demon felt a chilling sensation on its neck. Reaching up to touch the spot, it realized dark red blood was gushing out. It desperately tried to seal the wound, relying on its abnormal regenerative powers, but found an enigmatic force preventing the injury from healing. As the winged demon panicked, a flaming arrow imbued with intense fire energy whistled through the air and struck its vital point. The blow completely shattered its final resistance. Its head fell with a thud, dark red blood spraying from the severed neck. Even so, the third-stage creature clung to life, displaying an astonishing vitality. "Why couldn't you just stay alive instead of rushing to throw your life away?" Chen Mu grumbled, lamenting the spiritual energy he had just expended. At that moment, the spirit of the immortal slaying flying blade emerged, hovering in midair as it complained, I was just about to advance to the next level, and now you've drained me completely." Chen Mu awkwardly explained, "Ahem, I didn't want to either. The power gap between us was too great. Without your help, I might not have been able to kill it." The spirit puffed out its chest proudly upon hearing this. "Of course, once my strength is fully restored, forget these small fry, even celestial beings in the heavens won't stand a chance against me." Amazing, truly amazing. Chen Mu flattered it at the right moment. For him, maintaining a good relationship with this little spirit could only bring benefits. "All right then, make sure you gather 1,000 spiritual essences quickly. Once I advance, dealing with pests like this won't take nearly as much time," the spirit instructed before turning into a white mist and retreating back into the gourd. Chen Mu's gaze returned to the lifeless body of the winged demon. This creature's vitality was truly astonishing. Even after its head had been severed for quite some time, its body continued to struggle relentlessly. Through this battle, Chen Mu gained a deeper understanding of his third-stage abilities. After nearly 30 seconds, the winged demon finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding! Winged demon slain. Platinum-grade Samadhi True Fire obtained. The system notification made Chen Mu's eyes light up. He was all too familiar with the name Samadhi True Fire. Even a mythical figure like Sun Wukong had been tormented by this flame, a testament to its extraordinary power. Although the version he had acquired was the lowest grade and far from the legendary might of the flame, it was still a valuable life-saving tool. Chen Mu approached the winged demon's corpse to inspect it, hoping to find some equipment. Unfortunately, nothing dropped. Seeing this, he decided to retreat for now, rest, and return later to deal with the demons. He planned to exchange the abyss crystals he had for credits, hoping to acquire a few more flame hearts or dragon blood to enhance his strength. With this in mind, he quickly exited the dungeon. After Chen Mu's departure, the four-armed serpent demon struggled to its feet, trembling. Ignoring its own injuries, it rushed to the winged demon's corpse. Terrifying, a super-tier demon was actually obliterated by that gourd. It muttered as it crouched down without hesitation to devour the winged demon's blood. For demons, the law of the jungle was absolute. The corpse of a super-tier demon presented a rare opportunity. In less than half a day, all that remained on the ground was a lifeless head and a pile of bones. The four-armed serpent demon immediately contacted the demon king. "My lord, I have failed. The winged demon is dead." Even saying those words, it found them hard to believe. Surprisingly, the demon king did not erupt in fury. Instead, he responded with intrigued amusement. "Interesting. Tell me the details." The four-armed serpent demon dared not conceal anything and recounted everything it had witnessed. After hearing the report, the demon king let out a chilling laugh. After a long pause, he said, "I never expected such an interesting individual to exist. Four-armed, immediately restore the hatchery to normal. I will send reinforcements. If that person returns, I want them captured alive." The four-armed serpent demon's heart leapt to its throat. "My lord, I have already consumed the winged demon's corpse. Please spare me." The demon king snorted coldly. "Humph. If it happens again, you know the consequences. I will send over other super-tier demon corpses. Restore the hatchery as soon as possible." Only then did the four-armed serpent demon breathe a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing its gratitude. Back at his residence, Chen Mu lazily sprawled on the sofa, a faint, satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This time, the haul had been quite substantial. 435 abyss crystals rested quietly in his backpack. Although it hadn't reached his initial expectations, this amount was enough to make most students green with envy. He let out a soft sigh, recalling the process of taking down the two-winged demon. If it weren't for the concern that the demon king might send even more powerful creatures, he would have been tempted to stay longer and continue milking the opportunity. Even with the protection of the purple gold red gourd, taking further risks was simply too dangerous. It was wiser to retreat for now, explore other dungeons, and then strike back when the enemy's guard was down. "Dubai, contact the school. I want to sell the abyss crystals," Chen Mu instructed, while continuing to review his other gains. A newly acquired treasure's information appeared before him. Name: Samadhi True Fire. Quality: Platinum Upgradable. Description: a fire formed by merging wood fire, stone fire, and air fire, possessing immense power. Suppressing the urge to test it out in his room, Chen Mu decided to save it for later, when he could try it on some monsters. Then, he remembered that he could still randomly acquire a divine ability. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack. A system prompt appeared. 10 fragments of a broken divine ability inheritance detected. Would you like to fuse them? Fuse. A multicolored glow flashed, and the system's voice followed. Fusion successful. You have obtained one of the 72 minor earthly fiend abilities. Summon Immortal. Chen Mu furrowed his brows. In this world where mythological traditions had been severed, the Taoist profession was often misunderstood. If the complete mythology had been passed down, people would know that a highly cultivated Taoist could rival terrestrial immortals. He quickly checked the details of the Summon Immortal ability. Name: Summon Immortal. Quality: Gold. Effect: summon celestial beings from the heavens or spirits from the underworld. Description: whether immortal or ghost, assistance requires a price that interests them. The ability seemed somewhat underwhelming after all. If one could offer something valuable enough to entice celestial beings, would they even need to summon them? With a mindset of experimentation, Chen Mu placed several portions of plant essence on the table and began chanting the incantation for Summon Immortal. Celestials above, spirits below. A gentle breeze swirled through the room, as though something supernatural was about to manifest. At that very moment, an elderly man fishing by the artificial lake yawned and glanced curiously toward the villa district. "Scram!" the old man muttered softly. The strange phenomena instantly dissipated. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be a new profession? That technique is rather intriguing. Soon, he returned his focus to fishing, as though nothing had happened. Chen Mu was having a tough time, unable to get any response despite his efforts. He paced back and forth in the villa, repeatedly trying to summon a spirit, but after a full half hour, not even the weakest spiritual presence had shown the slightest reaction. Damn it, could it be that the offerings are too worthless? He stared at the herbal essence in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replaced it with a few precious spirit fruits. However, the result of this attempt was even more disappointing. There wasn't even the faint trace of a response that he had felt earlier. Ugh, what kind of useless skill is this? Chen Mu angrily put the spirit fruits away, his earlier good mood completely gone. He decided to temporarily give up on researching this seemingly useless ability. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was a young man with a polite smile. "Hello, I heard you're selling abyssal crystals. I'm here to appraise them." Chen Mu enthusiastically welcomed him into the house. "Yes, yes, not just abyssal crystals. I also have some equipment that needs appraisal. Let's handle it all together." The young man nodded in agreement, and Chen Mu immediately got to work, pouring a large pile of abyssal crystals onto the table. The clattering sound made the appraiser's eyes widen in shock. This wasn't just dozens or 100. There were clearly 300 to 500 of them. "These are all the abyssal crystals. Feel free to appraise them," Chen Mu said with a smile. Then he brought out another pile of equipment. This time, the appraiser was utterly stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief. The floor was covered with abyssal equipment, at least dozens of pieces. As gear obtained from special dungeons, abyssal equipment not only had better stats than regular gear of the same level, but was also incredibly rare and highly sought after. Many students had never even seen one before. Of course, Chen Mu didn't mention that he had kept all the usable items for himself. These were all mage gear or abyssal specialty items that his soldiers couldn't use. Just as the appraiser was about to start his evaluation, Chen Mu pulled out 3 skill books. "Oh, right. Could you also give me an estimate for these?" The young appraiser gasped, his heart racing. In the 3 years he had been at Hongming Academy, he had seen fewer than 5 abyssal skill books. Now, there were 3 of them right in front of him. He quickly began the appraisal. Curse of agony, mental shock, and when he saw the last one, he was completely stunned. Seeing the appraiser's exaggerated reactions, Chen Mu was puzzled. Were these skill books really worth so much fuss? Realizing his lapse in composure, the young appraiser gave an apologetic smile and explained, "Chun, you're incredibly lucky. These are all legendary skill books." Really?" Chen Mu looked completely baffled. The appraiser nearly choked in disbelief. Was this guy seriously not doing any research before diving into the abyss? Did he not even know what items were valuable? Internally, he sighed, thinking, some people just have all the dumb luck. Chen Mu carefully examined the skill information. Name: Abyssal Summoning. Class: Summoner. Abyssal class quality: Silver. Effect: Summons 3 demon worms. After reading the details, a trace of disappointment appeared on Chen Mu's face. "That's it? This is supposed to be a legendary skill?" The young appraiser beside him quickly explained, "Brother, don't underestimate this skill. Demon worms can be nurtured, and their growth potential can reach the level of height-ear demons. It just takes a bit more resources to raise them." Chen Mu, however, was unimpressed. To him, height-ear demons were nothing special. If it were super-tier demons, then it might be worth considering. Instead of wasting time nurturing these worms, he thought it would be better to farm more credits and exchange them for powerful crystals, which clearly had a higher return on investment. "Brother, are you planning to sell this skill?" the young appraiser asked. "Yeah, sell it. It's not really useful to me," Chen Mu replied nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. "Oh?" The young appraiser looked stunned. "This is a divine skill. Once cultivated, it could become the combat power of 3 height-ear demons. Even if it doesn't match your class, the school sells limiters for only 10,000 credits each." Hearing this, Chen Mu immediately caught the key point. "So, how much can this skill sell for?" The appraiser hesitated and said, "That's hard to say. It only appeared once 10 years ago, and even then, it was a reward. But I can give you a starting price, 30,000 credits at least." Chen Mu almost thought he had misheard. How much? While the skill was indeed decent, even with a markup, it shouldn't exceed a few thousand credits. Just as the appraiser was about to explain, Chen Mu interrupted impatiently, 30,000? Deal. Brother, don't you want to think it over? No need. This skill doesn't really help me, Chen Mu said firmly. All right then, he'll add another 2,000, the appraiser offered, before continuing to evaluate the value of Chen Mu's other items. Soon, he provided a final quote. Brother, all your items combined are worth 102,000 credits. If you agree, we'll call someone to finalize the transaction. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected that one trip out would help him hit a small goal so easily. Of course, it was purely luck this time, and he knew it wouldn't be so easy in the future. 10 minutes later, a system notification chimed. Ding, you've received 102,000 credits. Thank you for your support. With the credits in hand, Chen Mu began planning to purchase crystals. For him, improving his strength was the top priority, especially with the second-tier dungeon looming ahead. He decided to focus on nurturing at least 1 or 2 heavy-armored tiger soldiers to handle defensive tasks specifically. The giant axe soldiers are quite decent. At the very least, I should get 1 or 2 of them and some sharpshooters, Chen Mu calculated silently. Initially, he thought 100,000 academic credits was a significant amount, but after carefully crunching the numbers, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The black dragon armor is a must-buy, can significantly enhance the combat power of the dragonblood soldiers. He rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly stretched as he calculated. A complete upgrade would clearly take some time. After a moment of thought, he decided to purchase only one set of black dragon armor and allocate the remaining funds to buying crystals, prioritizing the upgrade of mediator levels. Soon, he finalized his shopping list: 2 earth element crystals to strengthen the tanks, 5 metal element crystals to enhance offensive power, and 1 frost crystal for crowd control. Finally, his gaze shifted to the special crystal section, where he planned to add 1 more unique crystal to his collection. Having gained experience from previous purchases, Chen Mu fully understood the exceptional value of special crystals compared to ordinary attribute crystals, so he was particularly cautious this time. He first ruled out the Dragonblood crystal not because of its poor performance, but because he wanted to explore other options. The shelves were filled with dazzling arrays of bloodline-refined crystals, such as the Behemoth Blood Crystal and the Phoenix Blood Crystal. However, the mythical beast crystals he had in mind, like those of the Eastern Divine Dragon, Phoenix, or Killen, were nowhere to be found. Considering that most bloodline crystals were related to beast transformation abilities, Chen Mu decided to try something different. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a platinum-quality crystal labeled Sword Dao Crystal, whose description indicated it contained insights into the way of the sword. Curious about what kind of soldiers such a special crystal might cultivate, Chen Mu placed the order without hesitation and awaited its delivery. Meanwhile, in the academy's upper echelons, acting Vice Principal Luo Hao was busy handling administrative matters. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared silently in the room. It was none other than the renowned fishing enthusiast, the academy's principal. Startled, Luo Hao looked up and asked with some surprise, "What brings you here, principal?" The principal casually poured himself a glass of water and got straight to the point. "I found an interesting individual and came specifically to remind you not to neglect them." His words piqued Luo Hao's curiosity. After all, while Hongming Academy was never short of geniuses, it was rare for someone to attract the principal's personal attention. "That kid's abilities are quite unique," the principal explained. "Even before their second advancement, they can summon spirit beasts close to the 3rd advancement tier. I was worried about the potential impact on the school, so I've already issued a warning." Luo Hao nodded in understanding, unfazed by such matters. The principal's spiritual sense enveloped the entire campus, leaving no anomalies unnoticed. This kind of potential is indeed worth special attention. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the topic, the principal abruptly stood up. "You handle it as you see fit. I won't interfere, but make sure you don't waste their talent." With those parting words, the principal disappeared, leaving Luo Hao with a hint of helplessness. It seemed like he was the one who should be enjoying leisurely days of fishing, but instead, he was stuck with an unreliable principal. Chen Mu focused intently as he examined the attributes of the newly acquired Martial Dao crystal. Name: Giant Axe Soldier Martial Dao. Level: 36. Quality: Skills: Decapitation, Heart of Martial Dao. Base attributes: Strength 950, Stamina 600, Speed 550, Spirit 570. Equipment: No medium required. Traits: Contains the Heart of Martial Dao, demonstrating exceptional aptitude for learning and advancing in martial arts. Aside from its terrifyingly high strength, the other stats seem pretty average, Chen Mu muttered, frowning. He then opened the skill details. Heart of Martial Dao grants top-tier martial artist potential and allows equipping martial artist-specific gear and skills. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was worth the 16,000 credits. His earlier frustration vanished instantly. Previously, enabling soldiers to learn martial artist skills required purchasing a limiter for each individual at the cost of 10,000 credits. But now, with the Martial Dao crystal, soldiers could directly ascend from warriors to the hidden martial artist class, only needing skill books to learn martial Dao techniques. Feeling satisfied, Chen Mu stored the giant axe soldier in his idle space and began planning his next move. While his strength had improved significantly, his equipment was still a weak point. Platinum gear was hard to come by in dungeons under level 30. Fortunately, he was already at level 27, just half an experience bar away from leveling up. If he could revisit the demon dungeon, he could quickly reach the next level. As he prepared to re-enter the dungeon, Dubai approached him with a reminder. "Master, the school has assigned semester tasks. University assignments? Seriously?" Chen Mu was puzzled as he checked the requirements. 1. Kill at least 10,000 demons. 2. Defeat 20 high-tier demons. 3. Slay 1 ultra-tier demon. Are they kidding me? Chen Mu laughed bitterly. If these tasks had come a few days ago, he would have completed them already. Now, with the demon realm being heavily monitored, dozens of ultra-tier demons were likely lying in wait. Even with a powerful weapon, handling such a situation would be nearly impossible. After calming himself, Chen Mu decided to postpone the tasks and focus on reaching level 30 to prepare for his second-class advancement. He instructed Dubai to search for suitable leveling locations, and soon they found the perfect target. 10,000 mountains. Level 27. Description: home to countless beasts and a source of rare treasures. This place looks promising. It'll be a great opportunity to put Pisho to good use, Chen Mu thought with a nod of approval. This place is perfect, spacious, resource-rich, and no need to worry about running out of monsters. Chen Mu, accompanied by the mythical beast Pisho, which had a natural talent for locating rare treasures, packed enough provisions and ventured once again into the dungeon. As the familiar sensation of weightlessness faded and his vision cleared, he found himself on the outskirts of the vast 10,000 mountains. Just as he was about to proceed deeper into the forest, rough voices came from not far away. Quickly now, how could someone like him deserve the second miss? Today, we bury him and put an end to her foolish thoughts. Initially, Chen Mu had no intention of meddling, but he suddenly realized something crucial. This was the 10,000 Mountains dungeon. How could there be people here? This had to be a hidden quest. With that thought, he wasted no time summoning Pisho and swiftly headed toward the source of the voices. Soon, he spotted a group of burly servants busily digging a hole. Not far from them lay a wriggling sack. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. This scenario seemed oddly familiar. Could it be that he had just stumbled upon this world's chosen protagonist? From within the sack came an indignant voice. If you don't kill me today, one day I will. Before the sentence could be finished, one of the servants delivered a hard kick, silencing the voice. The servant sneered. This fool still dreams of walking away alive. As the hole was nearly complete, one of the servants raised a shovel, ready to strike. Yet, the system remained silent without any prompts. Chen Mu let out a soft command. Freeze. Instantly, a binding spell took effect, immobilizing the weaklings, who were far from even a first-tier level, for over 20 minutes. Chen Mu strode forward, untied the sack with practiced ease, and prepared to leave since no quest notification had triggered. Just as he turned to go, a grateful voice came from behind. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I, Yi Tian, will remember this kindness. Once I have avenged myself, I am willing to follow you. As he spoke, the young man kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. At the very moment Chen Mu was about to leave, 3 system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding. Due to your actions, you have triggered a special scenario. You have earned the gratitude of a destined individual, gaining 10 points of fortune. Ding. Fortune has been converted into 10 points of luck. Ding. You have formed a karmic bond with Yi Tian. Chen Mu froze for a moment, glancing at the delicate-looking youth. He debated whether he should try to curry favor with him. After all, saving his life had already granted him 10 points of luck, equivalent to the legendary King's Ring. Ultimately, he decided against it and turned to head deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, the youth climbed to his feet, picked up the shovel, and unhesitatingly ended the lives of all the servants. After finishing, he gazed toward the distant city, gently touched the ring on his hand, and gritted his teeth. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a poor young man. One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Should I continue? Chen Mu murmured to himself, recalling the recent events. That incident had revealed an important insight to him. Every world has its destined individuals, and as long as he could win them over, the worlds would naturally merge. In his mind, he envisioned a future scene. Hundreds of these destined ones standing in orderly rows, bowing respectfully to him and chanting in unison, "Honorable benefactor, we pay you our respects." Even if some harbored ulterior motives, he could at least gain an increase in his luck attribute. Considering how difficult it was to enhance those special attributes, Chen Mu silently resolved that for the sake of those 10 precious luck points, he would take extra care of these destined individuals. Looking around, Chen Mu realized he had ventured deep into the vast 10,000 mountains. Strangely, he had not encountered a single demonic beast along the way. Checking his map, he saw it marked with numerous red dots, yet all of them remained at a distance, as if unwilling to approach. Did I run into a bunch of cowards? Chen Mu muttered, feeling a bit frustrated. Just then, the Pisho beneath him let out a sudden howl. A woo. Snapped out of his thoughts, Chen Mu glanced at the creature, only to see it tilt its head and blink back at him with an innocent expression. The situation became clear. As a mythical beast with divine bloodline, even in its juvenile stage, the Pisho likely had a power level exceeding 300. Demonic beasts were highly attuned to bloodline auras, and with such a powerful creature present, it was no wonder others dared not approach. You should head back for now. Once I've leveled up, I'll take you treasure hunting, Chen Mu said. As his words fell, the Pisho transformed into a golden streak of light and disappeared into his bracelet. Sure enough, as soon as the Pisho vanished, the lurking demonic beasts began stirring restlessly. If not for the lingering aura of the Pisho, they might have already charged at him. Turn day into night. Sow beans to summon soldiers. With Chen Mu's command, his troops materialized one by one. Although the team wasn't fully upgraded yet, The high-level combatants he currently had over 10 in number were more than enough to handle the situation. Soon, demonic beasts began emerging from the bushes, each around level 30. Without a powerful leader to unite them, they attacked chaotically, rushing toward Chen Mu in disarray. Quick and decisive. Our goal lies deeper within, Chen Mu ordered. Under the archer's relentless barrage of arrows, the demonic beasts fell one after another. Occasionally, a single arrow would pierce through multiple beasts, showcasing a dazzling display of precision. System notifications echoed repeatedly. Ding! You've slain a bloodthirsty demon tiger and obtained a low-tier demon core. Ding! You've slain a 7-colored venomous python and obtained a low-tier demon core. Ding! You've slain a black-eyed bear and obtained a low-tier demon core. Chen Mu had chosen this dungeon for another reason: to enhance the Pixie's strength. Compared to low-grade natural treasures, demon cores were far more effective. He planned to use this opportunity to help the Pixie transition out of its juvenile stage. In less than 5 minutes, the dungeon's demonic beasts were completely cleared out, leaving Chen Mu with hundreds of demon cores. However, this was far from enough. Pressing onward, he soon reached the dungeon's barrier. At that moment, the world token on his chest emitted a brilliant, boundless white light. Chen Mu successfully passed through the barrier of the dungeon and led his soldiers further inside. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter any beasts along the way, prompting him to silently complain to himself, "Is this really supposed to be a paradise for beasts?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and anxious voices echoed from ahead. "Move faster if you don't want to die. They're catching up." Soon, a group of disheveled figures came into view. Chen Mu stood his ground, showing no intention of avoiding them. His philosophy was simple: if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they do, I'll crush them without mercy. The group froze momentarily upon noticing Chen Mu. The young man leading them quickly shouted, "Brother, there's a beast tied behind us. Take your men and run." Chen Mu glanced up at him with an indifferent expression. The young man, about to continue fleeing, grew anxious when he saw Chen Mu still standing there. "Brother, those beasts have been driven mad by the beast-attracting powder. You should." Before he could finish, Chen Mu had already flashed in front of him, startling the young man into stumbling backward. "What is this beast-attracting powder you're talking about?" Chen Mu asked. "It's a powder that attracts beasts. It has its pros and cons. We were unlucky this time and ended up drawing a whole horde," the young man replied, lowering his head. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. "Do you still have any of it?" At that moment, pairs of glowing green wolf eyes emerged from the dense forest. As the young men prepared to flee, Chen Mu's soldiers swiftly drew their bows. With a few sharp whooshes, arrows tore through the air, instantly felling several beasts. "Damn, what kind of godlike guards are these? Even the elite Blackwater army can't compare. Don't insult them like that. Look, they're not even using their full strength." The once chaotic scene turned into a spectacle for onlookers. Chen Mu finally spoke calmly. "I'll take all your beast-attracting powder. You can keep the beast corpses." If they hadn't warned him earlier, he would have simply taken it by force. "Sir, please, there's no need to say that. You saved us. Consider this powder a gift," the young man said hurriedly, handing over a pouch of the powder. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Sir, are you interested in spirit fields?" This immediately piqued Chen Mu's curiosity. Spiritual herbs were indispensable for crafting pills and potions. If he could secure such a resource, it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. Ding! The system notification sounded as a hidden task suddenly appeared before Chen Mu. The task name was straightforward: plunder or destroy the spiritual herb field. The requirements were simple: either obtain more than 50 of the spiritual herbs or completely destroy the field. Seeing the new task, a slight smirk appeared on Chen Mu's lips. This was clearly a mission designed for villains. "If you can't have it, destroy it." Without hesitation, he accepted the task and turned to ask about the exact location of the herb field. The young man immediately provided a detailed explanation. "Cross 2 mountains, and you'll find a Tier 2 peak-level beast. The herb field is located right next to its lair." As his words fell, the system map updated, a flashing green marker indicating the precise location of the herb field. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and furious shouting came from not far away. "Don't let that guy escape. He killed our people. He must pay with his life." The young man quickly explained. "It's someone named Yi Tian. He offended the 3 major factions and is now a wanted man." Chen Mu shook his head silently, thinking to himself that being a chosen one truly seemed like a high-risk professional, ways either being hunted or on the run. But this wasn't urgent. The herb field came first. "Those beasts are all yours. Take them," Chen Mu said casually. The young man bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Chen Mu led his soldiers away swiftly, heading straight for the herb field. After crossing 2 mountains, He finally understood why the young man had been so willing to give him this opportunity. Before him was a gathering of over 1,000 beasts, a truly imposing sight. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the mountains. A 6 to 7 metal black bear charged down from the mountaintop, landing firmly at the forefront of the beast horde. The system immediately displayed its information. Name: Tyrant Bear. Owner: Zhang Wuzhen. Level: 31. Grade: Gold. Skills: Brute Strength, Savage Charge, Sharp Claws, Tough Hide, Leadership. Drop rate: 100 chance of gold tier items. Description: a beast renowned for its sheer strength. A domesticated one? Chen Mu muttered with mild surprise, though it did nothing to deter his resolve. As his soldiers prepared to attack, he raised a hand to stop them. Wait, let me test my skill first. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu directed a thumb-thick stream of fire at the tyrant bear. At first, the small flame caused the bear to hesitate, but it soon became enraged and raised a massive paw to swat it away. The moment the bear's paw came into contact with the Samadhi true fire, the tiny flame erupted, as though doused in gasoline, engulfing the entire tyrant bear in an instant. Roar! The tyrant bear let out a pained bellow as the Samadhi true fire raged across its massive body. It rolled on the ground, its enormous paws swatting at the flames in vain. Watching this scene, Chen Mu formed a hypothesis. The Samadhi true fire was not only difficult to extinguish but also highly flammable. Unless the caster retracted it voluntarily or it encountered a higher level water-type power, the victim would be burned alive, just like this tyrant bear. Sure enough, under the relentless blaze, the tyrant bear's health plummeted visibly, and within moments, it was completely depleted. Ding! You have slain the tyrant bear and obtained condensed tyrant bear bloodline. Chen Mu glanced at the newly acquired item, frowning slightly. He still had a Mountain Lord mount bloodline in his inventory that he hadn't dealt with. Initially, he'd considered using it himself, but now that he already had the Pishio, these mortal creature bloodlines seemed insignificant. He decided to sell them later. After all, mount bloodlines were rare but always found buyers in the market. As the tyrant bear collapsed, the surrounding beasts instantly lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. Just then, a furious shout echoed from the mountaintop. How dare you kill my Xiao He? A powerful aura descended upon the area. Chen Mu cursed under his breath. Damn it, another tier 3 powerhouse? He was about to retreat when a figure leapt from the mountaintop, landing at the base in an instant. The newcomer was an elderly man with snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Seeing the ashes of the tyrant bear, the old man's eyes filled with sorrow, and the murderous intent around him grew even stronger. You will pay for this. All of you will die to avenge my Xiao He. Old man, at your age, why are you still jumping around like this? Chen Mu suddenly taunted. The old man's eyes narrowed instantly. He was already half a step into his grave, having come to the 10,000 mountains to seek a breakthrough without success. Now, even his beloved pet had been killed. Though it was unwise to strain his vitality, he was determined to fight to the death. Before I die, I'll make sure to take you all with me as an offering to my grave, the old man growled through clenched teeth. Hearing the phrase "before I die," Chen Mu's mood lifted. He hadn't wanted to use the purple gold red gourd, but now he could simply rely on the life and death ledger. With the old man's lifespan nearly exhausted, sacrificing only a few months of his own life to end him was a worthwhile trade. Today, let me, Zhang Wuzhen, go mad one last time. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot as he forcibly ignited his nearly stagnant vitality, his aura surging higher and higher. Chen Mu studied the old man's stats. Name: Zhang Wuzhen. Level: 75. Skills: Loot drop, platinum tier items 100 guaranteed. Description: a legend in his own right, meeting his end against a protagonist. Level 75. And that's with his vitality deteriorating. Was this old man comparable to a 4th tier martial artist at his peak? Chen Mu thought to himself, realizing he couldn't afford to waste time. Without hesitation, he pulled out the life and death ledger, ready to send this old man on his final journey. Ding. Do you wish to consume 3 months of lifespan to reduce Zhang Wuzhen's lifespan by 6 months? Hurry up and get this old man out of here. Chen Mu shouted anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Zhang Wuzhen had finished gathering his energy, his power exceeding level 80. His imposing aura was as overwhelming as a mountain. If he unleashed this punch, the entire mountaintop might collapse. Kid, die. Zhang Wuzhen growled, his body emanating a terrifying aura. He slowly raised his fist as waves of blood energy surged toward his palm like a raging tide. Chen Mu roared inwardly, damn it. Book of Life and Death. Hurry up, don't fail me now. Just as Zhang Wuzhen's fist was about to strike, his body suddenly trembled slightly and froze in place. His tiger-like eyes widened in shock as the menacing aura around him dissipated like a deflated balloon. His body began to weaken, and Chen Mu could feel a certain force vanishing within him. You. Zhang Wuzhen tried to speak, but before he could finish, he took his last breath and collapsed heavily to the ground. Ding. Zhang Wuzhen has been slain. You have obtained the 10,000 swords return to one spirit talisman. Chen Mu finally exhaled in relief. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. This book of life and death is better kept for sneak attacks in the future. Having a time delay almost got me killed. A system notification appeared. Name: 10,000 swords returned to one spirit talisman. Quality: platinum. Effect: contains a peak 30er sword technique. Description: a supreme sword move capable of effortlessly annihilating anything below the 4th tier. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Zhang Wuzhen's lifeless body, sighing softly. Jia Yi, dig a hole and bury this old man. Though Zhang Wuzhen had nearly taken his life, he had also delivered a powerful trump card, so it was only fair to let him rest in peace. Noticing the corpse of the tyrant bear not far away, he added, by the way, make the hole bigger and toss the bear in too. Consider it a joint burial. Chen Mu made his way to the mountainside, where a lush field of spiritual herbs came into view. A quick scan revealed that most of these herbs were relatively young, with the oldest having at most 100 years of medicinal potency. Better than nothing. Gather them up, and they could fetch a few thousand credits, he remarked to the soldiers behind him. You guys, help me harvest these herbs. I'll check out the top. He recalled that Zhang Wuzhen had descended from the mountaintop, which was likely his residence. There might be unexpected treasures up there. Thinking of a subordinate with a martial heart under his command, Chen Mu immediately rushed upward at full speed. Soon, he reached the summit and discovered a small wooden cabin. Long Shui, go check it out. After a thorough search, Long Shui emerged to report, Master, there's no danger. You can go inside. Hearing this, Chen Mu relaxed and entered the cabin. A person could die, but they should die with grandeur. Being taken out by a sneak attack was the most humiliating way to go. The room contained only a bed and a tea table. Chen Mu swiftly scanned his surroundings, unwilling to overlook any detail. You guys, search the place and see if there's anything useful. Before his words fully landed, he had already stepped out of the room, leaving his soldiers to begin their task. The soldiers immediately launched into a meticulous search, combing through every corner from the bed frame to the floorboards, from the walls to the beams. The entire wooden cabin was turned upside down. Master, I found a few books here. Take a look and see if they're useful, Yan Exine said, jogging back to him with some old, yellowed books in hand. Despite their age, the writing on the pages remained clear and legible. Quick, let me see. Chen Mu eagerly grabbed the books and began examining them carefully. Surging Wave Technique, Mighty Bull Fist, and 8 Trigram Shadow Steps. Ha ha ha, I really made the right bet. These must be the techniques and martial skills that old man practiced, Chen Mu exclaimed with delight. He immediately called over a nearby soldier, the giant axe-wielding warrior who had fused with the martial Dao heart. Martial enthusiast, take a look at these and see if you can learn them. He handed over the martial arts manuals, hoping to save some skill points. Without a word, martial enthusiast sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the first book, Surging Wave Technique, immersing himself in its study. Time ticked by one minute, 10 minutes, then an hour. Just as Chen Mu began to worry that the attempt might fail, a familiar energy began to emanate from martial enthusiast. Wisps of white mist rose from his body. Ha ha ha, it worked. Chen Mu was overjoyed. This scene was identical to what had happened during Zhang Wuzhen's battle earlier, a clear sign of having mastered the basics. Master, I think I've got the hang of it, martial enthusiast said as he stood, his tone tinged with some uncertainty. Chen Mu immediately checked the information panel for the soldier, and sure enough, under the skills section, Surging Wave Technique had appeared described as a technique where vitality surged like relentless ocean waves. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chen Mu praised repeatedly. This not only resolved the giant axe soldier's weak defense issue, but also gave him new inspiration. If all these techniques could be mastered, the combination of vitality and martial skills could achieve both offense and defense simultaneously. At the same time, he realized the potential for training his soldiers more independently. With the martial Dao heart enhancing their comprehension, his soldiers now had the ability to learn new skills on their own. However, with only 40 soldiers under his command, their numbers were too small to implement this free-range training idea just yet, so he set the thought aside for now. By this point, the wooden cabin had been thoroughly searched, and the other soldiers had found nothing new. Chen Mu began preparing for the imminent battle. Taking out some beast lore powder, he used his lotus cloud boots to slowly ascend into the air. As he scattered the powder, he also pondered his next steps, planning to level up and then seek out Etion. According to typical novel tropes, being hunted down often came with unexpected opportunities. He wanted to take a chance. Even if it didn't work out, building goodwill and earning luck points would still be worthwhile. As the beast lore powder dispersed, slumbering beasts hidden within the forest began to awaken. Their eyes turned red as they followed the scent, surging toward its source. Within just 10 minutes, a massive horde of beasts had gathered, their numbers so dense they blackened the ground. Among them were even a few second-tier beasts. Looking down at the tens of thousands of beasts below, Chen Mu felt no friendly excitement. This was more than enough for him to complete his level up. Ding! A notification sound chimed. The person of destiny sincerely thanks you. You have gained 2 points of fortune, which have been automatically converted into 2 points of luck. Chen Mu was utterly baffled. He hadn't done anything yet, so why was this so-called child of destiny suddenly thanking him? However, there was no time to dwell on this, as the beasts on the mountain were already stirring restlessly. Samadhi True Fire. With a low shout, a thread-thin flame shot through the air, striking a beast with precision. The fire instantly engulfed its entire body, causing the creature to thrash wildly, crashing into its companions. In moments, the Samadhi True Fire spread into a blazing inferno, reducing a group of beasts to charred remains. Just as I thought, Chen Mu smirked to himself. During his fight with the tyrant bear, he had noticed this unique trait of the Samadhi True Fire. This time, he had deliberately used it to target the dense cluster of beasts, and the results were indeed impressive. However, the beast horde quickly adapted after suffering heavy losses. They no longer moved in tight formations, and even began attacking their burning comrades to prevent further spread of the fire. This sudden shift in strategy made Chen Mu wary. He scanned the surrounding forest. Such organized behavior could only mean a high-ranking beast was commanding them. Unable to exploit the Samadhi True Fire's advantage any further, Chen Mu decisively retreated. Your turn, he called out. At his command, archers unleashed a coordinated volley, while Long Shui and the others launched a fierce charge, tearing through the beast's encirclement. The battle raged on for half an hour, reducing the beast horde to just over 1,000. Meanwhile, Chen Mu leveled up to 29. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently appeared behind him. Yin Xian noticed the threat and tried to warn him, but it was too late. A crimson tongue shot straight for Chen Mu's back. Watch out, my lord, Yin Xian shouted, quickly drawing her bow. You sneaky little rat, finally showing yourself, Chen Mu said, already prepared. Freeze. Thunderous wrath. Before Yin Xin's arrow could reach its mark, a deafening clap of thunder struck. The camouflaged chameleon was electrocuted and reduced to a charred corpse. A system notification followed. Ding! You have slain the illusory chameleon and acquired a high-level spell, Invisibility. The skill details appeared before Chen Mu. Name: Invisibility. Quality: Golden. Effect: allows the user to blend into their surroundings. Description: no longer worry about being caught peeking over a widow's wall. Though the description was somewhat absurd, it was undeniably a powerful skill. Chen Mu immediately chose to learn it and couldn't wait to test it out. In the blink of an eye, his figure began to fade, though not entirely vanish. Even though he could still see the clothes, Chen Mu realized that while the person had disappeared, the invisibility technique clearly had its flaws. Trash. Defective product. After testing it, Chen Mu couldn't help but curse out loud. Using this garbage spell requires you to strip down? Who in their right mind would use this? Ugh. Of course, he understood deep down that this was only the first stage of mastery. Once he cultivated it to its full potential, such an embarrassing issue shouldn't occur. As a gentleman, he was determined to study and refine it properly. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. While the soldiers fought valiantly at the front, Chen Mu hid in the rear, tirelessly practicing his invisibility technique. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 30, and you've unlocked the opportunity for a second-class advancement. Ding! You've obtained 1 second advancement dungeon key. Level 30 already? Chen Mu muttered, marveling at the hardships faced by other practitioners. Despite all this time, his invisibility technique's proficiency had only increased by 100 points, leaving 900 points to go before the next level. And the further he progressed, the harder it would get. If only it were as simple as summoning soldiers from beans, I wouldn't have to waste time grinding proficiency, he lamented under his breath. Taking out the newly acquired key, he examined it. Name: Second Advancement Dungeon Key. Quality: Special. Usage: 03. Description: friendly reminder, the monsters inside are high-level. Use with caution. Chen Mu decided to hold off on using the key for now. Judging by the timing, the Destined One should soon trigger their fateful opportunity. He planned to return and complete the second advancement later, aiming to earn more credits in the dungeon and improve the quality of his soldiers. Opening the map, a special marker appeared due to his karmic connection with the Destined One. After pinpointing the location, Chen Mu summoned his Pixiu. Oh whoa. The wolf-like howl left Chen Mu thoroughly embarrassed. Ahem, you're a Pixiu, not a wolf. You should. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he had no idea what sound a Pichio was supposed to make. In both his past life and this one, had never heard it before. Forget it. Do whatever makes you happy. The Pichio blinked its eyes and let out another "Awu." Don't embarrass me. Chen Mu sighed. He retrieved dozens of demon cores from his bag and stuffed them into the Pichio's mouth. Each time it tried to howl, he silenced it with another core. He thought to himself that he really ought to hire a tutor for this creature, maybe even a tiger to teach it how to roar. Anything would be better than these constant wolf howls. Before long, they arrived at the marked spot on the map. To Chen Mu's surprise, the once lush and verdant forest was gone, replaced by a barren, rocky mountain. It was as if the landscape itself was screaming, "This mountain is suspicious, and it's hiding treasures within. If you don't kill me today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold someday." A familiar voice shattered the silence. Chen Mu turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Tian surrounded by more than 10 men, their weapons gleaming coldly. This was the third time Chen Mu had witnessed Tian being hunted down, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The life of someone favored by destiny truly hangs by a thread. But for Chen Mu, this was a golden opportunity. Offering help in someone's darkest hour often meant far more than merely providing support in good times. Thinking of the chance to win Yi Tian's favor, he quietly concealed himself in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Yi Tian's skills were indeed impressive, his punches swift and powerful. Yet, against the coordinated assault of multiple foes, it was impossible for him to fend off every strike. Each time he managed to push one attacker back, the others would rain blows upon him. In no time, his clothes were soaked in blood. "You little brat. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance." The white-haired elder leading the group growled through gritted teeth, clearly having suffered significant losses at Yi Tian's hands. Chen Mu shook his head as he observed, silently cursing. What an idiot! Knowing he's outmatched, why doesn't he try to break through and escape instead of stubbornly fighting Heaton? As he criticized internally, a sudden, chilling sensation crept over him, as if an unseen pair of eyes were watching his every move. He scanned his surroundings. The map showed no unusual markers, yet the oppressive feeling of being watched lingered. It dawned on Chen Mu this must be the power of the world's will. No wonder the system never issued missions to eliminate individuals favored by destiny. Yi Tian's injuries worsened by the second, his bones audibly fracturing under the relentless attacks. Realizing he couldn't wait any longer, Chen Mu sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, a cold arrow shot from his bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the elder's forehead with precision. Before the others could react, a barrage of arrows rained down, striking them all. In mere moments, the attackers lay lifeless in pools of their own blood, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Mu lightly tapped his toes on the ground and, with a few nimble movements, appeared before Yi Tian, ready to reap the rewards of this life-saving act and the boost in fortune it would bring. As Chen Mu turned around, he saw Yi Tian already standing. Before he could say a word, Yi Tian suddenly dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. "Benefactor, please accept my bow." Yi Tian's forehead hit the ground hard, producing a dull sound. Chen Mu froze for a moment before stepping forward to help him up. While the gesture of someone kneeling before him felt somewhat satisfying, it wasn't yielding him any luck points, which was what he truly cared about. "We are men of the martial world. There's no need for such excessive formalities," Chen Mu said, extending his hand to help Yi Tian up. Yi Tian slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears. Seeing such raw emotion, Chen Mu was slightly baffled. Was saving someone's life really worth this level of gratitude? "I will never forget your kindness, benefactor," Yi Tian choked out. "If not for your intervention twice, I would have met a tragic end. Once I've avenged my family, I vow to follow you wherever you go." It was then that Chen Mu realized the arrow from Yin Xian must have given away his identity. Well, at least that saved him the trouble of explaining. Just as Chen Mu was about to accept Yi Tian's pledge of loyalty, a sudden, ominous feeling of being watched crept over him. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He knew all too well if he accepted Yi Tian as a subordinate now, he might not live to see another day. This was clearly the world's will warning him to back off. With his current strength, Chen Mu couldn't possibly oppose the will of the world. If he were at the level of a Deluo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint, such a thing would be trivial. But for now, he had no choice but to take a step back. With this realization, Chen Mu helped Yi Tian to his feet, wearing a sincere smile. "We are both men of the martial world. This is really too much for me to bear. I have a suggestion, what do you think?" Yi Tian waited quietly for him to continue. "How about we become sworn brothers? Would you be willing?" The moment the words left his mouth, the oppressive feeling of being watched instantly vanished. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the world's will approved of this proposal. "Big brother, please accept this bow from your younger brother," Yi Tian exclaimed emotionally. The system prompt immediately followed. Ding. You have become Yi Tian's sworn brother. Your karmic bond has deepened, granting you 20 points of fortune, which has been automatically converted into 20 points of luck. This exchange instantly maxed out their rapport. For an orphan who had been bullied all his life, meeting someone who genuinely cared for him was enough to move him to tears. Stand up, brother. Big brother. As their bond was cemented, more system prompts flooded in. Ding. Your actions have earned the appreciation of the world's will. You gain 50 points of fortune in this world. Ding. Yi Tian's goodwill towards you has reached a life-and-death level of loyalty, granting you 18 points of fortune, automatically converted into 18 points of luck. Ding. Friendly reminder. Yi Tian can no longer generate luck points at this stage. The barrage of notifications left Chen Mu momentarily stunned. With the addition of the King's Ring, his luck points now totaled 60, and within this world, they skyrocketed to 110. This was a number that could strike fear into anyone. Big brother. Yi Tian spoke again. I've obtained a treasure map. This mountain is actually the burial site of a fourth-tier powerhouse, containing countless treasures. My strength is too weak, so I wanted to invite you to explore the tomb together. Yi Tian had clearly gone to great lengths to ensure his request wouldn't be turned down. Of course, he had no idea that his big brother had already set his sights on this opportunity. Even if Yi Tian hadn't mentioned it, Chen Mu would have found a way to tag along. At first, Chen Mu didn't pay much attention, but when the two of them tried to enter the Marquis tomb, they encountered an unexpected situation. The ancient craftsmen seemed to have used some incredible technique, making the entire mountain seamlessly integrated, leaving no trace of an entrance. Yi Tian held the map, his forehead beaded with sweat, repeatedly checking it but finding nothing. Watching this, Chen Mu shook his head slightly, thinking that his younger companion was far too rigid. Since they were tomb raiders, not archaeologists, why bother sticking to the idea of finding a proper entrance? With this thought, Chen Mu pulled out a stack of Thunderfire talismans from his pocket and handed them to Yi Tian. Brother, just find a spot that looks good and place this down. Yi Tian looked confused, clearly not understanding Chen Mu's intention. But Chen Mu didn't explain further, thinking to himself, you're the chosen one. If you want to enter a tomb, any spot can be the entrance. Although puzzled, Yi Tian followed the instructions, placing the talisman in a spot he deemed suitable before quickly stepping back. With the power of the decree, Chen Mu chanted loudly, activating the Thunderfire talisman instantly. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, shaking the entire mountain. Once the dust settled, a slightly distorted tunnel leading into the tomb appeared before them. This scene further confirmed Chen Mu's belief. When traveling with a destined individual, there's no need to waste time looking for an entrance. For someone whose path is littered with the blessings of fate, anything is possible if you dare to act. Yi Tian stared at the tunnel in shock, about to ask a question, but Chen Mu cut him off. Don't overthink it. The real task is to get inside and see what treasures are waiting. Once inside the tunnel, the pair quickly encountered a new challenge. The entrance split into over a dozen pathways, branching out in all directions. Big brother, which one do we take? Yi Tian asked, wearing a look of indecision. Instead of answering, Chen Mu simply smiled and quietly observed Yi Tian. After a few moments, Yi Tian suddenly realized, I get it. Let me choose. Watching Yi Tian carefully inspect each pathway, Chen Mu smiled with satisfaction, thinking, this kid is teachable. No wonder so many people enjoy being the one to guide others. Before long, Yi Tian pointed to one of the tunnels. Big brother, this one feels right. The two proceeded down the chosen path. As they ventured deeper, the walls around them began to change, revealing new and intriguing patterns. Exquisite murals began to appear one after another on the walls of the corridor. Just as Chen Mu and Yi Tian were moving forward, a stern voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Who goes there? This is the resting place of the unparalleled Marquis. Intruders, leave at once. Through the dim light, the two could vaguely make out a burly figure standing at the end of the passage. However, the distance was too far to discern the person's features clearly. Chen Mu was about to ask Yi Tian about the identity of this unparalleled Marquis, but seeing his companion's equally puzzled expression, he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Whoever this Marquis is, his tomb won't remain intact today. Big brother, you're absolutely right. Yi Tian agreed enthusiastically, nodding firmly. The two pressed onward, their actions clearly enraging the owner of that voice. How dare you disturb the rest of the unparalleled Marquis? Soldiers, are you here? Following the command, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Slay them. With a sharp order, rows of terracotta soldiers marched out in perfect formation. Chen Mu quickly activated his scanning skill. Name, Terracotta Soldier. Level, 30. Quality, Silver. Skill, Undying Spirit. Drop rate, 100 for silver items. Description: each terracotta soldier houses the soul of a warrior. Yi Tian, now fully recovered thanks to Chen Mu's elixirs, was preparing to attack when Chen Mu stopped him. Let him handle this. At Chen Mu's signal, a dragonblood warrior clad in a black dragon armor emerged from behind and dashed toward the terracotta soldiers, leaving only a blur in his wake. With overwhelming strength, the dragonblood warrior crushed hundreds of terracotta soldiers into fragments using sheer force, without the need for any tactics. A system notification promptly appeared. Terracotta soldier defeated. Earth crystal obtained. Big brother, your guards are incredible. They must be at the peak of their second tier. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chen Mu replied calmly, not bad. They're quite handy. However, he was well aware that even this dragonblood warrior, clad in black dragon armor, could only hold off a third-tier opponent for a brief moment before being overwhelmed once its abilities expired. Soon, the dragonblood warrior reported back and resumed his position behind Chen Mu. The two continued their advance. Although the voice did not reappear, Chen Mu could distinctly sense someone watching them from the shadows. Eventually, they arrived at a massive burial chamber, roughly the size of a football field. At the center of the chamber, a colossal coffin was suspended in midair by dozens of thick chains as wide as an adult's arm. Scattered around the room were piles of gold, silver, jewels, and dust-covered weapons and armor. What extravagance! So many burial treasures, Yi Tian muttered, swallowing hard. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed as hidden doors around the chamber opened. Waves of terracotta soldiers poured out in formation. The voice rang out once more. None of you shall leave. Chen Mu's eyes turned cold, his gaze locking onto the massive coffin. He was never one to follow conventional rules. Hiding in a coffin and talking tough? Get out here. As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, Yin Xian quickly understood and seamlessly drew her bow and released an arrow. The arrow whizzed through the air, instantly snapping the chain as thick as an arm. The massive coffin tilted sharply, with half of it now hanging in midair. Without hesitation, Yin Xian prepared to fire a second arrow. How dare you? An enraged voice roared from inside the coffin, but it couldn't stop the arrow's momentum. With a thunderous crash, the coffin slammed to the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. 100 years. I've been planning for 100 years, and I was so close to succeeding, only to be ruined by you. You deserve to die. A furious roar echoed as the coffin lid was violently flung off, embedding itself into the distant mountainside. A withered hand emerged from the coffin, followed by a translucent figure slowly floating upward, trailed by a shriveled corpse. The system immediately provided information. Name, Jiwuya corpse form. Level, 60. Rarity, platinum. Skills, undying body, corpse poison, 5-strike whip, wind step, 9 technique. Drop rate on defeat, 100 platinum item. Description, using a special method, the soul has not reincarnated, seeking an opportunity to return to the body. Chen Mu rolled his eyes at the description. Who do you think you are? Trying to live a second life? As the corpse appeared, the surrounding terracotta soldiers knelt and chanted, Glory to Lord Mark Wushuang. Their voices echoed until the corpse raised its arms slightly, silencing the scene. Yi Tian swallowed nervously. Big brother, should we retreat first? This thing looks way too sinister. No need. This is right up my alley. Chen Mu shook his head. As a Taoist who mastered the power of thunder, dealing with zombies was his specialty. He then noticed something peculiar. Yi Tian was originally supposed to encounter this creature alone and defeat it. This made him scrutinize Yi Tian's ring, suspecting that it might have been the assistance of an elder spirit that allowed him to win. Big brother, I'll help you, Yi Tian said, gritting his teeth despite his fear. No need. I can handle this guy. You focus on clearing out the terracotta soldiers around us. As the one being addressed as Big Brother, Chen Mu naturally took on the main responsibility, especially since he was determined to claim this boss. The zombie fully emerged from the coffin. You've ruined my century-long plan. I'll make sure to torment you slowly. You're just a zombie. Who gave you the audacity to act tough in front of a high-level Taoist like me? Chen Mu sneered, then began chanting a spell. O Supreme Jade Purity King, ruler of the 36 heavens, universal purifier of the 9 skies, thunder, come forth. As the incantation was recited, the 5 thunderstrike spell took effect instantly. To everyone's surprise, the 5 bolts of lightning appeared directly out of thin air, completely ignoring the obstruction of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of deafening explosions, a harrowing wail echoed through the air. The attack not only severely damaged the zombie's physical body but also inflicted harm on its semi-transparent soul. Impossible. Who are you? And how can you wield thunder? For the first time, the Marquis Wushuang showed a look of terror. At that moment, a long-forgotten memory surfaced in his mind. Back when he was the renowned Marquis Wushuang, a self-proclaimed immortal had once taken him to the celestial realm for a few days and even taught him what was claimed to be immortal techniques. Heh. Go ask the king of hell yourself. Chen Mu sneered coldly, signaling his soldiers to take action. What had been anticipated as a fierce battle turned out to be unexpectedly one-sided. The soldiers, who had even activated their skills in preparation for a prolonged fight, found themselves facing an opponent far weaker than expected. This zombie's strength paled in comparison to the flying zombies they had encountered in the abyss and was completely overpowered. You can't kill me. I know the immortal master. Under the relentless assault, Marquis Wushuang finally felt the threat of death. This statement piqued Chen Mu's interest. The immortal master? Tell me more, and I might spare you. Seizing the opportunity, Marquis Wushuang quickly revealed everything. The cultivation techniques were a gift from the immortal master, and he had entered the grand tomb while still alive. After hearing this, Chen Mu scoffed. Immortal master? More like a rogue cultivator practicing dark arts. He used you, a seasoned battlefield general, as his test subject. Honestly, I'm starting to doubt if your title of Marquis was bought with money. How could you be so gullible and so eager to be fooled? These words enraged Marquis Wushuang. Impossible. The immortal master said this was the path to eternal life. Once I succeeded in cultivation, I could live a second life and extend my lifespan for 1,000 years. Seeing the Marquis' stubbornness, Chen Mu shook his head, unwilling to waste more words. He was certain that the so-called immortal master had long since passed away. There was no further need to extract information. Supreme Jade Purity King, command the heavens 36 forces, universal transformation of the 9 skies thunder, descend. With a new round of divine thunder, the zombie's body instantly dissolved into a pool of black liquid. Its soul, deprived of the physical bodhi's support, began to fade and turn transparent. How? How could this happen? How could I die? I was supposed to live a second life? Even in his final moments, Marquis Wushuang refused to accept reality. Chen Mu calmly explained, your so-called immortality was never going to make you human again. At best, you were a half-finished product. The reason you were so easily dealt with is that you're nothing more than a semi-complete zombie. Although your strength in life allowed you to reach the 3rd transformation, you were simply unlucky to encounter your natural enemy. Of course, if it had been a flying zombie of the same level, I would have had to consider escaping. These words seemed to bring a moment of clarity to Marquis Wushuang. His demeanor shifted, once again displaying the air of a formidable leader. Ha ha ha, to think I was so wise in life, only to be deceived in the end. Young man, would you be willing to accept my legacy? Chen Mu decisively shook his head and pulled Yi Tian forward. Pass it to him. It wasn't out of generosity. Chen Mu simply had no interest in inheriting the legacy of someone who abandoned the path of immortality to become a warrior. Of course, whether Yi Tian could succeed in receiving the legacy was another matter entirely. Marquis Wushuang was momentarily stunned by the rejection, but quickly came to terms with it. I will only say this once. How much you can remember depends entirely on you. Chen Mu quietly took out his phone from his pocket, switched to the recording function, and prepared to capture this moment in full. As Wushuang Ho's soul began to dissipate slowly, he seemed to recall something significant. He hurriedly spoke. Oh, right? That person might not be dead. I once touched his hand. It was icy cold. Thinking back, he might not have been human by then. A faint bitter smile appeared on Wushuang Ho's face as he spoke. Just as Chen Mu was about to respond, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! A hidden task has been detected. Would you like to accept it? Task: eliminate the mountain ghost Taoist. Requirements: complete eradication. Reward: level 30 platinum tier Taoist exclusive equipment. Description: in pursuit of immortality, this individual strayed onto an evil path, losing their sanity. Chen Mu frowned slightly, pondering to himself. He noticed that the Taoists he encountered always seemed to be practitioners of dark and sinister arts. Perhaps the righteous and selfless Taoists had long passed away, leaving only those who clung to life through forbidden methods to roam the world. Except, he said without hesitation, the allure of platinum-tier Taoist equipment was far too tempting to pass up. The system immediately responded. Ding! Task successfully accepted. The location of the mountain ghost Taoist has been marked on the map. Please complete the task within 3 days. After checking the coordinates, Chen Mu discovered that the mountain ghost Taoist was located in the 10,000 mountains, saving him considerable time searching. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, who had already mastered the Taoist techniques, was contemplating how to transport the treasures here. Seeing Wushuang Ho's soul about to fade away completely, he quickly asked, Master, you wouldn't mind if I took some of these treasures to exchange for resources, would you? Since he had learned the skills, calling Wushuang Ho Master seemed only fitting. Wushuang Ho nodded slightly before completely vanishing. Seeing this, Yi Tian turned to Chen Mu and said, Big brother, you pick first and after you're done, they'll take the rest. This straightforward remark left Chen Mu a little taken aback. He thought to himself how bold Yi Tian was, barely learning the man's skills and already eyeing his burial treasures. However, after scanning the items, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. They're all yours. The items were at best silverware and, given their age, would hardly fetch a good price even if sold. Without hesitation, Yi Tian dragged Wu Shuangho's coffin over and began stuffing it with gold and silver treasures. The sight made Chen Mu shake his head. Wherever he goes, not a blade of grass is left behind, he muttered. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mu pulled out the newly obtained platinum item to examine its attributes. Name: 8 trigrams turtle shell. Class: Taoist. Quality: platinum. Skill: blessing. Description: made from the shell of a spiritual turtle, imbued with special abilities. Blessing: slightly reduces life force consumption when divining. The item's attributes surprised Chen Mu. While it could reduce the consumption of life force, he still hesitated to use the divination ability recklessly. If only it could completely negate life force consumption, he murmured to himself. Looks like after my second job transition, they'll need to take on some special tasks to farm more longevity elixirs. With sufficient life force and the power of the Book of Life and Death, his enemies would stand no chance unless they were overwhelmingly stronger. This thought solidified Chen Mu's resolve to seek out evil cultists and fugitives after completing his second transition. A short while later, Yi Tian finally finished loading the coffin. Fortunately, Wu Shuangho's coffin was large enough to hold all the treasures. Big brother, let's go, Yi Tian said, dragging the chain behind him without looking back. Chen Mu couldn't help but shake his head at Yi Tian, the so-called chosen one, standing before him. Strutting through the streets so brazenly, if not for fate shielding him, he would have been robbed long ago. Second brother, I need to head deeper into the mountains to take care of some matters. Let's part ways here, Chen Mu said after a moment of thought. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook his head repeatedly. Big brother, I don't have much to do. Why not let me go with you? Chen Mu frowned. He had no intention of dragging this burden along. Besides, the strength of the mountain ghost Taoist was still an unknown, and some things could only be handled alone. Seeing Yi Tian insist on following, Chen Mu had no choice but to say, there are matters I must handle on my own. This did the trick, but Yi Tian immediately followed up with a serious expression. Got it, big brother. You're going to meet sister-in-law, aren't you? Chen Mu's face instantly darkened. What sister-in-law? Do you think my wife is some wild beast? Stop overthinking. Your strength is too weak right now, just head back. All right, I'll go back for now. But when I sell off these things, they'll definitely take you to the Yihong courtyard, Yi Tian declared earnestly, even though he had no clue what the Yihong courtyard was. He had merely heard that it was a place brothers should visit together. Chen Mu felt a headache coming on. This so-called chosen one was certainly not the sharpest tool in the shed. Still, not wanting to hurt Yi Tian's feelings, he handed over 200 pills as a form of investment. After parting ways, Yi Tian secured the coffin with chains and dragged it off, while Chen Mu ventured deeper into the vast 10,000 mountains. Yi Tian hadn't gone far before he stopped and spoke to the ring on his finger. Old artifact spirit, didn't you say you had a way to help me carry all these treasures? An aged voice resonated from the ring. Don't be so impatient. I'll help you now. As soon as the words fell, the ancient ring emitted a soft glow, and the massive coffin floated into the air before vanishing in an instant. Amazing! Yi Tian marveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kid, you'd better train hard. This is just a fragment world, its limits are far too low, the artifact spirit said. After a pause, it added, honestly, you don't need to be so respectful to that man. Even if he hadn't shown up, I would have saved you. Yi Tian's smile instantly disappeared, and his tone turned cold. Old artifact spirit, he is my big brother. I hope you'll never say such things again. Seeing this sudden shift in Yi Tian's demeanor, the artifact spirit let out a faint sigh. But Yi Tian quickly reverted to his usual cheerful self, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, I have a feeling we'll be brothers for life. You need to work hard. Otherwise, your so-called big brother will leave you in the dust. Of course, I will definitely strive to grow stronger. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world, no, of all worlds, Yi Tian declared, his ambition blazing like a fiery storm. The old spirit within the ring nodded in approval. A true strongman must first possess an unwavering heart. A woo, a woo. The piercing howl of a wolf echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the weaker beasts nearby into hiding. Can you just stop that? Chen Mu gritted his teeth as he spoke, glaring at the Pishio. Looking at the creature's current behavior, he wanted nothing more than to teach it a lesson. It was supposed to be a majestic divine beast, but the moment it opened its mouth, all dignity was lost. The Pishio, seemingly oblivious, opened its massive jaws again. Seeing this, Chen Mu's anger flared, and he quickly pulled a handful of demon cores from his storage bag, tossing them into the creature's mouth. Sure enough, that worked. The Pishio immediately squinted its eyes in satisfaction, looking utterly content. In just half a day, Chen Mu had witnessed firsthand what it meant to be a gold-devouring beast. 5 or 6,000 demon cores disappeared into the Pishio's belly in the blink of an eye. He had to actively limit the supply. Otherwise, he feared not a single core would remain. Although it pained him to part with so many, seeing the Pishio's power surge from level 41 to the equivalent of a tier 3 beast made it feel worthwhile. Just as the Pishio was about to let out another howl, Chen Mu quickly stuffed a few more demon cores into its mouth. Don't you dare. If you scare everyone off, I'll have you neutered, he threatened darkly. This time, the Pishio obediently quieted down, carrying him forward without a sound. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mu pulled out a map and studied it carefully. 2 more mountain ridges, and we'll be there. Let's hope nothing goes wrong, he thought to himself. The opponent is definitely above level 60. If I want to win, I'll have to rely on my trump cards. He had 2 special treasures at his disposal, the purple gold red gourd and the myriad sword convergence talisman. Suddenly, the Pishio stopped in its tracks, a glint of hostility flashing in its eyes. Looking ahead, Chen Mu noticed a strange forest had appeared without warning. Something's wrong up ahead? He asked. The Pishio nodded, prompting him to activate a scanning skill. A system notification popped up. Forest of Ghouls, a site of corpse burial, now a breeding ground for the undead. No wonder the Pishio was reluctant to move forward. The sinister aura was truly unsettling. Chen Mu patted the Pishio's head. Come on, you're a divine beast, a symbol of good fortune. Are you really scared of a few stray ghosts? The Pishio let out a soft sound of protest but avoided meeting Chen Mu's gaze. Samadhi true fire. At Chen Mu's command, scorching flames swept through the forest. Screams echoed as weaker spirits were instantly reduced to black smoke, while stronger ones retreated to a safe distance. Suddenly, the ground heaved, and several mounds of dirt rose. One by one, zombies clawed their way out. A bunch of undead? You've got to be kidding me. Chen Mu pulled out a stack of thunderfire talismans. By the power of the heavens, strike! The talismans erupted with a deafening roar, turning the zombies into ashes and purging many of the lingering spirits. However, more zombies continued to emerge, an unending tide. Chen Mu wasn't surprised after all. A burial ground like this could easily hold thousands of corpses. Thunderfire talismans? He unleashed another wave of attacks. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowy cave, a skeletal figure sat cross-legged. Its murky eyes focused intently on the scene before it, muttering incomprehensible words under its breath. Arrogant young man. Let's see how many talismans you have. The Taoist of the mountain ghost sneered as he glanced at the corpse-rearing ground, where tens of thousands of zombies densely dwelled. Even though they were the lowest level of zombies, he believed they would be enough to exhaust Chen Mu. However, as time passed, the old man's expression grew darker. The scene before him was unbelievable. The corpse-rearing ground was transforming into a lifeless wasteland at a speed visible to the naked eye. The once lush willow trees turned into scorched earth. What shocked him even more was that Chen Mu had only been using talismans to attack. In just 10 minutes, he had completely wiped out all the zombies. If I could get my hands on those talismans, the thought had barely surfaced before the Taoist of the mountain ghost forcefully suppressed it. Impossible. A figure as unfathomable as this is not someone to provoke. He warned himself silently. Surviving for over 200 years was not just due to his dark arts, but also because he knew when to avoid danger. When Chen Mu arrived at the second challenge, the Taoist of the mountain ghost had initially felt a bit smug. The 9-turn soul confusion array, even a 4th-tier expert would be trapped in it for a while. This array was his proudest creation and the foundation of his survival in this place for a century. But soon, his expression froze. Chen Mu walked through the array as if strolling in his own backyard, moving forward decisively, step by step, as if he knew every mechanism by heart. Could it be? He's my descendant? The Taoist muttered to himself, already contemplating whether he should flee under the cover of night. Noticing the Taoist beginning to move, Chen Mu immediately urged the Pishio beneath him to accelerate. With a resonant roar, the Pishio's speed surged to a 3rd-tier level, and the surrounding scenery blurred as it rapidly fell behind. It didn't take long before they caught up to the figure ahead. Taoist of the mountain ghost, stop running! Chen Mu shouted, but his words only made the figure flee faster. A quick scan revealed. Name, Taoist of the mountain ghost clone. Level, 45. Quality, gold. Skills, none. Description, a clone crafted through special methods. Stop, it's a decoy. Chen Mu immediately changed direction, beginning to search for the real body on the map. Young friend, must you be so relentless? Perhaps we share the same lineage? Realizing his hiding spot was about to be exposed, the Taoist finally spoke. Chen Mu sneered coldly. You? Worthy of that? He felt no pity for someone who had caused the deaths of tens of thousands. Heh boy, don't mistake my patience for weakness. The Taoist's tone abruptly turned icy. Silently, Chen Mu pulled out a purple gold gourd with red patterns. Since the Taoist refused to reveal himself, he would have to try a different approach. Taoist of the mountain ghost, he shouted, his voice echoing in all directions. Oomph! A cold snort echoed. Shangue Daoran was about to leave when he suddenly felt an irresistible force envelop his entire body. His body trembled violently, and in an instant, he was dragged towards Chen Mu by this overwhelming power. Before he could react, he was already sucked into the crimson and gold gourd. Naive. Did you really think that hiding would stop me from finding you? Chen Mu said, his tone playful as he casually shook the gourd. Where's this place? Why is my body dissolving? Let me out. Weak cries of agony came from within the gourd. Chen Mu ignored them completely and stowed the gourd into his backpack. He figured that dealing with this third-tier opponent would take some time. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Mission completed. Ding. You have obtained platinum-grade equipment. Pure Yang Sword. Chen Mu immediately checked the details of the new equipment. Name, Pure Yang Sword. Class, Taoist. Chi Practitioner. Level, 30. Quality, Platinum. Abilities, Pure Yang. Mastery of Taoist Arts. Description. Forged from pure Yang iron, it possesses the attributes of ultimate strength and pure Yang energy. The Pure Yang skill especially caught Chen Mu's attention. It increased damage to all dark and negative entities by 200. This passive skill was an unexpected bonus. Without hesitation, he replaced his peachwood sword with the Pure Yang sword. With just a thought, the sword floated in midair. Although his current object controlling ability wasn't as refined as the legendary sword flying technique, it was more than enough to handle opponents of the same level. Just as Chen Mu was about to head back and rest, his Pichio companion let out a low warning growl. Chen Mu immediately opened the map and spotted a blood-red mark not far away. He had just pulled out his 10,000 Swords Return talisman when a lazy voice sounded, "Oh, I've been discovered? How curious. It sensed Mu had about you? How did you notice?" As the voice spoke, a mysterious bird covered in azure feathers revealed itself. Its plumage shimmered with an extraordinary spiritual glow under the sunlight. The scan displayed the following information. Name, Qingyin Qiuwan. Level, 95. Quality, Diamond. Critical skill. Drop rate, 1 diamond items, 99 mythical items. Description. A creature that knows its worth? Chen Mu's heart sank. This was a heavily injured fourth-tier life form, one that, at its peak, would easily be at the mythical level. As if reading Chen Mu's thoughts, the Qiuwan spoke calmly. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so already. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? Chen Mu didn't respond to its words. Instead, he silently took out the immortal slaying flying dagger. Chen Mu stayed on high alert, ready to fight tooth and nail if the other party made any sudden moves. But his vigilance turned out to be unnecessary. Qingwan showed no intention of paying him any attention. Kid, what's with that look? Don't recognize your third uncle? Qingwan's words hit Chen Mu like a bolt of lightning. Uncle? Qingwan and Pichio? Are you kidding me? Chen Mu blurted out in disbelief. Just then, Pichio looked confused and suddenly let out a wolf-like howl. A woo! The sound immediately darkened Qingwan's expression. Did you teach it that? He asked, his tone laced with anger. Honestly, I always thought it was wrong for it to howl like that, but I couldn't get it to stop, Chen Mu quickly explained. Qingwan nodded slightly, his voice icy. Your father passed away, and you couldn't even find a proper tutor? What kind of nonsense is this? Third uncle, it's really not a matter of teaching, it's a silver wolf, Chen Mu retorted while quietly confirming that Qingwan was indeed on his side. Since that was the case, he decided to speak more freely. Pichio and I are as close as brothers. If you're its third uncle, then you're my third uncle too. Qingwan froze for a moment, then plucked a feather from his wing, shrinking it down and sending it into Pichio's fur. This feather will save you once. Your third uncle has fallen on hard times. If it were the old days, I'd have helped you seize a few top-tier sects and secured your foundation. At that moment, Pichio seemed to recall something. It trotted over and nuzzled Qingwan with its head, letting out another round of a woo. Finally remember me, huh? I used to talk to you all the time when you were still in your mother's belly, Qingwan said with a smile. Chen Mu stood there, stunned, silently thinking. This family dynamic is a mess. Over the next half hour, Qingwan and Pichio chatted back and forth, leaving Chen Mu to the side, growing so bored he nearly dozed off. When their conversation finally ended, Qingwan gestured for them to leave. Chen Mu snapped back to attention. Third uncle, my abilities are too weak to protect Pichio. Why not let it follow you? Qingwan rolled his eyes. It follows me today, and tomorrow it might end up with its father. Humph. Humans are still as opportunistic as ever. With that, he produced a drop of radiant, multicolored blood. Chen Mu quickly took out a jade bottle to carefully collect it. Qingwan explained, "This is a drop of my blood. Consuming it will extend your life, it's my compensation to you. But mark my words, if you treat Pichio poorly, it'll come back for your life, no matter the cost. Third uncle, you don't need to worry. Pichio and I are as close as family ID never mistreated," Chen Mu said with a grin. Qingwan said no more and turned to Pichio. "Nephew, your third uncle is leaving now. Until we meet again." Before the words finished, his figure vanished into thin air. "Oh, whoa." Pichio let out a mournful howl. After parting ways with Qingwan, Chen Mu returned to Hongming Academy with the little Pichio and started preparing the resources needed for the second advancement instance. He knew full well that the difficulty of the instance for a Qi practitioner would far surpass that of other professions. Even without using skills like scattering beans to create soldiers, his attribute values alone were enough to crush most other classes. Reflecting on the gains from the 10,000 Mountains instance, Chen Mu couldn't help but frown. Even if he sold the scattered equipment as a bundle, it would only fetch around 20,000 academic credits. This income was clearly insufficient to meet his needs, and he would have to find another way. After some thought, Chen Mu decided to liquidate his idle resources, such as the Mountain Lord's bloodline and the plant essence. As for the source of these items, he had already prepared an explanation would claim they were obtained from a hidden storyline instance. This reasoning would be difficult to verify or disprove, as triggering hidden storylines often required specific conditions. To gather more plant essence, Chen Mu stayed in the Forest of the Sixth for 3 consecutive days. It wasn't until the amount of plant essence in his possession exceeded 5 figures that he finally stopped, satisfied with his haul. Just then, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Chen Mu was greeted by a familiar young appraiser. As always, the appraiser got straight to the point. "Little brother, what do you have to sell this time?" Chen Mu invited him into the living room and gestured towards several piles of items on the floor. The young appraiser glanced over them. Though slightly disappointed, the goods this time were noticeably less impressive than the loss that quickly changed his mindset. To have new items ready in such a short time, this client was certainly worth maintaining a good relationship with. "Please wait a moment. I'll appraise these first," the appraiser said warmly. 2 or 3 minutes later, he provided his assessment. While there are quite a few skill books here, they're all fairly standard. Along with the equipment, the total value comes to roughly 31,000 academic credits. "Deal," Chen Mu responded decisively. As the young appraiser prepared to transfer the funds, Chen Mu suddenly produced a piece of plant essence. "Take a look at this, does it have any value?" he asked. The appraiser immediately cast an appraisal spell, and his expression grew serious. He recognized it as a rare item capable of enhancing experience gain, comparable in value to the low-grade experience potions sold on the market for 100 academic credits per bottle. "This is good stuff, but unfortunately, there's not much of it," he lamented. "Oh, there's more than enough," Chen Mu said with a meaningful tone. The appraiser's eyes lit up. "Little brother, do you have more of this? If you do, I can offer you a fair price." "I do have it, but the price?" Chen Mu replied, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, the young appraiser quickly put on his most ingratiating smile. "Buddy, we've worked together twice now, so I'll get straight to the point," the young appraiser said bluntly. "The effect of this is actually similar to a low-grade experience potion. A bottle of experience potion sells for 100 credits and lasts for 30 minutes. Yours only lasts for 10 minutes, but I'll offer 22 credits each, and I can resell it for 30. He added candidly, "As a marketplace, we're an independent team and need to meet our performance goals, though there aren't many projects that count towards that." Chen Mu was stunned on the spot after hearing this. 22 credits? He almost wanted to slap himself. He was sitting on 11,000 units of plant essence, and at that price, it would total nearly 250,000 credits. Inwardly, he cursed himself. How could I have been sitting on a gold mine without realizing it? "Do you have 1,000 units on hand?" the young appraiser asked cautiously. Chen Mu shook his head, then calmly replied, "Think bigger, add a zero to that." The appraiser's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. As an insider, he knew the experience potion market all too well. First, alchemists were scarce. Second, only those with tier 3 strength could guarantee a 100 success rate in crafting. This meant the annual production was just over 10,000 bottles. The batch in front of him was equivalent to a third of the national production. "Brother, how about we sign a contract first?" The young appraiser's tone immediately became far more respectful. "No need to make it so formal. Just transfer the payment and take the goods," Chen Mu replied straightforwardly. The appraiser was even more thrilled now, knowing he'd earn at least 8,000 to 9,000 credits in commission from this deal. "Got it, brother. Drinks at the Red Romance Club are on me tonight. I'm swamped lately. Maybe another time." Chen Mu politely declined, silently reminding himself, "Indulgence is a deadly poison. It will slow down my cultivation progress." Driven by profits, the appraisal process was completed quickly. 10 minutes later, a team was already moving the goods. and Chen Mu received a transfer notification for 312,100 credits in his account. Just then, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, Chen Mu opened the door to find Zhang Daming standing there. "Hey man, want to team up for a dungeon run?" Zhang Daming asked with a grin. "Sorry, I'm really busy right now," Chen Mu replied tactfully. Zhang Daming misunderstood, assuming Chen Mu had already joined another team. "Whose team? Come on, tell me." "It's not that. I'm just in the middle of preparing for my second advancement," Chen Mu explained. That statement exploded like a bomb in the hallway. Not only was Zhang Daming stunned, but even the mute guy nearby was so shocked he looked like he was about to speak. Level 30 already, and preparing for the second-class advancement. "Any questions?" Chen Mu said calmly. His words were like a heavy hammer, making Zhang Daming and Mute almost want to rush up and strangle this seemingly nonchalant, yet clearly show-off guy. Preparing for the second advancement? Any questions? The impact of this statement could only be understood by those involved. Even the usually quiet and reserved Mute couldn't hold back, repeatedly gesturing with exaggerated Abba movements. Chen Mu looked at Zhang Daming in confusion, waiting for a translation. Zhang Daming sighed and explained helplessly, "Terrifying talent." He repeated it 3 times, his tone filled with astonishment. This guy must have read too many novels. Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile. After this scene, Zhang Daming naturally felt too embarrassed to continue inviting Chen Mu to join their team. The strength gap was just too overwhelming. Rather than being comrades fighting side by side, it would be more accurate to describe it as 2 freeloaders tagging along with a powerhouse. The two quickly said their goodbyes and turned to look for other teammates. Back in the living room, Chen Mu began to tally his gains from this trip. The income of over 300,000 credits truly surprised him. Among them, 250,000 came from plant essences, 30,000 from equipment contributions, and the rest from 2 types of beast bloodlines. Faced with this substantial amount of credits, Chen Mu started contemplating how to use them. The most straightforward option was to convert all of it into crystallized soldiers, which would significantly boost his combat power. However, this approach had a clear downside: it wouldn't increase the number of strong combatants. For example, the gap in strength between a Dragonblood soldier equipped with the Black Dragon set and Yin Xian was stark. Without the aid of equipment, the difference was overwhelming. Top-tier fighters could take on third-tier opponents head-in, while ordinary soldiers stood no chance and would be instantly defeated. Instead of being mediocre, why not specialize? Chen Mu narrowed his eyes as his thoughts became clearer. In the current battles, low-level monsters didn't require advanced combat power, but against high-tier monsters, ordinary soldiers were outmatched. In that case, it was better to continue on the elite path and maintain high quality. With this in mind, Chen Mu immediately began executing his plan. First, he abandoned the martial arts crystals in favor of the Dragonblood crystals with the best attributes, pairing them with 3 full sets of equipment. In an instant, he created 5 fully outfitted Dragonblood soldiers. Next, he turned to the equipment store to select suitable bows for 3 archers, 2 gold element, 1 frost element. Before long, he found the ideal weapons: 2 golden break bows at 16,000 credits each, equipped with the unstoppable skill, which increased arrow damage by 200. Additionally, he chose an ice element bow specifically for the frost sharpshooter. This bow had a unique frost overlay skill that slowed targets hit by arrows by 50 for 20 seconds. These purchases consumed nearly half of his credits, but Chen Mu didn't stop there. He continued browsing the marketplace for suitable gear for the heavy armored tiger soldiers and the giant axe soldiers. Before long, he discovered 2 sets of equipment that were a perfect match for their needs. The price of the Dark Hall heavy armor set reaches a staggering 25,000 credits, but its attributes truly justify the cost. With just 2 earth element heavy armored tiger soldiers equipped with this set, their formidable defense would ensure Chen Mu's safety even against assassination attempts from a tier 3 expert. After upgrading the equipment, all soldiers, including the giant axe troops, donned their new gear. At this point, Chen Mu's credits had dropped to 21,000. He initially considered heading back to the Forest of Old Six for another round of farming, but upon further thought, he realized that frequently taking out plant essence would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He ultimately decided to put that plan on hold. Since leaving the credits unused is pointless, I might as well continue purchasing equipment, Chen Mu said as he reopened the store interface. This time, he had a clear goal in mind: finding a suitable set for Yin Xian. The prices of platinum tier sets were jaw-dropping. A 3-piece set cost over 100,000, while a 5-piece set exceeded 500,000. Left with no choice, Chen Mu shifted his focus to sets of other tiers and soon found a suitable option. Flames Decree set. Level 30. Quality Gold. Composition: Battle Armor Gauntlets Pauldron's Leg Guards Battle Helm. Attributes: 500 to all 4 primary stats. Special effect: greatly enhances fire element affinity upon activation, increasing all fire attribute attacks by 120. Price: 18,000 credits. Though not as powerful as a platinum tier set, Pairing this gold tier set with the previously acquired platinum weapon would make Yin Xian the most formidable force under Chen Mu's command. Such a configuration would be out of reach for most ordinary professionals. After completing the equipment purchase, Chen Mu didn't linger in the villa. Instead, he took out the second advancement dungeon key, preparing to enter the dungeon. The system immediately displayed a series of prompts. Friendly reminder. This dungeon is highly challenging. Please proceed with caution. You have 3 attempts to complete the dungeon. Failing all 3 will result in the key disappearing. Level 30 detected. Would you like to activate the second advancement dungeon now? The prompts caused Chen Mu's eyes to narrow slightly. Unlike other professionals, he only had 3 chances. If he failed all of them, he would be forever stuck at the Chi practitioner stage. However, with various unique artifacts and powerful soldiers at his disposal, Chen Mu was confident in passing the trial. Enter the dungeon, he commanded. As his words fell, the surrounding scenery rapidly shifted, eventually stabilizing into the image of a towering staircase that stretched endlessly into the sky. Looking around, Chen Mu noticed that most of the participants were boys and girls around 12 or 13 years old, with the occasional 15 or 16-year-old older candidates. As for adults like himself, they were exceedingly rare, making him an anomaly in this setting. As Chen Mu was still puzzled, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! Second advancement quest released. Passed the Lingshu sect entry test. Staring at the task prompt before him, Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a bloody battle, but never expected to be part of an assessment alongside a group of children. Raising his gaze to the seemingly endless staircase ahead, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. At that moment, a solemn voice echoed from the sky. The Lingshu sect's biennial admission assessment is about to begin. Participants, prepare yourselves. Chen Mu looked up and saw a group of people either sitting or standing amidst the clouds. Among them were elderly men with white hair, women with ethereal demeanors, spirited young men, and even a few children with innocent faces. Curious, Chen Mu used his scanning skill on one of the chubby-cheeked children. The result sent a chill down his spine. Every information field was filled with question marks, except for the last line, which read, "How dare you?" This scan, however, brought trouble. All the individuals in the clouds turned their gazes toward him. This boy's spiritual power isn't bad. A voice transmitted telepathically from above. Pity he's a bit too old. If he'd come a few years earlier, he'd be a perfect candidate for cultivation. Normally, anyone over the age of 16 would lose their eligibility to participate, yet strangely, these powerful figures seemed unaware that the rule had been broken. Begin, the voice commanded again. Those who reach the summit before sunset may proceed to the second stage. As soon as the words fell, all the examinees surged toward the mountain peak. Chen Mu ran while observing the other participants, astonished to discover that these 12 or 13-year-old children possessed strength comparable to second-tier cultivators. So this is the world of cultivation? Chen Mu clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. Although he had started late, with his golden finger ability, he was confident he could surpass these prodigious youths and even those lofty experts. Chen Mu transformed into a blur, swiftly leaving the other examinees far behind. When he was the first to reach the mountaintop, a young man in a green robe merely nodded at him without saying much. Over the next 2 hours, Chen Mu stood at the summit, watching as other examinees arrived one after another. By sunset, only about 100 participants had successfully reached the top. At least tens of thousands of people climbed the mountain together. After the rigorous first round of selection, the passing rate was less than 1%, leaving only a little over 100 people standing at the summit. The voice of a young man in a green robe echoed in their ears. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round. Just one more challenge, and you can join the Lingshu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a white cloud rose beneath their feet, carrying them as they followed the young man in green toward another mountain peak. Within a few breaths, they arrived at their destination. Before them lay a deep, pitch-black cave. The second challenge is facing your heart, the young man in green explained. Enter this cave, and you will confront your true self. If you pass, you will become a servant disciple of the Lingshu sect. If you reach the peak of the Qi refining stage within 2 years, you will be admitted to the outer sect. I will be waiting for you on the other side. Before his words even settled, the young man in green vanished, leaving the group staring at each other in uncertainty. Without hesitation, Chen Mu strode toward the cave. In his mind, since there was no danger, there was nothing to fear. Even in failure, he could gain valuable experience. In the clouds above, the observing elders took note of everything. What a pity, what a pity. If only we had discovered him sooner, such a promising talent, one of them lamented. Chen Mu's performance had indeed taken them by surprise. Reaching the summit in half an hour before even joining the sect was a clear sign of above-average aptitude. After all, the stairs suppressed the climbers, and the higher they climbed, the stronger the suppression. Suddenly, Chen Mu emerged from the other side of the cave. Wearing a puzzled expression, he turned to the young man in green and asked in a low voice, "Hey, is this cave broken? I walked through and didn't encounter anything." The young man in green was momentarily stunned, silently retorting in his mind, "What do you mean broken? This was created by the sect's founding ancestor and has never malfunctioned." Yet Chen Mu's incredibly swift completion left him suspicious. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that other candidates were still struggling within the cave, confirming that the heart-questioning cave was functioning as intended. This scene immediately caught the attention of the observing elders above. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "1,000 years! I've finally found my destined disciple. Everyone, come to my celebration banquet in a few days." Before he could finish, other elders began to argue. "Ridiculous. This boy's mind is as firm as iron, has a natural affinity with my heart sect. Nonsense. I see that this child possesses the innate sword beneath belongs in my Lingjian peak. You must be blind. He clearly has a divine bone, a natural genius for body refinement." The situation quickly descended into chaos, with the elders on the verge of coming to blows. The young man in green watched in disbelief. Were these truly the same ancestors who always prioritized the unity of the sect? Did I pass or not? Chen Mu, too intimidated to look at the bickering elders, turned to the young man in green for clarification. The young man in green's thoughts raced. Seeing how fiercely the ancestors were competing, this boy must be a prodigy of the era. He was about to respond, "You've passed? I am the third elder of the Lingshu sect. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Before he could finish, a thunderous voice roared from above, "You insolent disciple! How dare you? I've seen people poach talents from others, but never from their own ancestors." The echo reverberated throughout the vast hall. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, panicking internally. "This is madness. I must have lost my mind to dare compete with a group of grandmasters for a disciple. Am I tired of living?" Since the grandmasters were communicating through sound transmissions, Chen Mu couldn't hear their conversation. At this moment, his sole focus was completing the task at hand. Everything else could wait. Besides, being the disciple of the third elder of the Lingshu sect was not a bad position. Weighing his options, he decided to proceed with the apprenticeship. "Master, please accept this disciples." Chen Mu was just about to bow when he noticed something odd. The young man in green had somehow already knelt before him. The unexpected turn of events left Chen Mu completely dumbfounded, his mind filled with countless question marks. Even someone as experienced as Chen Mu was momentarily at a loss. Wasn't he the one supposed to kneel during the apprenticeship ceremony? Why was the master kneeling instead? The young man in green, inwardly bitter, thought, "I must have been out of my mind earlier to try and snatch a disciple in front of the grandmasters. If I were going to do something like that, I should have done it discreetly. As for kneeling, well, that's easy to explain. Any one of those individuals above is someone I have to address as grandmaster. If Chen Mu gets accepted, he'd at least be my martial uncle." Ahem. I misspoke earlier, martial uncle. Please don't take it to heart. The young man in green explained awkwardly. This only left Chen Mu more puzzled. Weren't they about to take me as a disciple? How did I suddenly become your martial uncle? At that moment, the young man received a new directive. Take him to the sacred ancestor hall. Leave the rest to us. Hearing this, the young man trembled slightly, but breathed a sigh of relief. Had narrowly dodged a bullet. "Martial uncle, please follow me," the young man said, gesturing with his right hand. He carried Chen Mu through the clouds toward a grandiose palace. Within a few breaths, they landed in front of the hall. "Martial uncle, the grandmasters are waiting for you in the sacred ancestor hall. I have other urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you inside." With that, the young man hurriedly took his leave, as if afraid that lingering too long might get him dragged into trouble as well. Chen Mu stood before the imposing palace, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Pushing open the heavy doors, he saw over a dozen figures seated inside, the very same powerful individuals who had been standing in the clouds earlier. Good grief. Are they going to confront me about that scanning incident? Chen Mu's heart tightened. It was too late to flee, so he could only bow respectfully and greet them. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." His words broke the silence in the hall. One of the younger men smiled and said, "This young man is polite and well-mannered. Very good. Would you like to become my disciple?" Chen Mu instinctively wanted to agree, but before he could reply, the others began speaking up as well. "I am the patriarch of Lingjian Peak." An elderly man with flowing white beard stepped forward, his gaze sharp as lightning. "You possess the innate sword bone. If you take me as your master, you are destined to become a sword immortal in the future." Before his words had fully settled, another burly elder let out a cold snort. "What's so great about wielding swords? You should join my body refining peak. Harness the Tao with your physique. Shatter mountains and rivers with your fists. That's what a real man does." "Humph, so shallow." A third elder, his face calm and serene, shook his head. The strongest in Lingshu sect is my heart gate. With a single thought, you achieve eternity and immortality. What's the point of all this fighting and killing? Another elder chuckled as he spoke. Learn alchemy with me. Wherever you go, you'll be a revered guest. And if someone displeases you, just toss a few pills. There'll be plenty of people willing to handle the matter for you. The elders argued back and forth, their faces flushed with passion. Chen Mu stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. It took him a long moment to snap out of his daze. Am I really that gifted? To have all these powerful figures fighting over me? The debate grew increasingly heated, with the elders even beginning to hurl provocations at one another. Sword immortal? That's nothing. Let's see how many punches you can take from me. You muscle-brained oaf, say that again. Do you believe I won't just turn you into ash right here and now? For a brief moment, Chen Mu considered letting them fight it out, but he quickly dismissed the idea it would disrupt the sect's harmony, and he couldn't be responsible for that. Suddenly, he had a better idea. Ahem, seniors, how about hearing me out? Chen Mu stepped forward to interrupt their quarrel. The elders all let out a collective cold snort, but paused to listen. Honored seniors, there's no need to bicker. Chen Mu began carefully. Why not let me take all of you as my masters? That way, there's no need to fight, and it will also foster harmony within the sect. Silence fell over the scene for a moment before it erupted into hearty laughter. Only children make choices. As an adult, he'll take everything, Chen Mu thought to himself. After all, what's better than having one powerful backer? Why, having a whole group of them, of course. One of the elders eventually stopped laughing and explained. Young one, cultivating immortality isn't as simple as you imagine. Being a jack of all trades and master of none has never led anyone to success on multiple paths. If we actually agreed to your request, it would only ruin your extraordinary talent. I believe I can do it, Chen Mu insisted, his mind already formulating a plan. Even if he couldn't master all the paths himself, he could cultivate a powerful faction. By continually improving his ability to summon troops, there would come a day when his soldiers could rival immortals. And if he paired them with the right techniques and treasures, perhaps he could even restore the grandeur of ancient times. Of course, all of this depended on how reliable his golden finger, his cheat ability, turned out to be. Chen Mu was already drafting a heavenly court restoration plan in his mind. All right, young one, stop being so stubborn, one elder said again. We're doing this for your own good. Make your decision quickly, choose who you want as your master. Faced with the elders representing swordsmanship, alchemy, body cultivation, artifact refining, and the path of the heart, Chen Mu was deeply conflicted. As a dedicated gamer and relentless optimizer, he refused to limit himself to a single path of cultivation. He decided to try persuading them one more time. Ancestor, please give me a chance. Chen Mu knelt before the assembled ancestors, his tone sincere. This scene, however, caused the ancestors present to frown slightly. Some even showed clear displeasure on their faces. What good is talent if he's just an arrogant brat? A disciple like that is not worth taking. One of the ancestors snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing this, the other ancestors also began to leave one by one. Soon, only two people remained in the hall. A burly man with a muscular build and a swordsman holding a long sword. You really want this kind of disciple? Why are you still here? The burly man turned and glared at the swordsman. I'm not leaving. I think this kid has potential, the swordsman replied calmly. The burly man, realizing his plan had failed, sighed in resignation. Fine, kid, we can give you a chance, but there's one condition. Within 3 years, if you cannot break through to the second realm, you must choose one of us as your true master. Chen Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If all the ancestors had left, it would have been a complete loss. Thankfully, 2 of them were still willing to stay. Disciple Chen Mu greets both masters. He immediately bowed deeply in respect. I'm Zhao Wudi. You can call me Master Zhao. The burly man introduced himself first. My name is Li Chongqing. From now on, you can call me Master Li. The swordsman followed. Chen Mu bowed once more. Greetings, Master Zhao. Greetings, Master Li. The 2 ancestors nodded in satisfaction and simultaneously pointed their fingers at Chen Mu's forehead. Here are the cultivation techniques and immortal arts of our first realm. Absorb them well, and once you've fully mastered them, you may leave. Chen Mu felt a sudden heat at his forehead, followed by an icy chill. He was receiving 2 completely different types of cultivation techniques. The process lasted about a quarter of an hour before he fully assimilated them. At that moment, system notifications began to ring out in quick succession. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Job transfer successful. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden storyline. You have obtained the 7 Apertures Exquisite Sword Heart and the special title, 7 Apertures Exquisite Sword Heart. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden storyline. You have obtained the Heaven and Earth Overlord Physique and a special title, Heaven and Earth Overlord Physique. Chen Mu was left speechless in shock. The attributes of these two special titles made him gasp. 7 apertures Exquisite Sword Heart. Increases all sword-based attack damage by 500. Heaven and Earth Overlord Physique. Doubles base strength and stamina. These were not ordinary equipment skills but permanent special titles that would remain effective even at level 200 or 500. Thinking of the ancestors who had left, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Just these special titles alone would have been enough to skyrocket his strength if he had successfully apprenticed under them. The Hall of the Sacred Ancestors echoed with his sighs. After a long pause, Chen Mu finally composed himself, secretly hoping that one day he might have another chance to apprentice under those ancestors. It wasn't a matter of pride, those special titles were simply too tempting to ignore. Chen Mu checked his status panel. Name: Chen Mu. Title: 7 apertures Exquisite Sword Heart, Heaven and Earth Overlord Body. Occupation: Cultivation Disciple. Level: 30, Second Advancement. Attributes: Strength 2500, Stamina 2500, Speed 1250, Spirit 1750. Skills: Summon Soldiers from Beans, Chi Refining Technique, 5 Thunderstrike, Palm Thunder, Overlord Body Technique, Sword Cannon, etc. Weapon: Pure Yang Sword. Robe: Universal Dao Robe. Treasures: Immortal Slaying Flying Blade, Life and Death Ledger, Purple Gold Red Gourd, Soul Stabilizing Bell. Goodness, this status panel rivals some third-tier powerhouses. Chen Mu marveled to himself. With all my techniques combined, even a third-tier powerhouse would be done for. Just then, a sudden notification sounded. Task completed. Preparing to leave this world. Chen Mu's expression changed drastically. What? I'm not leaving. Don't I have the world proof? I want to stay. Before he could finish, a cold, mechanical voice responded. This world belongs to the grand cosmos. Low-level world consciousness artifacts cannot remain. Oh? Chen Mu was stunned. After finally gaining 2 incredibly powerful masters and seeing a future of ease, he was now being forced to leave. This is outrageous. Amid his furious outcry, his body began to dissipate into countless points of light, vanishing from this world. His roar caught the attention of an elder ancestor who came to investigate. No shouting in the sacred ancestor hall, the ancestor said sternly, but upon entering and finding the hall empty, his expression turned puzzled. Soon, other elder ancestors arrived. Zhao Wudi's eyes widened in anger. Where is my disciple? The first ancestor to arrive explained. I don't know. I heard shouting and came to reprimand. But when I entered, the person was already gone. Zhao Wudi immediately rolled up his sleeves and turned to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing, can you tolerate this? Let's team up and teach this old fool a lesson. Sensing the rising tension, a blind old man, his eyes covered with black cloth, hurried forward to mediate. Brother Zhang, Brother Li, there must be some misunderstanding. Allow me to divine the situation. The blind elder took out a tortoise shell, began shaking it, and chanted an incantation. However, the tortoise shell suddenly shattered, and the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Blind man, are you all right? Why did the divination explode? Zhao Wudi asked in alarm. The blind elder gave a bitter smile. I was nearly killed by your recklessness. The young friend is entangled in countless karmic threads. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be a corpse right now. So, my disciple is just gone? Zhao Wudi wailed. After all these years, I finally found someone I liked, and now he's disappeared. To be precise, he's left. Where he's gone, I cannot ascertain, but I can guarantee he is not in danger. Hearing this, the other elder ancestors gradually dispersed. Back at his residence, the blind elder's eyes flashed with deep apprehension. What he glimpsed in that brief moment had left him shaken to his core, and blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth. If he dwelled on it any longer, it might truly cost him his life. Such misfortune! Such misfortune! Chen Mu let out a heart-wrenching cry. Once again, he was transported back to the villa, collapsing onto the sofa like a soulless figure. He had been so close to dominating that grand world, only to be abruptly flung back to square one. The thought of the happiness that had been just within reach slipping away left Chen Mu utterly distraught. Even with his newfound surge in power, he felt no joy at this moment. Letting out a soft sigh, he suddenly recalled the proof of the world. Dabai, is there a more advanced version of this thing? Master, upgrading to a higher level proof of the world requires increased authority, Dabai patiently explained. Chen Mu immediately pressed further. How do I increase my authority? Without hesitation, Dabai displayed a task panel. You need to complete 1 5-star mission and 10 4-star missions. Here's an example of a 4-star mission. Name: Destroy the branch of the Celestial God Sect. Difficulty 4 stars. Objective: eliminate over 80 of the branch's members. Reward 100,000 Academy credits. Description: the branch is guarded by a third-rank expert and dozens of second-rank professionals. Dabai added, the difficulty of 5-star missions is comparable, but the third-rank expert will possess a hidden class, significantly increasing the danger level. Chen Mu exhaled deeply. The proposal was tempting, but on second thought, he realized he wouldn't be able to return to that grand world anytime soon. His next opportunity would likely come after reaching the third rank. Currently, as a second rank, he still had a long way to go. For now, his priority was to upgrade the equipment of his remaining soldiers. With his current strength, clearing second-rank dungeons was no longer an issue. The key was to choose the right dungeon to ensure the gear acquired would suit his soldiers' needs. Just then, Dabai suddenly reported, Master, the Academy has just announced that a test will be held in 2 days. The first-place winner will receive a customized set of equipment. A customized set? Can it be platinum grade? Chen Mu's interest was immediately piqued. At this point, golden-grade equipment no longer excited him much, as he could easily obtain it by farming dungeons. It can be specified. Dabai confirmed. Alright, let me know when the test begins. Chen Mu decided to participate, as more than half of his soldiers still needed new equipment and higher-grade mediums. Suddenly, he remembered that he should awaken a new skill after reaching the second rank. He quickly opened his panel to check. Name: sword control technique. Quality gold. Description: mastering this skill marks your official entry into the path of cultivation. Chen Mu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the information on the panel. Ha ha ha, oh my god. It's actually sword control technique. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. A few days ago, Chen Mu was still daydreaming about flying on a sword, and now, it had become a reality. As the sword control skill icon lit up, the pure yang sword was instantly summoned, gracefully circling around him. This sensation was entirely different from ordinary object manipulation skills. It felt as though the sword was connected to his mind, responding effortlessly to his thoughts. With a slight mental command, the pure yang sword shot forward like an arrow, passing straight through the wall. Even without visual contact, he could clearly sense its presence. This is truly sword control, he said with a satisfied smile, continuing to maneuver the pure yang sword through the air. Before long, he figured out its range limit: 100 meters. The skill level is too low, Chen Mu thought to himself. Once I master sword control, the range will definitely be much greater. He resolved to find time to max out the skill not just for its practical uses, but also for the sheer style. Besides, it was currently the only skill that perfectly complemented his 7 apertures exquisite sword heart. Recalling the pure yang sword, Chen Mu began experimenting with sword flight. He cautiously stepped onto the sword, ready to jump off at a moment's notice. However, his caution quickly proved unnecessary as he effortlessly balanced himself on the sword. Let's go. With a light command, the pure yang sword carried him into the air, though the low ceiling almost caused him to bump his head. Rubbing the spot where he nearly hit himself, Chen Mu decided to take his practice outdoors. Opening the map, he quickly pinpointed an artificial lake, an ideal place for a beginner to practice safely over water. Propelling the pure yang sword forward, Chen Mu soon arrived at the lakeside. At Hongming Academy, unless students were assigned specific tasks, it was rare to see anyone around, as most were busy exploring dungeons. This was one of the Academy's unparalleled advantages over other institutions. After ensuring the area was deserted, Chen Mu let loose. Forming a sword gesture with his fingers, he commanded the pure yang sword to dart and weave across the lake surface. Woohoo! He shouted, exhilarated by the rush of wind against his face. After half an hour of flying, Chen Mu decided it was time to head back. Through testing, he discovered that flying at full speed drained his energy reserves in about 15 minutes, though having elixirs on hand meant he didn't need to worry too much. Just as he was about to leave, a figure floating on the lake, fishing, caught his attention. Hongming Academy truly has hidden talents, Chen Mu thought. Even fishing is done while floating in midair. The fisherman waved at him, and considering this was Hongming Academy, Chen Mu decided it was worth investigating. Guiding his sword, he flew over. Sir, did you call for me? Chen Mu asked respectfully as he stood by the artificial lake. He knew very well that anyone fishing at the artificial lake of Hongming Academy was no ordinary person. The old man glanced up at the polite young man before him, a hint of approval in his eyes. Not much, really. I just noticed your unique way of flying and was curious about the technique. That's sword control, a skill exclusive to my profession, Chen Mu replied honestly. The old man didn't seem particularly impressed and instead joked. What a shame. Such a graceful and flashy technique to be unbeatable if used to show off. Chen Mu froze for a moment, surprised that this elderly man, who looked at least 70 or 80, was familiar with the term showing off. He quickly said, a bit flustered, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing Chen Mu eager to leave, the old man cut to the chase, taking out a ring. Actually, I do have something I need your help with. Chen Mu was about to politely decline, but his attention was immediately drawn to the ring's attributes. Name, Dao Ring. Class, Taoist Cultivator. Quality, Platinum Upgradable. Skill, Essence of Taoism. Required level, level 30. Description: a sacred relic of a powerful Taoist master, granting additional skill proficiency when performing Taoist or magical techniques. Chen Mu's breath caught. The ring's attributes were a perfect solution to his current problem of slow skill proficiency growth after his second-class advancement. Sir, please tell me, what do you need help with? Chen Mu instantly adjusted his attitude, though he felt a bit uneasy, worried that the old man might request something overly demanding. The old man casually tossed the ring to Chen Mu. I think the fish in this pond are getting a bit monotonous. Just bring me some new species whenever you clear a dungeon. Chen Mu caught the ring, momentarily stunned. He had mentally prepared for a life-threatening mission, only to find that the task was as simple as catching fish. This reminded him of a news story from his past life. Divorces can happen, but fishing must never stop. Clearly, this fishing enthusiast had reached an obsessive level. What's wrong? Think this deal isn't worth it? Then give the ring back, the old man suddenly said. No, it's perfect. Absolutely worth it. Chen Mu quickly assured him. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure your pond is teeming with life. All right then, don't disturb me while I'm fishing. Just remember your promise, the old man said with a wave of his hand. Understanding the cue, Chen Mu took his leave, stepping onto his sword and soaring into the sky. Watching his departing figure, the old man smiled meaningfully. What an interesting young man. Even a severed inheritance can be rekindled by him. The ring was one of the earliest treasures he had obtained. Chen Mu knew that for a cultivator, the future was nearly non-existent. Even if they could burn their lifespan for deductions, it was ultimately just a one-time consumable. Now that the ring was in his possession, it seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Returning to the villa, Chen Mu hummed a cheerful tune, his earlier worries completely swept away. He couldn't wait to test out the newly acquired ring and immediately began experimenting with it. While training in the sword manual, you have gained 20 proficiency points. The system notification popped up 3 times in a row. The effect of doubling his proficiency left Chen Mu thoroughly pleased. He began mentally planning when he could upgrade the quality of the ring. This discovery also sparked a train of thought in Chen Mu's mind. If there were equipment that could enhance proficiency, then other items might have similar functionalities. He couldn't help but dream how amazing would it be to acquire a Dao comprehension tree? Of course, such a top-tier spiritual root, coveted even in a prehistoric world, was merely a fanciful thought for now. Returning to reality, Chen Mu started browsing through the list of second-tier dungeons. Compared to before, the dungeon variety and monsters had expanded significantly. There was even a slime dungeon. Unfortunately, since he couldn't upgrade his bean soldier skill yet, this dungeon was temporarily useless to him. The idea of purchasing a platinum-grade skill upgrade scroll was also off the table since joining the academy. These items had been perpetually out of stock. While it was possible to obtain one by defeating a platinum-grade boss, the 0.1 drop rate, even with added luck bonuses, meant it was purely a gamble, with a poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Before long, a particular dungeon caught Chen Mu's attention. The Whispering Forest Sovereign, rated 4 stars. Not only could this dungeon drop the Black Dragon set, but it also offered dragon blood crystals. With some luck, assembling a dragon blood squad could be within reach. This 4-star dungeon likely corresponded to a third-tier Black Dragon, making it a perfect opportunity to test his strength after his second-tier advancement. After comparing it to other dungeons, Chen Mu concluded that this one had the best value for his efforts and immediately chose to enter. Accompanied by the familiar sensation of weightlessness, Chen Mu blinked and found himself at the edge of a dense forest. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed through the air, triggering memories of his recent near-maddening encounters with Apiccio. Irritated, Chen Mu instantly flashed to the side of a massive wolf, 3 to 4 meters in length. Before it could react, he smashed its head with a single punch, reducing it to a bloody mess. "Shut up, you damn mutt!" His roar, combined with the gruesome scene, struck fear into the hearts of the other giant wolves nearby. A war. The surrounding pack of giant wolves let out threatening howls, their echoes reverberating through the forest. Chen Mu's expression darkened. "I told you, I don't want to hear that sound again." With that, he lightly tossed the pure yang sword into the air. The blade transformed into a streak of light, darting through the wolf pack like a flash of lightning. Thud, thud. The sound of the sword piercing through skulls rang out repeatedly. These silver-eared giant wolves stood no chance, falling one after another. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. Over 30 wolves were slain in less than 10 seconds. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Forest giant wolf slain. Mid-air magic crystal obtained. The notification sounded 3 times in succession. Chen Mu examined the unexpected rewards. Name, mid-tier magic crystal. Quality, silver deer. Description, can be used as an energy core. Crafting material? Chen Mu lost interest and decided to sell it off at the next opportunity. As he prepared to move forward, a much larger forest wolf emerged before him. Chen Mu immediately activated his scanning skill. Name: Forest Wolf King. Level: 55. Quality: Gold tier. Skills: Bite, Pounce, Rapid Healing, Bleeding Strike. Drop rate: 100 chance for gold tier items. Description: A wolf king with lofty ambitions. A mini-boss? Chen Mu murmured, still showing no intention of summoning his soldiers. For this dungeon, he was determined to break through alone. The Forest Wolf King raised its head proudly, its cold gaze sweeping over Chen Mu. Just as it was about to howl, Chen Mu's figure suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the Wolf King. Palm thunder. A burst of lightning struck the Wolf King squarely on the head. Never having faced such an attack before, the Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot as it opened its massive jaws to retaliate. But the pure yang sword was faster. With a series of sharp clangs, the Wolf King's razor-sharp teeth were shattered completely. Chen Mu caught the returning pure yang sword, his entire body radiating a menacing aura. The Wolf King, sensing a mortal threat, instinctively tucked its tail between its legs. Follow my lead and I won't kill you. Woof woof. The Wolf King looked confused, as if the sound was both familiar and foreign to it. Bark. Chen Mu demanded, pressing the pure yang sword closer. Under the threat of the sword, the Wolf King reluctantly gave in. Woof woof. Woof woof. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. From now on, that's how you'll sound. If I hear you howl again, I'll kill you. To prove his point, Chen Mu swung the pure yang sword, its light flashing as hundreds of ancient trees fell in unison. The blade then returned smoothly to his hand. The Wolf King, now thoroughly intimidated, barked even more earnestly. Woof woof. Woof woof. With the matter settled, Chen Mu turned his attention to finding the Black Dragon. Opening his map, he couldn't help but curse the destination was ridiculously far away. After a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea of flying with his sword and instead summoned his Pishio as a mount. The Pishio materialized and immediately noticed the toothless Wolf King. Its excitement was palpable, as it had always been fond of wolves. A whoa! The Pishio howled enthusiastically. The sound instinctively triggered a response from the Wolf King. But upon catching Chen Mu's sharp gaze, it quickly changed its tune. Woof woof. Woof woof. The sudden shift left the Pishio in puzzled silence. Still a foreign wolf, huh? Get lost. Chen Mu muttered, patting the Pishio with exasperation. Perhaps due to the language barrier, the creature's enthusiasm waned. Without hesitation, it carried Chen Mu towards the Black Dragon's cave. Behind them, the occasional sound of sharp barking echoed through the air. They hadn't traveled far when a deep growl suddenly emanated from up ahead. Roar. The sound was somewhat weak, likely from the Black Dragon itself. The young Pishio beneath Chen Mu immediately responded with its own cry, a woof. Though still in its juvenile stage, its voice easily overpowered the Black Dragon's roar. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, that cry startled the Black Dragon awake from its slumber. Without any hesitation, it spread its leathery wings and flew out of the cave. Moments later, the Black Dragon landed directly in front of Chen Mu. It was a black, lizard-like dragon, about 10 meters in length. Arrogantly, it sneered at Chen Mu. Human, are you here to kiss the great Black Dragon King's toes? Chen Mu rolled his eyes. He had long heard tales of the lizard dragon's excessive arrogance, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. A lizard like you dares to call itself a dragon? You dare insult the great Black Dragon King? I sentence you to death. The Black Dragon's pupils contracted sharply, and it dove toward him in fury. Seeing this, the young Pishio beneath Chen Mu grew excited, ready to charge forward, but Chen Mu stopped it. You head back for now. This guy's my punching bag didn't steal my fun. With his right hand forming a sword gesture, Chen Mu summoned the pure yang sword to meet the incoming attack. The Black Dragon, sensing danger, abruptly halted its dive midair. Feel the wrath of the Black Dragon King's breath. It roared, abandoning close combat. Its throat quivered, and in the next moment, a fierce jet of flames erupted from its mouth. Chen Mu deftly maneuvered the pure yang sword to evade the attack not out of fear of damage, but out of sheer disgust. To him, dragon breath was no different from a spit attack. Huh, scared now? Too late. The great Black Dragon King will burn you to ashes, the dragon jeered. Whoosh. The pure yang sword accelerated and pierced through the dragon's body, causing thick, sticky dragon blood to spill out. You dare harm the Black Dragon King? I'll kill you, the dragon bellowed in rage. Slash. Before it could finish its sentence, the pure yang sword struck again, carving a deep, bone-revealing wound on one of the dragon's wings. The injury drove the dragon into a frenzy. It unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, far more powerful than before, melting the iron and stone beneath them in an instant. Chen Mu observed as the dragon's injured wing began healing at an astonishing speed. No wonder it's so hard to deal with. Its regenerative ability is insane, he thought. What a pity if only I had mastered the first level of the sword manual and awakened sword energy. I wouldn't even need to wait for this thing to recover. I could kill it effortlessly. Chen Mu pondered to himself. But for now, he had another plan. Paralysis spell, he shouted. The massive black dragon, over 10 meters long, suddenly froze in place. The pure yang sword, propelled by a gust of air, flew straight toward the dragon's forehead. In the blink of an eye, it exited through the back of the dragon's skull, carrying with it fragments of red and white. At that moment, the paralysis effect wore off, yet Chen Mu didn't hear any indication of the dragon's demise. Damn it, why are third-tier creatures as tough as cockroaches? He muttered, glancing at the black dragon's condition. Despite its severe injuries, it continued to struggle. Go, Chen Mu commanded, directing the pure yang sword once again. Facing the resilient black dragon, Chen Mu opted for the most direct approach, piercing its vital points with the pure yang sword. A series of squelching sounds echoed as each thrust of the blade caused a burst of blood to erupt from the dragon's body. In less than half a minute, the system notification chimed. Ding! Black dragon slain. Reward: 5 fragments of a damaged divine technique inheritance. As the black dragon collapsed, a complete set of black dragon equipment dropped to the ground. Though it didn't yield a dragon blood crystal, considering this was likely an immature black dragon, the lower quality of the equipment was understandable. Even so, the overall performance of the set far surpassed that of ordinary platinum-grade pieces. Just as Chen Mu was about to re-enter the dungeon, a faintly shimmering gourd appeared before him. Though its appearance hadn't noticeably changed, his intuition told him this treasure had become far more dangerous. Ding! Your treasure, the immortal slaying flying dagger, has completed its transformation and reached platinum grade. Chen Mu was elated. The immortal slaying flying dagger had always been his most reliable treasure. He opened the attribute panel to inspect it. Name: Immortal slaying flying dagger. Grade: Platinum upgradable. Required level: None. Skill: Please, my treasure, turn around. Soul energy: 010,000. Description: A weakened version of the immortal slaying flying dagger. Its grade can be upgraded, eventually reaching the primordial version of the immortal slaying flying dagger. Apart from the increased soul energy cap, the other attributes hadn't changed much. But Chen Mu knew that even if the panel didn't reflect it, the weapon's lethality had undoubtedly surged. The higher the monster's quality, the more soul energy it would provide. He remembered being just a few points short of a breakthrough before this time. Slaying the black dragon had instantly maxed it out. Re-entering the dungeon, Chen Mu decided to keep a low profile. With his strength already confirmed, there was no need to make another move. Maintaining the impression of being unremarkable among others and waiting for an opportune moment to strike was the wiser choice. Yin Xian, you're in charge of the team. Don't let me down, he instructed before retreating to the rear to focus on cultivating his techniques. Both the sword cannon, which could awaken sword energy, and the overlord body technique, which enhanced strength and endurance, required continual effort to master. Yes, my lord, Yin Xian responded, promptly organizing the squad into action. The melee soldiers swiftly cleared the surrounding forest wolves, while the archers targeted distant enemies. After a single round of attacks, the area was cleared in an instant. When the Wolf King charged out of the dense forest, the Dragon Blood soldiers already on high alert launched their assault. Despite the Wolf King's high level, it was soon covered in wounds under the relentless barrage. Finally, a soldier wielding a giant axe seized the opportunity and struck a decisive blow, severing the Wolf King's neck. Watching his soldiers' seamless teamwork, Chen Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. Their strength had grown, and their tactical coordination had become so refined that they no longer needed his direct guidance to execute flawless attacks. Gazing toward the direction where the black dragon once loomed, Chen Mu pondered for a moment before summoning his Pishio. Go on. Let out a few roars and provoke the enemy. The eyes of the Pishio widened in an instant, as if it had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Call it. Lure that drake over here, Chen Mu said coldly, casting a sidelong glance. Without hesitation, the Pishio let out a piercing, ghostly howl. Almost immediately, a furious dragon roar echoed from the distance. Seeing the plan take effect, Chen Mu swiftly recalled the Pishio. Moments later, a raging black dragon descended from the skies. Human, have you come to? The black dragon's words were cut short as Yin Xian's charged arrow shot through the air. The dragon managed to dodge just in time, but the fury in its eyes burned even brighter. Roar! The black dragon unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath from high above. Anticipating this, 2 heavily armored tiger soldiers raised their massive shields, firmly blocking the deadly attack. Meanwhile, sharpshooters seized the opportunity, releasing a barrage of arrows that whistled through the air. Focused on breathing fire, The black dragon failed to notice the incoming arrows in time. Its body was instantly riddled with wounds, blood splattering in the air, though it showed no sign of stopping its fiery assault. Chen Mu, who had initially intended to stay out of the action, shook his head in frustration. Such an attack might suffice against a typical third-tier monster, but against a black dragon renowned for its immense health and regenerative abilities, a prolonged battle of endurance seemed inevitable. Without further hesitation, Chen Mu summoned the pure yang sword and activated a binding spell. Freeze! The pure yang sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight through the black dragon's head. The soldiers seized the rare opening, launching a relentless series of attacks with audible thuds and squelches. Though the damage dealt was still far from ideal platinum-grade capabilities, would have made this encounter much easier. Chen Mu's swordsmanship continued to target the dragon's vital points with precision. Before long, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the black dragon. You have obtained a dragon blood crystal. Just as Chen Mu was about to summon a dragon blood soldier, Yin Xian hurried over. My lord, this time we've acquired a set of black dragon armor and this. She handed over an item that turned out to be a platinum skill upgrade scroll, capable of elevating a gold quality skill to platinum level. Holy crap! Chen Mu exclaimed, elated. I knew my luck wasn't bad. Only 2 black dragons, and I already got something this amazing. Without hesitation, he chose to use the scroll. The system prompt followed. Ding! The summon soldiers from Bean's skill has 2 upgrade paths detected. Please choose. 1. Enhance quantity of summons. Greatly increase the number of summoned soldiers. 2. Enhance quality of summons. Significantly boost the combat abilities of each individual soldier. I choose 2. Chen Mu said without hesitation. He had already experienced firsthand the advantages brought by high combat power, and he was convinced this was the right development path. He began imagining the future once every soldier was equipped with a few magical treasures. They could go anywhere they wanted. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! The quality of scatter beans to create soldiers has been upgraded to platinum level. Chen Mu immediately began casting the spell, holding the freshly acquired dragon blood crystal in his hand. He declared loudly, turn day into night, scatter beans to create soldiers. Before his voice had even faded, a selection screen popped up before him. 1. Elite Guard Centurion. 2. Elite Heavy Infantry. 3. Elite Archer. 4. Elite Axe Soldier. 5. Elite Light Cavalry. Compared to before, there was now an additional option: Light Cavalry. Chen Mu's heart leapt with joy. On the battlefield, cavalry was undoubtedly a devastating force. I choose 5. The dragon blood crystal in his hand began to slowly melt, heightening Chen Mu's anticipation. He was eager to see what attributes these dragon blood-infused light cavalry would possess. Soon, a commanding figure appeared before him. Mounted on a black horse, clad in black armor, wielding a spear, and carrying a bow on his back. Just in appearance alone, this light cavalry soldier was already the most striking among all the troops. But for Chen Mu, strength was what truly mattered. He immediately checked the stats. Name: Elite Light Cavalry Dragon Blood. Level: 46. Quality: Platinum. Skills: 1 against 1,000, Dragon Bloodline. Attributes: Strength 1700, Endurance 1100, Speed 1600, Spirit 800. Equipment: None. Medium: Dragon Blood Crystal. The description indicated that this unit carried dragon blood in its veins, granting it a higher potential ceiling. The 1 against 1,000 skill allowed its strength and speed to continuously increase during a full speed charge, while the Dragon Bloodline skill enabled it to grow stronger as the quality of its mount improved. Holy crap! Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Both the base attributes and the 2 skills were absolute game changers for light cavalry. More importantly, this unit could switch mounts if he could capture a dragon. Wouldn't that mean he could create true dragon knights? Of course, even the lowest grade drakes were not easy to obtain. These creatures were incredibly proud and would either have to accept you or be killed. However, as a compromise, acquiring some gold-tier mounts shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Mu was already planning to study this issue thoroughly once he returned. With the quality of scatter beans to create soldiers upgraded, the attributes of the previously summoned troops had also improved significantly, all reaching Tier 3 levels. Skill information displayed. Name: Scatter beans to create soldiers. Proficiency: 4. Equipment bonus: 3 levels. Quality: Platinum. Quantity: 15,100. This upgrade had directly increased the summonable unit limit by 60. Chen Mu's first reaction wasn't excitement but a bit of concern. Managing the previous 40 soldiers had already kept him busy for quite some time. Now, with the capacity to summon 100 soldiers, it meant he'd need to spend even more time in dungeons. On second thought, though, this was still a good problem to have. Chen Mu decided not to continue farming the Black Dragon dungeon. Now that scatter beans to create soldiers had reached platinum quality, he planned to pay a visit to an old acquaintance, the Earth Slime. Though it wasn't his preference, the skill books dropped by the Earth Slime were simply too enticing. They could significantly reduce the skill growth period. Chen Mu quickly navigated through the system and located a second-tier slime dungeon. The dungeon was titled, "Have You Witnessed Our Peak?" with a difficulty rating of 3 stars. The description read, "Here gathers a group of the strongest slimes, commanding the mightiest forces." Reading this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Mu's eyes. Peak moments? Could slimes have ever experienced glory? With curiosity, he entered the dungeon. The scenery around him shifted instantly, revealing a vast open plain. The most striking feature was a massive castle ahead, sprawling across nearly 10,000 square meters. Slimes built a castle? Chen Mu muttered in disbelief. But before he could process it further, a swarm of slimes had already surrounded him. Scanning the area, he noticed that the weakest of these slimes were at the silver tier, with a few particularly large ones reaching gold tier quality. A smirk appeared on Chen Mu's lips. Perfect time to replenish my elixir stock. Turn day to night, scatter beans to form soldiers, he chanted. With the spell cast, a group of elite guards materialized, and the scene quickly descended into a one-sided massacre. Truth be told, without the contributions of these slimes, Chen Mu wouldn't have reached his current level of power. The sound of slimes being slain echoed continuously as each one was taken down with a single strike. Over 1,000 silvertier slimes fell in less than 3 minutes, while the system notifications came in rapid succession. Acquired advanced rejuvenation elixir. Acquired silver tier scatter beans to soldiers. Acquired ancestral tetanus blade. Just as Chen Mu was about to head toward the castle, his peripheral vision caught a peculiar sight. A slime with a wooden attribute skin suddenly emerged from the ground. Before he could react, the slime began devouring the corpses of its fallen companions. Yanxin was about to fire an arrow, but Chen Mu stopped her. Hold on. This little guy's interesting. The hybrid slime ravenously consumed the remains of various types of its own kind without hesitation. At first, nothing seemed unusual, and Chen Mu was about to lose interest when a small flame suddenly appeared atop the slime's head. What the? Chen Mu quickly activated his scanning ability. The system displayed. Name, slime. Talent, devour evolution. Quality, gold tier. Skills, fireball, earth escape, gradual regeneration. Drop rate upon defeat, 100 silvertier items. Description, future king. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was practically the chosen one of the slime world. A devouring talent like this was unheard of in low-level monsters. Not only could it consume its prey, but it could also acquire their abilities. Isn't this basically a wild version of the Slime King? Of course, it was still far behind the Slime King that could devour dragonkind. If only I could tame it, Chen Mu thought to himself. Letting it devour the monsters I defeat, its potential would surpass that of the death worm by far. If it were an intelligent creature, Chen Mu definitely wouldn't consider recruiting it. As for the slime, it might be worth a try to deceive it. The most important thing was that Chen Mu didn't sense any prying eyes, which indicated that the will of this world didn't value this slime much. He quickly approached it. Perhaps sensing Chen Mu's arrival, the slime shrank back slightly but didn't immediately burrow into the ground to escape. Chen Mu tossed a mid-grade magic crystal to test the slime's attitude. To his surprise, the slime accepted it without hesitation, swallowing the crystal on the spot. Without pausing, Chen Mu continued to throw more magic crystals. If he could leave a good impression, it would increase the chances of successfully taming it. After devouring about 7 crystals, the slime stopped, seemingly reaching a critical point. It needed to consume the energy within its body before it could continue. Suddenly, with a soft poof, it used Earth Escape and disappeared. Witnessing this, even with Chen Mu's good temper, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Seriously? Was this a joke? Just then, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have established a karmic link with the Destiny Slime and gained 1 point of fortune, which has been automatically converted into luck value. Unexpectedly, there was a twist of fate. This meant he still had a chance. The next time they met, he planned to continue feeding it. Even if he failed to tame it, he could still gain some luck value. With these thoughts, Chen Mu headed toward the castle. The slimes he had just killed weren't nearly enough to level up his skills. He decided to explore the slime world. Since it was only a low-level world, there was no resistance entering it, and he got in with ease. Before he could take in his surroundings, he noticed a large number of magical beasts attacking and tearing apart the slimes nearby. This sight instantly angered Chen Mu. Stop! You beasts, those are mine! He roared. At his command, the guards around him charged forward, catching the magical beasts off guard. To them, this felt like meddling in someone else's business. In no time, the magical beasts were cleared out. Without giving the bewildered slimes a chance to recover, Chen Mu declared, the enemies are dealt with. Now you're all mine. With a sly grin, he gave the order. The soldiers immediately understood and began slaughtering the surrounding slimes. The slimes? The magical beasts? Chen Mu couldn't help but notice a pattern. Anything tied to destiny seemed destined for misfortune. If Yi Tian wasn't being hunted, he was on the run. And this slime? Its entire species was being bullied. Truly tragic. To speed things up, Chen Mu personally joined the slime massacre. The battle ended quickly, leaving over 1,000 bean soldier summoning skill books in Chen Mu's system inventory. Use. As the command echoed, the number of skill books rapidly decreased. Ding. Bean soldier summoning has gained 3,000 skill proficiency points. Ding. Bean soldier summoning has gained 3,000 skill proficiency points. This time, not all the skill books were used. 213 remained. Forget it, they'll keep them. Chen Mu murmured to himself. He briefly considered whether he should help other Taoists or sell the books to Longhua. Shaking his head lightly, he turned his attention to the rest of his soldiers. At this moment, all of them had reached level 66, firmly establishing themselves as third-tier combatants. After some thought, Chen Mu decided to check the light cavalry's stats again. Chen Mu examined the attribute panel of his newly acquired Imperial Light Cavalry. Name: Imperial Light Cavalry Dragonblood. Level: 66. Quality: Platinum. Skills: 1 against 1,000, Dragonblood lineage. Attributes: Strength 2,100, Stamina 1,500, Speed 2020, Spirit 1,200. Equipment: None. Dragonblood Crystal. This Imperial Light Cavalry contained Dragonblood within its body, with all 4 primary attributes surpassing the 1,000 mark. Strength and speed, in particular, had directly exceeded 2,000, as expected of a Tier 3 life form. If it were equipped with a set of platinum-grade gear. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan, charging into the enemy ranks, 7 times in and out. This line suddenly echoed in Chen Mu's mind, igniting his fighting spirit. He had already made up his mind to equip this Imperial Light Cavalry with a full set of cavalry gear and pair it with a platinum-grade mount. It would undoubtedly become the strongest force under his command. He was determined to claim first place in this test. As for his classmates, weakness itself is a sin. After recalling all his subordinates, Chen Mu used the sword control technique to step onto his pure yang sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped toward the ancient castle. However, as he ascended higher, he began to notice something unusual. A large number of magical beasts were systematically and methodically slaughtering slimes. This was clearly a war between species. Wait a second. If all the slimes are wiped out, where will I grind skill proficiency in the future? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Mu couldn't help but curse. But he ignored the battle below and accelerated toward the depths of the castle. Soon, he spotted a large number of gold-quality slimes engaged in fierce combat with the magical beasts. Among those of the same quality, it took nearly 10 slimes to barely hold back a single magical beast. It was no surprise as slimes as a species had inherently low potential. Even at high quality, they were still among the weakest. Suddenly, a roar erupted from deep within the castle, clearly the aura of a Tier 3 creature. Chen Mu followed the sound, passing through a path littered with slime corpses. The scene was highly unusual. If there were a platinum quality Tier 3 existence among the slime population, it should have developed intelligence and led its kind to migrate and seek refuge. Why were they still fighting to the death here? Surrender. Continuing this fight will only lead to more unnecessary casualties. A deep voice guided Chen Mu to the battlefield where the high-level combat was taking place. He saw several figures locked in battle. One of them resembled an elf, while the others were all magical beasts, every one of them Tier 3 entities. Casting a scanning spell on the elf-like figure. Name: Slime King. Talent: Evolution through Devouring. Level: 65. Quality: Platinum. Skills: Rapid Regeneration, Windblade, Claw Rend, Aerial Slam, Flame Breath, Thunder Explosion. Drop rate on defeat. Special item 100. Description: King of the Old Days. Seeing this attribute panel, Chen Mu froze. Could it really be that little guy? Due to the time discrepancy between the dungeon and the real world, he couldn't confirm it for now. Chen Mu observed the scene before him and quickly recognized the disparity in strength between the two sides. He realized that this Slime King was none other than the chosen one of the previous generation. Take your people and leave, a third-tier magical beast commanded arrogantly. The Slime King stood motionless, uttering a single cold word. Leave. This unexpected response stunned the third-tier beasts. In the hierarchy of monsters, slimes were always at the bottom, never showing such audacity. Enough talking. Let's take it down together. One of the beasts growled coldly, assuming an attacking stance. The others quickly spread out, forming a surrounding formation. Leave. The Slime King's tone remained as icy as before, as if the imminent threat was of no consequence. A mere slime, where do you get your courage? Freezing ray. A frost hawk in midair unleashed a bone-chilling blast of cold air. The Slime King reacted swiftly, raising a hand to release a surge of blazing flames that clashed directly with the freezing ray. Taking advantage of the distraction, a two-headed wolf darted in with lightning speed, both heads baring their fangs for a vicious bite. In an instant, countless tendrils extended from the Slime King's back, not only perfectly defending but also ensnaring the two-headed wolf tightly. Sparks of electricity crackled between the tendrils, leaving the wolf smoking. If not for its third-ear strength, it might have already perished. The third Biasta porcupine-like creature raised its tail and launched a barrage of sharp quills. The Slime King reacted immediately, using the captured two-headed wolf as a shield, blocking the attack entirely. Damn you, pig. I'll bite you to death one day. The two-headed wolf snarled in pain. The first wave of attacks was effortlessly neutralized by the Slime King. With a swift motion, it flung the two-headed wolf aside like trash and repeated coldly, "Leave." The three magical beasts hesitated, their confidence visibly shaken. The Frost Hawk tried to negotiate. "If you take your people and leave this place, we promise not to attack again. The will of the king cannot be broken. I am the Slime King." The firm refusal left the three beasts in an awkward position. It was clear that subduing this Slime King would come at a great cost. As the standoff continued, a voice echoed from outside the castle. "You three are utterly useless. A mere Slime King, and you still haven't taken it down? Flame Lion King, over here." The three beasts perked up with relief at the sound. Moments later, a majestic crimson lion strode confidently into the castle. Chen Mu immediately activated his scanning skill. Name: Flame Lion King. Level: 87. Grade: Platinum. Skills: Incinerate, Flame Charge, Cross Flame Slash, Flame Annihilation Orb, Flame Shroud. Drop rate: Platinum items 100. Description: a Lion King with a harem of 3,000. Ruler of his era. This lion's probably exhausted from all that. Chen Mu couldn't help but mutter to himself. He's living better than an emperor. The Flame Lion King approached slowly, towering over the Slime King. "You've come a long way to get here. They'll spare your life. Take your people and leave this place." "I won't repeat myself." This time, the Slime King fell into a prolonged silence. The legacy of the king must not be broken. The voice of the Slime King echoed once more, a flash of determination glimmering in its eyes. The Crimson Flame Lion King narrowed its eyes at the scene, letting out a disdainful chuckle. In an instant, it launched a sudden attack, its massive claw stomping down fiercely toward the Slime King. The Slime King reacted swiftly, transforming into a bone shield to block the strike. With a thunderous boom, the shield managed to absorb the fatal blow, but the sheer force sent the Slime King's entire body crashing into the ground, an unknown liquid seeping from its mouth. "Your defiance irritates me," the Crimson Flame Lion King sneered coldly. "I've changed my mind. Not only will I take back my previous words, but I will also wipe out the entire slime race." The Slime King's body instantly liquefied, flowing through the cracks in the ground and quickly reforming nearby. This move caught the Crimson Flame Lion King slightly off guard. "No wonder those three weaklings couldn't defeat you. To think you could withstand one of my attacks. But unfortunately for you, you have no idea who you're dealing with." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the Crimson Flame Lion King's body ignited with scorching flames, the surrounding temperature spiking dramatically. It turned into a fiery blur, unleashing a torrential rain of claw strikes that repeatedly sent the Slime King's body flying. Chen Mu stood on the sidelines, frowning as he observed. This level 87 boss was indeed formidable, boasting a speed of over 5,000 and equally impressive stats in other areas. Without using his trump cards, it would be difficult to match its strength. The Slime King attempted to counter with ice-based skills, but to little effect. Its body began to emit black smoke under the relentless assault. The Crimson Flame Lion King mocked. Any other third-tier creature would have lost half its life by now under such blows. But you're a surprisingly durable punching bag. After a prolonged beating, the Crimson Flame Lion King seemed to grow bored. "Enough. It's time to end this." Crimson Flame Cross Slash. Its claws were instantly engulfed in crimson fire, radiating deadly heat as they slashed toward the Slime King. Just as Chen Mu prepared to intervene, a small half-meter slime suddenly appeared, spitting a stream of water at the Crimson Flame Lion King. The sight of water enraged the fire-averse lion, and with a furious roar, it shifted its attention to the tiny creature. Seizing the opportunity, the Slime King liquefied once more and wrapped itself around the Crimson Flame Lion King's body, weakly shouting, "Run!" However, instead of fleeing, the little slime braced itself, preparing to spit water again. This was none other than the small slime Chen Mu had previously supported. Watching this unfold, Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Showing up now is practically suicide. "Get lost." The crimson flame Lion King roared, furiously tearing at the liquid binding its body. Its blazing flames scorched the Slime King's form, reducing it to mere remnants. A few taunting wind blades flew toward the lion, causing minimal damage but further fueling its rage. Freeing itself from the last traces of the Slime King, the crimson flame Lion King charged directly at the little slime. Watching his investment about to go up in smoke, Chen Mu could no longer hold back. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as the pure yang sword streaked across the sky, aimed directly at the crimson flame Lion King's vital spot. But the experienced Lion King seemed to have eyes on its back, dodging sideways at the last possible moment. Who dares? The crimson flame Lion King roared in fury. As the undisputed ruler of this region, it had never been subjected to such humiliation. When it saw the intruder was a human, a flicker of surprise crossed its eyes. After all, even a fourth-tier magus would find it nearly impossible to set foot on this magical beast plane. I advise you to stay out of this, even if you have a fourth-tier powerhouse behind you, the Lion King warned coldly. Fourth tier? Chen Mu chuckled inwardly. If he could summon his two rather unconventional masters, he could turn this entire continent upside down. But outwardly, he remained calm and sneered. Trash like that? They're not even worthy of being my backers. This statement left the Lion King momentarily stunned, its gaze becoming uncertain. All right, I'm protecting this little one. The rest? Not my concern, Chen Mu said as he began walking toward the small slime. Just as victory seemed within reach, the tiny slime suddenly sprayed out a jet of water, hitting the crimson flame Lion King squarely. Instantly, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. You can't protect it. No one can. Even if the god of magic himself descended, this creature will die today. The Lion King snarled, its killing intent surging. Feeling the overwhelming hostility, Chen Mu quickly weighed his options. In the end, he chose to pull out the 10,000 Swords Converge talisman. His other methods were either not powerful enough or unsuitable for a direct confrontation. This was as good a time as any to test his luck. By the heavens, obey my command, Chen Mu whispered as the talisman ignited in an instant. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of spectral sword images coalesced behind him. Seeing this, the crimson flame Lion King's legs nearly gave out. It immediately tried to negotiate. Let's talk this out. There's no need to go this far. If you dare harm it, your fate is sealed, Chen Mu declared coldly. The Lion King was baffled. You humans kill slimes all the time, and now you're playing protector? Have you no shame? Go. At Chen Mu's command, a torrential rain of swords descended. The crimson flame Lion King turned to drag a few others down with it, only to find that the three magical beasts it had been relying on had vanished without a trace. Curse you all. You deserve to die, it bellowed, a high-pressure fireball forming in its mouth and launching toward the incoming sword rain. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the sky as the fireball detonated midair. The crimson flame Lion King, realizing its attack was ineffective, hastily raised its front paw in an attempt to defend itself. With a sharp swish, the gleaming sword shadow severed its paw cleanly. No, please don't kill me. The crimson flame Lion King let out a desperate cry for mercy, but the relentless sword shadows continued to descend. Despite its immense strength, the mighty beast lasted only half a minute before being utterly destroyed, its massive body reduced to shreds. Ding! You have slain the crimson flame Lion King and obtained the concentrated bloodline of the crimson flame Lion King. The system notification caught Chen Mu off guard. He quickly opened his inventory to inspect the new item. Name: Concentrated bloodline of the crimson flame Lion King. Quality: Platinum. Description: when consumed by a lion-type mount, it evolves into the crimson flame Lion King. Wow, I finally have a mount for my light cavalry. Chen Mu's eyes lit up with excitement. Now all I need is a set of platinum quality cavalry equipment. If I can achieve first place in the test, it'll be mine. Thinking about the crimson flame Lion King's overwhelming power that far surpassed a juvenile black dragon, Chen Mu felt the last trace of reluctance in his heart fade away. The spirit talisman had been well spent. Having such a mount would significantly enhance his light cavalry's strength. Just as he was about to seek out the little slime to improve their rapport, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding! You have slain the Slime King and obtained the 8 trigrams Cloudlight Scarf. Oh? Chen Mu froze in place. Did I just kill its parent? How am I supposed to win it over now? Isn't this a blood feud? Looking around, he noticed the Slime King's remains had already dissolved into liquid, while the little slime was in the process of reforming. It dawned on Chen Mu that the Slime King must have realized it couldn't recover and chose to end its life amidst the barrage of sword shadows. Relieved, Chen Mu decided not to approach the little slime immediately. Instead, he directed the sword shadows to clear out the surrounding magical beasts. Before long, the little slime bounced its way over to him, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Ding. The Slime King is willing to recognize you as its master. You have gained 9 points of fortune, which have been automatically converted into luck. Ding. The Slime King wishes to form a master-servant contract with you. Do you accept? Accept. Chen Mu agreed without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a fragile yet genuine mental connection form between him and the little slime. From now on, you're the cutie king, Chen Mu said, gently stroking the slime's soft, squishy body. Give me some time, and I'll make sure you trample lizard dragons and punch behemoth beasts. Initially, the cutie king seemed a bit nervous at Chen Mu's touch, but it quickly grew accustomed to it, even leaning into him affectionately. Just as Chen Mu was about to leave with it, the cutie king tugged at his pant leg, as if urging him to follow. All right, I'll go with you, Chen Mu said with a smile. Hearing this, the cutie king began leading him slowly toward the underground of an ancient castle. Soon, under the guidance of the king of slimes, a staircase leading underground appeared before them. The stairs were covered in thick layers of dust, clearly untouched for a long time. The king of slimes hopped down the steps, and after a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu followed closely behind. He had already discerned that the slime king was guarding something. Initially, he thought it was the castle itself, but now it seemed more likely to be some treasure hidden underground. As they descended deeper, the surrounding light gradually dimmed until they were enveloped in total darkness. Chen Mu immediately summoned 3 wisps of Samadhi true fire for illumination. In the faint glow of the flames, he was astonished to find the walls around them covered in murals. Even more surprising was the fact that the central figures of these murals were slimes. This discovery left Chen Mu deeply shocked. The presence of murals suggested that this species had once achieved a significant level of civilization. Perhaps slimes were once a thriving and powerful race, now long fallen into decline. Using the light from the Samadhi true fire, Chen Mu carefully examined the murals. They depicted a classic tale of rising from obscurity, a slime with the ability to devour and evolve, much like the current king of slimes. It fought relentlessly, leveled up, grew stronger, and eventually gained sentience. Using its own body, it nurtured other slimes, ultimately establishing a mighty race. Never underestimate any creature who doesn't have some legendary ancestor in their lineage, Chen Mu remarked to himself. The middle section of the murals depicted the slime race enslaving lizard dragons and behemoths. However, the next dozen or so murals were damaged and incomplete. When the story resumed, the slimes had already fallen back to the lowest tier of monster species. At that moment, they arrived at a stone door. The king of slimes exuded a drop of liquid, causing the door to slowly open. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel at this unique, biological authentication mechanism. It was clear that only the king of slime's essence could activate the door. The chamber beyond the door was extremely simple, containing only a crystal coffin. The king of slimes hopped into the room and, noticing that Chen Mu hadn't followed, paused and waited for him. Inside the crystal coffin was a pool of pale golden liquid, filling about half of it. The king of slimes immediately prostrated itself in reverence. Chen Mu speculated that this might be related to the first-generation king of slimes, and promptly used his scanning skill. Name: Essence of the Devourer King. Quality: Description: the final gift of a certain king to its race. The question marks indicated that this item surpassed mythical quality. Just as Chen Mu was reeling from shock, a drop of pale golden liquid trickled out of the coffin. The king of slimes formed a hand and carefully offered the drop to Chen Mu. This precious ancestral treasure moved Chen Mu deeply, but out of caution, he refrained from consuming it directly. Instead, he retrieved a jade bottle to store it. The king of slimes did not seem to mind, and returned to the crystal coffin to continue its worship. Before long, it obtained a second drop of the Devourer King's essence. Chen Mu initially thought the Slime King would directly consume the life essence, but what unfolded before him was beyond his expectations. The Slime King's body began to tremble violently, and soon it split into 2 smaller forms. Through the bond of their contract, Chen Mu could clearly sense that the newly created slime was entirely independent, possessing its own life force. So that's how slimes reproduce, Chen Mu murmured to himself, continuing to observe quietly from his concealed position. The Slime King swiftly consumed the life essence of the Devourer King to replenish its energy. Then, it approached the newly born slime and extended its tentacles, patiently teaching it. After demonstrating a bowing motion 7 or 8 times, the new Slime King finally managed to perform it independently and was then granted a life essence of the Devourer King, which it promptly absorbed. At this moment, Chen Mu's interface updated. Name: Slime. Talent: Devour and Evolve. Quality: Bronze. Skill: Devour. Drop rate upon defeat: 100 bronze items. Description: a young new king. Understanding the Slime King's intentions, Chen Mu pulled a few magic crystals from his backpack and tossed them to the newborn Slime King. Without hesitation, it devoured and absorbed them. Once this was done, The Slime King began moving upward toward the castle. Chen Mu glanced at the coffin in the stone chamber, filled with the life essence of the Devourer King. Just as a hint of greed surfaced in his mind, a cold snort echoed in his heart. Realizing that the entity was not entirely dead, he quickly abandoned the thought and followed the Slime King out. Shortly after they left, a blurry figure appeared in the stone chamber. The new Slime King quivered in fear before the figure, lying prostrate like water on the ground. The figure waved a hand, pulling the slime closer, kneading it briefly before tossing it aside. Then, with another wave, the stone door closed. Back at the castle, Chen Mu pointed to the remains of the Flame Lion King on the ground and asked, "Your energy is depleted, you want to try some of this?" Without any hesitation, the Slime King lunged at the pile of flesh. Everything it consumed was digested and absorbed at a visibly rapid pace. Despite its small size of just a few dozen centimeters, its devouring speed was astonishing. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mu opened his backpack to examine a special piece of equipment he had previously looted. Name: 8 trigrams light cloth. Quality: platinum upgradable. Skill: yellow turban strongman. Description: severely damaged. Unlocks more abilities as the quality improves. Excited by the skill's name, Chen Mu eagerly opened the information panel. Name: yellow turban strongman. Quality: platinum. Effect: summons 2 yellow turban strongmen to assist in combat. Description: these yellow turban strongmen are not in their complete form. They will grow stronger as the artifact's quality improves. Time flew by, and the day of the test finally arrived. The field was already crowded with new students. Chen Mu chose a seat toward the back and half closed his eyes. He had just emerged from the Black Dragon dungeon, and though the past 2 sleepless days had been grueling, the rewards were substantial: 20 fully armed Dragonblood soldiers and 10 Dragonblood light cavalry. Unfortunately, suitable equipment was still lacking. Once all the students had gathered, a teacher who introduced himself as Gao Xiong arrived fashionably late. "I am a barrier master," Gao Xiong announced, his voice causing a few students to react subtly. Noticing this, he added, "Due to the unique nature of this test, I will be overseeing it." As his words landed, a ripple spread outward from under his feet, enveloping all the students. He then began explaining the rules. This will be a combat test. 2 students will be randomly paired to fight, with a winner advances format. The ultimate victor will be determined at the end. Without delay, identification cards floated into the air, and a synthesized mechanical voice began announcing matchups. Number 175 versus number 213, number 182 versus number 232, number 198 versus number 177. Under the influence of a special power, the field split into multiple isolated areas. Chen Mu's opponent soon appeared: number 168, Gu Feifei, a Shadowblade class fighter. Number 266, Chen Mu, class Taoist. Chen Mu responded simply. His answer caused Gu Feifei to pause momentarily. As a special recruit, he hadn't realized Chen Mu was the top student of the year. "I won't hold back," Gu Feifei declared, quickly adjusting his stance and entering full battle mode. Chen Mu nodded to himself, acknowledging his opponent's professionalism. Summoning a Dragonblood soldier, Chen Mu gave a quiet instruction: "Don't hurt him, just knock him out." He then closed his eyes to rest. Gu Feifei, seeing this, immediately started calculating his plan of attack. Just as he was about to act, a sudden blow struck the back of his head, leaving him unconscious on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Number 266 advances, the identification card announced. Chen Mu glanced around. The battles in the other zones were still ongoing, and it was clear that it would take at least a few more minutes to determine the winners. "These guys are so slow," Chen Mu muttered to himself, already thinking about heading back to catch up on sleep. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he walked over to Gao Xiong. "Teacher Gao, why don't we simplify things and just hand me the reward?" Gao Xiong blinked in surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes before he quickly suppressed it. "What do you suggest then? Let's save everyone the trouble. They'll challenge all of them at once. If I lose, each of them gets 1,000 credits, Chen Mu proposed with a smile. "I just took a quick glance. The highest level among them is barely in the early 20s, Gao Xiong said with a cheerful smile, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "What's there to think about? They're too slow. By the time they decide the winner, who knows how long it will take." "All right, I'll help you." Chen Mu interrupted before Gao Xiong could finish. Gao Xiong readily agreed and was about to relax and head back to sleep when he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Student number 266 says you all fight like a bunch of amateurs. If anyone disagrees, come and challenge him." Chen Mu stared at Gao Xiong, completely dumbfounded. Sure, he did think these people lacked skill, but how could Gao Xiong just say it out loud like that? These students were the future pillars of Longwa 20 years from now. With that one shout, he basically offended everyone. The students, who had been fiercely battling each other, froze in unison and turned their heads to glare at Chen Mu. Seeing this, Gao Xiong added fuel to the fire. Chen here also said that even if you all attack him at once, if you manage to beat him, he'll give each of you 1,000 merit points. At that moment, Chen Mu wished he could shut Gao Xiong's mouth immediately. If you can't talk properly, just don't talk. Now, all this trouble was his fault. Enough. I can't stand it anymore. Let's see what makes this guy so confident. An angry voice erupted from the crowd. So, he's a second tier, huh? So what? If we all go at him together, forget second tier, even a third tier would be worn down, someone shouted, recognizing Chen Mu's level but showing no fear. For these students of Hongming Academy, fighting opponents of higher levels was already routine. The stronger ones among them could even challenge enemies over 10 levels above. Sensing the perfect atmosphere, Gao Xiong stepped forward and shouted, "All right, everyone, gather up. Let me see how many of you there are." Apart from Zhang Daming and Fanli, who chose to stay out of it, everyone else lined up against Chen Mu. Gao Xiong turned to Chen Mu and grinned. "You can still back out now. Just a heads up, there are 2 dragon-blooded professions here. In my eyes, dragon blood is only good enough for foot soldiers." Chen Mu thought to himself, but kept the remark to himself. As soon as the word begin was shouted, a commanding voice rose from the opposing side. Tanks to the front, ranged attackers stay in the back, assassins look for an opening. Chen Mu had to admit that the discipline of these students was already on par with that of soldiers. A group of beast form warriors charged forward with their massive shields, while ranged professions stayed hidden in the rear. Seeing this familiar formation, a faint smile appeared on Chen Mu's face, a smile that sent a chill down the spines of the opposing students. When you're poor, you rely on tactical maneuvers. When you're rich, you rely on overwhelming firepower. Chen Mu mused to himself. He then summoned 10 dragon-blood soldiers and ordered, "Knock them out, nothing more." The dragon-blood soldiers broke through the front line in an instant, sending the tank warriors flying. They then charged into the crowd of students like unstoppable forces, carrying out a mandatory nap operation. The scene left Gao Xiong utterly stunned, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How did this kid develop so fast? 10 sets of black dragon gear, and those summoned creatures aren't low quality either. 3 minutes later, the ground was littered with students sprawled in disarray, all rendered incapable of further combat. "Not bad, kid. Interested in becoming my student?" A glimmer of approval flashed in Gao Xiong's eyes. After all, who wouldn't appreciate such an outstanding student far ahead of his peers? Chen Mu, however, let out a long yawn. "I'm fine as I am." He declined the invitation outright. In his view, while sticking with a group might bring certain advantages, he preferred to walk his own path. Building his influence from the ground up, rooted in his own efforts, seemed far more suitable than getting entangled with others. "All right then, what type of equipment do you want?" Gao Xiong didn't seem to mind the rejection and asked directly. "Light cavalry gear." This answer caught Gao Xiong off guard for a moment. Though puzzled by the unusual choice, he didn't press further. "Cavalry class gear of your level and platinum quality is indeed rare. Take a look and see if anything catches your eye. Let the AI assistant contact me if you find something you like. If there's nothing suitable, they'll send you a list of equipment options and do my best to meet your needs." "Thank you, Teacher Gao. I'll never forget your kindness." "All right, you probably just came back from the dungeon. If there's nothing else, head back and get some rest." "Got it. I'll let you know once I've made my choice." Back at the villa, Chen Mu pulled the covers over himself and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the scattered students on the ground, Gao Xiong sighed helplessly. Having a classmate like Haim, is it a blessing or a curse? Hard to say. It wasn't difficult to imagine that in a few years, Chen Mu might rise to an unimaginable height. By evening, Chen Mu finally woke up, stretching lazily with a satisfied groan. That felt great. Dabai had thoughtfully prepared dinner for him. After eating, Chen Mu sprawled on the sofa and began browsing the night equipment catalog sent by Gao Xiong. Considering the characteristics of light cavalry, he needed gear that prioritized speed to maximize efficiency. After reviewing several sets of pre-made equipment, a trace of disappointment appeared on Chen Mu's face. Among the 5 sets, 3 were for heavy cavalry, and the 2 for light cavalry didn't meet his requirements. Scrolling further, he came across the Holy Radiance light cavalry set and the Netherfire light cavalry set, both of platinum quality. However, each was restricted to specific classes: Holy Light Cavalry and Nether Cavalry respectively. Unless he was willing to spend an extra 50,000 credits to remove the restrictions, they were unusable. When he reached the forging section, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Although crafting his own equipment would cost an additional 30,000 to 40,000 credits compared to pre-made gear of the same quality, with the opportunity to customize, he wasn't about to hold back. Before long, he found a set of materials perfectly suited for his needs. Chen Mu carefully examined the information about the Dragon Rider set. This platinum-grade equipment, crafted with dragon blood crystals as its core and supplemented by various minerals, was specifically designed for the dragon blood class. Its attributes and requirements were perfectly aligned, making his eyes light up with excitement. The Dragon Rider set came in many variations, with almost every type of dragon having a corresponding set. Among them, the Wind Dragon Rider set was particularly suitable for the current light cavalry unit. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Mu decided to send the equipment details over. Before long, he received a simple "okay" in response. With a tentative mindset, Chen Mu asked about the materials and forging process. The reply he received made him gasp. Just the cost of materials alone was 150,000, and to make matters worse, there was a risk of failure during forging. This price immediately dissuaded Chen Mu from equipping everyone, though he considered it feasible to outfit a select few elite members. For the next few days, Chen Mu refrained from running dungeons, and instead focused on honing his skills at the academy. He noticed that while he could still gain experience from the backlands of his team, the rate of skill proficiency improvement was significantly slower. Since he had already reached the foundational level of the first layer of the sword manual and was nearing mastery, he decided to concentrate fully on skill training. During this time, Gao Xiong hadn't reached out to him, likely busy coordinating with Tier 4 experts for the forging process. As Chen Mu immersed himself in training, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. You are practicing the sword manual, proficiency 20. Ding. You are practicing the sword manual, proficiency 20. Ding. Your sword manual first layer proficiency has reached mastery. You have developed sword chi. A surge of sharp energy coursed through his body. Chen Mu immediately unsheathed his pure yang sword. As the sword chi infused into the blade, it radiated a dazzling white brilliance. This marked a significant leap in his strength. If he were to face that juvenile black dragon again, he was confident he could slay it within 30 seconds. However, the thought of needing spiritual medicine to support his cultivation of the dominant body technique brought a wry smile to his face. He had hoped to increase his health and resilience, only to realize how arduous body cultivation truly was. The path of body cultivation was indeed grueling, with even a small mistake potentially leading to death in battle. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Chen Mu opened the door to find a delivery robot holding a package. After placing the package down, the robot politely wished him a pleasant day before turning to leave. Chen Mu's breath quickened as he hurriedly brought the package into his room. Tearing it open, he found the long-awaited light cavalry equipment gleaming inside. Name: Wind Dragon Rider Set. Quality: Platinum. Skill: Riding the Wind Set. Chen Mu carefully examined the attributes of the newly acquired set: a spear, helmet, shoulder guards, battle armor, and boots. Each piece radiated the unique luster of platinum. The set required 2,700 in all 4 stats to equip and had a level 60 requirement. Crafted with 12 dragon blood crystals, the Riding the Wind set increases speed by 50 in combat. Alongside the boost in speed, it can enhance damage output by up to 200, Chen Mu muttered, furrowing his brows. Why 12 crystals? Shouldn't it be just 5? In truth, even the blacksmith who forged the set had to use all 12 dragon blood crystals. Combined with the cost of other materials, the total expense of the set approached 300,000. As a result, Gao Xiong, the blacksmith, was immediately forced to work off his debt. When the gear was completed, the blacksmith chuckled softly, and his labor fee alone amounted to 200,000 merit points. This won't do. I need to test this somewhere, Chen Mu said as he packed up the equipment and headed straight to the basement to open a dungeon. Testing the speed of a light cavalryman within the academy was clearly inappropriate, but the dungeon world was an ideal testing ground. He chose the Black Dragon Mini Dungeon. This creature, with vitality far surpassing bosses of the same level, was the perfect punching bag. The moment he entered the dungeon, a familiar feeling washed over him. He had practically lived here these past few days and knew every corner like the back of his hand. Sword control technique? Before the pack of forest wolves could react, the pure yang sword flashed with sharp energy, cutting through them. Even the Wolf King fell in a single strike. Come forth. With Chen Mu's command, a light cavalryman materialized out of thin air. However, instead of a typical black warhorse, he rode a 5-meter-long scarlet flame lion king. Although the system slightly reduced its size, the imposing figure of the light cavalryman atop it still evoked the image of a general commanding thousands of troops. Chen Mu initially thought of summoning a Pichio to reunite with an old friend, but he quickly changed his mind. Was more interested in testing the light cavalryman's speed. 100 miles away, there's a young wyvern. Go take it down for me. As you command, my lord. The light cavalryman lightly squeezed his legs, and the scarlet flame lion king instantly transformed into a gust of wind, racing into the distance. Its speed was so astonishing that even when Chen Mu pushed his pure yang sword to its limit, he could barely keep up. With a speed exceeding 6,000, a direct hit would likely send the target straight to the afterlife, though Chen Mu privately wondered if the black and white impermanence would still visit someone who held the book of life and death. The immense power radiating from the scarlet flame lion king shattered trees along its path, leaving a straight trail of destruction. Soon, a black dragon came into view halfway up the mountain. This was Chen Mu's first time reaching this area. Previously, his speed-driven strategies had always led them in opposite directions. The black dragon, sensing an intruder, immediately swooped down. "You insignificant ant! How dare you!" Before it could finish, the light cavalryman squeezed his legs again. The Scarlet Flame Lion King understood the signal and leapt straight into the air. The battle spear, still brimming with accumulated power, gleamed with a cold light as it carved a sharp arc through the air. With a sickening squelch, it pierced the black dragon's body with precision. The immense force sent the massive creature hurtling backward, slamming it heavily against the mountainside with a deafening crash. Blood gushed from the dragon's 7 orifices in an instant, and the spot where the spear struck exploded into a gruesome, gaping wound. It struggled to rise, but the attempt only worsened its injuries. Its bones were shattered, its internal organs mangled, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Even the formidable vitality of a Tier 3 creature couldn't save it from such devastating wounds. Death was inevitable. The system notification chimed in timely. "Ding! Black dragon slain. You have obtained a piece of flood dragon bone." The light cavalryman withdrew his spear and, with a decisive sweep, cleanly severed the black dragon's head. Holding the severed head in one hand, he rode his Crimson Flame Lion King back with an imposing presence. "That's insanely cool." Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim. If this scene were turned into a video for the outside world, it would undoubtedly attract countless fans. Of course, that thought remained only in his mind. "My lord, the black dragon has been slain by your subordinate," the light cavalryman reported respectfully. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, very good. This subordinate dares not claim credit. Without the mount and equipment provided by my lord, slaying the black dragon would have taken much longer," the cavalryman said humbly, lowering his head. Looking at the increasingly human-like behavior of the light cavalryman, Chen Mu silently marveled at the changes brought by quality upgrades. Now they even knew how to flatter. "If I praise you, just accept it. No need to be so modest." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly realized that as his followers grew in number, using code names to address them might become inconvenient. Perhaps it was time to give these elite soldiers proper names, like Zhao Zilong of the 7 Charges, to reflect their honor and foster a sense of belonging. Although the system guaranteed that his troops would never betray him, keeping them in high spirits was always a good idea. He also considered assigning a group specifically to handle equipment production. After all, with the increasing number of soldiers summoned through his bean sprinkling ability, it was impossible to oversee everything personally. Establishing a system of healthy competition would undoubtedly benefit the development of the army. He decided to plan this out carefully when he returned. Summoning Meng Wang, his pet slime, Chen Mu didn't even need to give an order before the now timid-wide creature joyfully pounced on the black dragon's corpse. Nourished by the black dragon, Meng Wang had evolved to platinum quality, gaining 2 new skills, Dragon Breath and Advanced Resistance, making it far more powerful than the previous generation of Slime Kings. In less than 2 minutes, Meng Wang completely devoured the black dragon. The system notification sounded again. "Ding! Your pet Meng Wang has learned a new skill. Transform into black dragon." Chen Mu wasn't particularly impressed by this new skill. What use was merely taking on the appearance of a black dragon? After all, he had already hunted plenty of real black dragons. Of course, if Meng Wang ever had the chance to devour true divine beasts like Qiongqi, Taowu, or Hundun, that would be a different story. In the grander worlds out there, creatures like lizard dragons probably held a status lower than that of an ordinary lizard. "How much of a discount does beta-level access grant?" Chen Mu asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Dabai's voice promptly responded. "Master, beta-level access not only allows you free entry into all special dungeons, but also grants a 50% discount in the store." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was indeed an enticing deal. Half-price shopping combined with free special dungeon tickets would save him a significant amount. He immediately decided to prioritize upgrading his access level. "Dabai, find me some academy tasks I can take on right away." Dabai quickly pulled up a list of 4-star missions, and one of them instantly caught Chen Mu's attention. Task name: The Vanishing Town. Difficulty: 4 stars. Objective: capture or eliminate. Description: investigation has revealed that a group of members from the Celestial sect is conspiring to sacrifice the entire population of a town. Reward: 70,000 academy credits. Without hesitation, Chen Mu selected this mission. After a few days of recuperation, he was back to peak condition and eager to set off. Just as he was preparing to leave, the doorbell rang. Zhou Zhengwu strode in with a teasing smile on his face. "You're progressing pretty fast. Just a few days ago, you were running away from 3rd-tier opponents, and now you're bold enough to take on a 3rd-tier mission. At this rate, I might not be able to keep up with you. With teacher Zhou here to protect me, I have nothing to worry about," Chen Mu replied with a grin, genuinely reassured by the presence of his bodyguard. "Let me be clear, unless absolutely necessary, I'm just here as a spectator," Zhou Zhengwu reminded him. "No need for help. I should be able to handle a mission of this difficulty, Chen Mu said confidently. If I can't, I might as well find a wall to knock myself out on. Without further small talk, Chen Mu activated a spatial portal, and Zhou Zhengwu followed closely behind. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, they emerged in a desolate town. The streets were completely empty, devoid of any signs of life. Damn celestial sect, Chen Mu muttered under his breath. In this day and age, how can people still believe in such nonsense? Those so-called gods are nothing more than advanced life forms. Given enough time, even ordinary people can reach that level. Opening his map, Chen Mu noticed that the entire area was shrouded in a gray mist, with no markers indicating any living beings. They must have used some kind of cloaking device, he deduced. But since the teleportation system brought us here, that means they must be nearby. Meanwhile, in a sealed room, a group of individuals was closely monitoring Chen Mu's every move through a display screen. Boss, this guy can use spatial powers, a scrawny young man said nervously. It was their first time encountering a pursuer of this caliber. Relax, a middle-aged man reassured him. With the special tools we have, as long as we don't reveal ourselves, he won't be able to find us. It's not that he's particularly considerate of his subordinates. They're all in the same boat. If someone gets exposed, he won't escape either. The middle-aged man was speaking when the skinny young man couldn't help but interject. Boss, that guy doesn't look by probably isn't too strong. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched a few times. Among life's great misconceptions, notions like, the opponent isn't that straw, and I think I can handle it, often lead to premature demise. He shot the skinny man an irritated glare. Shut up. Don't take any risks, we need to stay alive to serve the heavenly god. With that, he closed his eyes to rest, ignoring the young man further. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was caught in a dilemma. This small town had at least a few thousand households, and searching door to door would take an enormous amount of time. After a moment of thought, he silently took out a tortoise shell. Ever since his second transformation, his lifespan had reached 300 years. As long as he refrained from divining major events, the energy consumption was negligible. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he solemnly placed a few copper coins into the tortoiseshell, held it reverently in his hands, and began chanting incantations in a low voice. This scene was broadcast in full through surveillance cameras. In the monitoring room, several members of the heavenly god cult exchanged bewildered looks. The skinny young man muttered, "This feels oddly familiar, just like when I had my fortune told at the bridge last year. That old man said I was destined for great things." He gave a bitter smile. "And now look at me, just a small fry in the heavenly god cult. Why not just take that guy out directly?" The middle-aged man shook his head cautiously. "No, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Stay hidden." Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes. How bold. He glanced casually at the surveillance camera, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They had gone to great lengths to hide. Yet here they were watching a live broadcast. Flying sword technique. The pure yang sword unsheathed as Chen Mu stepped onto it, soaring straight for the monitoring room. Bursting through the door with a powerful kick, he found the occupants inside just starting to react. However, the third-ear expert among them had already leaped out the window, disappearing down the street in an instant. Fast runner, Chen Mu sneered, turning his gaze to the remaining individuals. These criminals who sought to sacrifice an entire town, none of them would leave alive. The pure yang sword flashed like a cold streak of light, swiftly claiming 3 lives. System notifications echoed in succession. Eliminated Nyo Air, obtained silver grade longevity pill. Eliminated Zhang Xiaotian, obtained silver grade longevity pill. Eliminated Lu Dahu, obtained silver grade. As the pure yang sword poised to strike him down, the skinny young man frantically cried out, "My lord, I have critical information to report. Please give me a moment, I promise it will be worth your while." The sword halted just an inch from his brow, so close that it could send him to meet the king of hell with the slightest movement. "Sir, shouldn't we go after him first?" the frail young man said anxiously. He got himself caught. How could the boss just run away? Before he could finish, Chen Mu raised a hand to cut him off. "You don't need to worry about him. Tell me, what do you have to report?" The young man blushed and reached for his clothing, preparing to undo it. This sight made Chen Mu's temples throb, his veins bulging with fury. The killing intent in his eyes surged. If the young man couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, he would make sure the boy regretted ever being born. However, things didn't turn out as melodramatic as they seemed. The young man was not a woman disguised as a man. As he turned around, a faint outline of a map became visible on his back. "Sir, this is what we received in exchange for surrendering a town." These words sent Chen Mu's blood pressure skyrocketing. He barely restrained himself from ending the boy right then and there. Tens of thousands of lives, traded for a map? What does this map mean? Chen Mu asked, suppressing his anger. The young man hesitated. "Please, sir, promise me you won't." Before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a finger dropped to the ground. You have no right to bargain with me, Chen Mu said coldly. At that moment, two dragon blood soldiers entered, dragging a pale-faced, middle-aged man behind them. The small leader of the celestial god cult had barely made it out the window before being intercepted by 20 dragon blood soldiers lying in wait. If not for Chen Mu's order to take him alive, all they would have brought back was his head. Sir, I'll talk. I'll say everything. The frail young man finally broke down, provoking an enraged struggle from the middle-aged man. You dare defy the will of the celestial god? The older man roared. A look of madness flashed in the young man's eyes. Screw you. Who doesn't want to live a decent life? Who wants to be a dog for those beasts? With that, he stood up and fiercely kicked the middle-aged man. Chen Mu allowed it. In his eyes, anyone who vented their anger on the innocent deserved death. Sir, those people told us to go to this location. They claimed the celestial god would descend, and we were to welcome him, the young man blurted out in one breath. Chen Mu's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Zhengwu, who had appeared behind him at some point, spoke up. Did they have any other demands? They told us to prepare more pure boys and girls, but we were too busy running for our lives to gather any, the young man replied nervously. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhou Zhengwu's expression darkened, becoming terrifyingly grim. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chen Mu realized the gravity of the situation after all. The man before him was a fourth-tier professional. Although not officially recognized as a demigod, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Mr. Zhou, is this really that difficult to handle? Chen Mu cautiously probed. Zhou Zhengwu shook his head slowly, his voice heavy. It's not difficult, it's extremely difficult. Based on what we've learned about the Celestial Church over the years, their so-called deities are actually high-level monsters, with the weakest among them being at least level 200. This figure sent a jolt through Chen Mu's heart after all. Within the borders of Longhua, there wasn't a single professional who had reached level 200. Before he could process it further, Zhou Zhengwu continued. But there's no need to panic. These creatures, while powerful, cannot descend directly into this world. They can only perform a soul descent through special contracts. To do so, they must possess another living being, and their physical hosts limit their strength. To defeat them, we need items specifically designed to target souls. Zhou Zhengwu was just about to contact the academy to requisition special tools when an inexplicable aura of pressure suddenly enveloped the area. I have successfully descended. Bring me a few pure humans. The sound of the voice froze everyone in place. The middle-aged man in the room, however, showed a look of fanatical joy. Just as he was about to plead for assistance, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Pure Yang's sword severed his head cleanly. Compared to the black dragon, this man's vitality was insignificant, and he died on the spot. As the two prepared to leave, Chen Mu noticed that the entity seemed unaware of the commotion on their side. It had likely used some sort of voice transmission method. This realization brought both of them some relief. All right, I'll go call for reinforcements. You keep an eye on this guy, Zhou Zhengwu instructed before stepping out to contact the academy. However, he soon returned with a grim expression. What happened, Mr. Zhou? Damn it. It must be that blasted celestial causing trouble. The spatial field here is completely disrupted. Can't open any spatial channels. Chen Mu sighed inwardly. He had just wanted to complete a simple task in peace. But why did he always end up in situations like this? So what do we do? Run back on foot? Zhou Zhengwu immediately dismissed the idea. That celestial is far trickier than its followers. Right now, it's at its most vulnerable, right after descending. If we miss this chance, it will only become more problematic. You can leave first if you want, but I need to keep an eye on it. With that, he grabbed the frail young man and prepared to head toward the marked location on the map. At that moment, the frail young man suddenly spoke up. Sir, that celestial is extremely cunning. If you don't bring pure humans with you, it most likely won't reveal itself. The statement created a moment of awkward silence as both pairs of eyes turned to Chen Mu. What the hell? Me? Can't I just sit this one out? Chen Mu exclaimed in alarm. He had no desire to be collateral damage in a clash of such powerful beings. Sir, all the townsfolk have already evacuated to nearby cities because of this situation. The closest city is 600 li away. Chen Mu felt an overwhelming urge to strike the young man down right then and there. But after weighing his options, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, he still had the life and death register in his possession, along with the purple gold-red gourd, both of which could potentially deal with souls. Guided by the map, the two of them took nearly 2 hours to reach the marked location. To be cautious, they had knocked the young man unconscious beforehand. After all, someone aware of their impending death might act in ways that could raise suspicion. This should be it, Zhou Zhengwu said with certainty, his eyes fixed on the map on his phone. Chen Mu glanced around and realized they were in a forest where wild animals roamed freely. Finding the deity among so many beasts would undoubtedly be a challenge. To lure their target, Zhou Zhengwu raised his voice and shouted, "O great deity, your most loyal follower has prepared a vessel for you." The forest remained silent. He shouted again, "Our presence has been exposed, and we've been hunted by the people of Longhua. We've already lost over a dozen brothers to get here. If the great deity helps us escape, I promise to find an even more perfect vessel." This time, a voice responded from the woods, "Which bishop's subordinate are you?" Though the voice echoed, its owner still did not reveal themselves. Zhou Zhengwu smirked inwardly but maintained a sincere expression. "I am under the Red Cardinal, the deputy leader of the Order of Faithful Knights. My name is Zhou Zhengwu." His performance was so convincing that even Chen Mu began to wonder if his teacher had a side career in acting. "You've worked hard. Bring the vessel over," the voice commanded. As it spoke, a massive wild boar, weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, emerged from the forest, its face twisted into an eerie smile. The two men approached cautiously. The boar spoke again. "Once I locate the headquarters, I will promote you to bishop. Thank you for your grace, great deity." Zhou Zhengwu exclaimed with apparent joy, his acting skills surpassing those of any celebrity. As the distance between them closed, Chen Mu felt an unusual aura, comforting sensation like a spring breeze, almost intoxicating. Just as they were about to reach the boar, Zhou Zhengwu suddenly struck. A fiery dragon, several dozen meters long, materialized out of thin air. "Dragon flame. Stay back. Leave this to me," Zhou Zhengwu commanded. "Got it. I won't interfere," Chen Mu replied, quickly retreating on his sword before the words had fully left his mouth. When the dust from the explosion cleared, the boar was still standing, its body covered in injuries that were rapidly healing before their eyes. "Heretic." The boar spoke coldly as a faint golden humanoid figure appeared above its head, with a pair of golden wings extending from its back. "A birdman?" Chen Mu blurted out, his exclamation instantly drawing the boar's attention. Since the situation had already escalated, Chen Mu decided to stop holding back and activated his scanning ability. Instantly, rows of information appeared before him. Name: Twin-winged angel boar. Level: 89. Physical limitation quality: mythical. Skills: drop rate upon defeat: 50 mythical items, 50 special items. Description: a low-ranking angel attempting to covet the power of faith. Seeing the data, Chen Mu was momentarily stunned before his brows furrowed deeply. This was indeed the Birdman he remembered, but the level data didn't match. The Birdman in his memory was at level 200, and logically, Pixia's strength should have been even greater. In reality, Chen Mu was unaware that the Pixio he had tamed, though pure-blooded, was born with an innate flaw. This was due to its mother being injured and going into premature labor while being hunted. Normally, this wouldn't have been a major issue during its prime, but the lack of heavenly treasures during its escape resulted in the Pixia's diminished strength. Similarly, the Qingyuan, after being pursued for hundreds of years, had been unable to recover its full power. Reaching level 95 was already a significant feat for it. Shaking his head, Chen Mu decided not to dwell on it for the time being. Since the cultivation world clearly existed and top-tier powerhouses were present, the Pixia's true strength couldn't be too weak. Turning his attention to the battlefield, Chen Mu saw Zhou Zhengwu unleashing an array of fire-based magic. Fireball blasts, sea of flames, and meteor showers were cast in rapid succession, causing the ground to quake violently. "Damn, old Zhou is quite the powerhouse," Chen Mu thought to himself. However, despite the ferocity of the attacks, the angelic boar maintained a calm demeanor, using some unknown ability to continuously regenerate its injuries. "This isn't looking good," Chen Mu muttered under his breath. Zhou Zhengwu seemed to sense the problem as well, and tried to provoke his opponent. "Are all gods as pathetic as you?" he taunted. But the angelic boar only grinned. "I'm not one of those haughty big shots. I'm just a small-time player trying to survive. Your taunts won't work on me. You're a mage, and all I need to do is wear you down. When the time comes, your life will be mine with a single thought." This statement caused both Chen Mu and Zhou Zhengwu to frown. After quickly weighing his options, Chen Mu made a decision. This isn't going to work. Looks like he'll have to step in. Initially, he considered summoning 2 yellow turban warriors to assist in the fight, but realizing they might not be enough to turn the tide, he opted for a more decisive approach. Reaching into his inventory, Chen Mu pulled out the purple gold red gourd. Silently, he prayed, "Please don't let me down." His only concern was that the opponent's soul might be too powerful for the gourd to handle. If that were the case, his own safety could be at risk, despite his pure body. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Mu decided to take the risk. Prolonging the battle wasn't a viable plan either. Zhou Zhengwu felt the last traces of magic within him fading away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In front of him, the wild boar bared its blood-stained fangs, its eyes gleaming with a menacing sense of impending victory. "Don't celebrate too soon. I've already reported what's happening here. Someone's on their way with tools specifically designed to target souls. All I need to do is hold you off, Zhou Zhengwu said, forcing himself to appear calm as he tried to unsettle the boar's resolve and look for an opening. But the wild boar's defense remained impenetrable. After over 10 minutes of intense battle, Zhou Zhengwu's magic was completely depleted. The boar let out a sinister laugh. Now it's my turn, it snarled, lunging at him with its massive jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, aiming straight for his vital points. At that critical moment, Zhou Zhengwu caught a glimpse of a furtive figure behind the wild boar. He froze in surprise. Was that kid still here? He hadn't run away? The realization almost made him cough up blood in frustration. Divine Lord! A sudden shout rang out. The wild boar froze mid-attack. What? It growled, only to find an irresistible force enveloping its body. Even with its angelic soul, it could not break free in the slightest. What is this? Who are you? The boar demanded in panic, staring at its body as it was lifted by an unseen power. Chen Mu said nothing. He simply stood there, quietly holding a purple gold gourd. Guided by the mysterious force, the wild boar was sucked directly into the gourd, and the opening was promptly sealed. Chen Mu held his breath and focused intently on the gourd, watching for any signs of movement. Soon, a trembling voice echoed from within. What is this place? My divine soul. It's being corroded. The purple gold gourd trembled violently for several moments before finally settling into stillness. Let me out. I am a deity. You dare defile a god. The furious roar came from inside the gourd. Chen Mu chuckled lightly. It seemed the angel was now trapped with no way to escape. All that remained was to wait for it to dissolve into nothingness. Though, given the high quality of its soul, the process might take a while. Zhou Zhengwu, lying on the ground, stared in stunned silence at everything that had just unfolded. The forest ranger, who was supposed to be under his protection, not only failed to contribute, but had somehow ended up saving his life. Recalling the eerie gourd, Zhou Zhengwu couldn't help but shiver. Mr. Zhou, are you planning to use the sky as your blanket and the ground as your bed for a few days? Chen Mu teased as he approached. Zhou Zhengwu rolled his eyes. You had such a powerful tool all along. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? He retorted, his tone tinged with annoyance. Chen Mu immediately clutched his chest dramatically, feigning pain. You only see how powerful this thing is, but do you realize the cost to me? I'm at such a loss here. In truth, Chen Mu knew very well that once the angel was fully dissolved, he would likely gain a mythical-grade artifact. This was a deal that couldn't have gone better. Of course, this kind of thing is best kept to oneself, Chen Mu thought to himself. At the moment, he had 100 soldiers under his command waiting for supplies. If he didn't seize this opportunity to gain something from the academy, he might regret it later. Mr. Zhou, I'm suffering, Chen Mu exclaimed, his eyes instantly welling up with tears as he feigned a look of impending sorrow. This is a family heirloom, and it can only be used this one time. Once it's gone, my future safety will be at risk. I've let my parents down, my grandparents, my ancestors. I've failed them all. As he grew more emotional, he even wiped away fake tears, sniffling while carefully pulling a gourd out from his chest, acting as if he couldn't bear to part with it. Every time I think of my parents, I can't help but look at this gourd. But now, boo. Watching this scene, Zhou Zhengwu felt nothing but absurdity. He knew Chen Mu's background all too well. This guy had been an orphan since childhood and had never even met his parents. If he didn't already know the truth, he might have been fooled by this performance. Ahem. Zhou Zhengwu cleared his throat. They'll report your contribution to the academy and make sure you're properly compensated. Then he added, of course, that's not the main point. After all, you saved my life. So helping you get resources is only right. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. My parents, grandparents, and ancestors will surely be grateful to you. Chen Mu continued his act. Zhou Zhengwu, listening to this ridiculous statement, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Now that the benefits were secured, Zhou Zhengwu stopped playing along and turned his focus to the matter at hand. That gourd of yours, are you sure it's safe? How about leaving it with me for now? His concern wasn't out of ulterior motives. He was mainly worried that the angel trapped inside might break the seal and escape. After all, as a fourth-tier powerhouse, he could at least buy some time if that happened. There's no need to worry. It won't be long before he disappears completely, Chen Mu replied confidently. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengwu's eyes lit up. Are you saying that this purple gold crimson gourd can erase a soul? For Hongming Academy, capturing the souls of the angelic race wasn't the difficult part, it was preserving them. Each use of a soul artifact rendered it ineffective, which was why such items had become increasingly scarce in recent years. Both the high-ranking officials of Longhua and Hongming Academy had conducted experiments, and while they could obliterate souls, the resources required were so immense that sealing them was the more practical option. At that moment, the angel trapped in the gourd let out a furious roar. Let me out. If you kill me, the Lord God will surely punish you. The two men ignored the threat entirely. A marshal commanding millions of troops wouldn't concern himself with the life of a mere pawn. So, what kind of reward can I expect this time? Chen Mu couldn't help but ask. What do you want? You think you get to choose? Zhou Zhengwu asked with amusement. 8 to 10 million academy credits should be about right. Chen Mu blurted out. Zhou Zhengwu rolled his eyes at him. Credits aren't as easy to come by as you think. But since you saved my life, I can help you get 500,000 credits. Though it fell short of his expectations, the number was still quite impressive. After all, earning that many credits under normal circumstances would take at least a dozen days of hard work. That works, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Chen Mu quickly expressed his gratitude. As the space stabilized once more, Zhou Zhengwu led the last remaining followers of the celestial god sect through the teleportation portal. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the acting principal's office. A knock echoed through the room, followed by a voice from inside saying, "Come in." Luo Hao was frowning at the report in his hands, but upon seeing Zhou Zhengwu enter, he immediately set the document aside and smiled. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? I thought you were busy protecting that kid." Zhou Zhengwu casually sank into the sofa, speaking in a relaxed tone. "That kid doesn't need my protection anymore. If it weren't for him, you'd be visiting my grave this time next year." A faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. But no matter how strong he is, he's still just a second-tier professional. How could he possibly compare to a demigod like you? Luo Hao assumed Zhou Zhengwu was joking, but Zhou's expression grew serious. "Do you know what my biggest takeaway from working with that kid on missions has been? What? Unbelievable. Every time. It's more outrageous than the last. The first time, he killed an enemy far above his level. The second, he escaped from a third-tier pursuer. And this time was insane. That was a celestial god, descended by the celestial god sect. I couldn't even defeat it, but that kid took it down in a single move." Luo Hao fell silent. Such accomplishments defied all logic. Straight to the point, Zhou Zhengwu said, "I'm here to request a reward for that kid. Brother Zhou, what do you think would be appropriate? Forget about other items." He specifically asked for academic credits. "I think 800,000 should do." Luo Hao's eyebrows twitched violently. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Zhengwu was his elder brother figure, he might have exploded on the spot. 500,000. That's the absolute limit I can authorize. Zhou Zhengwu was clearly dissatisfied and was about to argue further, but Luo Hao cut him off helplessly. "Brother Zhou, I'm just the acting principal. Anything more than that would require the principal's approval. I'm already swamped with work. Why don't you go ask him yourself?" Zhou Zhengwa's expression shifted instantly. "You little punk, I won't forget this." With that, he turned and stormed out. Behind him, Luo Hao called out with a laugh, "Brother Zhou, I think you might still be able to negotiate for more. Get lost." Zhou Zhengwu snapped as he left quickly. Luo Hao's laughter echoed in the background. Zhou Zhengwu had once been disciplined by the hot-tempered fire mage who served as the school's principal, and since then, he had avoided the artificial lake where the principal often lingered. The school's efficiency was impressive, and the rewards were processed quickly. By evening, Chen Mu received a system notification. "Ding. Mission complete. You've earned 70,000 academic credits. Ding. For your outstanding performance, you've been awarded an additional 500,000 academic credits." Chen Mu's spirits lifted. The long-anticipated credits had finally arrived. "Nice, that's almost 600,000 credits now," he thought to himself. He decided to hold off on spending them for the time being, waiting until his permissions increased to make better use of them. For now, his goal was to raise his clearance level within the week, and to achieve that, he planned to take on more missions. Chen Mu instructed Dabai to reopen the task interface, and the task list immediately appeared before him. One particular task stood out. Difficulty, 5 stars. Objective, eliminate or capture the necromancer. Details, a third-rank necromancer, accompanied by at least 5 third-tier undead. Reward, 180,000. This one, Chen Mu said with unwavering determination. He wanted to seize this opportunity to measure the gap between himself and other hidden-class professionals. As a top-tier profession, a well-trained necromancer could practically function as an army of one. Dabai, accept the task for me. Task successfully accepted, Master. Please complete it within 7 days. Failure to meet the deadline will result in task failure. Chen Mu nodded. Just as he was about to settle down on the sofa and wait, the door swung open, and Zhou Zhengwu walked in. "You just got back this afternoon, and now you're heading out again by evening? Can't you take a break?" Zhou Zhengwu teased as he opened the task details to take a closer look. However, his expression quickly turned serious upon reading the specifics. "Mr. Zhou, is there something wrong with this task?" Chen Mu asked urgently. Zhou Zhengwu sighed. "That necromancer's one of my former students, just like you." The revelation stunned Chen Mu. Before he could ask why the individual had become a wanted figure, Zhou Zhengwu explained, after obtaining the proof of the world, he learned certain truths from a demon. He became convinced that the Dragon Nation has no chance of winning, and that the abyss we're exploring is merely the tip of the iceberg. Since then, He's joined the faction of an abyssal demon lord. Zhou Zhengwu continued to elaborate, explaining that the distribution of the proof of the world was akin to gambling for Hongming Academy. Some students who betrayed the academy did so because the artifact revealed the overwhelming strength of their enemies. Chen Mu remained silent. To some extent, he understood. In the world of cultivation, he himself had two masters, which could be seen as a form of joining another side. But he firmly believed that if he excelled enough, he could persuade the Lingshu sect to aid the Dragon Nation. Mr. Zhou, I can handle this on my own, Chen Mu suggested. No, Zhou Zhengwu refused outright. This kind of situation is common in my line of work if Irion's encountered a traitor or two. Also, one more thing you should know. This guy likes to hide his true strength. The intel says he has 530 undead, but it could easily be 10. Understood. They'll be cautious, Chen Mu replied confidently. As long as the opponent hadn't reached the 4th rank, even 1030 undead wouldn't be a problem for his two yellow turban strongmen. Soon, the two of them used a teleportation portal to arrive at the mission location. It was a dense, shadowy forest, where the thick canopy blocked out all light, leaving the surroundings pitch black. Figures. Necromancers always seem to love places like this, Chen Mu muttered with a wry smile. Caw caw. Chen Mu looked up to see a crow perched on a branch above. As the crow's eyes shifted, he could even make out the wriggling maggots in its eye sockets. The next moment, the crow was crushed into fragments by an invisible force. Chen Mu, am not one to enjoy being watched, Zhou Zhengwu reminded him from the side. That crow was just something he wanted you to see. There's much more that you can't see. Hearing this, Chen Mu carefully scanned his surroundings. Scattered throughout the forest were small animals that, at first glance, seemed alive. But upon closer inspection, they were all corpses. The pungent stench of decay filled the air, and it dawned on him that he was surrounded by death. This necromancer senior truly has a sinister strategy, Chen Mu thought to himself. Using a single crow to lower someone's guard almost fell for it. In the dense forest, clusters of corpses began to stir and slowly move. The system identified these as level 45 Silverdeer corpse soldiers, armed with abilities like Toxic Aura, Poison Claw, and Poisonous Mist. Defeating them guaranteed Silverdeer loot. More troubling, any damage inflicted by these soldiers would poison their target. That guy is cunning. Try to avoid too much contact with the corpses, Zhou Zhengwu cautioned again. As someone experienced in mentoring students, he clearly had some insider knowledge. Turn day into night, summon soldiers from beans. Chen Mu shouted, summoning 20 divine archers. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the corpse soldiers, who let out a collective roar and charged toward them. Ready. At Chen Mu's command, arrows whistled through the air, striking down the leading corpse soldiers in an instant. The system notifications popped up one after another. Each fallen soldier dropped a bottle of high-grade Silverdeer antidote. In the distance, a pale, effeminate young man observed the scene silently. The school has indeed taken in some promising talents these past years. But if they've come to hunt me down, they'll have to stay here, he murmured to himself. The corpse soldiers aren't just for wearing them down. If I can poison them, I'll save me a lot of trouble. Staring at the growing pile of corpses on the ground, Chen Mu didn't recklessly approach. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed. A stream of samadhi true fire, as thick as a finger, shot out and instantly burrowed into the heap of corpses. Almost simultaneously, the corpse soldiers ignited into fierce flames, burning like prime fuel. As the fire spread, sharp blades began to emerge from beneath their decaying flesh, glinting with a cold, eerie light and clearly laced with deadly poison. This scene left Zhou Zhengwu astonished, though his focus wasn't on Chen Mu's flames but on the blades within the corpses. Being well-versed in necromancer techniques, he immediately recognized this as a hallmark of the corpse explosion spell. If these corpse soldiers weren't dealt with in time, even a seasoned expert like him would feel a chill at the thought of what might happen if someone approached them. While heavily armored classes might endure the damage, the more fragile ones would likely face a grim fate. The power of the Samadhi True Fire was extraordinary, incinerating the corpse soldiers and their embedded blades within mere seconds. Even the toxic substances were obliterated by the intense heat. Senior, I've already learned all these tricks, Chen Mu said with a cheeky grin. To him, necromancers in novels from his previous life were always cunning and treacherous, so he remained on guard. He quickly summoned 5 Dragonblood warriors to provide close combat protection since his team consisted entirely of archers. Standing cautiously at the center of the formation, Chen Mu ensured he wouldn't be caught off guard. In the shadows, a delicate-featured young man watched Chen Mu effortlessly counter his moves, a glint of admiration flashing through his eyes. Not bad. This guy might actually be talented. However, Zhou Zhengwa's presence deterred him from revealing himself. With his current strength, he couldn't contend with a 4th-tier fire element expert. Corpse Demon, lure Zhou Zhengwu away. As long as he's here, I can't take down the target, the young man requested his guardian. This protector, assigned to him by the Demon King, usually refrained from intervening unless in critical situations. Just this once, came a raspy voice, and moments later, a massive figure nearly 10 meters tall strode away. The young man curled his lips into a sinister smile. Junior, let's see what you're capable of. Don't disappoint me. Perhaps due to his profession, his obsession with corpses had twisted his mind. Don't damage the body. Bring it back to me intact. Before his words had fully faded, a rustling sound echoed around them, like something scraping against fallen leaves. The ground trembled slightly as the corpse demon appeared not far in front of Chen Mu. Let's exchange 2 moves, the corpse demon said bluntly. Zhou Zhengwu frowned, immediately recognizing this as a diversion tactic. I'm not falling for it. Don't be like that. Chen Mu quickly interrupted. Go ahead. Leave this to me. The situation felt like 2 sets of parents hovering around, making it difficult for the younger ones to act freely. Ridiculous, Zhou Zhengwu muttered, intending to reprimand him. But then he remembered the absurd power hidden in Chen Mu's arsenal. In the end, he relented. Fine. If anything feels off, call for me immediately. I'll return as fast as I can. Got it, Teacher Zhou. Just make sure to keep the other guy occupied. Without further comment, Zhou Zhengwu flew off with the corpse demon in another direction. As soon as they left, Chen Mu called out, Senior, the distractions are gone. Now we can take our time and play. And his confidence? If things went south, Chen Mu was more than ready to flip the table. With 300 years of life essence at his disposal, he was willing to burn through 270 years. He didn't believe his opponent had a lifespan of 540 years to match. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A dense rustling sound filled the air as swarms of thumb-sized spiders suddenly surged forward. Chen Mu immediately activated his scanning skill, and information quickly appeared. Name, Withered Wood Spider Corpse. Level, 35. Quality, Bronze. Skill, Withering Poison. Drop rate, none. Description, possesses a corrosive venom capable of eroding everything. Quite targeted, aren't they? Chen Mu sneered. It was clear that his opponent had misjudged his class, assuming he was a summoner. Looking at the warriors and archers beside him, dealing with such a dense swarm of withered wood spiders would indeed be troublesome, but he already had a plan. Freeze. As the immobilization spell activated, tens of thousands of withered wood spiders that had been charging wildly suddenly froze in place, perfectly still like a paused painting. For someone like Chen Mu, this level of immobilization was effortless and could easily be maintained for dozens of minutes. Yin Exine, help me plow the field. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yin Exine's fiery energy had already infused the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows hit the ground, triggering a series of violent explosions. In the blink of an eye, the small red dots on the map were reduced to just one, the largest one, presumably the mother of these little spiders. Sure enough, a massive, decayed spider 3 to 4 meters long emerged. Its body was crawling with maggots, clearly long dead. With a shrill screech, it spewed out a swarm of small spider corpses. But before they could fully disperse, they were immobilized by Chen Mu's spell and then obliterated by a single fiery arrow from Yin Exine. With the coordinated efforts of the archers, the third-tier witheredwood mother spider quickly lost all its limbs, rendering it completely immobile. Chen Mu wasted no time, summoning the Samadhi True Fire to reduce it to ashes. However, to his surprise, the battle yielded no rewards whatsoever. After checking his inventory, Chen Mu felt a bit frustrated. Even the corpse soldiers dropped loot before. Why didn't this spider drop a single thing? Senior, is that all you've got? Don't you have anything stronger to show me? Chen Mu taunted. In the distance, a delicate-looking young man let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting toward the direction where Zhou Zhengwu was locked in a fierce battle 100 miles away. Seeing that reinforcements wouldn't be arriving anytime soon, he muttered, in that case, I'll personally deal with this junior. He lightly patted the creature beneath him, and with a low growl, a 20-meter-long giant serpent slowly rose, carrying him as it disappeared into the dense forest. Senior, where are you? Why don't you just come out yourself? Time waits for no one. If the other side finishes their fight first, we won't get to enjoy this properly, Chen Mu called out, his voice echoing through the forest. Rustle, rustle. The sound of movement came from the dense forest. Initially, Chen Mu thought it was some spiders that had slipped through, and he was about to signal Yin Exine to attack. But instead, a massive serpent emerged, carrying the young man on its back as it approached slowly. My name is Wu Qi. Leave your name behind, the delicate-looking young man said calmly. Without a word, Chen Mu immediately activated his scanning skill. Since a fight was inevitable, there was no need to worry about offending the other party. The character Wu Qi, level 69, possesses a unique skill. His drop rate for kills is unknown, but the rate for special item drops is 100. He has extraordinary talent and a profound understanding of necromancy. After reading the description, Chen Mu nodded in agreement. To turn necromancy into a path of bioengineering soldiers, such talent was indeed remarkable. Chen Mu, a freshman this year. With this introduction, a flicker of surprise flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected his opponent to be 2 years younger than him. You must have the world's proof artifact. Have you considered joining the Abyss? I can assure you, the terror of the Abyss far surpasses your imagination. Chen Mu shrugged casually. No thanks. I have no intention of being a slave to beasts. In his mind, if he were to choose a faction, it would undoubtedly be the cultivation world. Abyss, void would crush them all heathen. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. A silver needle shot forward, but fortunately, a dragon-blood soldier reacted swiftly, deflecting it with his weapon, producing a crisp clang. The ambush made Chen Mu furrow his brow. Wu Qi, on the other hand, looked slightly regretful. If it had hit, this fight could have ended, and I would have gained a perfectly intact corpse. Chen Mu sneered. Ha! He despised two kinds of people the most. Those who ambushed him and those more ruthless than himself. Wu Qi happened to be both. Let's get straight to the point. Time is precious, Wu Qi said as his voice turned cold. As he spoke, a dozen pitch-black coffins began to rise slowly from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses inside simultaneously opened their eyes. Chen Mu squinted and noticed they were all third-tier monster corpses, specially refined and nearly as powerful as they were in life. Orcs, dwarves, demons, even elves, 18 in total. Seeing this lineup, Chen Mu silently cursed his school's intelligence organization. They had claimed there would only be 5. Now it was nearly 4 times that. Junior, if these are your only summoned troops, you're at a disadvantage, Wu Qi said with a smirk. The comment only made Chen Mu more eager to act. You're right, senior. I am a bit short-handed. Let's fix that. Day turns to night, beans into soldiers. In an instant, over 100 soldiers, all at the peak of the second tier, materialized out of thin air. The sight left Wu Qi momentarily speechless. His attempt to pressure Chen Mu psychologically had backfired, leaving him feeling the weight instead. Don't celebrate too soon, Wu Qi said, his face darkening. Seeing his opponent falter brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Mu. Charge! At the command, both sides' forces surged forward. Wu Qi fixed his gaze on Chen Mu, sneering internally. Even if your strength surpasses mine, the cruelty of this world is far beyond your comprehension. Suddenly, he leaped off the giant serpent he was riding. Go assist them, he commanded. A shadow streaked across the battlefield, and a long spear pierced through the air. With a sharp sound, the spearhead impaled an orc's corpse, the sheer force shattering half of its body. The figure didn't pause for even a moment, swiftly turning atop a crimson flame lion king to launch another fierce attack on the remaining corpses. The battle was entirely one-sided. Wu Qi's undead soldiers, despite their numbers, were falling one after another, while Chen Mu's side remained unscathed. Chen Mu noticed that defeating these corpses brought no additional rewards. He speculated it was because these creatures were already dead and merely tamed by Wu Qi from the dungeon. Fiery hard arrows cut through the air, 3 in rapid succession. The blazing arrows pierced through a dwarf's corpse, exploding moments later in a deafening blast that reduced the body to ashes. On the battlefield, the most dazzling performance came from Wu Qi. This soldier, who had merged with the essence of martial arts, wielded a massive battle axe. His surging vitality, driven by his cultivation technique, relentlessly battered a troll corpse, forcing it to retreat step by step. Chen Mu mused that if Wu Qi were equipped with better gear, the troll would likely have been slain already. This soldier's potential certainly warranted focused investment. Just as the battle reached its peak, a massive spatial gate suddenly appeared. Not bad, Junior. You've actually forced me to reveal my trump card. Wu Qi's voice rang out. A decayed dragon's head emerged from the portal, followed by its full, grotesque body. My ultimate card, Corpse Dragon. A quick scan provided Chen Mu with the dragon's details. Name, Corpse Dragon. Level, 85. Quality, Platinum. Skills, Acidic Dragon Breath, Sturdy Dragon Body, Corpse Aura, Toxic Missiles, Self-Destruction. Drop rate on defeat, 100 chance for platinum-grade items. Description, gifted by another individual. Junior, if you've got any trump cards, now's the time to show them. Don't wait until it's too late, and you're taken out instantly, Wu Qi taunted. Chen Mu chuckled as he drew out the 8 trigrams radiant cloth. Since Senior insists, I wouldn't want to disappoint. With his command, 2 yellow turban strongmen, each 3 meters tall, materialized out of thin air. Bare-chested and clad in yellow skirts around their waists, they bowed respectfully to Chen Mu before charging directly at the corpse dragon, which had already slain over a dozen soldiers with its acidic dragon breath. The sight made Wu Qi's eyes flicker with astonishment. Who is this kid, to have so many hidden aces up his sleeve? Feeling relieved at his cleverness, he was glad to have forced Chen Mu to reveal his final trump card. If he had acted rashly earlier, he would have undoubtedly been the one in danger. Now, he only needed to patiently wait for Chen Mu to completely let his guard down. With the addition of the two yellow turban warriors, the previously disrupted formation was quickly restored. One of the warriors bent his knees slightly and then launched himself into the air like a spring, aiming straight for the undead dragon hovering midair. With a powerful swing, he delivered a ferocious punch to the dragon's body. The massive creature, over 20 meters long, couldn't withstand the immense force and was sent flying. When the undead dragon finally struggled to rise from the ground, a gaping hole had appeared in its chest, its once impenetrable dragon bones shattered, and a heap of its internal organs spilling out from its abdomen. Roar! The undead dragon let out an enraged bellow. Though it was already dead, the pride of a dragon was deeply ingrained in its very being. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to take flight once more. However, the second yellow turban warrior leaped high into the air and stomped down viciously. With a sickening crack, the decayed wings snapped under the force. Before the undead dragon could react, its tail was firmly seized, and the enormous creature was slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. Wu Qi, witnessing the scene unfold, was stunned. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What kind of summoned creatures are these?" Even though the dragon was undead, it was still a dragon. While not as powerful as demons, it was undoubtedly one of the top-tier entities in the current dungeons of Blue Star. Yet here he was, watching two humanoid summons effortlessly dominate the dragon. A trace of greed surfaced in his heart. How could he not be tempted by the thought of obtaining the corpses of these two summons? The physical limits of the yellow turban warriors far exceeded that of the dragon. Wu Qi's gaze shifted to Chen Mu, and he thought bitterly, "You truly deserve to die." However, he refrained from acting immediately. Boom, boom, boom. With every strike, the undead dragon's body suffered devastating damage. After several blows, its massive frame was left in tatters, emitting a foul stench. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, the dragon's tail could no longer bear the stress and broke off. The force of the break sent the dragon hurtling through the air, crashing through a dense cluster of trees before finally coming to a stop. But it wasn't over yet. The two yellow turban warriors, one on each side, rushed toward the spot where the dragon had fallen. Meanwhile, the corpses of other third-tier monsters had mostly been cleared away, leaving only a few particularly resilient ones still struggling to hold on. The elite soldiers of Yanqin had also freed themselves up, and at this point, victory was only a matter of time. "Senior, you're not doing so well, are you?" Chen Mu suddenly called out, though he couldn't see his opponent. He lifted his gaze and spotted Wu Qi in the distance. "Heh, young man, you've underestimated me." Wu Qi's voice suddenly sounded nearby. In that instant, Wu Qi appeared, holding a poisoned dagger aimed directly at Chen Mu's neck. Just as he was about to succeed, Chen Mu's voice rang out, "Senior, do you know how exhausting it was for me to put on this act? I followed your script to the letter. If you hadn't made your move soon, I might have just gone ahead and acted first myself." A sudden sense of foreboding surged in Wu Qi's heart. Almost simultaneously, a blur of motion knocked the poisoned dagger out of his hand. In the next moment, lightning crackled in Chen Mu's palm, and with a loud clap, he struck out with a thunderous blow. The distance was too close. Wu Qi had no time to evade. All he could manage was a startled cry. "Ugh!" Wu Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Using the momentum of his retreat, he tried to distance himself from Chen Mu. But how could Chen Mu let such an opportunity slip away? The pure yang sword transformed into a streak of cold light, thrusting straight toward him. With a faint sound, the sword's tip pierced directly through Wu Qi's skull. However, the falling figure shrank in the blink of an eye, transforming into a cloth doll. A substitute doll. Chen Mu muttered a curse under his breath. In the distance, the real Wu Qi reappeared. Though he had avoided a fatal blow, the earlier palm thunder attack had clearly left him severely injured, his body swaying unsteadily. "Senior, don't run. Let's keep going," Chen Mu teased as he pursued on his sword, his tone laced with mockery. A flash of malice crossed Wu Qi's eyes. "Chen Mu, I'll remember this. I look forward to our next meeting." With that, he pulled out a black skull and injected energy into it. The ground trembled as a skeletal door rose, its interior pitch black. "Before I leave, let me leave you a little gift," Wu Qi sneered. As he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted from the distant battlefield. Boom! The ground shook violently, and two yellow turban warriors dissolved into specks of light amidst the self-destruction of the corpse dragon. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Wu Qi strode into the skeletal door. Even though Chen Mu pushed the pure yang sword to its limit in pursuit, he was still a step too late. Standing before the door, Chen Mu sensed an overwhelming aura of the abyss. This path clearly led to a deeper layer than he had ever ventured into before. After weighing his options, He gave up the chase. Recklessly entering might very well cost him his life. Deep within the abyss, Wu Qi stepped through the skeletal door and approached a figure cloaked in black robes. The figure was shrouded in shadows, its dark red eyes piercing and eerie. Half of its face was a skeletal visage, while the other half was desiccated and ghastly. Master, I want to grow stronger. I want to kill someone, Wu Qi said respectfully. Hihei. The black-robed figure let out a sinister laugh. Pathetic. Just one person, and you're so obsessed? Even if you're not strong enough, with our constitution, we could simply outlive them. Besides, your potential is far from fully tapped. Give me 2 years, and I'll ensure you break through to the second realm. Wu Qi knelt down with a face full of joy, bowing his head to the ground as he exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Master. From now on, I will follow you wherever you go." No one understood the immense power of the figure before him better than Wu Qi. Even the corpse dragon was nothing more than a casual creation in this person's hands. The mysterious figure placed a withered hand on Wu Qi's shoulder and said coldly, "All your corpse puppets are already dead. I told you before, those worthless things are unworthy of you. They only hold you back. I will take you to form contracts with new ones." Before the words had fully settled, their figures had already shifted to a mountain of corpses. Before Wu Qi could react, a few figures slowly emerged from the pile. Among them was one he recognized, a two-winged angel. The other corpses, though unfamiliar, radiated an unmistakable aura of power, indicating they had been terrifying beings in life. These are just initial corpse puppets. Once your strength grows, I will take you to subdue even stronger ones, the mysterious figure said. Thank you, Master. Wu Qi approached the powerful corpses, preparing to form a contract. But suddenly, he felt something rapidly draining from his body. His appearance aged visibly in mere moments, and in the blink of an eye, he became frail and withered. Something's wrong. The mysterious figure's eyes flared with a crimson glow, but before he could intervene, Wu Qi collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who did this? My vessel. The mysterious figure roared. The killing intent emanating from him was so overwhelming that even the awakened powerful corpses trembled and crouched in fear. After a moment of eerie silence, the mysterious figure spoke coldly. If you want him dead, I refuse to let you succeed. With that, he injected a peculiar energy, laced with intricate abyssal runes, into Wu Qi's body. Wu Qi's lifeless fingers twitched, and then he slowly stood up, staring at his hands in confusion. What happened? Master? The mysterious figure let out a cold snort. Fool. You didn't even realize someone had cursed you. You are now a lich. Since the transformation was forced, you must absorb the power of the abyss. If you fail to adapt, your soul will completely dissipate. Seeing Wu Qi's bewildered expression, the mysterious figure continued, Think carefully, who have you offended? I want their soul. At these words, Wu Qi immediately thought of one named Chen Mu. I will provide you with resources for your cultivation, the mysterious figure said coldly. In 2 years, I will forcibly open a spatial passage and send you to Blue Star. There is only one condition. Bring back Chen Mu's soul. The mysterious figure had waited countless ages to find a vessel that matched his soul, only to have it destroyed. If he could descend directly, he would have already gone to Blue Star to eliminate Chen Mu himself. Master, I will not disappoint you. Even without the command, Wu Qi had no intention of letting Chen Mu go. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have defeated Wu Qi and obtained a special item, Bodhi Leaf. Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief. This hidden threat was finally resolved. He immediately checked the details of the special item he had acquired. Name, Bodhi Leaf. Quality? Effect. Enhances comprehension. Description. Clears distractions and improves understanding. Usage. 100. Hiss. Chen Mu drew a sharp breath. The Bodhi Leaf. This was said to be a legendary leaf from the Enlightenment tree, known for its ability to enhance comprehension. While the effect was undeniable, the exact extent of its power remained unclear. He glanced around and decided to suppress the urge to test it for now. At that moment, he thought of Zhou Zhengwu. It had been a while without any updates. Could he have lost the fight? Just as Chen Mu was about to look for him, Zhou Zhengwu limped back into view. Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Chen Mu quickly approached to check on him. Zhou Zhengwu flashed a bright smile. It's nothing serious. I turned that guy into ashes. What a pity. Chen Mu muttered instinctively. Pity? What do you mean? Zhou Zhengwu asked, puzzled. Chen Mu quickly changed the subject. Mr. Zhou, since Wu Qi could open the abyss gate and enter the abyss, how does the mission count? Don't worry. This mission will still be credited to you. Zhou Zhengwu silently evaluated him. This kid has some serious tricks up his sleeve. As Wu Qi's former rival, Zhou Zhengwu was well aware of how cunning and ruthless that guy could be, practically unmatched among his peers in scheming. Yet today, Wu Qi was forced to flee into the abyss. Chen Mu dismissed the remaining soldiers and checked the skill cooldown for his 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth. Summoning yellow turban warriors is on cooldown. Requires 24 hours to recharge. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Qi had clearly gone all out, but instead of focusing on defeating the yellow turban warriors, he would have been better off taking down more platinum tier soldiers. After all, this skill recharges automatically. Ahem, let's head back, Zhou Jingwu said with a light cough. Truth be told, their strength had been fairly evenly matched, and it was only through his desperate efforts that he managed to secure a narrow victory. Before long, the two returned to the villa. Chen Mu immediately summoned Dabai. Help me check for other 4-star missions. I want to take on another one. Zhou Zhengwu began coughing violently, his gaze carrying a hint of exasperation. Kid, can't you let me heal up first before diving into more missions? Mr. Zhou, it's just a 4-star mission. I can handle it myself. Bad luck doesn't last forever, Chen Mu explained quickly. This only made Zhou Zhengwu feel more frustrated. In all his years as a ranger, he had never encountered someone as unlucky as Chen Mu. Every mission seemed to come with unexpected complications. If it were anyone else, I might agree. But let's wait until I recover. I'll go with you. That's not really necessary. Heh, tomorrow, I'll go with you. With that, Zhou Zhengwu left, leaving no room for discussion. Is there no trust left between people? Chen Mu sighed softly. Initially, he planned to complete the remaining 3 4-star missions to raise his clearance level before shopping to enhance his strength. However, at this moment, he decided to change his plan after all. A day or two wouldn't make much difference. Chen Mu took out the Bodhi leaf. The emerald green leaf emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance, as if it had just been freshly picked. The scent cleared his mind of distractions, allowing him to enter an unusual state of focus. Wasting no time, he began cultivating the sword manual. System notifications immediately followed. Ding. You are cultivating the sword manual, gaining 400 proficiency points. Ding. You are cultivating the sword manual, gaining 400 proficiency points. Ding. You are cultivating the sword manual, gaining 400 proficiency points. 20 times the boost. Chen Mu marveled to himself. Just one Bodhi leaf could produce such an effect. If he could cultivate under an entire Bodhi tree, the sword manual might reach its maximum level in a single day. Of course, he understood that a Bodhi tree, as a primordial spiritual root, would only drop loot at levels far beyond his current capabilities. For now, even having a single leaf was a rare blessing. Focusing on his cultivation, his proficiency increased rapidly. In just 1 hour, the system prompted, Ding! Congratulations, your sword manual has reached mastery at the 1st level, granting a 200 bonus to sword-based attacks. 3 hours later, another notification appeared, Ding! Your sword manual has reached perfection at the 1st level, granting a 300 bonus to sword-based attacks. Just as Chen Mu was about to continue cultivating, the system reminded him, Ding! Due to your low strength, you must break through the 1st realm before continuing to cultivate the sword manual. Slightly disappointed, Chen Mu set the sword manual aside and turned his attention to other divine abilities. He immediately ruled out scattering beans to form soldiers and divination, focusing instead on upgrading Binding Spell and Samadhi True Fire, 2 abilities he had already learned but had yet to fully develop. The Binding Spell was currently at level 4, while Samadhi True Fire was only at level 1, both far from their maximum level of 10. Chen Mu decided to prioritize the Binding Spell, a skill that had proven invaluable for both survival and ambushes in previous encounters. With the Bodhi Leaf's aid, the Binding Spell quickly reached its maximum level. Next came Samadhi True Fire, and by the time he completed its upgrade, night had fallen. Still, Chen Mu did not rest. He shifted his focus to improving foundational cultivation skills. Only when his sword flying technique reached its maximum level did the Bodhi leaf lose its luster, leaving just 10 of its usage remaining. I should take a break, Chen Mu said as he carefully stored the Naudin Bodhi leaf. I'll save it for when I encounter another powerful skill in the future. After Zhou Zhengwu recovered from his injuries, he continued to accompany Chen Mu on missions. Strangely enough, every mission Chen Mu took on seemed to encounter unexpected complications. Even the simplest tasks would suddenly feature the appearance of several Tier 3 professionals. If it were any other team, they would likely have been wiped out by now. Kid, you'd better never team up with anyone again, Zhou Zhengwu couldn't help but say. You're like a walking curse, bringing bad luck wherever you go. Chen Mu wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words and could only close his mouth silently. You must be working on a clearance mission to raise your authority level, right? This is the last 4-star mission, so let's hope nothing else goes wrong, Zhou Zhengwu sighed. Over the past 3 days, he had spent 2 of them recovering from his injuries and had even considered asking Luo Hao for a pay raise, given the sheer danger of these missions. Hopefully not, Chen Mu replied awkwardly. He couldn't figure out why things had been going so poorly for him lately. It even made him question whether his 70 points of luck were fake. This mission isn't too difficult. It's just a tier 3 magical beast, Zhou Jingwu said before quickly retreating to a safe distance. Chen Mu pressed onward. Over the past 2 days, by continually taking down professionals, he not only replenished his lost lifespan but also broke through his limits, extending his life to 350 years. He had planned to continue taking on missions to eliminate professionals, but with no more 4-star missions available, he had to look for other options. Suddenly, a deep beastly roar echoed through the area. Not far away, a winged leopard was glaring at Chen Mu with sharp eyes. Is this the one? Chen Mu summoned 10 dragon blood warriors and commanded, "Take it down." He then stepped back to watch from a distance. Although he could easily kill the winged leopard in an instant with his sword aura, he chose not to act in order to maintain the facade of being weaker than he truly was. Get lost? The winged leopard roared, but it was quickly overwhelmed and defeated by the dragon blood warriors. A system notification chimed in. Ding! You have slain the winged gale leopard and obtained a super beast core. Just as Chen Mu was about to leave, Zhou Jingwu appeared beside him, frowning. Mr. Zhou, ugh, are you some kind of reincarnated curse? Zhou Jingwu said helplessly. He had sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the surrounding space, which finally explained the sudden appearance of the tier 3 beast. What's going on? Chen Mu asked urgently. A new dungeon is forming here, Zhou Jingwu explained, and judging by the energy levels, it's not a low tier one. For a tier 3 monster to show up before it even opens, this is at least a second or third turn dungeon. Seriously? Chen Mu was speechless. While new dungeons appeared every month, this was the first time he had witnessed one being created right in front of him. So, what do we do now? He asked. Well, hold our ground for now, Zhou Jingwu replied calmly. I've already contacted some professionals. Once they arrive, we'll leave. All right then. As a newly emerged dungeon, there are far too many unpredictable factors involved. According to standard procedures, such dungeons are typically assigned to professional exploration teams. Of course, some lower-level dungeons are handed out to students as tasks to help them gain experience. However, the dungeon before them was clearly not one of those. It was at least a third-tier dungeon, judging by all the current indications. The primary purpose of assigning guards was to prevent others from accidentally entering. Although dungeon-level restrictions were later established by the Dragon Kingdom, newly emerged dungeons often had no such limitations. This meant that even a level 3 player could inadvertently stumble into a third-tier dungeon without restrictions. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the surrounding spatial energy became noticeably more active. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky, and the entire area darkened at a visible speed. Chen Mu looked up to see a beam of light slowly descending onto the mountain peak. The space in that area immediately began to twist violently, voraciously consuming the surrounding trees, grass, and rocks. In the blink of an eye, the lush mountain peak turned barren. Whoa! Chen Mu exclaimed in shock. He hadn't expected the dungeon's emergence to be so dangerous. Even a 4th-tier expert caught in such spatial turbulence would likely be torn to shreds. Fortunately, this chaotic state lasted only 5 minutes. The surroundings quickly returned to normal, and the dense clouds scattered in an instant. Damn. Is this how dungeons are born? Chen Mu muttered to himself. He vaguely sensed a unique and familiar aura, but when he tried to focus on it, the feeling vanished without a trace. At that moment, an enormous ferocious bird, about 70 to 80 meters long, appeared in the sky. Shortly after, 3 figures descended rapidly, landing steadily not far from Chen Mu and his companion. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Zhou Jingwu let out a cold snort. Let's go, he said curtly. Before he could finish speaking, one of the young men jogged over, calling out, Dad? I'm not your dad. Your father is already dead, Zhou Jingwu replied coldly. Without another word, he opened a portal and walked through it. As Chen Mu was about to leave, the young man stopped him. Brother, please do me a favor. Give this to my dad, he said, handing over a Red Romance Supreme VIP ticket before quickly following the others. Back at Hongming Academy, Chen Mu took a moment to examine the ticket in his hand. When he saw the bold words Red Romance Supreme VIP ticket, his mind went blank. Before he could process it, the ticket disappeared from his hand, and Zhou Jingwu's voice echoed in his ears. Kid, I have some matters to attend to. Wait for me to return before taking on any more tasks. Chen Mu was left utterly speechless, stunned by what had just happened. The scene reminded him of a news story he'd once read. A single father who had worked tirelessly to raise his son, only for the son to use his first paycheck to take his father to a massage parlor. A mechanical synthesized voice emanated from his identification device. Preliminary tasks detected as completed. Permission upgrade available. Following this, 2 confirmation sounds chimed. Permission upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained level access to the Hongming Academy. Chen Mu's identification device returned to normal, signaling his access upgrade. As a holder of level permissions, he could now enjoy free entry to all instances and a 50% discount in the Academy store. If he had any questions, he could consult the AI assistant at any time. Eagerly opening the academy store, Chen Mu carefully examined the item prices. As expected, all items now displayed the 50 discount. All my hard work over the past few days paid off, he murmured. After 2 days of intensive tasks, Chen Mu's credits had reached an astounding 1.12 million. This figure far exceeded the standard reward for ordinary tasks, largely due to the unexpected incidents he encountered during the missions, which compelled the academy to adjust the rewards accordingly. Strive for perfection, Chen Mu muttered under his breath. He had no intention of spending all his credits on acquiring mediators. While equipping everyone with platinum-grade mediators sounded appealing, the sheer quantity and varying quality would render a large, low-quality force ineffective against powerful individual enemies. He decided to continue pursuing an elite strategy. Browsing the store, he focused on platinum-grade sets. His plan was clear. Select 5 elite soldiers, grant them unique names, and equip them with the strongest sets, making them the leaders of the other troops. Including the platinum-grade light cavalry set he already owned, he only needed to purchase 4 more sets. The first set he chose was the Dragon Blood Warrior set, an upgraded version of the Black Dragon set crafted with advanced Dragon Blood crystals. Even at half price, it cost him 150,000 credits. It quickly became apparent that his credits were depleting faster than expected, with each platinum grade set costing over 100,000 credits. After purchasing 4 top-tier platinum sets, his remaining credits dwindled to just 400,000. Without hesitation, he spent the rest on platinum-grade crystals, increasing the number of third-tier soldiers under his command to over 60. Too bad credits don't last long, Chen Mu sighed. If other students heard him, they might be infuriated enough to strangle him. For ordinary students, even 100,000 credits would be enough to build a decent fighting force, let alone millions. Since regular tasks were temporarily unavailable, Chen Mu decided to shift his focus to instances to further strengthen his troops. When it came to earning credits, the Abyss instance was the first to come to mind. It had been a long time since his last exploration, and he was curious about the current situation there. Zhou Zenghui's whereabouts remained unknown, and it seemed unlikely he would be available for missions in the near term. The only way to enhance his strength was through instance challenges. Just as Chen Mu prepared to head to the Abyss instance, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! A sudden notification sound interrupted Chen Mu's thoughts. Your sworn brother, Yi Tian, needs your help. Would you like to enter the instance? Chen Mu was slightly taken aback. This feature was unfamiliar to him. After a brief understanding, he realized it was a special function tied to karmic bonds when the karmic connection was strong enough. One party would receive guidance when the other was in danger. After weighing his options, Chen Mu decided to go. Following the chosen one of destiny was never a bad idea, and based on the timeline, Yi Tian should have reached the 3rd tier by now. The opportunities Yi Tian could encounter would undoubtedly benefit him as well. Heading to the basement, Chen Mu activated the instance. This time, the interface was different from usual. Several instances were lit up, all leading to Yi Tian's world. He selected one at random and was instantly transported to a small town. He checked the mission requirements. Eliminate 213 bandits, including 1 third-tier, 35 second-tier, and the rest first-tier. Glancing around, the town seemed calm and peaceful, with no sign of an imminent bandit attack. Opening the map, Chen Mu noticed a group of over 200 individuals heading toward the town from about 10 miles away. Leading them was a menacing figure, the bandit leader. This group of bandits was, in fact, the henchman of a corrupt official, tasked with amassing wealth for him. Though the leader was dissatisfied with this role, he had little choice. Someone had suggested joining the rebel forces, but he rejected the idea outright. In his view, as long as the retired emperor remained in power, the rebels would achieve nothing. As they spoke, one of his subordinates suddenly shouted and pointed into the distance. A cloud of dust rose, and dozens of third-tier experts appeared. The bandit leader's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to order a retreat, a dense rain of arrows descended. Ordinary bandits fell instantly, and only he narrowly evaded the attack. Before he could catch his breath, a figure flashed by, and he was lifted into the air by a spear, delivered directly to a young man. You, who are you? The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the overwhelmingly powerful team before him. Chen Mu calmly replied, we're here to eliminate bandits. Before the bandit leader could respond, a sword swung down, separating his head from his body. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why such a formidable force had come to deal with their small group of bandits. Just after passing through the dungeon barrier, Chen Mu's attention was drawn to a system task notification. Ding! Special mission triggered. Deepening bonds. The task was simple. Increase Yi Tian's favorability. The mission description clarified the objective. Stick together for mutual benefit and win over the child of destiny. Frowning at the sudden mission, Chen Mu's tone turned icy. Damn it, can you read my thoughts, or something? Unexpectedly, a clear voice echoed in his ears. I cannot read your thoughts. This sudden response instantly put Chen Mu on alert. What the hell is going on? Normally, no matter what he said, the dungeon system never responded. But now, it had suddenly started talking. Sensing his suspicion, the voice explained, I won't harm any living beings from Blue Star. The reason I can answer your questions now is that your permissions have been elevated. You can think of me as the will of Blue Star. This explanation shocked Chen Mu. The will of Blue Star? Increased permissions? This meant that the Hongming Academy's collaborator was none other than Blue Star's will itself. You and I are one. The will of Blue Star continued. We await the return of countless worlds. If I cannot take control, I will dissolve into nothingness. I do not wish to disappear, so I chose to cooperate with you. I will assist you, and in the final moments, you will help me seize control. Are all the dungeons your creation? Chen Mu pressed further. Your current permissions are insufficient for me to answer that. Rejected, Chen Mu chose not to pursue other questions that would likely meet the same response. The mission is already active. Give me some guidance, like what's happening now, he asked instead. This time, the will of Blue Star answered more directly. This dynasty is in its final stages and will soon collapse completely. The remaining destiny energy will forcibly open a hidden realm in this world, filled with countless treasures. All you need to do is accompany Yi Tian inside. And what's Yi Tian's current situation? He's being hunted by 2 sections. Chen Mu shook his head in exasperation. This child of destiny was as troublesome as ever. Without delay, he summoned his Pishio and followed the system's optimal route toward Yi Tian's location. However, he hadn't gone far before a group of bandits blocked his path. This road is mine, and so is this tree. If you want to pass, leave behind some toll money. Looking at the clueless bandits, Chen Mu couldn't help but mock. Are you blind? You can't even rob properly. His words infuriated one of the bandits, who lifted his shirt to reveal a scar on his abdomen. Damn it. I've been robbing for 2.5 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Do you want to see some blood, kid? With a swift flash of cold light, the bandits were instantly reduced to a shower of blood. Chen Mu didn't even spare them another glance as he continued on his way. The chaos of this world exceeded his expectations. Villages were scarce within a 10-mile radius, yet bandits seemed to be everywhere. Frustrated, Chen Mu abandoned riding the Pishio and switched to flying on his sword. This time, the road was clear and smooth. Chen Mu traveled for about 10 minutes before spotting a group of mounted pursuers ahead. Not far in front of them, a figure was moving rapidly using lightfoot martial arts, keeping pace effortlessly with the armored horses. Chen Mu instantly recognized the figurite was Yi Tian. By now, Yi Tian had grown into a young man, indicating that several years had passed. To avoid any missteps later, Chen Mu directly asked about the time. 2 years have passed. At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. This unexpected move left the pursuers baffled. Before they could react, Yi Tian gathered all his internal energy and struck the foremost pursuer with a powerful palm strike. The man was sent flying backward, bleeding from all his orifices. You little brat, how dare you attack us? The pursuers erupted in fury, dismounting to surround him. Yi Tian remained calm and composed, each of his moves deadly. With every attack, one of the pursuers fell. However, Chen Mu noticed something unusual. The strongest among the pursuers was only at the mid to late 3rd tier, which shouldn't have caused Yi Tian so much trouble. Since Zhang Pu, that old scoundrel, isn't here, do you really think I'm so easily defeated? Yi Tian sneered, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. A deep dragon's roar echoed as his energy condensed into 3 blood-red dragons. Wherever they passed, the pursuers either died instantly or coughed up blood. We are from the Zhenwu sect. If you kill us all, you'll be declaring eternal enmity against us. The leading middle-aged man finally panicked. Heh, even if you didn't say so, I would have paid the Zhenwu sect a visit once my strength improved. Yi Tian responded coldly. Before his words fully faded, one of the blood-red dragons pierced through the man's body. The late 3rd expert didn't even have time to resist before Yi Tian shattered his skull with a single punch. Chen Mu silently marveled, as expected of the child of destiny. By his estimation, Yi Tian's strength was now nearing the peak of the 3rd tier. After dealing with all the pursuers, Yi Tian sat on the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. If not for one sect being temporarily preoccupied and another experiencing internal turmoil that caused their strongest members to leave, he would still be on the run. Traitor! Suddenly, a thunderous shout came from the distance. An elderly man on horseback was rapidly approaching. Ignoring his injuries, Yi Tian immediately mounted a horse to flee. Seeing that the time had come, Chen Mu found a secluded spot and summoned his Pishio. Zilong, go save Yi Tian. I'll catch up shortly. The Crimson Flame Lion King roared and charged forward. Chen Mu had named it after the legendary Zhao Zilong, whose 7 entrances and exits in battle had left a deep impression on him. Let's follow them, Chen Mu said, patting the Pishio beneath him. The Pishio let out a soft growl, reminding Chen Mu of an annoying problem. It was an insatiable creature. All the resources he had painstakingly gathered had been devoured by it, yet its strength had only reached level 53. You little brat, you can't escape. The old man laughed maniacally, closing the distance between himself and Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced behind him, cursing inwardly. The sudden appearance of this true martial sect elder had cornered him completely. In his current state, he doubted he could withstand even 30 moves. To make matters worse, the old man had already drawn a bow and arrow. Yi Tian's pupils narrowed as he recognized the elder's unparalleled archery skills. Dodging this arrow seemed nearly impossible. In the face of life and death, Yi Tian decisively leapt off his horse. Rather than being worn down to death, he'd rather fight with everything he had. Forcing his internal energy to circulate, he prepared himself for battle. Die! The old man pulled the bowstring taut. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a strange gust of wind swept by. The old man felt a sudden chill in his chest, and the arrow veered off course. Looking down in disbelief, he saw a blood-stained spear piercing through his chest. Behind him, a horseman had appeared out of nowhere. I am an elder of the true martial sect. Before he could finish, the spear jerked violently. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning deathly pale. He clutched the spear desperately, trying to prevent further damage to his organs. At that moment, a sharp claw descended from above, slicing the old man cleanly in half. After dispatching the elder, the mysterious horseman slowly approached Yi Tian. Yi Tian studied the peak third-stage expert with awe, marveling at his strength. Thank you for saving me, brother. Yi Tian, owe you a great debt, Yi Tian said, stepping forward. However, the horseman swiftly sidestepped, avoiding him. No need for thanks. I'm merely following my lord's orders to rescue you, the horseman replied coldly. Your lord? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, gradually approaching. When Yi Tian recognized who it was, his face lit up with joy. Big brother. Little brother. How have you been these past 2 years? Chen Mu asked with a warm smile. Yi Tian froze for a moment before awkwardly coughing. I've managed. From being hunted by local tyrants to being pursued by the top 10 sects, it had indeed been a character-building experience. Big brother. What are you doing here? Yi Tian quickly changed the subject. I've been in seclusion for the past 2 years. When I heard you were being hunted, I rushed here without delay, Chen Mu explained. A system notification soon chimed. Ding! Yi Tian feels your concern, gaining 10 points of destiny, automatically converted to 10 points of luck. Thank you for your concern, big brother. I actually have something important to discuss with you, Yi Tian said directly. Although Chen Mu had already guessed Yi Tian's intentions, he feigned ignorance. Oh, what is it? Yi Tian explained with a smile, his voice tinged with anticipation. Whenever there's a change in dynasties, blessings are bound to descend upon the world. According to tradition, hidden paradises always appear during such times. This time, I've specially come to invite you to join me, big brother. As he spoke, he anxiously glanced at Chen Mu, fearing he might decline. But such worry was unnecessary. Chen Mu had been longing for an opportunity to strike it rich. Perfect timing. I just finished my seclusion, and my cultivation resources are running low, Chen Mu readily agreed. You've got the map, right? Let's set out quickly and secure a good spot. Without delay, the two set off. Along the way, Yi Tian, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in ages, chattered incessantly, engaging Chen Mu in discussions on various topics. His extensive knowledge left even Chen Mu, who prided himself on knowing almost everything thanks to the instance will, secretly impressed by his scholarly prowess. 2 days passed in a flash, and the pair were still on the road. During this time, Chen Mu gained a deeper understanding of this world. Its vast lands rivaled the size of Earth. Yet within the grander scope of this realm, it was not the most powerful. Big brother. Yi Tian suddenly spoke up. This place we're in is actually very small. Beyond the seas lies an even more expansive world, where martial arts far surpass what we know here. In those lands, even 4th-tier experts are considered insignificant. Chen Mu listened quietly, understanding that Yi Tian was subtly reminding him not to be complacent. When Yi Tian mentioned that the strongest individuals in those lands could live for 10,000 years, Chen Mu feigned astonishment, though inwardly he thought, once I achieve immortality, my lifespan will be at least 8,000 years. Indeed, Yi Tian continued solemnly. My master once said this is a barren land, where the strongest barely reach the 5th tier. But over on that continent, there are beings who surpass the 10th tier. I have to see such a place for myself, Chen Mu declared, clenching his fist with determination. This visibly relieved Yi Tian, who had been hoping to convince Chen Mu to leave this barren land where true power couldn't be cultivated. Big brother, let's go together someday. Definitely. Half a day later, the two finally arrived at their destination, only to find tens of thousands of people already gathered there. How is this possible? The map was in my hands. Yetion exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at the dense crowd. No problem. The more people, the better. This way, we're not limited to just the treasures in the secret realm, Chen Mu remarked with a meaningful smile. At first, Yetion didn't understand, but with the guidance of his golden finger mentor, he suddenly realized. His big brother was planning to make a move against the other participants. After a brief investigation, Chen Mu and Yetion gradually figured out the backgrounds of the surrounding crowd. Most of them were either independent cultivators, disciples sent by nearby sects, or martial artists from other dynasties. It was said that all of them had purchased maps from a certain merchant to get here. How could someone just sell maps like that? Yetion gritted his teeth in frustration. No matter how many treasures this hidden realm might hold, it couldn't possibly withstand tens of thousands of people looting it. Compared to the other forces, their group was undeniably small and vulnerable. This might not be a bad thing for us, Chen Mu said softly, trying to reassure him. Yetion couldn't help but lower his voice and retort, Big brother, those are elite sects, and their leaders are all fourth-tier experts. What do we have to compete with them? To him, it was clear that the best treasures would never fall into their hands, they'd only be left with the scraps others didn't want. Chen Mu simply smiled faintly and didn't respond. He was well aware of his own strength. Even without using special artifacts, he could hold his own against a newly advanced fourth-tier expert. If he were truly pushed to the edge, his opponents would have no way out but death. As time passed, more and more people poured into the area. Compared to the sect forces, the newcomers were mostly independent cultivators, though their cultivation levels were all above the third tier. By midday, even Chen Mu found the situation absurd. There were now over 10,000 people gathered. Many of the early arriving independent cultivators couldn't help but curse the merchant who sold them the maps. Judging by the sheer number of third-tier cultivators, it was clear that not only people from the Great Zhou dynasty had arrived, but neighboring nations had also sent their representatives. By now, even a fool could see that this was all part of a larger scheme. If anyone was pleased with the current situation, it was undoubtedly Chen Mu. This was like a real-life version of elites everywhere, bosses at every turn, with thousands of third-tier experts present. If he could take down even half of them, he would easily level up to 60 and gain an enormous amount of equipment. Selling off all the loot would instantly make him a wealthy man. While Yetion was still fuming over the merchant's antics, an unusual phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. A golden divine dragon materialized out of thin air, raising its head to let out a deafening roar. The sound reverberated so powerfully that weaker martial artists found their blood surging uncontrollably, with some even vomiting blood on the spot. A divine dragon. The map is real. The dynasty is shifting, and fortune is being redistributed. This is the moment of a lifetime. I actually got to see a legendary dragon. The next ruler will be determined by whoever has the ability to claim it. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of discussions. Even Chen Mu, seeing the divine dragon for the first time, was momentarily awestruck. Yet, he could sense that this was merely an illusion formed by the dynasty's fortune, not a real entity. The golden dragon let out another resounding roar, shaking the entire dynasty. Its massive body began to writhe violently, as though enduring immense pain. Cracks soon spread across its golden scales. With a final, weakened roar, the golden fortune shattered into 5 glowing orbs. 3 of them shot off into the distance, while one of the remaining 2 descended directly toward Yetion. Another streak of golden light burst above everyone's heads, transforming into a gentle rain of golden specks that scattered down. A system notification immediately followed. Ding! You have received a blessing of fortune, gaining 10 points of destiny, which has been automatically converted into luck value. Chen Mu had no time to ponder. He grabbed Yetion and prepared to leave, secretly cursing in his heart. What a trap! Gaining 1/5 of the dynasty's fortune right in front of all these sect representatives was practically painting a target on himself. Sects had always been at odds with the dynasty, preferring to dominate their own territories rather than being under imperial rule. He planned to leave the area first and then figure out a way to enter the celestial paradise, but plans rarely kept up with change. Before the two could get far, dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from everyone. In the blink of an eye, all were enveloped by the radiant glow, and when it faded, the figures had vanished without a trace. When Chen Mu's vision returned, he had already braced himself for a desperate battle, only to realize he was alone. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to survey his surroundings. Stretching before him was a vast peach grove, with trees nearly at the level of spiritual plants, sprawling over thousands of acres. Opening the map, Chen Mu was pleasantly surprised to find that a treasure of spiritual herb quality lay not far ahead. Just as he was about to lead Yetion toward it, he noticed the latter still standing in a daze. Brother, what's wrong with you? He asked. Yi Tian finally snapped out of it. Big brother, I heard a voice just now, telling me to go that way. He pointed in a specific direction. Chen Mu quickly understood it was likely related to the dynasty's fortune, probably the prelude to some kind of starter gift. Whether Yi Tian could truly become an emperor, however, remained to be seen. Then go ahead. I'll just wander around, Chen Mu replied. Some resources were better left untouched to avoid invoking the wrath of the world's will. It was not yet the time for outright conflict. Big brother, why not come with me? It'll be safer if we stick together, Yi Tian suggested. Hearing the sincerity in Yi Tian's tone, Chen Mu felt reassured. All right, let's go together, he agreed. As the map gradually zoomed out, the full expanse of the celestial paradise came into view. It marked resource zones, herb locations, areas inhabited by beasts, and even a few special sites. Judging by their current direction, their destination appeared to be the divine martial hall. Chen Mu realized that the two of them alone couldn't possibly search such a vast place thoroughly. They needed to act preemptively. Leaving Zhao Zilong at his side for protection, Chen Mu turned to Yi Tian and said, Brother, I need to step away for a moment. I'll be right back. Venturing deeper into the peach grove, Chen Mu quickly summoned additional soldiers and gave them their assignments before departing. Once the two moved further away, elite squads quietly emerged from their hidden positions. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Two martial artists shouted excitedly. It's actually 100-year-old thunder spirit grass. They swiftly cleared the soil and carefully extracted the thunder spirit grass, holding it in their hands like a priceless treasure. Big brother, we've only been here for half a day, and the harvest is already so bountiful. It can only get better from here, one of them said with eager anticipation, lost in the vision of a brighter future. Suddenly, there was a sharp squelch as a blade pierced flesh. The young man looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a blood-stained sword tip had emerged from his heart. Big brother, you? His eyes widened, filled with shock and incomprehension. This thunder spirit grass isn't enough for both of us to get rich, but it's more than enough for one person, the other man said coldly. Then, as if struck by a fleeting pang of conscience, he added, Don't worry, once I get out, your wife will be my wife, and your daughter will be my daughter. He'll take good care of them. These words were the final straw. The young man's mind conjured an image of his wife expressing gratitude and his daughter accepting the traitor as her father. He spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to speak, but before he could, several more strikes fell, ending his life on the spot. The killer took a deep breath and muttered to himself, Don't blame me. The martial world is survival of the fittest. But before his words faded, a swift breeze passed by, and his head was severed from his body. A light cavalryman darted past, disappearing with the thunder spirit grass in hand. This was just a small episode in the mystical realm. Here, human greed was magnified to its extreme, and betrayals among brothers and kin were all too common. Ding. Killed a second-tier martial artist, Xiao Haizi, and obtained a qi-condensing pill. Ever since parting ways with the soldiers, Chen Mu had been hearing similar notification sounds from time to time. This mysterious golden finger could sense events from hundreds of miles away. However, the spiritual herbs needed to be retrieved by the soldiers before they could be collected, which left him somewhat troubled. He silently resolved to find some spatial treasures upon his return, as relying solely on manpower for transport was far too limiting. Big brother, it seems there's a treasure ahead, and a group of people are fighting over it, Yi Tian said urgently, skillfully pulling a black cloth strip from his bag to cover his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. After finishing, he looked at Chen Mu in confusion. Just as Yi Tian was about to tear apart his nightwear to make a temporary mask for Chen Mu, the latter raised a hand to stop him. No need for all that trouble. This won't do. Out here, failing to conceal yourself is just asking for. Yi Tian's words trailed off as he watched Chen Mu's facial muscles shift and transform. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mu had become someone else entirely. What kind of martial skill is this? Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Big brother, I want to learn this. Chen Mu sighed, slightly exasperated, and silently asked the dungeons well if he could teach Yi Tian the art of 1,000 transformations. It's not possible, but I can simplify it into a basic disguise technique. The gap between cultivating immortality and martial arts is indeed vast. Chen Mu felt fortunate that he had only slightly altered his appearance earlier. If he had changed his race or gender, these techniques would have been impossible to teach. No problem. We'll deal with this after we finish here. Seeing Chen Mu agree, Yi Tian immediately returned to his cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, the old man with the golden finger was deeply puzzled. In his understanding, disguise techniques required various tools to alter one's appearance and build. But how did this person manage it? It completely defied his comprehension. Although he himself could perform disguise techniques, they were nowhere near as effective as Chen Mu's ability to transform into a completely different person. In reality, Chen Mu's power was far beyond anything the old man could imagine. With just a single thought, Chen Mu could change his race, switch genders, and transform endlessly abilities far beyond the grasp of ordinary people. As the two approached, the contending forces became clearer. It was a battle between two sections. The fight was nearing its conclusion, with only one third-tier expert struggling to hold on from one side. Yi Tian was about to charge forward when Chen Mu grabbed him. Big brother, if we wait any longer, they'll decide the outcome, Yi Tian protested. Chen Mu understood his younger companion's intent to fish in troubled waters, but now was not the right time. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer, Chen Mu said, having already noticed another hidden group on the map. If they acted rashly, the battling factions might not notice them, but those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly disrupt their plans. A sharp sound rang out Pucci as a bloodied head rolled to the ground. One side had been completely annihilated. Seeing this, Yi Tian could no longer hold back and prepared to charge forward. Big brother, this is it. While they're weak, we grab the loot and run. Do you know why you're always being hunted down? Chen Mu said sternly, ready to teach his impulsive younger companion a lesson. Seeing Yi Tian's confused expression, Chen Mu pointed to a grove in the distance. It's simple, you don't clean up after yourself. Look over there. It's obvious there's a group hiding. Even if we grab the loot and leave now, they'll spread the word about what happened here. Yi Tian was startled. Looking carefully, he saw that Chen Mu was right. Then what should we do, big brother? Chen Mu smiled mysteriously. We keep waiting, of course. That's a small patch of spiritual farmland, with at least hundreds of spiritual herbs. We're not the only ones eyeing it, are too. Before Chen Mu's words had fully landed, the group hiding in the forest rushed out. Without any wasted words, the two sides immediately clashed. Despite having just endured a grueling battle, this new group erupted with astonishing strength for the sake of the treasures, momentarily compensating for their disadvantage in numbers. Watching this unfold, Yi Tian was thoroughly impressed by Chen Mu's foresight. So, what do we do now? After Chen Mu whispered a few instructions, the two quietly sneaked onto the battlefield. Suddenly, two voices echoed across the chaotic scene. No, you bastards, give me back my second brother's life. Big brother, your death was so tragic. I will avenge you. The two figures charged into the crowd like madmen, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. Perhaps due to witnessing their comrades' brutal deaths, both sides descended into a state of frenzied combat. Before long, only 4 people remained on the battlefield. The leaders of each faction, along with Chen Mu and Yi Tian. At this moment, the two leaders stared at the allies who had suddenly appeared, momentarily dumbfounded. After pondering for a long time, the two leaders still had no memory of each other. They spoke simultaneously, asking, "Who are you?" Their synchronized question made Chen Mu realize that he could no longer keep up the pretense. Attack! Chen Mu commanded in a low voice. The pure yang sword turned into a blur, slicing through the air. With a sharp swoosh, one of them fell to the ground instantly. At the same time, Yi Tian unleashed a surge of energy as powerful as a raging river, but the opponent countered with a single devastating punch, sending him flying. His internal organs shattered, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The opponent trembled with rage, but collapsed lifelessly before finishing his sentence. The relentless depletion of energy and his weakened state had left him vulnerable. That fatal punch had completely destroyed his internal organs. After all, humans lacked the resilience of the demon race and had only been holding on by sheer willpower. The two quickly gathered any valuable items. Chen Mu calmly advised, "Brother, remember this. If you've made an enemy, make sure to finish the job completely. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, leave no chance for endless retaliation." With a snap of his fingers, the Samadhi true fire ignited, and in moments, all that remained was a pile of ashes. "I'll remember that, big brother," Yi Tian replied earnestly. Carrying the collected spiritual herbs, they continued on their journey. Along the way, they frequently encountered other cultivators. Chen Mu taught Yi Tian a bait and ambush strategy. The two suppressed their auras to appear as second-tier cultivators while carrying a bag of herbs that emitted a fragrant medicinal aroma, luring those who couldn't resist temptation into attacking. These greedy individuals either ended up robbed of everything or lost their lives. A day later, the Divine Martial Hall finally came into view. Yi Tian felt an increasingly strong calling deep within him. However, before they even got close, the thick stench of blood overwhelmed them. The golden steps leading up to the hall were stained with dark red blood. Scattered across the ground lay nearly 1,000 corpses, with severed limbs and broken bodies littering the area. What happened here? Yi Tian swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I'm not sure exactly what occurred, but it must have been the emergence of a priceless treasure, something so valuable it drove everyone mad. Chen Mu speculated, his gaze falling on Yi Tian. Focus and follow your instincts. Yi Tian closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment, then suddenly opened them and walked briskly toward a gilded throne adorned with gemstones. As soon as his hand touched the armrest, The sound of gears turning echoed. Click, click, click. The throne slowly shifted, revealing an underground passage. Big brother, I found it. Yi Tian glanced down with excitement. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, revealing no signs of anything unusual. Chen Mu immediately summoned a ball of Samadhi true fire and tossed it inside, trying to gauge the situation. Let's go down and take a look, Chen Mu said, igniting the Samadhi true fire for illumination as he took the lead and stepped into the underground passage. They had only taken a few steps when a strange noise suddenly echoed behind them. Turning around, they saw that the entrance had been tightly sealed by a massive stone. Open! Yi Tian shouted angrily, throwing a punch at the stone above. However, it didn't budge an inch. Don't waste your energy, Chen Mu said. This is likely a one-way passage. Either we have enough strength to break through, or we keep moving forward. Yi Tian nodded reluctantly and followed Chen Mu further into the passage. As they ventured deeper, the temperature around them plummeted, and an intense, bone-chilling cold began to creep in. That's odd. With my current vitality, I shouldn't be feeling this cold, Yi Tian muttered, rubbing his arms in confusion. Chen Mu didn't reply. His eyes were fixed intently on the map, which suddenly displayed dozens of red markers rapidly approaching their position. Brother, something's coming. Get ready for a fight, Chen Mu warned in a low voice. Yi Tian quickly activated his vitality, raising the surrounding temperature. No problem, big brother. Watch me, he said confidently, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, the passage echoed with agonizing, sorrowful wails. Yi Tian, who had been brimming with determination, instantly faltered and quietly retreated behind Chen Mu, acting as a human heater. From the shadows ahead, a group of ghostly figures emerged, disheveled hair, blood streaming from their eyes. Yi Tian forced an awkward smile. Big brother, I think this job is better suited for a professional like you. You're still too weak, Chen Mu said with a glance. A truly powerful warrior's vitality burns like the sun. Not only small ghosts, but even deities would be scorched by it. With that, he unleashed the Samadhi true fire. The malevolent spirits screeched to a halt, their vengeful gazes turning to terror. They attempted to retreat, only to find their way blocked. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Aha! Amid the piercing screams, system notifications rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a mid-level malevolent spirit. You've obtained a spirit suppression talisman. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a mid-level malevolent spirit. You've obtained a spirit suppression talisman. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a mid-level malevolent spirit. You've obtained a spirit suppression talisman. Watching the spirits burn to ashes, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, Big brother, why don't you take me as your apprentice? Your techniques are incredible. Warriors aren't weak. You're just inexperienced, Chen Mu said, shaking his head. Every cultivation path becomes immensely powerful in its later stages. Then at least teach me a couple of moves? Yi Tian pressed, unwilling to give up. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Focus on mastering your martial arts, Chen Mu replied with a sideways glance before continuing forward. As they delved deeper, the cold became even more unbearable, to the point where even Chen Mu was feeling its effects. Yi Tian, on the other hand, couldn't stop sneezing. Chen Mu had no choice but to intensify the Samadhi true fire, barely managing to fend off the cold. Just then, a faint light appeared in the distance ahead. The two quickened their pace, eager to uncover what lay ahead. Damn! This place is like an ice cave. As the two of them reached the bottom, they were greeted by thick layers of ice encasing the surroundings. The bone-chilling cold instantly swept over them, causing both to shudder uncontrollably. Quick, look around and see what's drawing you here, Chen Mu urged. Despite being protected by the Samadhi true fire, he could feel the temperature dropping rapidly, and he was nearing his limit. Yi Tian's condition was even worse. The cold seemed to seep into his very bones, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Feel like I'm freezing numb. I can't focus at all. He tried to circulate his qi and blood, only to find that his entire body felt as if it were frozen solid. Seeing Yi Tian on the verge of tears from the cold, Chen Mu couldn't hold back any longer. Samadhi true fire. Rise up for me, he growled as his internal energy surged. The once faltering Samadhi true fire suddenly flared to life, as if revitalized, and began melting the surrounding ice. As the ice slowly melted away, the two finally got a clear view of their surroundings. It was an enclosed chamber, though why it was so frigid remained a mystery. Big brother, come over here and take a look at this. Yi Tian called out urgently, having spotted something unusual. Chen Mu jogged over to find a block of ice containing a faint blue flame. Oddly, the flame emitted no heat. Instead, it exuded an icy chill. The system displayed. Name: 9-turn Mystic Ice Flame. Quality: mythical. Effect: upon fusion, qi and blood transform into ice. capable of freezing all things. Description: one of the heavenly flames of the world. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but internally remark, well, isn't that something? Meanwhile, Yi Tian's sense of reality was completely upended here, the conventional wisdom of water and fire being opposites no longer applied. This is your opportunity. I'll help you refine it, Chen Mu said. To him, while this unique flame was of high quality, its potential was far below that of the Samadhi true fire. Besides, everything he had now belonged to him. So why would he care about this minor thing? When Yi Tian attempted to touch the flame, his fingers instantly froze, and he quickly pulled back in fright. Seeing this, Chen Mu proposed a plan. I'll use the Samadhi true fire to suppress it. When it can't withstand the pressure, it'll have no choice but to fuse with someone. That's when you'll make your move. Big brother, maybe you should take this flame instead. It doesn't seem like it'd be of much use to me, Yi Tian suggested hesitantly. Chen Mu shook his head lightly. Little brother, some things just aren't suited for me like this flame, for example. In his mind, however, he thought, if he took it, the worlds might unleash its wrath over some trivial detail. Patting Yi Tian on the shoulder, Chen Mu began his work. The Samadhi true fire surged, completely enveloping the 9-turn mystic ice flame. Sensing the threat, the mystic ice flame unleashed a massive wave of cold air and resistance. Little flame, stay down, Chen Mu growled. The Samadhi true fire repeatedly tried to extinguish its opponent, but the 9-turn mystic ice flame managed to hold on with great difficulty. Even so, Chen Mu could clearly sense that the mystic ice flame was gradually being weakened. Chen Mu continuously popped pills into his mouth, maintaining the flow of his true energy. Each pill melted instantly upon entering, converting into abundant energy to sustain his suppression efforts. After another 3 minutes of relentless pressure, the aura of the 9-turn mystic ice flame noticeably weakened, and its flames dimmed. Just as it seemed on the verge of being completely subdued, a sudden gap appeared in the encirclement of the Samadhi true flames. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the 9-turn mystic ice flame shot out like an arrow released from a bow and directly burrowed into Yi Tian's body. In an instant, frost spread across Yi Tian's entire body, and he began trembling violently. Brother, use your life force to assimilate it and make it recognize you, Chen Mu shouted, continuing to control the Samadhi true flames to maintain pressure. Yi Tian gritted his teeth against the piercing cold, summoning all his life force to confront and negotiate with the rampaging 9-turn mystic ice flame inside him. Half an hour later, the mysterious force seemed to resign itself, ceasing its resistance and beginning to merge willingly with Yi Tian's life force. Seeing this, Chen Mu withdrew the Samadhi true flames. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Your actions have earned the favor of this world's will. In this world, your fortune has increased by 100 points. Not a bad deal, Chen Mu muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that his luck value in this world had surpassed 200 points. With such a high fortune, there must be other treasures hidden in this chamber. Indeed, he soon discovered a raw ore of 10,000-year mystic ice iron. Scanning it revealed that it was a diamond-grade material suitable for forging ice element equipment. Brother, you've already taken the best prize. Let me have this one, Chen Mu said, glancing at Yi Tian, who was still meditating, and stashing the ore away in his bag. As he continued searching, he also found several ancient pieces of equipment that, due to their age, had degraded to gold grade. Without hesitation, he collected them all, planning to cash them in later. After a full day and night, Yi Tian finally opened his eyes, excitedly summoning a cluster of ice blue flames. Testing it out, he discovered that while its destructive power hadn't increased significantly, the chilling aura was enough to freeze opponents solid. Chen Mu calculated silently. This paradise still contained several other palace-like structures similar to the divine martial hall. Since the 9-turn mystic ice flame was found here, other locations were likely to hold treasures of equal caliber. Even if he couldn't claim them, earning more luck points would still be worthwhile. Just as they left the secret chamber, they were blocked by a group of people. In front of the Shinwu Hall, hundreds had already gathered, completely surrounding the exit. A small thug swaggered forward, steel blade in hand, and sneered, "Kid, don't say we didn't give you a chance. Hand over the goods quietly, and we might just spare your lives. Big brother, let me handle this." "You just watch," Yi Tian said eagerly. "I just got my new flame and was wondering who to test it on. Didn't expect someone to deliver themselves right to my doorstep. Their strongest guy is only at the 3rd tier. Why should you have all the fun? Let's split it 50-50. Chen Mu immediately rejected Yi Tian's blatant attempt to hog the fight. "Fine by me," Yi Tian agreed, channeling his energy as a faint chill emanated from his body. The unusual phenomenon made the thug frown. "Open your eyes, you fools. This is the 2nd elder of the Xinwu sect. Are you tired of living?" Someone shouted in warning. "How convenient. We've got a blood feud with them," a cold voice responded, and before the thug could react, Yi fist slammed into him. The thug spat blood as a thin layer of frost formed on his body. Yi then charged into the crowd, fully unleashing the power of the ninefold mystic ice flame within him. The sound of air being torn apart filled the scene. Blood sprayed everywhere, and in mere moments, dozens had fallen lifeless to the ground. Brother, that move of yours is just too overpowered, Chen Mu remarked in awe. Only then did the few third experts snap out of their shock. You are courting death, daring to harm someone from the Chen Mu sect, roared a muscular man with bronze-like skin. Tearing off his shirt, he lunged at Chen Mu like a raging tiger. Hold it, Samadhi, true fire, Chen Mu said lightly. In an instant, flames engulfed the man. He struggled to extinguish them using his energy, but it only fueled the fire further. Amidst agonized screams, only a pile of ashes remained. A system notification sounded. Ding! You've slain an outer elder of the Zhenwu sect and obtained 5 fragmented shards of divine technique inheritance. The scene fell into eerie silence. Wait, this might all be a misunderstanding. The second elder of the Zhenwu sect quickly interjected, clearly shaken by the display of the cultivator's abilities. A misunderstanding? When you can win, it's robbery and murder. When you can't, it's a beautiful misunderstanding. What kind of logic is that? Kill! Yi and Chen Mu shouted in unison. Fine, you've asked for it. Everyone, listen up. Capture these 2, and you'll each receive 3 small rejuvenation pills upon our return to the sect. The second elder bellowed, his energy surging toward the heavens like a rainbow. Hundreds of people attacked simultaneously, with several third experts charging directly at Yi and Chen Mu. Yi smirked coldly. Perfect timing. Let's test my self-created martial technique. With that, his energy transformed into a massive, icy blue dragon that roared as it swept through the crowd, freezing everything in its path. Unbelievable. Is this what they call the child of destiny? Chen Mu exclaimed, though his gaze was fixed on the back of the battlefield. The second elder of the Zhenwu sect had turned tail and was fleeing, his desperate pace suggesting he wished he had been born with more legs. Brother, I'll leave this to you. I'm going after that guy, Chen Mu called out, locking his sights on the level 85 powerhouse. Sword, come. With a sharp command from Chen Mu, the crimson blood flying sword responded instantly. He leapt into the air, landing on the sword, and in the blink of an eye, he soared 100 meters away. The sight left He Tian utterly stunned, marveling inwardly that sword riding was truly the ultimate tool for impressing women. In no time, Chen Mu caught up with Duan Chengwu, the second elder of the Zhenwu sect. The old man trembled all over at the sight of Chen Mu flying on his sword, his legs buckling beneath him, rendering him unable to even crawl. Spare me, immortal. Spare me. Duan Chengwu pleaded repeatedly, though a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Inwardly, he resolved to unleash a desperate strike the moment Chen Mu got close. He believed that even an immortal would fall to this move. But Chen Mu had already seen through his intentions. Ha! Freeze! He sneered as he cast the immobilization spell. The pure yang sword transformed into a streak of cold light, instantly severing Duan Chengwu's head. Trying to outsmart me? Not even someone yet to be born could pull that off. In this life, I only outwit others, Chen Mu said with a cold laugh. The system prompt chimed in. Ding! You have slain Duan Chengwu and acquired the crimson blood flying sword. A few glowing points appeared beside the corpse. Ding! You have obtained a gold tier skill. Mountain splitting palm. Ding! You have obtained a platinum tier skill. Fiery rock technique. Having high luck really makes a difference. Chen Mu chuckled softly, quickly looting Duan Chengwu's silver notes and handwritten manuals. These items were of little use to him, but would be invaluable opportunities for Yi Tian. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Mu checked the details of the newly acquired Crimson Blood flying sword. Name, Crimson Blood. Class, Cultivator. Quality, Platinum. Skill, Throat Sealing Slash. Required level, 45. Description. A true flying sword capable of further enhancing speed and lethality. So the pure yang sword wasn't a true flying sword, just an ordinary magical artifact, Chen Mu realized, immediately equipping the new weapon. With a single thought, a blood-red flying sword appeared before him. After testing its control, Chen Mu was delighted to find it exceptionally smooth to maneuver, at least 30 more agile than the pure yang sword. More importantly, it significantly increased its lethality. This was no mere magical artifact of a Taoist, it was a genuine celestial flying sword. Stepping onto the crimson blood flying sword, Chen Mu sped toward another battlefield. By the time he returned, the enemy forces had begun to scatter, clearly aware of the second elder's demise. Run? In your dreams. Chen Mu scoffed as the crimson blood flying sword shot forward. Slash. 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 With the sound of the blade piercing flesh, Chen Mu noticed something remarkable. Every enemy slain by the crimson blood flying sword had their blood completely drained. Well, Turns out it's a demonic sword, Chen Mu murmured to himself. A group of second-tier monsters was no match for the two of them, and the battle ended swiftly. Chen Mu and Yi Tian began cleaning up the battlefield, while the system notification sounds echoed in Chen Mu's ears. Ding. You have acquired a gold-quality chainmail. Ding. You have acquired a gold-quality ring-hilted saber. Ding. You have acquired a gold-quality chi bone sword. After clearing the battlefield, Chen Mu checked his inventory and discovered over 40 new pieces of equipment. Such a haul would have required slaying thousands of monsters in other worlds. Clearly, having high luck stats was a game-changer. At that moment, Yi Tian approached, his shoulders burdened and arms full of equipment, looking rather comical. Your ring is clearly a spatial ring. Do you think I'd try to steal from you? Chen Mu said, somewhat irritated. Yi Tian's expression turned awkward. Internally, he grumbled, Elder Qi, I told you my big brother isn't just anyone. No matter how valuable an item is, he wouldn't take it from me. The ring, however, gave no response. Big brother, don't overthink it. I just wanted to show you the loot. Take whatever you want, Yi Tian quickly explained. Useless stuff. Keep it for yourself. Without dungeon buffs, these pieces don't have additional attributes even if they can be equipped. At most, you can sell them as materials. Alright, I'll keep them then. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a flash of light emanated from the ring on Chen Mu's hand, and all the items on the ground vanished into it. Big brother, take a look at this. Yi Tian pulled out a leather map from his coat. I found this on them. It might be useful to us. Chen Mu glanced at the map. Although some markings were a bit blurry, it was clear that it was authentic, though not as detailed as a dungeon map. What are you thinking? Chen Mu asked. Yi Tian pointed at the map excitedly. Right now, we're at the Divine Martial Hall. There are 3 more halls. I think we should head to the closest one first and help you gain some benefits before we leave when the time comes. Pathetic. Only kids make choices. Adults take it all, Chen Mu scolded. Yi Tian froze for a moment, then caught on. Right? Only kids make choices. Well, take it all. Seeing this, Chen Mu muttered to himself. If this kid keeps following me, he'll probably pick up all my traits. But he didn't mind. In fact, the idea of recruiting other chosen ones from different worlds and molding them into cunning personalities like this was thrilling to imagine. Time's ticking. Let me take you flying. Chen Mu grabbed Yi Tian and hopped onto his flying sword. The scarlet blood sword soared into the sky. Before leaving, he threw down a burst of Samadhi True fire to destroy the scene. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed. Yi Tian glanced downward, then shut his eyes tightly, his legs trembling in fear. Afraid of heights? How's that going to work? When everyone else is flying in the future, are you planning to run on foot? Open your eyes. Chen Mu reprimanded on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian forced his eyes open. The sight left the old man in the ring completely dumbfounded. Damn it! Yi Tian cursed inwardly. Turns out my master is less reliable than my big brother. Watching Chen Mu's unorthodox teaching methods, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel uneasy. The ruthless tactics leaving no trace of life wherever his gaze landed made Yi Tian admit that people like him often live a long life. Without relying on any inner energy, they popped pills along the way and arrived above the second temple in just over 2 hours. Below, chaos reigned as 3 or 4 factions fiercely clashed with one another. These guys probably had a map all along. Yi Tian observed the battle. But it's not surprising. Some sects have lineages that even predate this dynasty. Big brother, let's find a place to hide for now and wait until they're done fighting before we go in, Yi Tian suggested. Chen Mu immediately dismissed the idea. We need to deal with the sneaky ones first. The factions openly fighting aren't the real threat. It's the ones lurking in the shadows that are the most dangerous. What do you mean by sneaky ones? Yi Tian asked, confused. Those who avoid direct confrontation and specialize in ambushing from the shadows. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully, muttering under his breath, isn't that what we are? Chen Mu nearly kicked him off their ride. What did he mean by we? Clearly, this was something others shouldn't do. But they were allowed to. He sped up abruptly, almost leaving Yi Tian behind. Chen Mu's target was clear the shadowy figures hiding below. Once over their heads, he cast a binding spell and immediately hurled a ball of Samadhi True fire. Screams echoed one after another. Ding! You have slain Jiningjun and obtained a supreme rejuvenation pill. Soon, only one small red dot remained on the battlefield. Just as Chen Mu was about to strike, he noticed a figure desperately fleeing. The person was tossing low-quality talismans behind them as they ran. Even the best of them were only silver grade, which Chen Mu easily deflected. Huh, I didn't expect to see a chi refiner here, Chen Mu remarked, slightly surprised. Then he thought, where there are ghosts and demons, there must be some form of Taoist tradition. Big brother, should we kill this one too? Yi Tian asked, noticing that the person's methods bore some resemblance to Chen Mu's. Chen Mu grinned and flew ahead of the fleeing figure. The man's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and pulled out a stack of talismans. Chen Mu smirked and pulled out hundreds of higher-quality talismans from his own bag, completely overwhelming the man. The fugitive's lips trembled as he realized his prized talisman stash was utterly insignificant compared to Chen Mu's. It was as if Chen Mu monopolized the entire continent's talisman trade. Without another word, the man dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Lu Ziqing of Qingyun Mountain, Taoist of demon subjugation, pays respect to the patriarch. Chen Mu looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but shake his head silently. He hadn't expected the other party to pull such a move. I'm not your ancestor, not even close. In fact, I'm probably younger than you, Chen Mu said bluntly. Lu Ziqing quickly explained, anyone who can produce so many spirit talismans at once must be an esteemed master of the Tao. Calling you ancestor is no loss on my part. This is the first time I've met someone even more shameless than myself. Chen Mu sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This won't do. It's better to just get rid of you and put my mind at ease. As he spoke, he assumed a stance, ready to strike. At this critical moment, Lu Ziqing spoke again, his tone solemn. I, Lu Ziqing, a demon-subduing Taoist, vow to follow the ancestor. If I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may heavenly lightning destroy my soul, leaving me to eternal damnation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ziqing felt a distinct binding force within his body. Despite this, he had no regrets. He knew full well that if he had delayed even a moment longer, Chen Mu would have truly struck him down. You've got guts, kid, Chen Mu thought to himself with a nod. Since the other party had sworn such a deadly oath, it was bound to be effective. After all, practitioners of qi refinement could already communicate with the heavens and earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to summon heavenly lightning. Moreover, no practitioner or immortal cultivator would dare to swear lightly. For ordinary people, an oath might just be words, but for practitioners, breaking such a vow would indeed invite a storm of divine retribution. Ancestor. Lu Ziqing knelt down again in reverence. Seeing this, the killing intent in Chen Mu's heart gradually faded, replaced by a hint of curiosity. He wanted to know the gap between himself and a true qi refiner. How long have you been cultivating? Not daring to hide anything, Lu Ziqing replied, Master Ancestor, this disciple is of dull aptitude. It took 10 years to nurture my spirit and 3 years to refine qi. I've now been cultivating for 40 years. As he said this, a faint trace of pride appeared on his face. After all, such talent was considered rare within the cultivation world. Hearing this, Chen Mu was speechless. It had taken the other party 13 years just to reach the qi refinement stage, whereas he could learn such skills in a second thanks to his ability. In an instant, he realized the vast difference between them. No matter how difficult a skill was, as long as he could obtain the skill book, he could master it instantly. Comparing that to Lu Ziqing's cultivation level, which barely reached the equivalent of level 30 after more than 3 decades, the disparity was laughable. At that moment, Chen Mu also recognized the unique advantage of his homeland, Longhua. The ability to advance one's cultivation at a speed unattainable by other worlds drastically lowered the barriers to entry for cultivation. And with someone like himself in the mix, it was as if he were crushing 99.99% of practitioners. As for the remaining few, they were undoubtedly destined children, essentially walking cheat codes with similarly impressive growth rates. This place should be a paradise for martial artists, right? Why are you here? Chen Mu asked. A troubled expression appeared on Lu Ziqing's face. The Taoist tradition has been severed. I heard this place might hold ancient legacies, so I came to see if I could find anything. Chen Mu nodded. He had already noticed that the spirit talismans Lu Ziqing used had various flaws. It wasn't an issue of technique, but rather a problem with the foundation of his teachings, likely a consequence of the interrupted lineage. With that thought, Chen Mu didn't hesitate. He tossed a few spirit talismans over. Study these when you have time and improve your skills. In the future, you two can help each other out. While he couldn't take Lu Ziqing with him, leaving him here to assist Yi Tian wasn't a bad idea. Oh, by the way, Chen Mu suddenly remembered something. The materials for those spirit talismans must be expensive. Where did you get the money to buy them? Typically, qi refiners were notoriously poor. Hearing this, Lu Ziqing quickly confessed, Ancestor, forgive me. It was purely out of desperation. I sold a map from an ancient text to scrape together the funds. I was planning to sell some of them anyway, but later I realized they were quite in demand. Before the words were fully spoken, a resentful voice suddenly interrupted. This map must be of this hidden paradise, right? Lu Ziqing quickly nodded and explained. I don't have the strength or status to compete for anything here. Even if I got in, I wouldn't stand a chance. So I figured if more people came, I could maybe take advantage of the chaos. This sentence instantly ignited Yi Tian's fury. If it weren't for Chen Mu holding him back, he would have already lunged forward to strangle the man. At last, He understood why his map had become a common street item. It was all because of this bastard in front of him. Even though he didn't act on it, Yi Tian's bloodshot eyes betrayed his seething anger. Seeing that Yi Tian seemed to know Chen Mu, Lu Ziqing kindly spoke up. Young man, this humble Taoist has traveled far and wide and has some knowledge of medicine. I can see the bloodshot veins in your eyes. It seems you may have some hidden ailment. Why not let me take your pulse and prescribe something? Can you just shut up? Chen Mu quickly interrupted, worried Yi Tian might actually lose control. He added, the original map is in his hands. What do you think? Does he look like he wants to grind your bones to dust? At these words, Lu Ziqing immediately fell silent, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. What had initially been just a few dozen treasure hunters had now turned into tens of thousands, all thanks to his actions. The fact that Yi Tian hadn't killed him on the spot was already a testament to his self-restraint. Alright, the fight over there should be wrapping up. Let's head over and clean up, Chen Mu said. The three of them quickly made their way toward the palace. As for the flying sword, it could barely hold 2 people standing, let alone 3, unless they stacked on top of each other. Just as Chen Mu predicted, the battlefield was filled with third-tier peak-level experts, all bloodied and clearly exhausted. Someone suggested stopping the fight to explore together, but another immediately dismissed the idea. It's better to settle things now. I don't want to be stabbed in the back later. This sparked another round of arguments, but soon the top fighters reached a consensus. Eliminate the forces of rival dynasties first. They joined forces to attack an outsider expert, leaving him coughing up blood while simultaneously surrounding and wiping out his subordinates. It's about time. Let's make our move, Chen Mu said. For nearly level 90 boss, we can't let this opportunity go to waste. Yi Tian seemed puzzled. Big brother, didn't you say we should wait until the very end to act? That's only when both sides are evenly matched. The gap here is too big, so there's no need to drag it out, Chen Mu replied. As he finished speaking, he summoned 2 towering yellow turban warriors. Though Yi Tian was surprised, he was already used to Chen Mu's peculiar abilities. Lu Ziqing, on the other hand, was stunned into exclaiming, Immortal. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.